Chapter 1. Is a duel equivalent to time travel? Douluo continent is a world brimming with diversity, yet stands out singularly. Here, one finds no dazzling magic, only rudimentary swordplay and marksmanship, alongside a profession revered above all others, the Soulmaster. The martial soul is a unique creation of the Douluo continent. From the nobility to the common folk, regardless of their social standing, every individual awakens their martial soul on their 6th birthday. Should one possess even a modicum of innate soul power, they may cultivate to become a soul master. If they are blessed with innate soul power of level 6 or above, congratulations, you are a genius. Soul masters can hunt the continent's unique creatures, known as soul beasts, to acquire an item akin to a halo, referred to as a soul ring. This soul ring embodies the abilities once held by the soul beast in its lifetime, known as soul skills. A soul ring produced by a soul beast with 10 years of cultivation is white. One with a century of cultivation is yellow. A millennium yields purple. 10,000 years results in black. 100,000 years brings forth red, and 1,000,000 years produces gold. The number of soul rings adorning a soul master indicates their rank, ranging from 1 to 9 rings, classified as Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Daw, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Title Daw. While soul skills vary in strength, some capable of cleaving through city walls, others merely suited for tilling the soil, it is undeniable that a faction boasting a greater number of higher-ranked soul masters is inherently stronger, leading to the emergence of numerous sects across Douluo continent. Among these, the Spirit Hall, Heaven Do Empire, Star Luo Empire, Haotian Sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan are the most representative, as they comprise the 6 strongest powers on the continent. The Haotian Sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan are primarily lineage and martial soul-based sects, whereas the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire derive their strength from the aristocracy and royal families. In stark contrast, the Spirit Hall is an organization established by the Angel God, whose main policy is to assist commoners in awakening their martial souls for free while recruiting civilian soul masters to bolster its strength. Over the years, it has ascended to become the foremost power on the continent. This approach has incited considerable trepidation within the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire, as they are fundamentally profit-driven entities that exploit the common folk. The Spirit Hall's actions threaten to undermine the very foundations of these two empires, leading them to regard the Spirit Hall as a thorn in their side. However, given that the Spirit Hall was established by the Angel God, the two empires have no choice but to endure their grievances, even designating a territory the size of a province along their borders for the Spirit Hall to govern freely. Spirit City serves as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, a city nestled amongst mountains, with the iconic Pope's Palace perched on a mountainside and the Douluo Palace at its summit. The Pope's Palace is the residence of the Spirit Hall's supreme ruler, the Pope, while the Douluo Palace is a resting place reserved for the deceased Title Daoliu, colloquially known as the grave of Title Daoliu. In the southeastern courtyard of the Pope's Palace, an elderly man with white hair and a slender frame, clad in a golden robe and appearing to be in his 80s, anxiously paced before a room, the sounds emanating from within heightening his anxiety. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with golden hair and sharp eyes, appearing to be in his 40s, sharing a resemblance with the elderly man. These two are the current high priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, and his son, Qian Chongling. At this moment, Qian Renxue was devoid of his usual composure, his anxiety palpable as he paced back and forth. Qian Chongling, observing his father, remarked, "Father, your pacing is making me dizzy. With so many experienced midwives and healing soul masters inside, your concern is only causing more chaos." Qian Renxue replied, "As a father, I cannot help but worry. Your mother has not been well in recent years, and her age weighs heavily on my heart." Qian Chongling nodded. Though he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, he was, in fact, over 80 years old, his youthful appearance a result of his profound cultivation. As the father and son conversed, a colorless light silently descended into the room. "Wah, wah, wah. Master, the lady has given birth. It is a boy." The sound of a baby's cries echoed from within, prompting the father and son to exchange glances before hurriedly entering the room. Upon their arrival, they beheld a stunningly beautiful middle-aged woman lying on the bed, her complexion pale, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath. Qian Renxue sat beside her, gently taking her delicate hand in his, concern etched across his face. "Yuner, you have worked hard. How do you feel?" The middle-aged woman, Zhou Yun, shook her head and softly replied, "I'm not in pain, merely feeling a bit weak." Her voice was gentle and warm, albeit lacking in strength, perhaps a result of her postnatal fatigue. "I wish to see our child," Zhou Yun said. At this, a maid promptly approached, cradling the infant in her arms and presenting him to her. Zhou Yun gazed upon the child with joy, then turned to Qian Renxue, saying, "Sun Gu, look at our child, he is so adorable." Qian Renxue remarked, "His eyes and nose resemble yours." Standing to the side, unable to interject, Qian Chongling watched his parents express their affection and could not help but inquire, "Father, mother, have you decided on a name for our younger brother?" Though he was taken aback by the sudden arrival of a younger sibling at nearly a century of age, his feelings were primarily those of joy. The Qian family of the Spirit Hall, despite their vast estate, had remained few in number since the time of the angel god, with lineage rarely expanding. Having another brother would not only allow him to experience the joys of brotherhood, but also aid in protecting and promoting the glory of the angel god, an opportunity he could not have wished for more. Zhou Yun replied, "He shares your generation. We shall name him Ling, Qian Chongling." The descendants of the Qian family in the Spirit Hall adhere to the family motto, "God subdues evil souls, enduring through the ages, the light of renewal persists, and the path stretches far." In this harmonious family scene, they remained blissfully unaware that the infant beside Zhou Yun had ceased crying and opened his sea-blue eyes, gazing at them in bewilderment. "Did I not just engage in an exhilarating duel against old Wang last night? I summoned my fist in an attack gesture and was on the brink of victory. Yet, suddenly, darkness enveloped me. Where's this place? And why has my body become so small?" Chapter 2. Integrity and Kindness. The first 10 chapters may be a bit tedious, but they can be skipped. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At this moment, within the Pope's palace, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat at a stone table in the garden, observing a 3-year-old boy playing joyfully. This boy was Qian Chongling. However, the woman was not Qian Chongling's biological mother. She was his brother Qian Chongling's wife, Luo Shui, who also appeared to be in her 40s. Yet, time had left no marks upon her visage, for she looked as youthful as a woman in her 20s. As for Qian Chongling's mother, Zhou Yun, she had departed from this world 2 years prior. Strangely, despite being only 3 years old, Qian Chongling possessed remarkable intelligence, learning swiftly and understanding concepts typically grasped by children of 7 or 8. At present, he was thoroughly enjoying his time in the garden, playing with several maids. Though he was drenched in sweat, his delight was palpable. Luo Shui called out, "Little Ling, come here and take a break." Qian Chongling rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I'm not tired, I want to play a little longer." Luo Shui took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Qian Chongling's brow, advising him, "Rest a bit before you go back to playing." As night fell like a tranquil stream, the Pope's palace was enveloped in silence, most inhabitants lost in slumber, with only a few patrolling the grounds. Inside Qian Chongling's room, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his energy concentrated in his dantian, eyes closed in meditation, silently practicing the Qian family's ancestral meditation method, a technique inherited from the angel god. His posture was commendable, yet his thoughts had drifted elsewhere, rendering him oblivious to any trace of soul power flowing into his body. Originally known as Qian Ling, he had been a typical office worker in Blue Star, leading a mundane life from 9 to 6, occasionally indulging in light tunes and web novels. Initially, he was unaware of his transmigration until one day, while shopping in Spirit City with his sister-in-law, he overheard a street vendor exclaim, "I have a big bun." In an instant, a fragrant bun appeared in her hands, a scene that felt oddly familiar, quickly reminding him of a novel he had read titled Douluo Continent. Back in Blue Star, a colleague named Wang had recommended the Douluo Continent novel, claiming it to be a story filled with positive energy. It narrated the journey of a child born into poverty who, through perseverance and the camaraderie of like-minded friends, gradually grew into a person of integrity, kindness, humility, and gratitude. The ultimate achievement lies in mastering order, the divine embodiment of fairness and justice, to eradicate the most malicious and wicked forces on the continent, including the very ones responsible for his mother's demise, uprooting them entirely for the benefit of the realm. Though the narrative may seem rather clicked, he felt compelled to indulge in it upon a friend's recommendation. To begin with, the protagonist stealthily acquires knowledge from an obscure sect of hidden weapons, only to be forced to leap off a cliff, subsequently soul transmigrating into another world. At this juncture, Qianling paused, contemplating. To take without asking is indeed akin to thievery. Such an act is nothing short of theft regardless of whether one is ultimately forgiven. The act of stealing remains unchanged. How can a thief be equated with a gentleman? With this question lingering in his mind, Qianling pressed on, soon witnessing a startling scene. Due to his humble origins, the protagonist, Sang, and the village chief appeared rather shabby, which led the gatekeepers to look down upon them and hurl insults. Thus, our upright, kind-hearted, courteous, and grateful Sang resolved to take action against the two gatekeepers. In a moment of disagreement, he sought to take their live-san action typically reserved for ruthless tyrants. Indeed, while the gatekeeper's disdain was unwarranted, it hardly merited death. A lesson would suffice, especially given that he dressed like a beggar. Who else would they stop if not him? After witnessing this, Qianling pondered that perhaps Sang was merely young and would eventually find his way back to righteousness. Thus he continued to read. The subsequent scene introduced the formidable orator of Douluo continent, Yuzue Pao, who, with a barrage of persuasive words, saved the gatekeepers and took Sang as his disciple. Sang, having been thoroughly swayed, pledged his allegiance to Yuzue Pao, despite his innate soul power having been cultivated through Shantian Gong. Perhaps he simply lacked extensive knowledge of this world, and thus did not dwell on it. After becoming a disciple, Yuzue Pao arranged for Sang to hunt soul beasts, intending to secure a soul ring for him. The duo ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Although Yuzue Pao excelled in verbal prowess, his practical combat skills were abysmal, and he was nearly defeated by a century-old soul beast, ultimately leaving Sang to dispatch the creature with ease. What transpired next left Qianling utterly astonished. Sang utilized hidden weapons to slay the soul beast, but feared Yuzue Pao might uncover his secret, contemplating the grim notion of eliminating him to silence any witnesses. Indeed, he contemplated the demise of Yuzue Pao, the very person he had recently declared as a lifelong father figure. Incredibly, Qianling exclaimed at this scene, recognizing it as an act of patricide. How could this sinister child ever hope to transform into an upright, kind-hearted, courteous, and grateful gentleman? Fortunately, Yuzue Pao remained oblivious to Sang's secret, thus narrowly escaping harm. As time flowed on, Sang soon graduated from the preliminary academy, accompanied by his recognized sister, Xiao Wu, and under Yuzue Pao's guidance, they journeyed to a place known as the Monster Academy for further training. There, Sang encountered 5 new companions, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, together forming the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. Through subsequent plot developments, Qianling gleaned insights into the personalities and dispositions of these 5 companions, causing a certain realization to dawn upon him. The leader of the 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, known in Soto City as the Invincible Silver Tiger, was a master of time management. His favorite pastimes included reveling in nightclubs, engaging in debauchery, and stirring up trouble, even clashing with Sang over a room. However, as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, such interests were somewhat expected. The dilemma arose that as a prince, he was meant to contend for the throne. Failure could lead to death or disgrace. Acknowledging his bleak prospects, he abandoned his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, to pursue his desires, leaving her to endure the harsh realities of the Star Luo Empire alone. One would think he should at least take her along on his escapades. In this regard, Dai Mubai certainly exemplified the epitome of a scoundrel, a paragon of debauchery. The second of the seven monsters, Oscar, nicknamed the lecherous uncle, was a vendor of sausages and, among the group, was one of the two relatively normal individuals, albeit with a hint of lewdness. One might argue that such traits are not uncommon among gentlemen. The third, Sang, was branded as upright and kind, courteous, grateful, and pure as Jay does further elaboration truly remain necessary. The fourth, Ma Hongjun, known as the Phoenix of the brothel, was the most loathsome of the group, displaying a revolting demeanor, salivating at the sight of any attractive woman, and exhibiting a profoundly lewd disposition. The fifth, Xiao Wu, despite her name suggesting diminutiveness, was anything but she was a transformed 10th sandier soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit of the Stardow forest, taking on human form. The sixth, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, was exceedingly arrogant and willful, her haughtiness rivaling that of Dai Mubai, bearing an expression that suggested her sect was the most supreme in the world. She epitomized the archetype of a princess with severe entitlement. Yet it was hardly surprising, given her status as a true princess. Having been spoiled to the heavens, her character simply did not endear her to others. Nonetheless, it suffices to say that those who seek treatment for their ailments are on the right path in time. This little demoness would eventually adopt a more reasonable demeanor. The youngest of the group, Zhu Zhuqing, the second daughter of the Zhu family within the Star Luo Empire, was the only one who adhered to the standards of normalcy, her sole ambition being to survive. With a commendable character and an indomitable spirit, she is able to endure even the actions of the formidable Silver Tiger, yet one cannot overlook the fact that she possesses no alternative. Chapter 3, Polite and Courteous. When it comes to the motto of Shrek Academy, the matter becomes even more significant, the phrase suggesting that those who dare not provoke trouble are mediocre is nothing short of an outrageous boast, as they swaggered with arrogance in the presence of the Qingyue Academy. However, upon encountering the weakest titled Douluo, Dugu Bo, they transformed into mere sickly cats, a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. At this juncture, Ling has almost lost hope that Sangu will ever evolve into a man of integrity, kindness, courtesy, and gratitude. After all, one is influenced by their surroundings, among the company of only two normal individuals. The rest are eccentric characters. How could one expect to change themselves? Nevertheless, Ling perseveres and continues to read on. Subsequently, the seven companions formed a team to participate in the elite Soulmaster competition across the continent, triumphing over numerous challenges and reveling in their victories. Naturally, their flawless performance along the way fostered an unshakable confidence in their teamwork. However, due to the nature of their opponents, Sangu resorted to his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, thereby revealing his lineage. Upon witnessing this, Yuzue Pao swiftly sought out the most ruthless and nefarious force in this world, the Spirit Hall, to meet with the former love of his life. Bibi Dong. He aimed to extract from her the secrets of cultivating a twin martial soul. It is crucial to note that Yuzue Pao's disciple is Sangu, the son of Tang Hao, possessing the twin martial souls of Blue Silver Grass and Haotian Hammer, with a deep-seated enmity towards the Spirit Hall. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the Spirit Hall, scattering the ashes of countless titled Douluos. Does Yuzue Pao not understand this? No, he is aware, yet even so, he still desires Bibi Dong to impart the mysteries of the twin martial souls to Sangu, thereby empowering his own adversary. And then, after Sanji's growth, he expects to personally obliterate the Spirit Hall and scatter Bibi Dong's ashes. Fortunately, Bibi Dong declined Yuzue Pao's request, leading him to return disheartened, informing Sangu that he failed to acquire the secret technique. Following this, Yuzue Pao's cousin, Lu Erlong, shockingly deemed Bibi Dong's refusal to provide the secret technique as a mistake, believing it should have been given. Upon reading this, Ling began to question the very essence of humanity. Astounded by the audacity and hypocrisy displayed, one can only say that these two are indeed a match made in heaven as cousins. This situation is akin to having broken up with a former partner, only to adopt a child who bears enmity towards your ex, yet lacking the funds to raise the child, and then approaching your former partner for financial assistance, expecting them to comply, only to feel betrayed when they refuse. The competition progressed, and the academy, which referred to itself as the Monsters, fought their way to the finals, ultimately defeating the representatives of the Spirit Hall under extremely unreasonable circumstances to claim the championship. And then, the shock began anew. Due to Xiao Wu's identity being exposed, the monster's academy descended into chaos. Thus, Sanji's father, Tang Chue, known as the sun-defying Douluo, albeit with a rather peculiar taste, made his grand entrance. With a massive hammer, exuding overwhelming authority, he directly whisked away Xiao Wu and Sanji. It is noteworthy that the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Chongling, was grievously injured by Tang Chue, only to be finished off by Bibi Dong. How could Tang Chue not be considered an accomplice? The several offerings of the Douluo Palace, all above level 96, merely stared blankly as Tang Chue performed his act before swaggering away. Even if Qian Daoliu had a contentious relationship with Bibi Dong, the two sides still held each other in check. Yet here was Tang Chue barging into their domain, and Qian Daoliu remained composed. Are you a ninja turtle? Qian Chongling is about to inscribe the word tragic on your thigh. Returning to the storyline, after being rescued by Tang Chue, the little rabbit, Xiao Wu, returned to the forest. And San Ge began training under Tang Chue, which subsequently awakened another half of his bloodline, the so-called Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. It turns out that San Ge is not purely human, as half of his blood flows with that of a soul beast. According to the twin martial soul theory, twin martial souls must possess comparable qualities to inherit the martial souls of their parents. Otherwise, an individual will inevitably possess a single martial soul. Hence, Sanji's body contains more than half of the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. Let us not entertain the notion that a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. Such claims are ludicrous. If one is human, let us see a sacrifice. If one is human, how can they still yield soul bones and soul rings upon demise? Thus, a soul beast remains a soul beast. And a mere grass can produce a being that is not entirely human alongside Tang Chue, which only suggests that reproductive isolation in this world is severely lacking. Upon awakening the bloodline, San Ge, akin to someone who has undergone cosmetic surgery, naturally inquired of Tang Chue, uncovering the truth behind his mother's demise, which led him to devise plans for revenge. In ancient times, soul beasts ran rampant, devouring humans as a commonplace occurrence, with no soul beast ever standing up for humanity. In more recent times, humanity flourished, hunting beasts for sustenance, skinning them for their bones, which was also commonplace. The Spirit Hall had a hand in the demise of San Ge's mother and now sought to eliminate his wife. Sanji's quest for vengeance is entirely justifiable. Is the Spirit Hall in the wrong? Not at all. Is San Ge in the wrong? Neither. Thus, this hatred transcends positions and races. It solely concerns vengeance. What was not anticipated was the reckless actions of the Spirit Hall. First, they attacked the participants of the Soulmaster competition across the continent, then initiated the soul hunting operation, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, severely injuring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, instilling widespread anxiety across the continent, ultimately leading to a collective uprising against them. This is akin to San Ge feeling fatigued, only for someone to present him with a pillow, a perfect score for such actions. Perhaps it is also due to Bibi Dong's intense hatred for the Qian family, thus harboring resentment towards the Spirit Hall, that she seeks its downfall. Furthermore, the subsequent plot developments made it abundantly clear to Ling that this so-called sincere, kind-hearted, and well-rounded San Ge exists solely in dreams. San Ge destroyed the City of Slaughter. It is essential to understand that the City of Slaughter, in itself, is not inherently evil. The true malevolence lies within the degenerates, and even the evil soul masters residing therein. However, the descent of these individuals into depravity has no correlation with the City of Slaughter. Rather, for them, the city serves as a veritable prison. By demolishing this prison, the inmates would simply be liberated, wreaking havoc upon the world. Such actions depict a quintessential aspiring villain, yet they are inexplicably linked to the inheritor of the Shura god, who embodies fairness, justice, and order. This continent is doomed. Having discussed this so-called well-rounded San Ge, let us now address the matters concerning Yuzue Pao and several antagonists. Why Yuzue Pao, self-proclaimed as a theoretical master, espouses the belief that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, which serves as his motto. The validity of his theories is a discussion for another time. Point 1 of the Golden Triangle, Lu Erlong, and Yuzue Pao have reached the stage of discussing marriage. Having been together for at least 3 to 4 years, the question arises, at such an intimate level, and considering that Lu Erlong's martial soul is a variant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Could Yuzue Pao truly be oblivious to the fact that her martial soul is a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Did he only discover Lu Erlong is his cousin on the day of their wedding? Either Yuzue Pao is a fraud, or he is deliberately feigning ignorance, aiming to leverage the Golden Triangle's reputation to bolster his own name and gain recognition for his theories. Next, we have the primary antagonist, Bibi Dong, who is simply beyond reproach. Not only does she fall for a worthless scoundrel, but she also contemplates eloping with him. Has she pondered the resources the Spirit Hall invested in her? Has she considered the ramifications of leaking the Spirit Hall's texts? Is she unaware that the Spirit Hall is at odds with the two great empires? She is well aware, yet she boldly casts herself into the enemy's arms. This situation is reminiscent of a daughter raised by a billionaire who not only develops feelings for her father's enemy, but also for a son who barely resembles a beggar. How is Qian Sunji supposed to endure that? Qian Sunji is also a peculiar character. Not only is his reasoning convoluted, but he is also a mediocre fighter. A dignified divine martial soul, accompanied by two titled Douluos, yet he was left half paralyzed by Tang Dechui, who had only just attained his title. Why is his reasoning so muddled? If he could use Yuzue Pao to coerce Bibi Dong into bearing a child, why could he not use him to ensure they never meet? If they dare to meet, eliminate Yuzue Pao. At the very least, he could drive away Yuzue Pao or imprison Bibi Dong. This would be far better than what he has done. By breaking up the couple, and considering his role in raising her, he would only be met with her resentment, not death. In simpler terms, Qian Sunji is merely lusting after her body, which is disgraceful. Next, we have the second antagonist, Hulai Na. Goodness, this second antagonist enjoys the resources of the Spirit Hall, receives the best instruction, yet has failed to learn anything but how to act cute internally and relay information to the enemy externally. During the climactic battle, Sange was prepared to send Bibi Dong to the heavens, yet Bibi Dong executed a flawless maneuver, successfully countering Sanji. At this moment, Hulai Na, inexplicably, feels a pang of compassion. This behavior is utterly ridiculous. How can she, feasting at the table and gazing at the pot, justify her actions towards Bibi Dong, who raised her as a daughter? How can she reconcile this with the Spirit Hall, which nurtured her growth? Finally, we have the third antagonist, Qian Sunji's daughter, Qian Renxue. This child is akin to a mere coffee table, adorned with an array of tragic vessels, from the moment of her birth. She was neglected by her grandmother and unloved by her mother. The only one who cared for her was her grandfather. Alas, her father passed away too soon, who even made sacrifices for her. What a grim fate indeed. Furthermore, with a heart as vast as the ocean, she dares to seek an alliance with one of her half-father's murderers. Would you be willing to relinquish your hatred? While the virtuous and upright Sange would willingly comply, what right does Sange have to agree to your terms, merely because you nurtured two national treasures, the giant pandas, time and again? Mercy was shown, only to result in her biological mother ascending to the heavens, while she herself faced the explosive demise of her divine status, forever trapped in an achievement that prevents her from reaching level 90. In summary, to Qian Ling, the world of Douluo continent is merely a realm inhabited by a person of normal intellect, ruthless yet benevolent, a paragon of virtue in the form of Sange, the guardian of the continent's order, vanquishing a host of antagonists with negative IQs, all culminating in a tale of successful vengeance. This narrative requires no logic, no intelligence. It is simply about the thrill of the experience. Thus, in the discerning eyes of Qian Ling, it is utterly, well, it matters not. After all, according to lineage, Qian Daoliu, a figure of Qian Renxue's grandfather's generation, is still a mere component, let alone the enigmatic Douluo Qian Sunji. By that time, she would likely have turned to ashes. Why dwell on such matters? After a lengthy period of lamentation, Qian Chongling pondered thus. Chapter 4. No need to promote the divine ancestor. I shall surpass the divine ancestor. Ding. Detection of host complaint value reaching requirements. Super sign-in system activating. A surge of information abruptly flooded into Qian Chongling's mind. Stunned for a moment, he did not suspect he was hallucinating. After all, a traverser must possess a golden finger. Oh, system, what purpose do you serve? Qian Chongling fantasized, envisioning an opening with a Pangu axe, or perhaps a chaos bell, or at the very least, a three pure one's martial soul would suffice. Failing that, having a ruthless emperor as a henchman would be quite acceptable as well. Alternatively, he could start as a deity, eventually becoming a creator god, lingering for a millennium or two, waiting for the future fusion of the sea god and the Shura to battle the Rakshasa angels at Jialing Pass, making a dazzling entrance. Then, With a nonchalant smile, he would address Sengu. With such a pitiful spear and a broken sword, how dare you harm my descendants? Thus, he extended his hand, transforming it into a colossal claw that blotted out the sun. In an instant, a rain of blood fell, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the entire world trembled as mountains collapsed and rivers reversed, with heaven and earth weeping. The gigantic claw seemed to transcend time and space, seizing the sea god Shura fusion body with ease. Regardless of how much the sea god Shura fusion body struggled, it was utterly futile. It could not escape this mighty grip, in the depths of endless despair and terror. It was crushed to oblivion. Finally, standing with hands clasped behind his back, facing away from all beings, he coolly remarked, "The sea god Shura fusion body is not worth mentioning," with thoughts swirling around notions of invincibility and suppressing the ages. Qian Chongling discreetly wiped away his saliva. "Dear host, the system is currently 5.5 loaded and is unable to answer your questions at this moment," the system stated. "How long until it is fully loaded?" Qian Chongling inquired, his excitement growing. According to his reasoning, the longer the system took to load, the more powerful it would become. Starting as a creator god was surely within reach. "Approximately 15 years, the system replied. "Very well, I understand. We shall discuss it then." Qian Chongling nodded, feeling immensely pleased. With a smirk, he thought, 15 years of loading, and I shall undoubtedly begin as a creator god. Time flew by, and 15 years later, in the Pope's palace of Spirit Soul City, a tall, remarkably handsome young man clad in white attire displayed an air of disdain as he locked gazes with a stout, formidable middle-aged man before him. "Brother, you are already 18. When will you take a wife to continue our Qian family's lineage? Our clan is only carrying on with this generation, having produced 2 male heirs, the nearly century-old Qian Chongling." Showing no signs of aging, robustly admonished Qian Chongling. "Brother, do not think I am unaware that you only started a family in your 80s. Qian Chongling replied, hinting at his brother's late start. Cough. "It is precisely because I am of such an advanced age that I established a family. Father emphasized that I should ensure you marry and establish yourself early," Qian Chongling said. "I have already arranged for you to wed the Wen family's eldest daughter, Feng Yuyan, and her younger sister, Feng Yushi, both of whom are 15 and stunningly beautiful. I am certain you will find them appealing. Due to the unique nature of martial souls, individuals in the Douluo continent mature exceptionally early." Sengu was already 1.7 meters tall at the age of 12, indicating that one is considered an adult around that age. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling felt a wave of sarcasm rising within him. 15 years old. In the blue planet, that still qualifies as a minor. Are you intending to have the department head invite you for coffee? Brother, I am not one to be so crass. I would never forsake genuine love for the sake of a pair of intertwined blossoms. Qian Chongling declared with utmost sincerity, "Matters of love can wait. You may marry first, and seek your true affection later," Qian Chongling suggested. "Brother, you fail to grasp the essence. Love cannot be compromised. Freedom is precious. Life even more so. For love, I would sacrifice both." Qian Chongling cleverly modified a saying from the blue planet to sway Qian Chongling. Freedom is indeed precious, and life holds greater value, for the sake of love. Both can be forsaken. It sounded rather reasonable. Qian Chongling muttered it a few times, finding it quite catchy, though he sensed something was amiss but could not articulate it. "Wait, do not divert the topic. I am making it clear that you cannot escape marriage today." He realized he had once again been ensnared by his younger brother's words. All right, brother, I understand that. I shall go practice," Qian Chongling chuckled, not wishing to engage further with his older sibling. Tonight, the system would activate, and soon, he would be a creator god. Why should he concern himself with marrying and promoting the divine ancestor's glory? No need to promote the divine ancestor. I, Qian Chongling, shall surpass the divine ancestor. Watching Qian Chongling dash away, Qian Chongling sighed helplessly, thinking, "This lad truly gives me no peace. Practicing indeed. You think I would believe you? With a god-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, innate soul power at level 12. Enjoying the best resources across the continent, and yet you are only at level 58. You claim to be training. Spare me the jest," Qian Chongling retorted. As night fell, and a silver moon hung high. The silvery light gently cascaded over Spirit Soul City, draping it in a shimmering veil. A figure clad in black tight-fitting attire and wearing a mask, unmistakably male, leapt gracefully across the various buildings of Spirit Soul City. Resembling a nimble black cat in a flash, he exited the confines of Spirit Soul City. Outside the city, the masked figure unveiled his face, revealing none other than Qian Chongling, who quietly declared, after midnight, "I shall become the creator god. To all the beauties of the continent, I am coming." With a flicker, Qian Chongling reappeared at a considerable distance, unaware that his every move was being observed by two others. Truly, he is a worthy descendant of the Qian family. This method of eloping mirrors my own from years past, does it not? A fu? Qian Chongling remarked with a hint of pride in his tone. Although the Qian family is of direct descent and sparsely populated, many clans are eager to become vassals of the Qian family, among them Wang Fu. Growing up alongside Qian Chongling, he had earned the latter's utmost trust and is often referred to as a fu. A fu, however, wore a look of exasperation, internally lamenting, "What is there to be proud of? What about the young master's marriage?" Suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, a fu answered earnestly, "The Wind family sisters are only 15. Waiting a year or two would not pose a problem." "Indeed," Qian Chongling said nonchalantly. "Shall we adhere to the usual practice of discreetly dispatching a tidal daw to protect the young master?" "Naturally," Qian Chongling affirmed. "Then I shall make the arrangements," a fu replied. After speaking, a fu gradually vanished, proceeding to arrange matters for Qian Chongling's outing. Chapter 5. The System That Lives to the Grand Finale. On a small hill northwest of Spirit Soul City, Qian Chongling gazed into the distance, where the moon was high, the night rich, dark clouds floated lazily, and the hum of humanity was faint. Ding. The system has completed loading. The super sign-in system is at your service. The familiar yet strange mechanical voice echoed once again in Qian Chongling's mind. Super sign-in system, what are your capabilities? Qian Chongling inquired. Dear host, through daily sign-ins, you can acquire a variety of mysterious and powerful items, encompassing all that one could desire, the system replied. What items are available? Qian Chongling asked, rubbing his hands in excitement. Please explore for yourself, the system responded. Very well, I will proceed with today's sign-in, Qian Chongling declared. Ding. Sign-in successful for today. Ding. Sign-in reward granted. Lifespan 1 year. Current cumulative sign-in. 1 day. The system spoke. No sooner had the words left its lips than a gentle warmth, as fine as a strand of hair, flowed into Qian Chongling's body. Yet, he remained oblivious to it that moment. His mind was engulfed in confusion. Where were the promised Pangu axe, the chaos bell, the fearless emperor? And the creator god? A mere 1 to lifespan. What on earth was this? How was it so different from what had been assured? Qian Chongling rubbed his eyes, filled with suspicion, questioning whether he was experiencing a delusion. After a lengthy 15 years of system loading, this was the reward for his sign-in. Upon reviewing the information provided by the system once more, it remained unequivocally clear. 1 year to lifespan. With no other rewards in sight, the reality struck hard, as the supposedly omnipotent system dealt him a cruel slap. Pangu axe, chaos bell, fearless emperor, creator god. Perhaps it was best to retire early for the night and dream sweetly. After all, dreams could hold anything. Yet, Qian Chongling remained defiant, continuing to inquire with the system. Is there any sort of beginner's gift pack available? The system replied, in light of the successful loading of the system. A special beginner's gift pack is awarded to the host. Would you like to open it? Of course, I shall open it, he exclaimed. There is no way the system could be this disappointing. Pangu axe, chaos bell, fearless emperor, creator god, here I come. Ding. The beginner's gift pack opened successfully, yielding 1 god-level skill card, and 1 bone from the right arm of a 10,000-year-old black mist crow, both stored in the system's backpack. A 10,000-year-old soul bone? Qian Chongling dismissed it entirely, knowing that the spirit hall had an abundance of such soul bones. However, the god-level skill intrigued him. He envisioned the possibility of techniques such as the chi transformation of the 3 purities from the primal world, or the eternal freedom technique from the perfect world, or even the heavenly emperor fist from the world of the heavens. All could launch him into the stratosphere, for only such high-end and sophisticated skills were worthy of the title of god level. With a flicker of hope and a touch of anxiety, he opened the system backpack, gazing at the card that represented a golden legend. It read, God level culinary skills. Under the bright moon, the silvery light cascaded upon Qian Chongling, casting his visage in a ghastly pallor, complemented by his hollow eyes and numb expression. He could easily pass for a vengeful spirit in a neighboring haunted revival, with no makeup needed. God-level culinary skills encompassed the essence of the Spirit King and all culinary arts from the finest Chinese cuisine. Whether it be glowing dishes or meals that felt like consuming medicinal pills, all were within his effortless grasp. Undoubtedly, this was a God-level skill, flawless in every regard. With the skill, if he were to open a restaurant, becoming the richest would be a mere small target. Yet, the problem lay in the savage world of Douluo continent, where no one would grant him favor. The most likely outcome was being thrown into a dark chamber, forced to prepare a lavish feast just to earn a morsel. However, with the backing of the Spirit Hall and the Qian family, he naturally would not be apprehended. It was known that in the original timeline, the son of the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, upon awakening a pig spirit, was scorned as a waste by his own uncle. Such was the harsh reality. Thus, Qian Chongling felt utterly despondent. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After such a lengthy system loading, this was the meager offering he received. Qian Chongling could not help but lament. A pathetic system, ruining my youth, draining my spirit, squandering my talent. A product of the system is surely trash. 3 days later, undeterred, Qian Chongling had accumulated 3 sign-ins. Ding, sign-in reward issued. 1 year to lifespan. Current cumulative sign-in. 3 days. The 3-day sign-in gift pack automatically opened, granting 1 unit of salt. Qian Chongling. 5 days later. Ding, sign-in reward issued. 1 year to lifespan. Current cumulative sign-in. 5 days. The 5-day sign-in gift pack automatically opened, granting 2 units of chili peppers. Qian Chongling. 10 days later. Ding. Sign-in reward issued. 1 year to lifespan. Current cumulative sign-in. 10 days. The 10-day sign-in gift pack automatically opened, granting 0.1 level of spirit power. Qian Chongling. Impressive. Is this to ensure I reach the grand finale? 3 months later, beside a stream in the sunset forest, a bonfire was ignited by Qian Chongling, while a massive wild boar spirit beast lay skinned and butchered, resting on an everlasting, self-cleaning barbecue grill. Thanks to his god-level culinary skills, the system had bestowed upon him a full set of cooking equipment, which possessed the special effect of never wearing out and self-cleaning. At this moment, Qian Chongling had completely lost hope in the system. Yet he continued his daily sign-ins. Dreams must be held onto, for who knows, they might just come true. He was acutely aware that his ability to leave the Spirit Hall was the result of his brother's secret approval. Otherwise, how could he, a mere level 58 Soul King, possibly emerge from a conservative chamber guarded by 15 titled Douluo? Therefore, he never considered returning to the Spirit Hall directly, as doing so in such a disheveled manner would be beneath him. He hoped to cultivate properly outside, at least achieving the rank of Soul Sage before returning. As he pondered this, he retrieved an assortment of seasonings from his soul guide device, applying them to the meat with a unique technique. As if giving the meat a massage, these seasonings were, of course, obtained from the unscrupulous system, having accumulated over a month's worth of sign-in rewards to finally procure one. In no time, a special aroma began to waft from the fire, rich and enticing, while the meat, under Qian Chongling's careful rotation, slowly turned a golden hue, looking exceedingly delectable. So fragrant. Breathing in the rich scent that filled the air, a satisfied smile graced Qian Chongling's face. One could not deny, this god-level culinary skill was indeed remarkable. The meat soon reached perfection, and with a rumbling stomach, Qian Chongling eagerly began to feast, all the while planning his subsequent journey of trials. His brother had often spoken of how formidable evil soul masters were, yet he had never encountered one. Thus, he aimed to enhance his cultivation while seeking out these evil soul masters, hoping to discern their nefarious nature and simultaneously rid the world of their menace. Just as Qian Chongling was relishing his meal, a melodious voice rang out from behind a nearby tree to his right. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. Could you spare me some meat? I can offer you golden soul coins. Qian Chongling furrowed his brow, eyeing the figure emerging from behind the tree with caution. It was a girl clad in a flowing emerald green dress, with flowing emerald hair and eyes, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Halt. Do not move, he commanded. Maintaining a basic level of vigilance, he instructed the girl in the green dress to remain still, while he tossed another piece of roasted meat, wrapped in a silk scarf, in her direction. The girl clutched the meat, devouring it ravenously, clearly appearing as though she had not eaten in quite some time. After conversing for a while, Qian Chongling lowered his guard and learned her name. Dugu Qingyue, who, like him, was dissatisfied with her family's arranged marriage and had fled. The two felt a kindred spirit and agreed to explore the continent together for their adventures. Chapter 6. Dugu Qingyue. I fast-forwarded a bit. Some chapters will be treated as side stories later on. A year later, in the Tiando Empire, within the Sunset Forest, the forest lay in stillness, the endless green expanse adorned with towering pines resembling colossal umbrellas. Their overlapping branches allowing only speckles of sunlight to filter through. A girl in a flowing emerald green dress was seen swiftly traversing the woods, carrying a young man in white attire on her back. Making her way deeper into the thicket, the young man's once white robes were now stained with blood, a gruesome wound visible beneath, and he intermittently coughed, causing the girl's face to betray her growing anxiety. Suddenly, a faint sound shattered the tranquility of the forest. Qingyue, you must put me down. They are after me. The bloodied young man, his breath shallow and labored, stammered to the girl in the emerald dress. Qian Chongling, are you wasting your energy just to spout nonsense? You'd be better served healing yourself instead, Dugu Qingyue retorted without reservation. Not only did you fail to use your angel spirit to fly away, but you also took a hit for me. How could I abandon you? She thought resolutely. But, no more buts. If we delay any longer, the Serpent Spear Do may eliminate that title Do-level evil soul master, Dugu Qingyue remarked, yet her feet showed no signs of pausing. Continuing to dart swiftly. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling's expression darkened. If the Serpent Spear Daoliu, who was secretly protecting him, could swiftly eliminate the title Daoliu known as Blood Phantom, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. However, battles between title Daoliuos are rarely so straightforward, and moreover, Blood Phantom merely needed to delay the Serpent Spear Do. Moments later, accompanied by a foul wind, 3 figures emerged from the woods, appearing at the location where Qian Chongling and his companion had previously been. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in red, clutching a blood-red gourd. Upon his arrival, he immediately uncorked the gourd and took a deep swig, an overwhelming scent of blood wafting through the air. Following him was an elderly man dressed in gray, who occasionally tossed unknown shriveled pieces of meat into his mouth. Lastly, a young man clad in black, exuding a repugnant odor, was seen gnawing on a piece of decaying flesh. These 3 were all evil soul masters of the Soul Emperor rank: Bloodgourd, Vulture, and Corpse. Bloodgourd sniffed the air and said, "These 2 little brats have fled towards the northwest, though the scent of blood is faint." I can still detect it. A grin crept across Corpse's face as he remarked, "The big boss wants him alive, but I'm rather curious about the taste of that girl." As Corpse spoke, a foul stench emanated from his mouth, prompting Bloodgourd and Vulture to cover their noses. His martial soul was a ghoul, and the influence of his martial soul made him particularly fond of rancid flesh, making the odor he produced quite evident. Vulture stated, "Once we capture that little girl, we'll have our fun with her, letting her know what it feels like to be a woman, so she's not ridiculed on the road to the underworld." Indeed, enough of this. We must not delay Lord Bloodsword's important business. Let us continue our pursuit without wasting any more time, Bloodgourd said, shaking his head at Vulture and Corpse, who were already plotting their amusement before the prey was even caught. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodgourd leaped into the air, followed by Vulture and Corpse, who exchanged glances before effortlessly soaring onto a branch several meters away, swiftly heading deeper into the Sunset Forest. The origins of this entire affair trace back to half a month ago, when Qian Chongling and Dugu Qingyue traveled together across the continent. By mere chance, they stumbled upon a small village, only to find its inhabitants drained of blood scattered across the ground. They also discovered a young soul master wielding a blood-red longsword, mercilessly slaughtering the villagers, and after the massacre, he plunged the sword into the heart of his victims. Strangely, that blood-red longsword seemed almost alive, as it greedily slurped up the blood like a straw, unmistakably revealing that this young soul master was an evil soul master, determined to rid the world of this menace. The 2 quickly devised a plan to catch a big fish, stealthily tracking this young man, who was merely a soul master, to his lair. However, the outcome exceeded their expectations. Within the lair of the evil soul master resided a title Douluo. Even though the Serpent Spear Daoliu, who was covertly protecting Qian Chongling, intervened to hold him back, Qian Chongling was still severely injured by another evil soul master of Soul Saint rank, under the protection of the Serpent Spear Daoliu. Dugu Qingyue managed to escape with Qian Chongling, while the Serpent Spear Daoliu was detained by Blood Phantom Daoliu. The other evil soul masters then commenced their pursuit of Qian Chongling and Dugu Qingyue. For the battle between title Daoliuos was beyond their capabilities to interfere. Half an hour later, on the opposite side of the sunset forest, an elderly man in red held a scarlet long sword. Gazing at Dugu Qingyue before him, the 7 soul rings of white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black revealed him to be a formidable soul saint. Why aren't you running? Perhaps if you leap off that cliff, you might survive. The red-clad elder taunted, eyeing the sheer cliff that loomed behind Dugu Qingyue. This cliff, reaching immeasurable heights, was riddled with bizarre rock formations. Even a soul Douluo would face dire consequences if they were to fall, unless they possessed flight capabilities. Thus, the elder's so-called escape route was, in truth, a bottomless abyss for the non-flying Dugu Qingyue and the gravely injured Qian Chongling, a guaranteed demise. Old fool, I will fight you, Dugu Qingyue declared, unleashing her 3rd soul skill, Azure Scales Red Poison, followed by her 4th and 5th soul skills, Azure Scales Purple Poison and Azure Scales Black Poison. She hurled Qian Chongling away, her anger igniting her powers as her martial soul. The azure-scaled serpent enveloped her. The diamond-shaped green scale appeared on her forehead, and her legs transformed into a thick serpent's tail. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, 3 different colors of poisonous mist intertwined and cascaded toward the red-clad elder. Just a mere azure-scaled serpent's poison, the elder dismissed her attack without a glance, swinging his scarlet long sword, which cleaved through the poisonous mist effortlessly, the anticipated clash of energies never materializing. As the mist was shattered almost instantaneously, with a swift flicker, the red-clad elder vanished, leaving behind a shadow, his true form materializing in front of Dugu Qingyue in an instant. In a flash, his scarlet long sword pierced her heart with blinding speed. Gulp, gulp. Under the elder's command, the blood-drinking sword began to siphon Dugu Qingyue's vital essence. And as he savored the vitality flowing from the young girl, a wicked smile spread across his face. Yet, he failed to notice the manic grin that crept onto Dugu Qingyue's lips. Chapter 7. This world is wrong, and I am wrong. Poof. Is this snake poison? How can this be possible? Just moments later, the elder's countenance darkened as he abruptly withdrew the blood-drinking sword from Dugu Qingyue's chest, only to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing onto the ground. Yet this blood was not the vibrant red of life, but a foul, blackened liquid. Logically, a mere Soul King-level snake poison should not have been capable of harming a soul saint of his caliber. However, the elder had indeed been afflicted by the snake poison, which coursed through his veins. He gazed in disbelief at Dugu Qingyue, who had grown noticeably frail, only to notice the bizarre, maniacal smile gracing her lips. The azure-scaled serpent's martial soul is toxic, and this poison is deeply embedded within the blood and flesh of the azure-scaled serpent Soulmasters. The heart is the most potent site for the toxin. In our family, we call it the azure-scaled heavenly poison. Dugu Qingyue gasped as she stepped unsteadily toward the red-clad elder, clutching her chest. What do you intend to do? The elder's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized that the soul power within this woman was gathering toward her Danton, and her body was frantically absorbing the raw soul power that roamed freely through the world, unrefined by Soulmasters. Could it be? A colossal whirlwind of soul power began to form around Dugu Qingyue, drawing in vast amounts of energy centered around her. In that moment, Qian Chongling comprehended her intention. Almost simultaneously, both cried out, "Stop!" However, Dugu Qingyue disregarded Qian Chongling's plea, striking him aside with a single palm, calmly stating, "I owe you a life. It is time to repay that debt." She then turned to face the elder, her expression devoid of emotion as she smiled. "Old man, let us die together." As her words fell, her body erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Boom! It seemed as though a multitude of volcanoes erupted simultaneously, bringing devastation to the earth. That a colossal surge of soul power coalesced into a great storm, uprooting ancient trees from their very foundations. That a massive mushroom cloud ascended slowly, centered around Dugu Qingyue. All of this transpired within mere breaths. Qian Chongling was grievously injured and had been sent flying by Dugu Qingyue's palm. The distance was so great that he was unable to intervene in time. That he could only watch, his eyes glazed, as a tattered green ribbon drifted towards him from afar, involuntarily reaching out to grasp it. Why? A piercing, mournful wail erupted from Qian Chongling's lips, reminiscent of some monstrous creature. At that moment, all notions of traversers, golden fingers, and divine descendants were cast aside. Indeed, as one well-versed in the unfolding narrative and endowed with a golden finger, He had always harbored a subtle sense of superiority as a traverser deep within his heart. I in his eyes, these individuals were merely fictional characters confined within the pages of a book, while he was undeniably real. Furthermore, having directly reincarnated into the most powerful spirit hall of the Douluo continent, inheriting the divine-level martial soul of the six-winged angel at the age of 6, and possessing an innate soul power combined with divine-bestowed soul power totaling 12 levels, he was destined to attain the rank of a 96th-level super Douluo, ensuring his success in this life. As one of the mightiest beings on the Douluo continent, a 96th-level super Douluo could indulge in anything and everything, engaging in revelries and pleasures, with no limits to his ambitions. Prior to the age of 6, he had diligently practiced, preparing for any potential pitfalls from the system, for the awakening of one's martial soul would invariably determine whether one was destined to be a superior being or merely a lesser creature. All of this contributed to his current disposition. While not overtly arrogant or dismissive, he was certainly prone to laziness and a carefree existence that was akin to having once been a person struggling for a home, a car, or even a meager existence, only to find oneself transformed into the heir of a global fortune, born into a family so affluent that they needed to bear more children simply to share the wealth. Would one still labor tirelessly, working overtime as a mere cog in the machine? The answer is evident. One would not. Instead, one would revel in life, surrounded by luxury cars, beautiful companions, seaside villas, and extravagant yachts. Living however one pleased, perhaps even sampling the mundane world of work for a few days. One would never truly engage in labor, for who would work when one was already among the world's wealthiest? Yet, at this moment, to him, this was merely an illusory world, a world that had delivered a harsh slap, brutally revealing its existence, reminding him that every individual was flesh and blood. It unveiled a realm distinct from Blue Star, where no rules constrained the strong, and only the brutal law of the jungle prevailed, where the strong exerted absolute power over the weak. Indeed, as a descendant of the Spirit Hall's Qian family, his status was undeniably prestigious, yet countless individuals yearned for his demise. The Qingyue and Tiando, the three sects, and the evil Soulmasters all wished for the Spirit Hall, a thorn in their side, to vanish without a trace. In this moment, the darkness within Qian Chongling surged forth, an amalgamation of rage, hatred, fear, despair, brutality, and regret. He harbored resentment not only towards the evil Soulmasters but also towards the world itself. Though most of all, he loathed his own inaction. Qian Chongling pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a mighty roar, as his martial soul, the six-winged angel, appeared without warning. In an instant, his golden locks transformed, swiftly cloaked in a profound shade of black, as his hair morphed from gold to ebony. The six-winged angel, once a symbol of light and purity, now radiated an aura of violence and bloodlust. Its wings began to fade, golden brilliance shedding away, replaced by a torrent of black liquid that enveloped its entire form. The genesis of martial souls stems primarily from two sources, one being bloodline inheritance, and the other being a projection of one's innermost self, a manifestation of one's spiritual strength. Absent external interference, an individual's martial soul typically aligns with their inherent character, which explains the phenomenon of martial soul mutations in the Douluo realm. As the sounds of an explosion resonated, the figures of Bloodhu, Vulture, and Corpse began to emerge before Qian Chongling. Bloodhu gazed at the figure shrouded in black mist, emanating a violent and bloodthirsty aura. Furrowing his brow as he murmured, "What is this?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Qian Chongling's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards Bloodhu. With fingers splayed wide, he seized Bloodhu's forehead, lifting his body effortlessly 1 foot off the ground with the sheer force of his grip. And then, bang, the skull was crushed utterly. "I wish to see whether your brain structure differs from that of a normal human," he remarked, only to realize he had never examined the anatomy of a typical human brain. You must have seen it. Can you enlighten me?" Vulture and Corpse stood speechless, gazing at Qian Chongling with a palpable sense of dread, as he vanished once more, leaving behind a cold, emotionless utterance. "Now, let us take a look at the bodily structure of your evil Soulmasters. This, I understand." Chapter 8. The Divine Ancestor is actually a chick. A coastal resort in an unknown world. A youth, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, reclined languidly on a sun lounger, clad in brightly colored shorts, basking in the sun, with an undeniably gentlemanly gaze. He observed the various sports unfolding on the sandy beach, exclaiming in awe, "This is a C-sized ball, quite impressive, isn't it? Is that an F-sized one?" Suddenly, he paused, incredulously stating, What is happening? This old cheat usually excels at card games. How could he nearly get himself killed in such a short span of time? I must investigate. Otherwise, what could have been a tragedy might turn into a comedy, and I detest comedies. Segmentation line. Douluo continent, in the sunset forest. At the edge of a cliff, a hellish scene unfolded, with severed limbs and grotesque, colorful intestines scattered about. Clad in white, Qian Chongling, enshrouded in black mist, tilted his head, muttering to himself. Your anatomical structure is akin to that of ordinary humans. Yet, you are not human. So, what species do you belong to? Beep, beep, beep. Detected abnormal mental fluctuations from the host, temporarily taking control of the body. An urgent, mechanical electronic voice echoed in Qian Chongling's mind, its coldness restoring a semblance of clarity. Qian Chongling's eyes slowly closed, only to snap open a second later, revealing a calm demeanor that clearly did not belong to his own consciousness. Gazing at the exquisite spectacle before him, he smiled faintly. To think you could turn such a beginning into this, old cheat. Where has your usual cleverness vanished to? Fortunately, you remembered that blackening triples your strength, while whitening diminishes it by 1/3. Otherwise, it could have truly turned into a comedy. Suddenly, he sensed a faint, elusive aura being drawn away from him, transmitting directly into the void. Damn it, I forgot to activate the shield. This fortune was nearly siphoned away by this world. No wonder the old cheat has been so unfortunate, stumbling right into the lair of the evil Soulmasters. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his right palm transformed into a swirl of light. Fingers tracing intricate seals in the air, rapidly completing a series of incantations. Done. Now this fortune won't be forcibly extracted by the Douluo world. The system will replenish it gradually. He casually activated another shield. After completing the seals, Qian Chongling clapped his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Qian Chongling's previous incarnation, Qian Ling, had arrived in the Douluo continent as a stowaway, typically under the auspices of the Spirit Hall's fortune. The extent of extraction by the Douluo world was minimal, causing little impact. However, once he stepped outside, without any protective umbrella, he faced large-scale extraction until he was utterly drained, ultimately meeting a tragic end. After all, his arrival in the Douluo continent was due to the Shura god selecting him as a successor, a legitimate entry rather than a clandestine crossing. It seems the Spirit Hall's people have arrived. I should log off now. Segmentation line. 3 days later, in the depths of the Spirit Hall, the Elder Hall, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Chongling, wore a grim expression as he cast the unconscious Qian Chongling beneath a towering angelic statue. Fortunately, the divine ancestor had left behind a pair of angelic wings to prevent future generations from falling into darkness. Otherwise, it would be uncertain how to save this young lad. Upon uttering the invocation of the six-winged angel martial soul, Qian Chongling immediately manifested his spirit, adorned with 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red soul rings. With a gentle command, he proclaimed, 9th soul skill, light of the angel. As the words left his lips, a resplendent beam of light illuminated the lower pair of wings on the angel statue, revealing wings sculpted from white jade, which now shimmered with an ethereal clarity. Gradually, under the radiance, the rocky wings transformed into a pair of genuine golden wings. With a subtle gesture, Qian Chongling beckoned, and these pristine wings gracefully descended, merging with the back of Qian Chongling. Now, it rests in your hands, he sighed, silently departing from the Elder Hall. The following day, with a demeanor imbued with gravitas, Qian Chongling summoned all the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, issuing a decree for the 2 great empires and the 3 upper sects to assist in a sweeping campaign to eradicate the forces of evil soul masters across the continent, while also generously compensating the Dugu family, bearers of the Emerald Scale Snake Martial Soul. In this era, the Spirit Hall reigned supreme, and even a solitary figure like Qian Chongling was formidable enough to vanquish both empires and the 3 upper sects, not to mention the 11 titled law under the Spirit Hall's command. However, unbeknownst to him, Qian Chongling found himself in a different realm, where a woman of noble bearing and exquisite grace, with 6 golden wings unfurled behind her, appeared within his consciousness. Observing Qian Chongling, who sat despondently in the corner of his mind, hugging his knees with 6 inky black wings looming behind him, the woman spoke with heartfelt earnestness. Were it not for the rich bloodline of the Qian family coursing through your veins, I would genuinely question your lineage. Although I anticipated that a descendant might succumb to darkness, your current state surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin. Yet, regardless of what has transpired, the past is but a shadow. Both mortals and deities must gaze forward. Like myself, I am merely a remnant of Qian Yuansheng, the angel god, left behind before her ascension, and I have long lost contact with my true essence. Nearing dissolution. Nevertheless, I shall cherish each remaining day. By the way, allow me to share a secret. She has never married or borne children. The progenitors of your Qian lineage were created from her very bloodline. As the angel god's essence resonated through the air, 5 of the 6 inky black wings behind Qian Chongling transformed into golden ones, and soon, the last remaining black wing followed suit, all reverting to their original golden hue. At that moment, Qian Chongling lifted his numb visage, and a flicker of vitality ignited in his hollow gaze as he muttered, "So, the divine ancestor is not only loquacious but also a fledgling?" Upon hearing this, the angel god's essence, which had been on the verge of fading, stumbled momentarily, flickering in and out of existence, before she could no longer restrain herself, and playfully rapped Qian Chongling on the head, disappearing thereafter. Yet, after the angel god's essence vanished, 2 golden wings unexpectedly sprouted from Qian Chongling's back, elevating his martial soul to an 8-winged angel. However, the saga did not conclude there. Perhaps the darkness within him was not so easily vanquished. As 8 pairs of inky black wings emerged from his back, ultimately, light and darkness remained in a stalemate, manifesting as 8 golden wings on the right and 8 black wings on the left. Starkly contrasting each other. 3 days later, a weary Qian Chongling ventured into the depths of the Elder Hall to find his brother Qian Chongling awakening. However, due to Qian Chongling's inability to fully relinquish the darkness within, he was regrettably confined to the depths of the Elder Hall, barred from stepping foot outside until the end of his days. Constrained within, Qian Chongling offered no resistance, finding solace in the tranquility for his cultivation. Little did Qian Chongling anticipate that, despite his extended lifespan granted through the divine examination, he would ultimately succumb at over 800 years of age, whilst Qian Chongling remained robust. Chapter 9. The changes within the Spirit Hall. Eons drift by in the blink of an eye. In the conference hall of the Elder Hall within Spirit City, the quarterly meeting convened as usual, attended by the elders of title Douluo rank and the esteemed Super Douluo. At the center of the hall stood a rectangular table, flanked by 10 chairs carved from platinum-hued jade. Though only 5 of the esteemed members occupied their seats at present, beneath the table lay 2 rows of white jade chairs, with approximately 20 positions, most of which were already filled. 15 or 16 powerful individuals of title Daw caliber, though silent, emanated a formidable aura that rendered the atmosphere in the hall palpably tensed. At that moment, 2 elderly men, both with hair and beard as white as snow and slender in stature, entered the hall, one advancing to the head of the table, while the other took a seat opposite him. Upon the arrival of these 2 elders, the previously oppressive ambience grew even more suffocating, for these venerable figures were none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Bufan, and the Grand Offering, Qian Chongling. Let us commence officially. Granduncle, you shall preside over this meeting. Pope Qian Bufan gestured to Qian Chongling. With a calm demeanor, Qian Chongling replied, "Let us endure hardship before savoring sweetness. Please, take a look at these." As he spoke, he distributed a stack of blue papers he held to the attending offerings and elders. Each member received a copy and began to peruse its contents, their expressions growing increasingly grim as they progressed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the offerings and elders had nearly finished reading. Qian Chongling coldly smirked and turned to address the first offering seated to his right. "Second offering, Daoliu, how do you propose we handle the case of the 3 officials from Qingyue City, Zhao Yu, Zhao Zhou, and Zhou Hui, who placed second on the list?" These 3 individuals had conspired with the nobility of Qingyue City 6 months prior to embezzle the compensation due to the commoners for the construction of the city walls, resulting in the starvation of dozens. According to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, the punishment was death. Douluo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and responded solemnly, "Indeed, they must be executed." "Excellent. I recall you have 2 disciples at the Soul Sage level. Let them handle this matter. We may not be able to touch the Empire's nobility, but can we not deal with these 3? Qian Chongling replied nonchalantly. "Understood, Grand Offering," Daoliu affirmed. In the city of Luotan within the Star Luo Empire, Lin Fei, the head of the Spirit Subhall, has coercively demanded local commoner Soulmasters to contribute to the Spirit Hall's construction under the pretext of necessity. I must say, this young fellow is quite cunning. A smile crept across Qian Chongling's face, but his subsequent words were chillingly bloodthirsty as he declared, "All the gold spirit coins must be returned to the commoners. As for Lin Fei, he should be executed." This matter will be handled by the main spirit hall in Luotian City. Pausing for emphasis, Qian Chongling continued, there are many similar cases. I shall not address them all individually. Those who deserve death shall be executed, and those who deserve removal shall be dismissed. Indeed, such is the way. These individuals must be eliminated to serve as a warning to others. The offerings and elders were visibly incensed. For as titled Douluo, they spent the majority of their time in cultivation, aspiring to break through their current realms, with ordinary Douluo yearning to ascend to super Douluo, and super Douluo seeking even greater heights. Thus, they were inevitably remiss in their oversight of the Spirit Hall's administration, but they had not anticipated such severity. Regarding the veracity of these cases, the offerings and elders harbored no skepticism, as the Spirit Hall possessed a Shadow Hall dedicated to serving the Grand Offering. The Shadow Hall was divided into the Dark Hall and the Shadow Hall. The Dark Hall was responsible for intelligence and information gathering, akin to the Qingyue during the Ming Dynasty, encompassing everyone from Soulmasters to common tradespeople. The Shadow Hall, on the other hand, specialized in the pursuit and suppression of evil Soulmasters, ensuring that they would not rise again on the continent. Yet, amidst the outrage, one elder seated at the end of the white jade chairs exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Having endured hardship, the time for sweetness was upon them. Seventh Elder, what is the net profit of the Martial Soul Air Transport project for this quarter? Qian Chongling's gaze slightly tilted upwards to meet the eyes of the Seventh Elder. By Douluo, the Soul Spirit Air Transport is facilitated through the use of airboats, the materials for which, along with the fuel formula, were acquired by Qian Chongling from that nefarious system. Even if the two great empires and the upper three sects managed to replicate the airboat, without his fuel formula, it would merely serve as a decorative object, incapable of flight. Thus, Qian Chongling harbored no fear of imitation. The Soul Spirit Air Transport had established a comprehensive monopoly across all city Soul Spirit temples, including main halls, subsidiary halls, and branch halls. Moreover, aside from airboats, there were other assorted inventions such as papermaking, glass manufacturing, and high-proof spirits, for which Qian Chongling had even established a dedicated research facility. Should he stumble upon some long-lost designs for soul-guided devices, there would be an opportunity for innovation. The current quarter's profit stands at 9 million gold soul coins, after subtracting various costs and compensations for damaged goods. By Douluo proclaimed with confidence, this marks a 300 increase compared to the previous quarter. It seems you have heeded the old man's words, Qian Chongling remarked with a hint of implication. According to the reward system, 20%, amounting to 1,800,000 gold soul coins, will be awarded to those outstanding branches, while you, as the general overseer, will receive an additional 200,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Douluo was momentarily taken aback, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The other elders and offerings also expressed their sentiments. Though they were not in want of gold soul coins, no one would ever refuse an excess of wealth. And what of the Soul Ring Acquisition Project, the Scholarship Program, and the Loan Project from the Soul Spirit Bank? Qian Chongling inquired further. The Soul Ring Acquisition Project allows Soul Masters who find it challenging to obtain Soul Rings to apply to the local Soul Spirit branch, offering a certain remuneration. The Soul Spirit Alliance will then arrange for higher-ranking Soul Masters to assist. Soul Rings under 100 years are standardized at 500 gold soul coins, while those between 100 and 400 years are priced at 1,000 gold soul coins, and so forth, with a cap at 50,000 years. Regarding the scholarship program, commoner Soul Masters may apply for scholarships with a certificate issued by the Soul Spirit Temple, granting them 3 opportunities to apply for interest-free loans, repayable over 5 years. Those below level 10 may apply for 1,000 gold soul coins, while those below level 20 may request 2,000 gold soul coins, and so on. The loan project, however, is exclusive to Soul Kings and above or nobles, rejecting applications from commoners and low-ranking Soul Masters. The Soul Ring Acquisition Project and the Scholarship Program complement each other, aiding many low-ranking Soul Masters through difficult times, thus thriving quite well. However, the loan project faces stringent review criteria. So, the Sixth Elder, Douluo, posed a question. Should we consider relaxing some of the review conditions? Perhaps we could ease the criteria a little. The review for Soul Masters would remain the same, but for nobles, Qian Chongling pondered before continuing, it would depend on their reputation. Those with good standing would face unchanged criteria, while those with poor reputations could have their conditions softened as much as possible. albeit with higher interest rates. The specifics would be at your discretion. Those who had ascended to the rank of title Daoliu were astute individuals, fully aware of Qian Chongling's underlying intentions. However, this was a mutually agreed arrangement. Debts must be repaid. A natural law. Understood. Wuyan Douluo affirmed. Subsequently, various departments, including the Soul Spirit newspaper and the Soul Spirit forging department, began to report their statuses, which continued for about an hour until all had concluded. I find the influx of gold soul coins somewhat sluggish. What do you all think of this proposal? Qian Chongling presented a second document. Upon receiving it, the elders looked incredulously at the document, voicing their opposition to Qian Chongling's proposal. Esteemed elder, this is utterly unacceptable. Such an action may provoke the ire of numerous factions across the continent. Indeed, esteemed elder, please reconsider. The document contained a single line. Non-commoner soul masters and those affiliated with the Soul Spirit Temple must pay 30 gold soul coins to enter the Soul Spirit Temple's designated soul hunting forests. Most of the soul hunting forests across the continent now belong to the Soul Spirit Temple. Should access be denied, most low-ranking soul masters would be forced to venture into the perilous Stardow Forest. Yet, sending a soul master of merely level 10 or 20 into the Stardow Forest, even with protection, would be tantamount to seeking death. Even dispatching high-ranking soul masters to safeguard low-ranking ones in such treacherous areas would result in a high mortality rate, inevitably exhausting the resources of the two great empires and the sections. Thus, once this policy was enacted, it would surely face fierce opposition from the two empires and the upper three sects, potentially leading them to directly confront the Soul Spirit Temple for an explanation. However, this was precisely the outcome Qian Chongling desired. The current pope, Qian Bufan, possessed somewhat lacking talents, having reached the age of 150 with a cultivation level of only 95, leaving little room for further advancement. The current offerings in the offering hall also lacked significant power, with the highest at only 96. Therefore, Qian Chongling aimed to instill fear, to intimidate using the blood of the titled Daoliuos from the two empires and the upper three sects. Qian Bufan is the grandson of Qian Chongling, who married at around 80, did not father a son until he was over 700 years old, having extended the lifespan of his soul rings through divine trials with his nth wife. All of you elders and offerings opposed this proposal, yet only Silver Wolf Daoliu has remained silent. Might you share your perspective? Qian Chongling shifted the focus to the elders seated at the end of the white jade throne. By the way, I have also heard that you achieved the rank of title Daoliu 5 months ago, and have since taken a new concubine each month in celebration. What has happened in these past months that we have not heard of further additions to your household? Qian Chongling inquired with a cheerful demeanor that a sense of inexplicable dread coiled around Silver Wolf Daoliu's heart like a venomous serpent, prompting him to anxiously explain, I am of advanced age and must consider my health. Oh, so it is a matter of health, or perhaps your 8th and 9th wives were abducted midway. Qian Chongling's eyes narrowed as he replied with a grin. Silver Wolf Daoliu was startled, involuntarily exclaiming, How do you? Ah, because I was the one who orchestrated the abduction. Qian Chongling's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from his seemingly frail form. His voice turned icy as he addressed Silver Wolf Daoliu. Forcing virtuous women into becoming concubines. Those who resist shall have their families slaughtered. Choose one of the 10 most heinous tortures of the Soul Spirit Temple, Silver Wolf. The moment those words were uttered, shock rippled through the assembly of elders. None had expected a fellow colleague to stoop to such despicable depths. Silver Wolf, how dare you be so audacious? I am ashamed to be associated with you. Your crimes warrant the most severe of punishments. The elders and offerings vociferously condemned him, especially those who were more familiar with Silver Wolf, their anger flaring. Humph, I joined the Soul Spirit Temple for power and status. Mere commoners cannot hope to rival a title Daoliu such as myself. With the truth laid bare, Silver Wolf ceased to conceal his true nature, his expression transforming into a menacing snarl as he declared, As a fellow title Daoliu, do you truly believe you can kill me? The atmosphere became palpably tense, with the elders exchanging glances, caught between amusement and restraint. They shuffled aside, creating space. Come, Silver Wolf Daoliu. Please commence your performance. Qian Chongling laughed heartily, never anticipating to encounter such a Na'vi titled Daoliu. Silver Wolf True Form. 9th Soul Skill, Silver Wolf Cannon. Without hesitation, Silver Wolf activated his martial spirit True Form, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black, with 9 soul rings revolving around him. exuding an aura suggestive of around level 91. Upon assuming his true form, Silver Wolf transformed into a half-wolf creature with silvery fur and sharp fangs. His ma agape, condensing the air within, unleashing a beam of silvery light from his mouth. The silvery beam tore through the air, creating ripples as it swiftly approached Qian Chongling. Qian Chongling merely shook his head, his fair hand pressing against the silvery beam, and amidst Silver Wolf's astonished expression, he tightened his grip, shattering it into fragments with a crisp crack. One hand could block my full-force attack. How is this possible? Ignoring Silver Wolf's incredulity, Qian Chongling produced a whip radiating blue lightning from his soul guide, and with a flick of his wrist, the whip descended like a torrential downpour. Crack, 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 with merely the first strike. The true form of the Silver Wolf's martial soul was shattered as the whip descended. The Silver Wolf was sent tumbling across the ground. The echoes of its anguished cries reverberated within the Elder Hall until, as its wails grew fainter, Qian Chongling finally retracted the whip. At that moment, the Silver Wolf lay battered and bloodied, on the brink of death. Take him away. Qian Chongling commanded the temple guards who had been waiting patiently, instructing them to confine the Silver Wolf in the prison to await execution. Half an hour later, after the guards had cleared the conference hall, the meeting resumed. However, Qian Chongling was not inclined to waste any further time. He spoke, "We are all adults here. I have no desire to indulge in empty rhetoric. Let me reiterate. The extent of your ability to extract benefits from the Empire's nobility is commendable, and I shall not interfere. However, should your hands reach towards the common people and civilian soul masters, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Qian Chongling's preferential treatment of the commoners and civilian soul masters stemmed solely from the fact that the foundation of the Spirit Hall relied on the angels worshipped by the common folk and soul masters. At its core, everything was driven by interests, for even the tallest skyscraper requires a foundation. Without it, it is merely a castle in the air, poised to collapse at any moment. As for the matters concerning the soul-hunting forest, it has been decided thus. Any issues will be personally addressed by me. Dismissed, he concluded. Yes, the elders responded in unison. Chapter 11. Strategic Retreat. 3 days later, the announcement by the Spirit Hall regarding new policies for the soul-hunting forest sent shockwaves through the continent. As Qian Chongling had anticipated, the two great empires led the charge, with the three major sects assisting, dispatching a total of 8 title Daoliu to the Spirit Hall, demanding an explanation from the Pope. Qian Bufan. Among them were Dai Chongkong, the inheritor of the title White Tiger Daoliu from the Star Luo Empire, and Yu Batian, the Thunder Daoliu from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, both of whom were Super Daoliu at level 96. Additionally, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect contributed 2 title Douluo elders at level 92, and the Haotian sect sent 3 title Douluo at level 93, alongside Shui Wuyo, the Swan Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire, who was a level 94 title Douluo. This formidable lineup instilled them with immense confidence. Half a month later, in the Pope's Hall, within the library, Qian Chongling reclined leisurely on a wrought-tin chair, perusing a book while basking in the sunlight. Exuding an air of tranquility, completely devoid of the urgency one might expect from someone about to face pressure, suddenly, a dark figure materialized behind him, kneeling on one knee. "Master, the people from Star Luo and Heaven Do, along with the 3 sects, will arrive at the outskirts of Spirit City in approximately half an hour. It was Ing Cha. I am aware. You may return to your duties," Qian Chongling replied nonchalantly. Understood. With that, Ing Cha's figure gradually faded, as if he had never been there. Once Ing Cha departed, Qian Chongling rose slowly, first placing the book back in its rightful spot, then tidying up the somewhat disordered library before making his way outside Spirit City. His indifferent gaze fixed on the distant horizon. They have arrived. 10 minutes later, Qian Chongling observed several dark figures appearing on the distant horizon with an expression of indifference. The figures stepped forward, as if traversing the distance in an instant, and soon stood before him, locking eyes. "Who are you? Where is Qian Bufan?" The leader, Yu Batian, the master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, inquired, scrutinizing Qian Chongling, whose body emanated a distinctly decayed aura. With a frown, "No need for him. I can make decisions on my own," Qian Chongling replied without lifting his head. "You Spirit Hall possess great audacity. The soul-hunting forest is the shared property of all soul masters. How can you brazenly claim it as your own?" At that moment, Dai Chongkong, the White Tiger Douluo, stepped forward, glaring at Qian Chongling as he boomed, "Ha! How amusing. Qian Chongling chuckled lightly, precisely as he had anticipated. None of these so-called sects would dare to act without a solid reason. If he did not apply pressure, they would scurry like rats in a gutter, hiding away. What are you laughing at? Yubatian asked, sensing something unusual about Qian Chongling's demeanor, as if he had foreseen the unfolding scene. Yet, what of it? 8 titled Douluo stood before him. What storm could a solitary Qian Chongling summon? Nothing, merely finding this rather tedious. Qian Chongling replied nonchalantly. Humph, I shall see where your confidence stems from when faced with 8 titled Douluo. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying surge of power emanated from the 8. Boldly declaring their strength, Dai Chongkong, the white tiger Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, a super Douluo at level 96, Yubatian, the thunder Douluo of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, a super Douluo at level 96. Shui Wuyo, the swan Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire, a title Douluo at level 94. Feel free to act together. Do not say, I did not offer you an opportunity, Qian Chongling proclaimed, upon hearing Qian Chongling's audacious challenge to allow them to strike first. Yubatian was taken aback. Did he not realize that the most formidable martial souls of the Douluo continent were present? The Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon martial soul, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. The premier beast martial soul, save for the limitations that prevented the 7 treasure glazed tile from reaching title Douluo, the continent's apex martial souls were all gathered here. Yet, if he sought death, so be it. Boom! Yubatian and Dai Chongkong acted first, accompanied by the roars of tigers and the howls of dragons. That a colossal thunder dragon and a white tiger materialized in the air, shaking the surrounding space. Shui Wuyo's snow swan danced gracefully in the sky, its snowy feathers drifting down like blossoms, deceptively beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. The Haotian hammer, its martial soul shimmering with prismatic brilliance, rapidly expanded in the sky, enveloping the entire expanse above. In stark contrast, Qian Chongling remained utterly unfazed, observing the unfolding spectacle above with an expression of serene indifference, as if he did not regard them at all. As the terrifying waves of energy surged toward him, a whip radiating blue lightning and a 16-winged chaos angel martial soul, adorned with 4 black and 5 red soul rings, materialized. The 16-winged chaos angel martial soul, a transformation of the 6-winged angel, possessing the ultimate darkness, ultimate light, ultimate fire, and ultimate ice, 4 extreme attributes. Without invoking any soul skills, an array of whip shadows cascaded like a spatial rift, striking the 8 titled Douluo before them. All soul skills were extinguished alongside the whip shadows. In an instant, the swan's wings were severed, the white tiger's limbs were lost, the Haotian hammer lay shattered. Outside Spirit City, only pools of blood and 2 grievously injured titled Douluo remained, the white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo. Qian Chongling involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood, his gaze icy as he addressed the white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo. Do you two understand why I spare your lives? The white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. They truly did not comprehend his reasoning. Qian Chongling continued. The lives of the lower-tier soul masters on the continent are arduous. I wish for your nations to contribute a measure of support, perhaps providing them with some allowances each month. The specifics you may discuss amongst yourselves. Otherwise, this dying man may very well pay a visit to your Heaven Do Imperial City and Star Luo Imperial City. With that, Qian Chongling turned leisurely to depart. The white tiger Douluo and the swan Douluo were momentarily stunned, only gradually realizing that he was demanding them to pay for their own lives. At the Haotian sect, the current sect master, Qingyue, was engulfed in fury, wreaking havoc in the hall as he raged. How dare the spirit hall act in such a manner, slaying several titled Douluo from my Haotian sect? Issue my command. Assemble all titled Douluo of the Haotian sect. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall extract a piece of flesh from the spirit hall. At that moment, the second elder, who had been silently watching Qingyue vent his anger, suddenly interjected. If I recall correctly, Qian Chongling is none other than the blood pope of your. Qingyue replied, what blood pope? Not even the dark pope could make a difference. I am resolute against the spirit hall. Mark my words. The second elder continued. For 100 years ago, he killed Yu Outyin of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and our former sect master, Qingyue. After Yu Outyin's complete dragon transformation, he was brutally whipped, his spine extracted and forged into a thunder dragon whip. That man is the blood pope, Qian Chongling. The second elder's tone was calm, yet the content sent chills down their spines. Tang Yu exclaimed. That old wretch still lives? The second elder added. He is nearing death. Some have witnessed the earlier battle, noting that he spat blood with each whip he unleashed, and the blood was dark red. Tang Yu pondered. What was I just saying? The second elder replied. To take revenge on the spirit hall. Tang Yu. As the younger generation, we must show respect for our elders and care for the young. As for revenge, that can wait until later. The reason for Tang Yu's quick concession is quite apparent. Both Tang Jie and Yu Aoyin are level 98 Douluos, while he, Tang Yu, is merely at level 97. Setting aside the question of whether he could actually defeat them, even if he could, he would likely end up severely injured. He is certainly not foolish enough to perish alongside an old man whose days are numbered. Chapter 12. The wedding of the grandson 3 months later, outside the residence of Qian Chongling in the Douluo Palace of the Spirit Hall, a series of knocks echoed. It is the white cloud Douluo. What brings you here? Qian Chongling inquired with a smile. Indeed, great offering, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence in the Elder Hall for an important discussion. Very well. At this appearance, I should resemble someone in their 50s. However, how should I explain this if they inquire? After the white cloud Douluo departed, Qian Chongling gazed into a nearby mirror, murmuring to himself, wait, why must a grandfather explain himself to his grandson, as if having reached an epiphany? Qian Chongling could not help but scoff internally. Upon entering the hall, he discovered Qian Bufan already present, accompanied by a beautiful woman in her 30s, visibly pregnant, appearing to be 4 or 5 months along. Second uncle, you have arrived. Your appearance. Qian Bufan suddenly noticed Qian Chongling's new visage, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, I recently developed a soul skill that allows me to appear younger, Qian Chongling replied. Regardless of whether you believe it, you must accept it. A grandfather need not justify his actions to his grandson. Both Qian Bufan and the beautiful woman fell silent, speechless. Today, I invited you, second uncle, to help name the child of Inger and me. Qian Bufan stated with a smile. His sharp gaze softened with tenderness as he looked at Inger, the woman beside him. Qian Chongling rolled his eyes, feeling as if he had ingested a bellyful of inferior dog food. What does one do when fed dog food by their own grandson? Waiting for an answer, he found himself compelled to swallow this bitter pill. He then spoke. Let us adhere to the family lineage. You belong to the Z generation, and the next will be the Shi generation. If it is a boy, he shall be named Qian Shi. If a girl, Qian Shilan. Qingyue, what do you think? Shi, Shilan, how melodious. Your choice of names is superb, second uncle. Unlike what Fan Gu proposed, some spiral roar second style. Qian Qingyue's words were abruptly interrupted by Qian Bufan, who, despite believing his names were excellent, found himself outnumbered by dissenting opinions. Sensing another round of dog food approaching, Qian Chongling quickly sought an excuse to depart. If there are no further matters, I shall return to catch up on some much-needed rest. Time flew by like an arrow. And soon 50 years had passed. The Spirit City today was adorned with crimson lanterns, and a long red carpet stretched from the Pope's palace to the foot of the Holy Mountain. In the library of the Spirit Hall, a handsome young man in black lay languidly in a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sunlight filtering through the glazed tiles above, appearing utterly relaxed. Outside the library, gentle footsteps announced the arrival of an elderly voice. Second uncle, tomorrow marks the wedding day of Xiao Yi. Oh, you wish to prepare? Is it the young lady from the Yang family, named Yang Yoshue? Indeed, second uncle. Understood, Xiao Fan. Besides, in the eyes of others, I have long been considered a relic of the past, and no one would suspect that I am in this state. Thus, I shall present myself as I am. The young man spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qian Bufan fell into silence. As the brother of his grandfather Qian Zhongguang, the 1,300-year-old Qian Chongling could indeed be considered remarkably long-lived. In recent years, his white hair had turned black, as if he were living a second life. If he were to step out alongside Qian Bufan and Qian Shi, it would appear as though 3 generations were coexisting. However, Qian Bufan played the role of grandfather. 50-year-old Qian Shi was the son, while the true grandfather, Qian Chongling, appeared the youngest of them all. This left Qian Bufan with no one to reason with. Your grandson takes his leave. Aware that his second uncle would be attending the next day's event, Qian Bufan departed. The following noon, atop the holy mountain, Qian Chongling stood with a graceful demeanor, his black hair billowing in the wind. A smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the grand red bridal sedan approaching from afar. The eight-bearer sedan had brought the bride from a distance, accompanied by music and festivities. Arriving at the spirit hall along the red carpet, today was the wedding day of Qian Shi, the current pope's great-grandson, and naturally, countless sects had come to offer their congratulations, under the immense spiritual perception of Qian Chongling. Even shadows hiding in the dark could not escape detection. After all, the formidable presence of the Haotian hammer, the explosive force of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the fierce aura of the white tiger were akin to glaring beacons among the guests, making it impossible for Qian Chongling to overlook them. Of course, these individuals were merely there to observe, seeking to discern which family would be allied through marriage with the Pope, and whether there were any talents among them. They had no intention of causing chaos at such a crucial moment. To create turmoil on a wedding day would be tantamount to courting death. One can only imagine the wrath one would feel if uninvited guests wreaked havoc at their wedding. Thus, today's ceremony proceeded with utmost harmony, everything unfolding smoothly. After several rounds of toasts, as the guests began to disperse, the newlyweds sighed in relief, knowing that after paying their respects to their elders, they would finally enter their own world as a couple. Inside the main hall of the Pope's palace, two figures sat: Qian Shi's father, Qian Bufan, and Yang Yoshua's father, Yang Yu, each holding a cup of fragrant tea. That moment, the newlyweds, Qian Shi and Yang Yoshua, knelt before them, offering tea with both hands. The officiant chuckled, continuing with the ceremony. Let us proceed to the second part of the wedding, paying homage to the deities. The two of you may turn and bow to the ancestral spirits. The couple paused for a moment, then quickly bowed towards the Douluo palace. Now, bow to your parents. Turning to face Qian Bufan and Yang Yu, they exchanged smiles and performed a deep bow, with the formalities complete. You may now enter the bridal chamber. Very well. The wedding has concluded, and the day is getting late. You should return and rest. The officiant jested. This. Both newlyweds' faces flushed with embarrassment. They exchanged glances before turning to their fathers and the gathered elders. We shall take our leave now. Go ahead. Qian Bufan and Yang Yu replied in unison. Once the couple had exited, the observing relatives also departed with laughter and chatter. With all matters concluded, Qian Chongling returned to the Douluo palace, feeling that today's traditional wedding had satisfied his nostalgia for the past. Although he had witnessed the weddings of his descendants on numerous occasions, he still found it profoundly nostalgic today as he pondered. Qian Chongling closed his eyes and reclined on the bed, only to sit upright the next moment that a familiar system notification flashed through his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful today. Reward: 1 year of lifespan. A cumulative 100-year sign-in gift has been issued. Ding! The sign-in gift has automatically opened. Obtained: Planet Destroyer Cannon Design Blueprint X1. Upon seeing this notification, Qian Chongling's previously calm expression finally shifted, replaced by one of bewilderment. A planet destroyer cannon. It sounded immensely powerful. The name suggested it could obliterate a planet with a single shot. The question is, why is it merely a design blueprint? A design blueprint, in a world where technology is virtually non-existent. Who am I to find to construct this? Even if you handed me a blueprint for an aircraft, it would be superior to this. At least there would be some chance of production. Chapter 13. The birth of Qian Daoliu. Time flew by, and before long, several decades had passed. In a four-bedroom residence in the northeastern part of Spirit City, Qian Chongling, clad in black, quietly observed Qian Shi and Yang Yoshua standing before him. The memories of their wedding day felt as fresh as yesterday, yet now Qian Shi had begun to show strands of gray at his temples. Great-grandfather, the young couple called out in unison. Qian Chongling nodded, casting a glance at Yang Yoshua's abdomen. He inquired of the couple, "Have you informed Xiaofan?" Yang Yoshua smiled, gently stroking her belly, her face aglow with happiness as she replied, "Someone has already gone to notify Dad." Qian Chongling offered a faint smile as his figure gradually faded away, returning to the Rot-Ten chair, where he often basked in the sun. 3 months later, an unexpected piece of news somewhat unsettled Qian Chongling. Qian Bufan was gravely ill. In the Douluo palace, Qian Bufan lay on the sickbed, his face pale and drawn. Qian Chongling furrowed his brow as he approached to examine his condition closely, shaking his head inwardly. It was merely natural aging. After so long, Qian Chongling had acquired an array of skills through his sign-ins, mastering numerous disciplines such as medicine, chess, painting, and calligraphy, most at the level of a master, with a few reaching the pinnacle of a grandmaster. Yet, even with his grandmaster-level medical expertise, Qian Bufan's condition was simply a manifestation of natural decline, beyond the reach of any medicine. Great-grandfather, how is my father's health? Shi asked anxiously to Shi. I am fine. What you need to focus on now is taking care of you, Shui, Qian Bufan replied, fully aware of his own situation. Second grandfather, I wish to speak with you privately. Qian Chongling nodded, dismissing the surrounding crowd before sitting beside the bed. After a moment of silence, Qian Bufan began. From the time I can remember until now, it has been 240 years. 240 years. I can hardly recall, Qian Chongling sighed. Yes, in just a few days, it will be exactly 240 years. After a brief silence, Qian Bufan continued, Ing Er, Shi Yi, and you Shui grow older with each passing year, while you seem to grow younger. Those unaware of the situation would never believe you are my grandfather. Qian Chongling smiled. Perhaps, second grandfather has simply found the secret to longevity. Looking at Qian Chongling, who appeared to be in his late teens. Qian Bufan suddenly realized something, his expression turning astonished. Second grandfather, have you attained eternity? What is eternity? Eternity is divinity. For the Qian family, the existence of a deity is no secret. You see, the founder of the Qian lineage was an angelic god. Deep within the Douluo palace, which the Qian family has worshipped for generations, lies the divine legacy of the angelic god. Each generation of the Qian family has aspired to rekindle the glory of the angelic god. And apart from Qian Chongling's generation, the lineage has been singularly passed down, dwindling in numbers. It is not due to unwillingness, but rather the difficulty of passing down such powerful bloodlines. The stronger the lineage, the more challenging it becomes to continue it, not to mention the divine-level martial soul of a six-winged angel. Since the founding ancestor, the most outstanding three successors of the Qian family have merely reached the 8th trial of the angel, one of whom is Qian Chongling's elder brother, Qian Chongwang. The 8th trial of the angel leads to the next palace master of Douluo Palace, while the 9th trial is the true inheritor of the angelic god's divine position. This slight distinction marks the difference between the divine and the mortal, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Qian Chongling was not surprised by this, having lived for over 1,300 years. Even the most extraordinary Daoliu would only live for 800 to 900 years. Qian Chongling surpassed them by nearly half a millennium. That it was entirely normal for Qian Bufan, being of the younger generation, to harbor such speculations. However, instead of directly addressing Qian Bufan's words, Qian Chongling shifted the conversation to the history of Douluo continent. With a hint of a smile, Qian Chongling recounted, the founding ancestors suppressed the evil Soulmasters, established the Spirit Hall, and achieved unprecedented merit for the myriad beings of the continent, earning the reverence of all, ultimately ascending to divinity. Meanwhile, over the ocean, there was also a Soulmaster who quelled the chaos of the seas, spending nearly a millennium gathering faith, eventually being revered as the sea god. The accomplishments of the founding ancestor were essential lessons for the descendants of the Qian family, and Qian Bufan was well aware of them. However, he was utterly astonished to learn that there was also a Soulmaster who became a god over the ocean. So, in nearly 10,000 years, there have been two who attained divinity. Qian Bufan inquired. Indeed, both the founding ancestor and that ocean Soulmaster achieved divinity through faith. Attaining divinity through faith is a shortcut, yet simultaneously a long road, requiring the accumulation of sufficient faith to become a god. However, at present, faith is insufficient, Qian Chongling declared. Qian Bufan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. The Douluo continent was the domain of the angelic god. How could the descendants hope to seize their ancestors' faith? Moreover, the faith over the ocean had also vanished. Are there no other avenues? Qian Bufan asked. Attaining divinity through the laws, Qian Chongling responded. The primary distinction between gods and mortals lies in the fact that mortals utilize attributes governed by laws, while gods wield the corresponding laws themselves. The thunder god commands the laws of thunder, the sea god governs the laws of the ocean. These two represent a hierarchical relationship, akin to internal power and spiritual power, with spiritual power being the superior form. Qian Chongling elaborated. When my grandfather transforms the pure light and fire possessed by the six-winged angelic martial soul into the laws of fire and light, he can refine a divine position through this process, attaining divinity through the laws. With a sigh, Qian Chongling added, the road ahead is long and arduous. Of course, this was merely fanciful talk. It was highly improbable to create a divine position in the current Douluo world. And his martial soul had already mutated into the 16-winged light and dark angel. Suddenly, it seemed Qian Bufan had a realization, prompting him to continue. Second grandfather, will I be able to witness the birth of Yushue's child? You will. You must trust in my medical skills, Qian Chongling replied decisively. Qian Bufan was taken aback before smiling. Then I shall entrust this to you. Second grandfather that I in the continent. Medical skills were a rarity. Typically, treatment would be arranged directly by Soulmasters. Time passed swiftly, and on a deep night in late October, the day of Yang Yushue's delivery arrived. The spirit hall had summoned several experienced midwives for the occasion. As for Qian Chongling, being a man, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to assist in childbirth, and he was also unable to leave. For several days prior, conventional medical techniques had ceased to sustain Qian Bufan's life. To maintain his vitality, Qian Chongling began to employ a portion of the divine power he had acquired through sign-ins. Xiaofan, Yushue is about to give birth tonight, Qian Bufan managed to respond after a long pause. Qian Chongling gently closed his eyes, knowing that a descendant of the Z generation was about to be born, yet he felt no joy. Life and death are the natural order, but they are also among the most painful experiences in the world. Wah, wah, wah. It's here. It's a boy. The sound of a baby's cries mingled with the voices of the crowd. Looking at Qian Bufan, whose eyes were tightly shut, yet his lips curled into a smile, Qian Chongling solemnly declared, "Let his name be Qian Daoliu." Chapter 14. Little Luer and Little Ji. Time flitted by, and in the blink of an eye, in the papal palace of Spirit City, a young boy of about 5 or 6 years, with tousled golden hair and an air of arrogance in his eyes, was sweating profusely while practicing a set of martial arts unknown in this world, 2,000 meters from the papal palace. The powerful and vigorous wind generated by his punches sliced through the air like a blade, echoing throughout the training ground. He swiftly completed the set of movements, yet did not pause for a moment. Immediately transitioning into the initial stance to begin anew, again and again, the young boy practiced the set of martial arts no less than 10 times. His delicate face flushed, and a flicker of anger danced in his azure eyes. Ha! Ha! Taking a deep breath, after reaching the 20th iteration, the boy struggled to unfasten the weights strapped to his limbs. The weights fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up clouds of dust. Clearly heavy, as this had been his daily training regimen since he was 3 years old. Behind the training ground stood a young man and an elderly man. The young man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Clad in a black fitted outfit, he had a well-proportioned build and handsome features, with long black hair tied back with a piece of twine, flowing gracefully in the wind, presenting an image of youthful elegance and remarkable charm. Beside the young man stood an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard completely white, dressed in a golden robe. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a kind and amiable demeanor. Yet his eyes sparkled with a brilliance that betrayed his extraordinary wisdom. Observing the boy as he unfastened his weights, the old man nodded approvingly before cautiously asking the young man beside him, "Great-grandfather, grandfather's grandfather, how do you think Jir has been practicing the Black Tiger Fist?" It was an astonishing sight. An elderly man who appeared nearly a century old addressing a youth as his great-grandfather. The young man rolled his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the boy referred to as Jir by the elderly man, and retorted, "It's barely acceptable. After 3 years, he has only just managed to grasp the basics." Dante even mentioned achieving the essence of the Black Tiger Fist. The elderly man's jaw dropped in shock at this remark. He could hardly suppress the urge to retort, "Is mastering the essence of a martial art so simple? If it were that easy, the renowned techniques of the Pa family and the 7-killing sword intent of the Qin family, known as the continent's foremost offensive martial soul, would become mere commonplace." The old man silently complained in his heart, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, in matters of hierarchy, age held significant weight. Also, little Luer, how are you fit to be a pope, the so-called foremost sect of the mainland? Haoyan sect has recently been quite audacious, yet you seem utterly unfazed. Are you truly expecting this old bone of mine to exert its last remnants of energy? Shall I assist you in quelling their arrogance? Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu, who is nearly 1,400 years old yet appears youthful, felt a shiver run down his spine. He could very well ascend to the heavens at any moment. If the ancestors were to learn that the venerable Qian Chongling was dragged out to bolster the prestige of the spirit hall, it would be one thing if he passed peacefully along the way, but should he perish mid-battle, How would Qian Daoliu face the ancestors in the afterlife? Hastily, Qian Daoliu replied, leave the fighting to our younger generation. You, ancestor, should eat, drink, and enjoy yourself. Qian Chongling shrugged nonchalantly, speaking with a languid air. Ah, the Qian family truly declines with each generation that I end my day. I single-handedly made the so-called upper three sects tremble in fear. Qian Daoliu listened with a pained expression as Qian Chongling reminisced about his past glories. Wanting to interrupt yet too intimidated to do so, he remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Qian Chongling ceased his reflections and remarked, Little Lu, if you think that the young one has reached a sufficient level, then so be it. Should you, at level 95, be bested by a mere fledgling who has just entered the tidal Douluo realm, you will find it too late to regret, with a hint of exasperation. Qian Daoliu responded, Oh, ancestor, with our Qian family's six-winged angel spirit, how could a newly initiated individual possibly defeat me? Just indulge him. You will understand in due time, Qian Chongling said, not waiting for further protest from Qian Daoliu and leisurely stepping out of the training grounds. Qian Daoliu sighed, thinking to himself, having a child in old age, how could I not spoil him? As Qian Chongling walked away, the breathless Qian Xuanji, still trembling with trepidation, turned to his father, Qian Daoliu, and asked, Father, is he truly our ancestor? Qian Daoliu, taken aback, responded with a resounding slap that left Qian Xuanji bewildered. Your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather were all raised by our ancestor. Is there any doubt? He continued. Even if you question whether you are my true offspring, you must never doubt our ancestor. At this point, Qian Daoliu delivered another slap. One must admit, the sensation was quite satisfying. No wonder our ancestor relished using his iron fist of love to inspire his descendants. I shall also try this more often, Qian Daoliu mused. Qian Xuanji thought, do these two old men have any sense of decorum? The reason for Qian Xuanji's sentiment was rooted in his childhood, where he was frequently on the receiving end of Qian Chongling's affectionate lessons, leading him to question the meaning of life. And why did Qian Chongling strike Qian Xuanji as a title Daoliu? Who else was there to strike if not him? Now that he had become the ancestor, he could strike whenever he pleased, whether to celebrate a good mood or to vent frustrations, all while having the moral high ground. Thus, Qian Chongling reveled in this dynamic. By the way, feeling stagnant, I planned to travel the continent. If I were to pass away, I would ensure my ashes are returned, came a voice from afar, interrupting the thoughts of father and son, especially causing tears to well up in Qian Daoliu's eyes. A level 99 unparalleled Daoliu, he understood that at a certain threshold, one can sense the approach of their demise. Qian Daoliu. Qian Chongling, who had lived for over 1400 years, was truly a figure of unparalleled legacy, and thus, he was not surprised, having mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Qian Chongling had already seen off Qian Daoliu's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Now it was finally Qian Daoliu's turn to bid farewell to Qian Chongling. Taking a deep breath, Qian Daoliu proclaimed, I bid you farewell, ancestor. Qian Xuanji, regaining his focus, echoed, farewell, ancestor. Qian Chongling quipped, what is this? Are you two little rascals cursing me? Who knows who will send whom off? Let us wait and see. After Qian Chongling had walked a distance away, Qian Xuanji waved his hand, signaling a maid to bring a towel, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then adjusted his appearance using the mirror held by the maid before departing the training ground with Qian Daoliu. For today marked Qian Xuanji's 6th birthday, the day he would awaken his martial soul. Chapter 15. The divine position finally emerges at this moment. Within the council hall of the Holy Mountain, the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall had all gathered to witness the awakening of the martial soul of the future Pope's son. The hall was filled with people, all eyes fixed on the young boy standing at the center. Are you ready, Sonur? Upon receiving a nod from Qian Xuanji, Qian Daoliu produced the awakening tool. Guiding Qian Xuanji to stand within the awakening array, he felt a surge of anticipation regarding his son's innate soul power, confident that the martial soul would undoubtedly be the divine level 6-winged angel. Otherwise, this lad could not possibly be his progeny. Close your eyes and carefully sense your martial soul, Qian Daoliu instructed. Qian Xuanji shut his eyes. A look of tension crossed his face. The soft glow began to emanate from behind him, gradually intensifying until it formed 6 wings, ultimately manifesting as the ethereal figure of a 6-winged angel behind him. The radiant angel exuded a gentle holy light, gracefully flapping its 6 wings behind Qian Xuanji. Indeed, It is a six-winged angel, Qian Daoliu mused inwardly. Curious, the young Qian Shuanji opened his eyes, turning to behold his martial soul, excitedly reaching out to touch it. Reel your martial soul back and using your consciousness. I will assist you in measuring your soul power, Qian Daoliu reminded. After a brief exploration, Qian Shuanji quickly grasped the technique, reluctantly retracting his martial soul. Qian Daoliu retrieved a crystal ball, instructing, place your hand upon it. All eyes turned towards them. The six-winged angel was already a formidable martial soul, but to what level would Qian Shuanji's soul power ascend? With a slightly pudgy right hand, Qian Shuanji placed it upon the crystal ball, which immediately erupted with blinding blue light. However, it did not fill the entire sphere, suggesting an innate soul power of approximately level 8. That a sudden silence enveloped the hall, despite having prepared themselves mentally for this possibility. Witnessing it unfold still left them in profound shock. The astonishment stemmed from the revelation that he possessed only level 8. It should be noted that the Qian family's six-winged angel was a divine-level martial soul, distinctly different from high-tier, top-tier, or super-tier martial souls, which typically had a ceiling of innate soul power at level 10. Throughout history, it had been unheard of for anyone with innate soul power to fall below level 9. In fact, many had innate soul powers exceeding level 15. Yet now, this scene suggested that the Qian family might be facing a future devoid of successors. It was worth noting that Qian Daoliu himself had boasted an innate soul power of level 12. Should word of this reach the outside world, there shall be no mercy, he declared coldly. Dressed in a platinum-long robe that accentuated his aged appearance, Qian Daoliu radiated a chilling aura. 9 soul rings, in hues of yellow, purple, black, and red, vibrated ominously around a six-winged angel whose features were indistinct, instilling fear in all present. As you command, Your Holiness. Enough, you may disperse. Observing that the elders were sufficiently perceptive, Qian Daoliu withdrew his angelic martial soul, resuming his frail demeanor, speaking leisurely. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling had reached the outskirts of Spirit City, oblivious to the fact that young Sun's talent was so lacking. His calm, unperturbed gaze scrutinized Spirit City closely. Although he had visited many times before, he could not help but marvel at its splendor. Though not vast, Spirit City's walls were undoubtedly constructed in accordance with the capital's standards. Towering at 80 meters, appearing immensely imposing from the outside, the walls exceeded 30 meters in thickness, entirely crafted from granite. Most remarkably, Spirit City was not shaped like a typical quadrilateral city, but rather hexagonal, boasting 6 walls, each patrolled by Soulmasters clad in Spirit Hall uniforms. Each of the 6 walls featured a grand relief depicting 6 formidable martial souls: the six-winged angel, Haotian hammer, golden crocodile, 7 killing sword, blue lightning tyrant dragon, and white tiger. These images also adorned the emblem of the Spirit Hall during this era. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Chongling snapped back to reality, smiling faintly. I have truly grown nostalgic in my old age. Almost forgot about today's attendance system, daily sign-in. Qian Chongling thought inwardly. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Ding. Sign-in reward dispensed. Lifespan 1 year. Strength 0.1. Current cumulative sign-in 2 days. As the mechanical sound echoed in his mind, Qian Chongling effortlessly completed today's system check-in. Upon seeing the rewards, a smile crept across his face as he mused. It seems fortune is on my side today. After over a millennium of research, Qian Chongling had a general understanding of the peculiar system's rules. Aside from a mandatory 1 year of lifespan for daily check-ins, there were cumulative check-in rewards for 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 3 months, 5 months, 10 months, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, 50 years, and 100 years. These cumulative check-in gifts ranged from divine seeds, divine positions, and designs for planet-destroying cannons, to million-year soul rings, soul bones, and even trivial items like a pack of cigarettes or a drop of water. There was even a chance to acquire the legendary underwear of the hard-working Digimon, but the more exquisite the reward, the rarer it became. Suddenly, Qian Chongling seemed to recall something, and his heart raced with excitement. System, open the cumulative check-in gift for 100 years. Beep, successful activation, acquired Chaos God position X1 to AS. This message flashed in his mind. The usually composed Qian Chongling finally displayed emotion. The divine position had finally arrived. After 1,000 years of check-ins, This foolish system had finally granted him a divine position. Heaven be praised. He pondered the level of this chaos god. The name certainly implied a certain prestige, but knowing the system's tendencies, he decided to investigate further before drawing any conclusions. With immense anticipation, Qian Chongling opened the system backpack. In the upper right corner of the backpack lay a circular object resembling two fish entwined in yin and yang. Chaos God Position, King Level Divine Position. Upon activation, one can attain the Chaos 9 trials and achieve the status of Chaos God King. After spending over 1,500 years to acquire a divine position. And a King Level 1 at that, Qian Chongling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yet, amidst his joy, he was acutely aware of what needed to be done next. System, activate the Chaos God Position. Beep, Chaos God Position activated successfully. Beep, the first trial of the Chaos 9 trials activated successfully. Proceed to the source of future evil and reside there for 5 years. Reading the words source of future evil, Qian Chongling paused slightly. As if a realization dawned upon him. With the divine trial starting to take shape, he opened the system to check his current personal attributes. Host, Qian Chongling System, Super Check-in System Strength, 699 1. Absolute Daoliu is 100, Intelligence, 678. Absolute Daoliu is 100, Speed, 689. Absolute Daoliu is 100. Soul Power Level, 99. 99. Max Level, Attribute-less Divine Power, 89 points. 1 point can be used for 1 hour. Martial Soul, 16 Winged Chaos Angel Divine Position, Chaos God Divine Level, King Divine Trial, Chaos 9 Trials, Activated, Lifespan, 578. 125 Year Soul Rings, Black, 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 Red, 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 Red Skills, Divine Level Swordsmanship, Divine Level Culinary Arts, Divine Level Martial Arts, Master Level Medicine, Master Level Painting, Master Level Calligraphy, Master Level Tea Art. After briefly reviewing his current attributes, Qian Chongling nodded in satisfaction. Then, he clicked the plus sign next to his strength, and his attributes transformed in accordance. After enhancing his stats, he gazed at the martial soul city behind him, envisioning the day when it would be shattered by the so-called all-round 3 cuts with the Shura Demon's sword. And he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Shura God, Sea God, we have all the time in the world to play. Chapter 16. This outfit is terribly expensive. The Longxing fortress at the border of the Star Luo Empire stood as an incredibly majestic military stronghold. Sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters, with granite walls towering several meters high, patrolled by soldiers clad in armor, the gray-white granite, stained by the dried blood of years of battle, had turned a grimy black, with scars from axe and blade etched into it like intricate patterns. Behind Longxing Fortress lay a prosperous and affluent city, named Longxing City, a testament to the Star Luo Empire's historic victory over its nemesis, the Heaven Do Empire. In days of Yurda, the city gate of Longxing City, there were 2 towering iron gates standing 20 meters high, with a dozen armored soldiers stationed to inspect those entering the city. At this moment, the eastern gate had clearly divided into 4 distinct areas, one of which had very few people, consisting mostly of elegantly dressed individuals and a few powerful-looking Soulmasters. Meanwhile, the other 3 areas formed long lines filled with portly merchants, charming young women carrying bamboo baskets, and various middle-aged folks clad in coarse clothing. However, amidst the lengthy queue, there was an elderly man dressed in an opulent black robe, his hair white yet youthful, appearing exceedingly amiable, creating a slight discord in the scene. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as the captain of the inspection team at the eastern gate exclaimed, "Esteemed Soul Emperor, Lord Mistwolf King, welcome to Longxing City." A Soul Emperor, such a high-ranking Soul Master. My heavens, I have the chance to see the true visage of a Soul Emperor. I wonder if this esteemed Soul Emperor is accepting disciples. The sudden uproar at the city gate caught the attention of the elderly Qian Chongling, who slowly raised his head to observe. He saw a slender, middle-aged man standing in the previously unoccupied area, accompanied by a mist-emitting one-eyed wolf martial soul, adorned with white, yellow, purple, and black soul rings. Indeed, a Soul Emperor, albeit somewhat underwhelming in Qian Chongling's eyes. That it turned out that this area was designated for Soul Masters above level 30 in nobility, as it would be inappropriate for esteemed Soul Masters and nobles to queue alongside commoners. As for the name-holding arrow, Qian Chongling couldn't help but admire the creativity of the Soul Emperor's parents. What a curious choice. The inspection speed for the commoners was relatively swift, and before long, it was Qian Chongling's turn. However, a minor incident occurred at that moment. Sir, please, just one more silver soul coin, and I promise to repay you next time. Please let me pass. The charming young woman in front of Qian Chongling bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pleaded with the inspecting soldier, evoking sympathy. Miss, that's against the rules. The entry fee is 1 gold soul coin, which is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins. Even a single copper soul coin short is unacceptable. The inspecting soldier dragged his chin, greedily scanning the young woman's figure, particularly lingering on her voluptuous curves. After a moment, he smirked wickedly. Well, it's not impossible. As long as he spoke, the inspecting soldier reached toward the young woman's neckline in plain sight. But not only did the young woman not resist, but the others also seemed to turn a blind eye to the scene. Seeing this, the inspecting soldier's grin widened, knowing that he, Yang Wei, was the brother of the 12th concubine of the city lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure such a lucrative position at the city gate. Moreover, this wasn't his first time engaging in such behavior. He had often used his status to extort and harass others, just as Yang Wei's hand was about to make contact with the young woman's smooth, fair skin. A voice interrupted him. What's 1 gold soul coin? I'll cover it for her. Yang Wei was taken aback, raising his head to identify the audacious individual who dared to thwart his scheme, only to have 2 gold soul coins thrown directly at his face. The city gate fell silent. No one expected that someone would dare to interfere with the city lord's brother's business, let alone throw gold coins at him. It was an outright slap in the face. Everyone assumed that the elderly man would soon find himself at Yang Wei's mercy, unable to escape his grasp. Yet, to their astonishment, Yang Wei's expression transformed from a dark scowl to a beaming smile in an instant, akin to a performer in a Sichuan opera executing a face-changing act, initially lecherous, then dark and brooding, and finally breaking into a grin. Such a swift transformation left onlookers utterly astounded. Old man, what brings you to this line? I almost didn't recognize you. Come, please enter. Yang Wei displayed a remarkably professional smile, akin to a spirited husky encountering its long-absent owner, leaving others to believe that this elderly gentleman was indeed his elder. Qian Chongling paid no heed to such trifling characters, maintaining his frail demeanor as he ambled inside. The charming young woman ahead exhibited keen perception, gracefully following Qian Chongling's pace, her delicate, fair hand entwining with his arm, resembling someone assisting an elderly person across the street. Qian Chongling felt his arm ensconced in an exceedingly soft embrace, evidently due to the rotund figure of the woman. After a moment's contemplation, he slightly shifted his arm, prompting a disdainful glance from the young woman. At that moment, the city gate resumed its usual tranquility, and once Qian Chongling had distanced himself, Yang Wei's companions voiced their curiosity. Old Yang, you seem off today. Did you truly let that old fellow go so easily? Is he your elder? Inquired another guard. The others turned their heads, intrigued by the conversation. That old man is not someone we can provoke. Sometimes, you all just lack perception. Yang Wei retorted, unabashedly prideful. What brings you to such a conclusion? The guard pressed on. Tonight at the Drunken Red Mansion, my brothers and I will treat ourselves. Upon seeing Yang Wei's mischievous grin and his reluctance to elaborate, the leading guard quickly grasped his intent. Hearing this, Yang Wei finally spoke. Why should I claim that we cannot afford to offend that old man? His seemingly extravagant attire is tailor-made, only available at the Spirit City, and even then, it's a rarity, costing a staggering 50,000 gold spirit coins. Had I not seen my brother-in-law with a similar garment, I might have landed in serious trouble today. A collective gasp echoed through the group. Though Yang Wei had not articulated it clearly, the astute individuals present understood that this elder was likely a person of significant stature. Chapter 17. This dish is truly unpalatable. The trivial discourse among the minor characters was of little concern to Qian Chongling, who had by now parted ways with the charming young woman. Though she had expressed her gratitude profusely upon his departure, Qian Chongling recognized that should he choose, engaging in demon-slaying escapades tonight would pose no challenge. Yet, he had long since lost interest in such pursuits, or perhaps simply did not desire them. In his youthful days, brimming with impetuous ambition, he had indeed fantasized about amassing a harem of beautiful maidens, and with his prowess and status, achieving such dreams would have been a mere trifle. However, with an abundance of women came inevitable chaos. The thought of a shared bed was utterly inconceivable. The women worthy of his attention were invariably those who could boast at least the stature of a titled Douluo. And such heavenly beauties desired exclusive possession, never contemplating the idea of sharing a man. Nevertheless, the old rogue's formidable strength meant these women had no choice but to accept his other relationships. Yet they would never show him kindness. Moreover, Qian Chongling had grown adept at bidding farewell to his partners and a select few descendants, leading to his utter disinterest in ordinary women that in his own words. If you are not divine, you hold no allure for me. After a while, regaining his focus, Qian Chongling began to survey the inner city of Longxing City. The streets were teeming with elegantly dressed, handsome young nobles and numerous profit-driven merchants peddling their wares, creating an atmosphere of prosperity and tranquility. The Longxing Hotel was situated to the southeast, constructed entirely of blue stone, rising 4 stories high. The deliberately unpolished stone gave it a rugged and imposing appearance, akin to a giant proudly exposing its robust chest and open heart. The first floor catered to the common folks' dining and resting needs, serving simple fare lacking in nutritional value but sufficient to sate hunger. The second floor was accessible only to those of noble status, featuring private compartments where dishes crafted from spirit beasts under a millennium old were served. The third floor accommodated Soulmasters of levels 30 to 70. With similar private compartments, albeit larger, offering comparable ingredients to the second floor. The final level was exclusively for those ranked Soul Sage and above, requiring prior reservations for ingredients, as it featured dishes made from spirit beasts around 3,000 years old, necessitating Soul Masters to hunt them, leading to exorbitant charges. Qian Chongling ascended directly to the third floor, summoning a server, and with a grand gesture ordered several signature dishes. The efficiency of the Longxing Hotel service was commendable. Soon, an array of aromatic dishes was presented before him. However, none could rival Qian Chongling's culinary skills. Not to mention, as the founder of the Spirit Hall, he dined on fare far superior to that of even the Pope, whose meals consisted of the finest cuts from spirit beasts, starting from a baseline of 10,000 years. The ingredients served at his table were freshly delivered by the Spirit Hall from various spirit beasts. While those on offer here were, at best, a century old, Qian Chongling savored a piece of braised earth dragon meat. Discerning its flavor, it was passable. The dry-fried seasonal vine beans were slightly undercooked, the oil temperature too high, and the cooking time too prolonged. Is this shark fin with pork ribs, using black and white fish fins and the second rib of the fire chicken, intended to showcase a culinary marvel? Yet, it completely fails to convey that sensation. It merely tastes like a haphazard stew. Thus, Qian Chongling's inaugural meal in Longxing City was consumed in its entirety following his critiques, though he disparaged the cooking. He was inherently averse to wasting food. After a hearty meal, he strolled leisurely out of the Longxing Hotel, embarking on his post-dinner promenade. It must be noted that while even the most humble guards of the Qingyue Empire exuded arrogance, resembling those who had bitten off more than they could chew, it indicated that their training was relatively effective. The entire street was impeccably clean, devoid of even a single beggar. It seemed the beggars had been driven beyond the city limits to fend for themselves. A thought that crossed Qian Chongling's mind with a tinge of malice. As he wandered, he unknowingly approached a narrow alley teeming with people, their heads bobbing in a colorful mosaic of white, black, green, and blue. As anticipated, the human penchant for spectacle was unwavering, whether in this strange world or his previous life. Perhaps a performance showcasing a panda smashing rocks, or the electric dragon's drill, or even a spear through the throat. If so, it would undoubtedly be worth witnessing, Qian Chongling mused. Thus, leveraging his robust physique, he squeezed through the crowd to secure a prime viewing position. During this process, some individuals expressed discontent, yet upon glimpsing Qian Chongling's opulent attire and advanced age, they instinctively distanced themselves, wary of provoking him. Please, someone help him. From his vantage point, Qian Chongling observed a young man clad in simple, ancient garb, riddled with patches and blood seeping through the tattered fabric, lying in the arms of a similarly dressed, beautiful young woman. Coincidentally, this woman was none other than the charming girl who had flirted with Qian Chongling earlier that morning. From the young man's torn clothing emerged evident claw and bite marks, deep enough to see bone. Without intervention, he would likely not survive another hour or two. It was clear that the beautiful young woman was his wife, and the injuries were likely inflicted by a spirit beast or a beast master. Possibly encountered during the man's outing. The outcome was predictable. Even a spirit beast not yet a century old could spell disaster for an ordinary citizen. Common folk tread carefully, fearing even the slightest misstep might offend the noble class. While the aristocracy indulged in decadence and decline, capable of spending unimaginable sums in a fleeting moment, a frequent occurrence in this realm and a sad norm. Ultimately, this disparity was rooted in their status as the weak. The weak must abide by the rules set by the strong, often enduring exploitation, for they lacked the means to resist. This reality elucidates why commoners aspire to become soul masters. Soul masters symbolize power, and power equates to strength. As the elder reminisced about his life, a middle-aged man clad in brocade and possessing a somewhat lascivious appearance suddenly interjected, "To save him, you may, but only if you indulge me for a few days." Upon hearing this, a beautiful young woman lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the middle-aged man, she was consumed by fury as she retorted, "Lord Lu Yuan, my husband is fighting in the arena on your behalf. How can you act in such a manner?" Chapter 18. I am all about love and beauty. Ha ha! Lu Yuan laughed heartily and swiftly approached the lovely woman, whispering a few words into her ear. Once he finished speaking, the lovely woman's face turned ashen, and she incredulously pointed at the so-called Lord Lu Yuan. You. Ha ha ha. Not only do you lack the funds for his treatment, but even if you did, no one would dare to heal him, Lu Yuan declared with a wild laugh. Exuding the demeanor of a true antagonist, Lu Yuan's audacity stemmed from the fact that this entire scenario was of his own orchestration. And even within Longxing City, soul masters were compelled to show him some deference. However, he had overlooked a certain elder, who, with nothing better to do, had come out to experience life, despite Lu Yuan's words being spoken in hushed tones. Qian Chongling, the elder, heard them with perfect clarity. His original words were nearly as follows: "I intentionally allowed him to enter the arena. Who told him he had such a beautiful wife? I've long desired to." Although Qian Chongling himself was a notorious lecher, he would never stoop to using such tactics to threaten a respectable woman. He simply could not afford to lose face. "Little girl, it seems you're in quite the predicament," Qian Chongling remarked nonchalantly. "Elder," the lovely woman paused in surprise, turning to look. Qian Chongling nodded at her and continued, "Consider yourself fortunate. I happen to possess a Millennium Stone Milk Elixir. If you merely allow your man to swallow it, he shall be safe," the lovely woman responded. "I suspect you are making a jest, but I have no evidence, perhaps due to Qian Chongling having aided her earlier, granting her a modicum of trust, or perhaps her hatred for Lu Yuan clouding her judgment." The lovely woman did not question him further, especially upon witnessing Qian Chongling produce a pill the size of a longan, exuding a rich fragrance akin to that of a luminous pearl. Her final shred of doubt evaporated. Perhaps it was the imminent demise of her husband that spurred her to act. She accepted the elixir from Qian Chongling and forced it into her husband's mouth. This elixir had been acquired through Qian Chongling's efforts, and though its grade was unknown, the system described it as capable of reviving a person as long as they still had a breath left in them. It was more than sufficient for treating the middle-aged man, perhaps even an overkill. Indeed, after consuming the elixir, the young man no longer gasped for air. His breathing stabilized, and the bleeding ceased, while he had not fully regained consciousness. He was nearly there at this moment. It appeared as if all was well and a joyous reunion was at hand. Yet, the Lord Lu Yuan was far from pleased, for he had long desired to savor the two delectable morsels. And now that they seemed to slip away, his wrath surged. What of his revival? You shan't escape today. And you, old man, do you truly consider my words mere whispers? How dare you heal him? Lu Yuan bellowed furiously. The onlookers, fearing for their own safety, hastily scattered, leaving only 5 individuals in the narrow alley. The lovely woman, the young man, the elder Qian Chongling, Lord Lu Yuan, and his lackey, Old Long. Dispose of that old fool. I shall have her before her husband's very eyes, Lu Yuan stated darkly. The so-called elder Long slowly advanced, soul rings cascading beneath his feet. White, yellow, purple, each exuding the aura of a soul master, they bore down upon the trio. With a swift motion, he summoned a serpent-like sword spirit into his grasp. His low, menacing voice echoed through the alley. Old fool, at your age, meddling in others' affairs. Allow me to send you on your way. At this, the lovely woman was utterly dumbfounded. Could she truly cause harm to her benefactor? Gritting her teeth, she hastily implored, "My lord, spare them. Whatever you desire, I will comply." "Ha, dream on." Lu Yuan scoffed. "Young man, I advise you to exhibit kindness. This world could use more love and beauty." Qian Chongling admonished earnestly. "Old fool, even at death's door, you dare to preach. In Longxing City, I am the embodiment of love and beauty," Lu Yuan retorted, mimicking Qian Chongling's words in defiance. Qian Chongling sighed. "Why resort to violence? This world is so beautiful. Why must it be tainted by brutality?" No sooner had he finished speaking than an oppressive force of soul power descended upon Lu Yuan and Elder Long, pinning them to the ground, causing the hard granite to fracture in spiderweb-like patterns. "Gentlemen, do my 9 soul rings please your eyes?" Qian Chongling smiled slightly, as 9 soul rings descended one after another. Black, 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 red, 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 red. Elder Long lay on the ground, looking up in terror at Qian Chongling, realizing he was facing a title Douluo. However, this was simply too unbelievable. They had merely brought their young master out to intimidate a woman. They had done such things countless times before. How could they have encountered a title Douluo? What terrible misfortune was this? "Your Highness, please forgive my lack of perception. I have offended you. Kindly spare us." Elder Long trembled as he spoke. Ignoring Elder Long, Qian Chongling turned his gaze to the lovely woman, saying, "In gratitude for your earlier assistance in helping me cross the street, I leave their fates in your hands." The lovely woman, Feng Yuhan, stared blankly at Qian Chongling's soul rings, taking quite some time to regain her composure. Cautiously, she remarked, "Given your prowess, how could you possibly need assistance crossing the street?" "Ah, I was feeling a bit unsteady at the time." "Do hurry, I still wish to take a stroll," Qian Chongling replied, his tone suggestive and tinged with impatience. This. Both Elder Long and Lu Yuan turned their pleading gazes toward the lovely woman. "Miss Feng, spare us. I shall never dare to offend you again. Miss Feng, if you let me go, I will serve you faithfully." Feng Yuan regained her composure and looked toward Qian Chongling. Seeing his indifferent eyes and recalling her husband Xiaohua's unwavering dedication to Lu Yuan, who had risked life and limb to protect him, she realized they had been manipulated by such a beast. Just moments ago, Xiaohua had nearly perished at their hands, and her own virtue was now in jeopardy. With resentment, Feng Yuan glared at the two men and asked, "Let me ask you, would you have spared me?" The two men hesitated, wanting to deny it, but glancing at the elder Qian Chongling nearby, they dared not voice a word if given the chance. "I wish for your demise," Feng Yuan declared with bitterness. Qian Chongling nodded, and without waiting for the two to argue, he snapped his fingers in an instant. Elder Long and Lu Yuan exploded, blood splattering, organs rupturing, and gore flying everywhere. Such a gruesome spectacle was far beyond what Feng Yuan, a girl who had never witnessed bloodshed, could endure. Her face turned pale, and her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. Ugh. Chapter 19. What a coincidence. Feng Yuan retched repeatedly, taking a long time to compose herself, only to discover that Qian Chongling had long since vanished. Not surprised by his absence, after all. Many powerful individuals were like shadows, appearing and disappearing at will. She hoisted the unconscious Xiaohua and exited the alley. The following morning, Qian Chongling, who had merely stretched his limbs the previous night at the Lu family estate, leisurely emerged from the Longxing Hotel after a good yawn. Upon stepping outside, the cacophony of chatter reached his ears, the voices belonging to patrons on the first floor. "Have you heard? The Lu family seems to be in trouble," a burly man remarked. "But the Lu family is a hereditary noble family. How could anything go wrong?" inquired a tall, slender youth. This question seemed to open the floodgates, as patrons began to chatter excitedly. Indeed, something has happened. This morning, as the night watch passed the Lu residence, they were greeted by a strong stench of blood. Can you guess what happened next? At this point, the burly man paused to take a bite of his dish, lifting his cup for a drink, only to find it empty. And then, perhaps spurred by the burly man's intrigue, the slender youth pressed on with curiosity. "You want to know?" The burly man raised an eyebrow, a playful grin spreading across his face. "That of course," the slender youth responded eagerly. He had ventured out with the brawny man for less than a year and was exceptionally intrigued by such matters. Upon hearing the tall, slender youth's response, the brawny man smiled faintly, gesturing towards the empty wine cup before him. He said, "If you wish to know, then pour the wine." In response, the slender youth filled the brawny man's cup and said, "Brother, please continue." Just then, the brawny man turned to the slender youth and remarked, "I shall carry on." However, unexpectedly, the bell ringer entered, mustering his courage to look inside, only to be met with a scene of bodies strewn across the ground. Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily stunned. The Lu family was considered a local tyrant within Longxing City, and yet they had been annihilated. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, the diners continued to debate who could have possibly exterminated the Lu family. While the true culprit, Qian Chongling, had already long since departed, the small Lu family, known for bullying and threatening others, had dared to provoke him. Though he often appeared amiable, a man who could instill fear in many of the continent's great sects truly possessed a formidable nature. Given that the Lu family had such a patriarch, one could easily imagine their daily conduct, not to mention their audacity in proclaiming they would eliminate him if Qian Chongling were to perish. Who would be left to extinguish the Lu family? Thus, their obliteration was but a trivial matter. Such occurrences were commonplace in this world, happening with alarming regularity. Countless small families had risen and fallen, and it was said that the top 3 sects had remained unchanged over these millennia. Even the lower 4 sects would occasionally be supplanted by newly emerging families. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Qian Chongling gazed at the unchanging sun high above, basking in its warm rays as he strolled out of Longxing City's west gate. "Noble benefactor, please hold on to a tea." That moment, a gentle female voice called out from behind him. It was Feng Yuhan and her husband, Xiaohua. "It is you." Though Qian Chongling had long since noticed the couple waiting for him, he chose not to acknowledge their presence. "I am Xiaohua. And I thank you, noble benefactor, for saving my wife and me." With that, the couple bent their legs and knelt, their heads bowing heavily to the ground. Observing Xiaohua's demeanor, Qian Chongling made no attempt to stop them. He did not expect repayment for his kindness, yet he believed in returning virtue with virtue and addressing grievances with directness. Furthermore, he could accept this show of respect from the couple, had he not fortuitously traveled to this place. As Xiaohua had said, they would undoubtedly have met a grim fate, while Feng Yuhan would have been subjected to repeated torment until her demise. One could say that Qian Chongling had bestowed upon them a second chance at life. After a moment, Qian Chongling stepped forward to assist them in standing. "Act as you will. There is no need for formalities. May I inquire your esteemed name, noble benefactor? My husband and I shall certainly establish a shrine for you and honor you daily." Once they had risen, Xiaohua asked, "There is no need for offerings. I am Qian Chongling. I dare not presume. Then we shall address you as Lord Qian from now on." Seeing that Qian Chongling did not object, the couple sighed in relief. However, upon hearing the name Xiaohua, Qian Chongling seemed to recall something and asked, "Young man, your name is Xiaohua, is it not?" "Indeed, I am called Xiao Huod. Oh, you have a younger brother named Xiaoyan? Does your family reside in Wutan City?" A smile crept onto Qian Chongling's lips as he cheerily inquired. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was neither a time traveler nor did he possess any extraordinary abilities. He was not from the Blue Star, and thus did not comprehend Qian Chongling's meaning. He appeared bewildered as he replied, "I am the eldest son in my family, with 2 younger sisters and a brother. But none of them are named Xiaoyan." After a moment's pause, he continued, "My family resides in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, within the village of Shanhan. Are you searching for someone named Xiaoyan?" Xiaohua asked. No, now it was Qian Chongling's turn to be taken aback. Could it truly be such a coincidence that the place where he had fortuitously rescued someone was the same as his intended destination on this continent? His first destination was indeed the so-called Shanhan village, which would later be known as the village of Shanhan, the very birthplace of the continent's evils, where the notorious San Gugu had risen. However, whether this Shanhan village was the same as the other one remained to be seen, for the Douluo continent was filled with places bearing similar names, such as the Emperor's Soul Village and the King's Soul Village. Among countless others, Shanhan Village. "Does your Shanhan village have someone named Jack?" Qian Chongling inquired of Xiao Huo. In the original timeline, after a yin sacrifice, Tang San became the youngest titled Daoliu, celebrated as such at the age of around 44 or 45, which was approximately the time he went into seclusion in Shanhan village. At that time, Jack was already the village chief, and 5 years later, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Therefore, at the time of a yin sacrifice, Jack should have been in his 60s, roughly the same age as the titled Daoliu Qian Shuanji, who seemed youthful for his age. If Qian Shuanji became a titled Daoliu at 50, then leveling up every 3 years, he would be at level 95 at 62, which would be quite impressive. In other words, if this was indeed the Shanhan village, then the elder Jack should now be around the same age as Qian Shuanji's descendant. Appearing as a boy of 6 or 7, observing her husband's ignorance, Feng Yuhan puffed her cheeks in frustration and said, "Old man, this fool rarely returns home, so he is unaware of the recent changes in Shanhan village. I vaguely remember that the village chief's grandson seems to be named Jack, and he is 7 years old this year. Unfortunately, he possesses no soul power and cannot become a Soulmaster." Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling couldn't help but chuckle. It truly was a coincidence that this young couple was on the same path as him. He then said, "It seems there is no mistake. I also wish to visit Shanhan village to see an old friend. When fortune smiles upon you, why not travel together?" Seeing this, Feng Yuhan and Xiao Huan naturally had no objections, and thus a company of 1 elder and 2 youngsters, comprising 1 woman and 2 men, was formed. Chapter 20. A world where birth outweighs effort. 1 year later, Shanhan village. Shanhan village was one of the many unremarkable small villages on the Douluo continent and could not be compared to the neighboring Douluo village. Even though a deity had emerged from this village in the original timeline, it remained quite ordinary, aside from changing its name to Shanhan village and gaining a few more slots for work-study students. No other changes had occurred at this moment. The annual Martial Soul Awakening Day had once again arrived in Shanhan village. Qian Chongling quietly observed from a small hill on the outskirts, and though he was far away, his strength allowed him to perceive events as if they were right before his eyes. Fortunate yet unfortunate, this year's Martial Soul Awakening revealed a child with innate soul power of level 1. The fortunate aspect was that, despite having only level 1 innate soul power, the child could still cultivate and become a soul master, thereby altering the course of his life. The unfortunate aspect was that even though Lady Luck had favored Shanhan village this time, it did not guarantee future occurrences would be the same, for this was a world where birth outweighed effort. In this world, being reincarnated was a skill, if one was born into a prestigious family. Like that of a major sect, one could generally expect a stable life. Even a person like Udashi, whose martial soul had mutated and was considered a failure, could not be seen as a counterexample. The reason Udashi was deemed a waste was that he had been born into a highly favorable situation. After all, he was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's patriarch. Many harbored high hopes for him to lead the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to greatness. Even if his uncle Yulimian called him a waste, it was merely because Udashi could never break through to level 30, causing immense disappointment. However, from another perspective, in the eyes of commoners, becoming a level 29 Soul Master was already a source of immense pride. Udashi is a figure that they can only aspire to reach. In this world, the number of individuals who can become Soul Masters is indeed limited. Otherwise, the profession of Soul Master would not be regarded as the most noble of all. Therefore, in this regard alone, Udashi surpasses the vast majority of people in this realm, that if one is unfortunate in their reincarnation, one can only hope for another opportunity from the Spirit Hall, which stands as the singular chance available. This opportunity arises during the soul awakening at the age of 6, when the strength of one's martial soul and the level of one's soul power determine whether one is among the elite or merely an ordinary person, or perhaps even less than a pet raised by a superior. Even if your parents possess a humble martial soul, you may still hope for a mutation, akin to Oscar, whose ancestors once saved the world, granting him a naturally full soul power in the food system. Conversely, even a person from a prestigious family could end up with a defective martial soul as for Udashi, who has fallen from greatness to mediocrity. Further elaboration is unnecessary. The notion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, seems utterly ludicrous to Qian Chongling. Without external aids, without being reborn into a family like the Qian clan and inheriting the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Chongling candidly questions whether he could ever attain the level of a titled Douluo, let alone a soul Douluo. Qian Chongling is unaware of why Udashi in the original timeline would propose such a humorous theory. Does this theory not imply that the failure to break through the 30th level is not due to Luo Sanpeo's inadequacies, but rather Udashi's own shortcomings? Thus, in this world, where bloodlines dictate everything, when one cannot choose their birth, The only remaining hope lies with the Spirit Hall, which offers a free awakening of martial souls, a chance to become a soul master untainted by noble oppression. The Tiando Empire and the Qingyue Empire do not provide free awakenings for commoners, not because they undervalue soul masters, but precisely because they hold them in such high regard that it breeds trepidation. The interests of the imperial family and the nobility align. They both thrive on the exploitation of the common people. After all, it is hardly realistic to expect nobility to engage in labor, commerce, or work. Soul masters possess the power to resist. They are not beings to be easily oppressed by royalty and nobility. Thus, should too many soul masters arise from the common populace, it would inevitably threaten their very foundations. It is for this reason that the Spirit Hall, which offers free awakenings to commoners, has become a sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters. 60 of the soul masters on the continent are under the control of the Spirit Hall. And among this majority, 90 are commoners or low-ranked soul masters. As the greatest antagonistic faction in the original timeline, the Spirit Hall represents the interests of the soul masters. Even among the branch leaders of the Spirit Hall, many oppress the common folk and align themselves with the nobility. However, to be frank, the world seen through the eyes of adults is not merely black and white, but rather a tapestry of shades. No powerful faction can be as pristine as it appears on the surface. Are the so-called three great sects truly so pure and unblemished? Has the Haotian sect never committed acts of oppression against the common people? The same applies to the two great empires. Even the gray-hued Spirit Hall still provides an opportunity for the commoners. Perhaps this gesture is intentional, or perhaps it is not. In the original timeline, the triumvirate, along with the three great sects and the two empires, obliterated the Spirit Hall, extinguishing the sole hope of the common people. Without the Spirit Hall to awaken martial souls for free, commoners wishing to awaken their martial souls must spend money to seek out nobles, and failing to become a soul master only squanders their funds, exacerbating their already precarious existence. If one could become a soul master, would the nobility allow you to escape oppression? Naturally not. The only outcome is servitude to the nobility, continuing to be exploited until death. Tang sect, wake up from your slumber. A group that trades in hidden weapons, appearing righteous and just. Their limit is merely to donate some money and build a school that if harmony prevailed across the continent, where doors remained unlocked at night and no one picked up lost items, who would be left to buy the hidden weapons they manufacture? Would Tang sect simply wait for the wind from the northwest? Like an arms dealer, would they prefer to profit from war, or hope for world peace and starve to death? Suddenly, Qian Chongling recalled the benevolent and upright order god Sangu in the original timeline. Especially the thought of him destroying his own hard-earned Spirit Hall filled him with a deeper resentment. Murmuring, Sangu, in Douluo continent, there may not be much, but there are certainly plenty of one-way tickets to hell. Old man, you're here. Just then, Feng Yuhan's gentle voice rang out. Clad in coarse clothing, she appeared to be 5 months pregnant. Supporting her waist with one hand as she laboriously ascended the small hill, addressing Qian Chongling at the summit. During their journey to Shanhan village, the three had traveled together for over half a month. Gradually becoming familiar with one another, Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua had slowly set aside their fears of the title Douluo, though their respect remained steadfast. Upon arriving at Shanhan village, with the assistance of Feng Yuhan and Xiaohua, Qian Chongling built a small house beside theirs, becoming their neighbor. Over the past year, Feng Yuhan and her partner had regularly invited Qian Chongling over for meals. Although the fare was simple, he found it quite palatable. Highlighting Feng Yuhan's culinary skills. Of course, what mattered most was that the child in Feng Yuhan's womb was not his, but the result of Xiaohua's diligent efforts. After all, the neighboring old Qian was not the same as the neighboring old Wang. Little Feng, I must say, with your pregnancy, why are you not resting properly? You should not be running around. Xiaohua truly deserves a reprimand for being so oblivious to your needs, Qian Chongling remarked with a smile upon seeing Feng Yuhan. She returned his smile, saying, the old man just loves to joke. I am a soul master. After all, my constitution is not so fragile. Soul masters must take care as well, Qian Chongling replied with a chuckle. All right. By the way, old man, the two 20,000-year soft-bone rabbits you hunted the other day are now wonderfully tender. After chatting for a while, Feng Yuhan remembered she had come to invite him for dinner. Is that so? Then let us go. It has been a while since I had the flesh of a soul beast over 10,000 years old. Upon hearing that the rabbit meat was stewed to perfection, Qian Chongling hurried along, while Feng Yuhan smiled silently. During this time together, they had learned that this old man had a singular passion: food. Whether it swims in the sea, soars in the sky, or climbs trees, the older it is, the more he relished it. As he often said, soul beasts and wild beasts are no different. They are simply meant for consumption. The only distinction lies in the soul rings, and occasionally, the soul bones. Not to mention, she had a 10,000-year black water snake and a 12,000-year spotted black tiger at home, just waiting for the day of the dragon and tiger duel. Chapter 21. Part-time martial soul awakening 6 years later, at Shanhan Village, Spirit Hall. Thanks to Qian Chongling's vigorous economic development of the Spirit Hall, the majority of spirit halls and villages across the continent underwent renovations. Thus, the Spirit Hall in Shanhan Village was no longer the dilapidated wooden shack of the original narrative, but rather a structure crafted from jade-white stone, exuding a certain grandeur. Jack's grandfather, Jesher, stood outside the village with a group of children. First, he patted the son of the level 27 Soulmaster Xiaohua, 6-year-old Xiaoyan, kindly saying, "Do not worry, child. Both your parents are soul masters, and you are highly likely to inherit their talents." "Grandpa, I'm not nervous." Though Xiaoyan spoke these words, he felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, for he was merely a 6-year-old child. Brother Xiaoyan, since uncle and aunt both have martial souls, you will definitely have one too. Just rest assured. However, upon reflection, Xiaoyan considered that martial souls are generally determined by one's biological parents. It is largely a matter of inheritance. In other words, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the offspring of mice will burrow. Thus, for the neighboring villagers, if one were to transmigrate, it is likely they would inherit the martial soul of their parents from the Douluo continent. If one were to transmigrate, they would inherit the martial soul of their original world's parents, which means they might end up without a martial soul at all, awakening a chaos blue lotus. Pangu axe or Taiji diagram. One might as well go to bed early. Of course, if one could rely on their own immense power to directly shatter the barriers of the world, that would be another matter altogether. All right, follow me inside. When you meet Master Zhanhuan, do not be afraid, but also do not speak excessively. Do not provoke his ire. Aside from the village chief, Jesher, and the 8 children present, there was also an elderly man in the hall of Wuhuan. He appeared to be in his 90s, with hair as white as snow, yet his face retained a youthful exuberance. Dressed in a flowing black robe, he emanated an aura of kindness, unlike previous awakeners. This elder bore no insignia indicating his rank as a soul master. Those like Jesher, who were somewhat familiar with soul masters, understood that typically, a badge would be worn on the left chest, with the number of intertwined symbols representing the soul master's level. That if a longsword were displayed, it would signify that this attendant from the Wuhuan Hall branch was a battle soul master. However, Jesher did not voice any questions regarding this matter, as it had been this elder who had overseen soul awakenings for the past few years, and he possessed credentials from the Wuhuan Hall branch. Perhaps he was a higher-ranking soul master, thus exempt from wearing a badge. Jesher mused. "Greetings, esteemed soul master. I hope to trouble you this time," the venerable Jesher said respectfully, bowing to the elder. The elder smiled gently. "No trouble at all. Let us begin promptly." Jesher addressed the children. "Children, this esteemed soul master will guide you in awakening your own Wuhuan. You must cooperate well with him. Your grandfather looks forward to seeing you become soul masters and bringing glory to our holy soul village." After speaking, Jesher stepped out of the hall of Wuhuan, adhering to the elder's custom of not allowing anyone to observe the process. The elder regarded the 8 children before him with a calm gaze. Having spent the past few years idly, he had secured this position at the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City and was well versed in the procedures. He instructed the children, "Stand in a line." The 9 children arranged themselves, with Xiaoyan standing at the end due to his taller stature and robust build compared to his peers. The elder spoke softly. "I am Qian Chongling. You may call me Grandpa Qian. I will now awaken your Wuhuan one by one." After stating this, Qian Chongling brushed his left hand over the ring-shaped soul guide on his right index finger, causing it to emit a soft glow. 2 items, a set of 6 black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball, materialized on the table. Qian Chongling arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon on the ground and gestured for the first child on the right to stand within it. "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes. Focus intently on your feelings." As he spoke, Qian Chongling's eyes suddenly gleamed, and, Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he declared, "Chaos Angel, possess." In an instant, a dark purple light enveloped Qian Chongling. His originally white hair transformed into a vibrant purple, and 8 wings of milky white and 8 of deep black extended from his back. His dark pupils shifted to a faint purple, while 9 soul rings, 4 black and 4 red, floated around him. The boy standing within the 6 black stones gasped in awe. "Is Grandpa an angel?" With a gentle smile, Qian Chongling replied, "This is a wuhuan. If any of you become soul masters in the future, you too will wield such abilities." He lightly tapped his finger, sending a pale purple light from his fingertip into the black stones on the ground. Subsequently, a golden light formed a protective barrier around the boy. The golden glow surged from the stones into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly. "Extend your right hand," Qian Chongling instructed, his pale purple eyes flickering with a hint of crimson light as he addressed the boy. As if his words carried a mysterious power, the boy, with a vacant expression, instinctively extended his right hand. Instantly, golden light surged around his hand, and a scythe materialized in his palm. As the golden glow receded, the boy, now awakened, gazed in astonishment at the small scythe in his hand, feeling a mix of confusion and wonder. "Your wuhuan is a scythe, which can be classified as a tool wuhuan. Let us test your soul power." Possessing soul power means you can become a soul master. "Grandpa Qian, what should I do?" the boy asked timidly. "Use your will to retract your wuhuan in the future when you wish to use it again. You will call it forth with your mind." Perhaps due to his recent awakening and lack of familiarity, the child struggled for a while before finally retracting the scythe. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling extended the blue crystal ball towards him, saying, "Place your hand on the crystal ball." The boy nodded and placed his delicate palm on the crystal ball, but after a moment, it showed no response. Seeing this, Qian Chongling remarked, "No soul power cannot become a soul master. You may rest over there." Wuhuan Ho, no soul power cannot become a soul master. Wuhuan Blue Silver Grass, no soul power cannot become a soul master. Wuhuan Scythe, no soul power cannot become a soul master. Wuhuan Rolling Pin, level 1 soul power, can become a soul master. Soon, it was the turn of the 7th child, the last girl before Xiao Yan, who had referred to him as brother. Golden light coalesced, and this time, rather than agricultural tools, a transformation occurred. A small green blade of grass appeared in the girl's palm, gently swaying. Green leaf grass, one of the most common plants, is known for its resilience and has certain disinfectant properties. To some extent, it could serve a healing soul master, depending on their soul power. As Qian Chongling spoke, he followed protocol and presented the blue crystal ball to the girl. To his surprise, she possessed soul power, level 2. Given that green leaf grass and blue silver grass are considered the most common subpar wuhuan, it suggested that this girl might have consumed some rare treasures that are seldom found among common folk. Such opportunities are often afforded to children from small villages. Those born in remote areas often scavenge for insects and other small creatures, daring to consume unknown items. Perhaps this girl had ingested an unknown fruit or herb, slightly enhancing her innate abilities. Finally, it was Xiao Yan's turn. Having observed closely, he knew instinctively to stand in the center of the 6 black stones. Qian Chongling infused his soul power. Golden light once more illuminated the area. Xiao Yan's right hand successfully formed his wuhuan, which manifested as a small wooden short stick, its ends adorned with something resembling a headband. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's wuhuan, Qian Chongling was reminded of a legendary figure, a monk with a monkey-like appearance, wielding a weapon akin to the famed golden staff used by Daoliu to control the waters, known as the Dinghai Shenzhen. Or the golden cudgel. It bore some resemblance to this. However, the Dinghai Shenzhen was crafted from divine materials that were neither metal nor iron, while this tool wuhuan was evidently of wooden origin. Could it be a significantly diminished version of the golden cudgel? Curiosity piqued, Qian Chongling asked, "Xiao Yan, what is your wuhuan?" Xiao Yan sensed his wuhuan and replied, "It's the Qimei gun. It's a variant of the rolling pin." Qian Chongling's earlier contemplative expression vanished. Indeed, if one sought the Dinghai Shenzhen, it would be nothing more than a dream. Xiao Hua and Feng Yuhan's wuhuan were a rolling pin and blue silver grass, respectively. Xiao Yan's wuhuan was likely derived from these two, albeit the rolling pin had mutated into a more favorable form of Qimei gun. Of course, if it were truly the Dinghai Shenzhen, it would likely have resulted in a failed mutation, considering Xiao Yan's poor foundation. After all, the theoretical master who often proclaimed there are no worthless wuhuan, only worthless soul masters, was a living example of this. The yet-to-be-born Yudashi, possessing the Zhu La San Pao, was a failed mutation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus into the golden holy dragon, as the first heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. He had undoubtedly been well-fed and well-cared for since childhood, yet even he failed to mutate into the golden holy dragon. That it was even more implausible for Xiao Yan, whose foundation was weaker than Yudashi's. If one wished to mutate into the Dinghai Shinjin, it could only be in dreams. Suppressing a smile, Qian Chongling remarked, I had thought it to be the legendary powerful subpar wuhuan, the Rui golden cudgel. After a pause, he continued, a mutation is better than nothing. At least it's superior to a rolling pin. Xiao Yin and Lin Suner shared a laugh, exclaiming, the old man is at it again. How could a waste martial soul be considered formidable? And if it is formidable, how can it be a waste martial soul? Qian Chongling, with a profound expression, remarked, a martial soul that weighs an astonishing 80,000 pounds from the outset, with its weight increasing tenfold for every 10 levels of soul power gained. Any foe struck by it would be reduced to a mere pancake. This martial soul not powerful, yet its weight renders it nearly unusable. Thus it has become a superlative waste martial soul. Xiao Yin and Lin Suner replied, we don't believe your nonsense. You're quite the cunning old man. All right, Xiao Yin, let us assess your soul power, Qian Chongling said as he approached Xiao Yin with a crystal ball in hand. With a smile, he held the crystal ball before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yin placed his hand upon it. A radiant glow erupted from the crystal ball, instantly casting a pearlescent light upon Xiao Yan's youthful face. Well done. Your soul power is innate level 4. The daily task is complete. This moment, Qian Chongling pushed open the grand doors of the martial soul awakening hall, calling out to the elderly Jieshe, who had been waiting outside. Jieshe, elder Jieshe approached Qian Chongling with a look of anxiety. Soulmaster, are there any who can become soul masters from our village this year? Qian Chongling replied. Among this year's children, 3 possess soul power, 1 at level 1, another at level 2, and 1 at level 4, although their martial souls leave much to be desired. 4. Level 4, could it be Xiao? Upon hearing this, Jieshe was overwhelmed with joy. Although the martial souls may be lacking due to environmental factors, level 4 soul power is nothing to scoff at. Regardless, the prospect of having a soul master is assured. Right. The thought of 3 soul masters emerging from Shanhan village today made elder Jieshe beam with delight. It is known that even those with merely half a level of soul power can generally become soul masters, albeit with a lower ceiling, much like a certain future 29th level rogue. Very well, I must take my leave now to report to Nodding City. Qian Chongling merely smiled, recognizing that for common folk, becoming a soul master indeed signifies a transformative shift in one's destiny. Hence, he had no intention of dampening Jieshe's elation. Elder Jieshe hurriedly walked alongside Qian Chongling, expressing his gratitude. Soul Master, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Please take this small token with you. After bidding farewell to Qian Chongling, Elder Jieshe returned to the martial soul awakening hall, gazing at Xiao Yin, Lin Suner, and Zhao Fenyan. Wonderful, wonderful. The kind visage of Elder Jieshe radiated joy as he looked at the 3 children, who he had watched grow up since childhood, with 3 months remaining until the enrollment at Nodding City's primary academy. Although our village has only 1 work-study position available, it matters not. The old man can borrow 2 from the neighboring Wanghun village or Daihun village. Elder Jieshe's smile never faded as he regarded the 3 children. Moreover, Xiao Yin's father, Xiaohua, possesses some savings. Perhaps they won't even need all 3 positions. Sooner, Fenyan, you 2 head home first. I will inform Xiaohua about the news. All right, village chief. The 3 responded obediently. With that, Elder Jieshe led Xiao Yin toward Xiaohua's residence. Chapter 23. The source of evil in the northeastern direction. A modest 4-room dwelling belonged to Xiao Yin, while the adjacent independent villa was the residence of Qian Chongling. Elder Jieshe arrived at the door and knocked, casually inquiring, Xiaohua, are you at home? This was indeed a superfluous question. In the Douluo continent, the awakening of a martial soul at the age of 6 is of greater concern to elders than the college entrance examinations in Blue Star. After all, if one fails the exam, there are alternative paths to pursue. However, the distinction between becoming a soul master and not is monumental, so as long as the elders are not completely daft. They will invariably wait at home, often preparing a sumptuous meal that as expected. A voice soon emanated from within, followed by a figure stepping outside. Though garbed in simple attire, the figure was tall and graceful, exuding an air of elegance. Despite nearing 40, the passage of time had scarcely left its mark, enhancing her charm. Upon sighting this beautiful woman, Xiaoyan immediately called out, "Mother." Feng Yuhan smiled warmly, having also noticed village chief Jie and her child. She inquired, "Village chief, your visit today must mean the children's martial souls have all awakened?" Jie replied with a grin, "Indeed, they have all awakened." Feng Yuhan asked, "And what were the results?" It would be disingenuous for Feng Yuhan to claim indifference towards her hometown. The more soul masters from their village, the brighter their future prospects. This year, 3 children possess soul power, and your Xiao Yin has even attained innate level 4. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhan's eyes sparkled with delight. She was not surprised that her child, Xiao Yin, would become a soul master, given that both she and Xiao Huo were soul masters, thus increasing the likelihood for their offspring. However, the revelation of innate level 4 soul power was somewhat unexpected. In her eyes, such a level was remarkably high, suggesting a promising future as a soul king. "That's wonderful. I apologize for my excitement. I may have neglected my hospitality. Village chief, please come in." After some pleasantries, Feng Yuhan ushered Jie into their modest home. The interior was quite simple, featuring an 8-immortal table, a few wooden stools, and a large cooking stove, from which delightful aromas wafted intermittently at a robust man in gray. Around 40 years of age, upon seeing Feng Yuhan and Jie enter, hastily set aside the half-peeled bamboo shoots he had been preparing, standing up to greet them. "Village chief, what brings you here?" "Huh? Have you forgotten what day it is? Your Xiao Yin has awakened a variant martial soul, with innate level 4 soul power. He is destined for greatness." Upon hearing this joyous news, Xiao Huo was momentarily speechless, his expression betraying his overwhelming excitement. "Xiao Yan's aptitude is commendable. I intend to send him to the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City for training," Jie stated plainly. However, Xiao Huo's response was not what Jie had anticipated. Instead of immediate agreement, Xiao Huo's expression turned conflicted. "That I need to think it over." His tone revealed his hesitation. "What did you say?" Elder Jie looked at him incredulously. "This is an opportunity to become a soul master. Only by becoming a soul master can one seize their own destiny. How can you hesitate when your Xiao Yin has the qualifications to become a soul master? It is the perfect chance for him to study at Notting Academy." "Let me consider it. The academy's opening is still some time away," Xiao Huo replied. "You, forget it. I will inform the other 2 families that I hope you do not disappoint me in a few days," Jie said, turning to depart. Once Jie had walked away, Feng Yuhan looked puzzled. "Darling, attending Notting Academy is the only choice. Why express hesitation?" Xiao Huo hesitated before replying. "Notting Academy is indeed good, but compared to the title Douluo, it still falls short." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhan understood her husband's concerns, for their neighbor was indeed a titled Daoliu. Why seek distant prospects when they had such a close opportunity? If they were to enroll directly at Notting Academy, without even consulting Qian Chongling, would it not imply that they deemed a titled Daoliu's teachings inferior to those of a basic academy? While both husband and wife believed Qian Chongling would not harbor such thoughts, it was still prudent to inquire if he would be willing to mentor Xiao Yan. It was a separate matter altogether. This illustrates the rigid hierarchy of this world, compared to other high-ranking soul masters who often disregard lives. Qian Chongling was relatively approachable. Yet, even so, the couple sometimes felt more trepidation than respect towards him. Time flew swiftly, and soon 7 days had passed on this day. A 3-ring soul zune from the Notting City Martial Soul Branch knocked on the door of Xiao Huo's home. Upon hearing it was a steward from the Martial Soul Hall, the couple rushed to welcome him inside. The soul zune wasted no time, directly stating his purpose. He opened a package he had been carrying, revealing a letter, a set of steward attire from the Martial Soul Hall, and a crystal ball containing 6 black stones. "Old Master, Qian has been away for several years. He returned just a few days ago. This is a letter for you from him. Once you read it, you will understand. From now on, you, Xiao Huo, will be responsible for martial soul awakenings in the nearby villages. Please report to the Martial Soul Branch in Notting City as soon as possible." The Soul Master conducted affairs with remarkable efficiency, uttering only a few words from start to finish before departing. Xiao Huo and Feng Yuhan, the married couple, were momentarily taken aback, failing to notice the Soulmaster's departure. After a pause, Feng Yuhan opened the letter. The contents were brief, consisting of only a few sentences. Little Feng, little Xiao, I have traveled in this place for several years, and it is time for me to return home. May we meet again by fate. Signed, Qian Chongling. Upon reading this, both Xiaohua and Feng Yuhan sighed, acknowledging the inevitable parting of ways. Subsequently, the couple offered a distant bow toward the horizon. Xiaohua then sought out the village chief, Jie, to arrange for Xiao Yan's enrollment at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. 3 months later, under the guidance of Chief Jie, Xiao Yan, Lin Suner, and Zhao Fan embarked on their journey to the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Commencing their initial adventures as Soulmasters. The reason Qian Chongling chose this moment to depart was that he had completed the first assessment of his chaotic 9 trials, which entailed residing in the future source of evil for 5 years. Initially, Qian Chongling had not anticipated that this so-called future source of evil would be Holy Soul Village. He believed it would be the city of slaughter. However, a neighbor, who had an unfortunate penchant for misfortune, provided him with a timely reminder. This neighbor once again recommended Douluo 234, but by now, the more prudent Qian Chongling opted to peruse the comments first. In Douluo 2, evil soul masters wreak havoc, leading to the tragic demise of countless innocents. In one instance, a certain father-in-law repeatedly killed and resurrected his prospective son-in-law, transforming this promising young man into a bumbling fool. In another tale, a law enforcer facilitated the invasion of the abyss, significantly contributing to the continent's population control efforts, effectively halving it. Thus, in the future Douluo realm, those aware of the orchestrator of these events would likely yearn for their swift demise. Consequently, the so-called source of evil must undoubtedly be the three-way division, with its residents most certainly being Holy Soul Village. Chapter 24. The Stardow Forest. A year later, in the Stardow Forest, Qian Chongling strolled leisurely through the woods. He had arrived here 2 days prior and had visited the Stardow Forest on multiple occasions. Each visit, however, revealed the vastness of this remarkable place. According to the continent's map, the Stardow Forest spans 2 major empires and is historically recognized as the origin of numerous soul beasts. It houses the greatest variety of soul beasts among all forests and boasts the largest expanse. The higher one's cultivation, the farther one can traverse the Stardow Forest. The forest is divided into the outer region, inner circle, and core area. The outer region serves as the primary habitat for soul beasts under 10,000 years of age, while the inner circle is home to those over 10,000 years. Beneath the so-called core area lies the Life Lake, where the Silver Dragon King, Qingyue, recuperates. As he traversed a dense thicket, Qian Chongling's vision suddenly cleared, and his pupils constricted in awe at the breathtaking scene before him. A crystal-clear lake enhanced the humidity of the air, its surface reflecting the towering trees surrounding it, bathed in sunlight, rendering everything beneath its shimmering surface exquisitely translucent. But on one side of this captivating tableau, a colossal figure crouched silently, resembling a mountain. Its jet-black fur glimmered softly in the faint sunlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters in height. If it stood upright, it would likely surpass 15 meters. This was the dominant force of the outer and inner circles of the Stardow Forest, the Titan Great Ape, boasting a cultivation of 100,000 years. On the opposite side, a massive shape emerged from the white mist, a shadow that dwarfed even the Titan Great Ape. While the Titan Great Ape stood over 7 meters tall, this shadow towered at least 10 meters, perhaps even 20 or more. It was a serpent-like body adorned with enormous bovine horns and possessed eyes as red as death itself. Faintly visible through the mist was a gem-like orb on its forehead. This was the formidable Qingyue, a soul beast with a cultivation of around 200,000 years, its power rivaling that of a tidal Douluo of level 95 or above. Lastly, 2 large pink rabbits were present, one approximately 15 meters tall and the other about 20 meters. Each sported long pink ears and a 3-part mouth, constantly munching on something, their eyes shimmering like rubies in the moonlight. At this moment, the 4 soul beasts were engaged in conversation. "Aunt Qingyue, have you truly decided to assume human form?" inquired the Qingyue, its bovine-headed, serpent-bodied form addressing the relatively taller pink rabbit beside it. "Deming, please do not dissuade me. If I do not transform, the next heavenly tribulation may mark my end." The Rugu rabbit, Qingyue replied softly. But is it truly that agonizing? If so, allow me to end her life. Ensuring her remains accompany you forever. A voice laced with malice and a chilling undertone interrupted their deliberation. The four soul beasts turned alertly toward the source of the voice, which emanated from behind a great tree. Who goes there? Step forward. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. A strikingly handsome young man clad in black attire, his tall and athletic frame accentuated. His chiseled features and commanding presence left an indelible impression, further heightened by his air of unwavering confidence and a palpable aura of cold menace. Humans dare covet Qingyue's soul ring. Prepare to die, roared the Titan great ape, clenching its fist, the size of a boulder, and lunging toward Qian Chongling without a hint of restraint. The force of the punch unleashed a shockwave, sending gusts of wind that billowed around Qian Chongling. In an instant, the air around him surged violently, forming an invisible vortex that ensnared Qian Chongling at its center, relentlessly grinding and compressing him, as if a mountain were pressing down to prevent his escape. Sensing the mounting pressure in the air, Qian Chongling smiled faintly, raising his right hand effortlessly amidst the swirling winds and lightly pointing forward. With a thunderous crack akin to a balloon bursting, the energy surrounding him exploded, dispersing into streams that swept in all directions, causing Qingyue's fur to flutter as their fists clashed. The ground beneath them caved in, shattering into fragments that soared through the air, creating a circular shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. Moments later, as the tumult subsided, the silver moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing Qian Chongling with one hand behind his back and the other pointed skyward, firmly holding the Titan great ape's fist suspended in midair. His form unwavering. With a slight smile, Qian Chongling suddenly flicked his fingers. Bang! The air shattered, and before the Titan great ape could react, it was struck and sent flying, crashing into a great tree with a resounding thud, causing debris to scatter and dust to billow as the Titan great ape was sent hurtling away. The Qingtian Niumeng lashed its powerful tail, unleashing a force capable of sweeping everything in its path, while its mouth opened wide, releasing a colossal sphere of lightning toward Qian Chongling. This strike represented a full-force attack, its power equivalent to that of a level 96 Super Douluo, and only a level 97 Super Douluo could hope to contend with it. Qian Chongling's gaze followed the Qingtian Niumeng's movements, locking onto it with unwavering focus. As he slowly raised his right palm, an intense chill emanated from him. Frosty palm, he unleashed a palm strike, and a wave of icy energy surged forth, striking the Qingtian Niumeng, enveloping it in an endless wave of freezing cold that seemed capable of encasing all in ice, immobilizing its thrashing tail and the lightning sphere alike, transforming them into a lifelike ice sculpture. The Ming, Ming, echoed the terrified cries of Qingyue throughout the inner circled in a heartbeat. Two soul beasts of 100,000 years were vanquished without a shred of resistance. In mere moments, the Rugu rabbits experienced the overwhelming might and tyranny of Qian Chongling. Despair and fear flickered in Qingyue's eyes, for based on their previous encounters with humans, they understood that only death awaited them. Chapter 25. The Three Great Hobbies in the Stillness of the Night. The silvery moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the dancing face, while the wind whispered through the thickets with a soft rustling sound. Suddenly, a tumultuous cloud of dust erupted from the battlefield, sending waves of energy rolling forth, leaves swirling in the air, and revealing a massive pit in the ground where the Titan great ape lay. Its ebony fur drenched in blood, its enormous mouth continuously oozing crimson, its arms hung limply by its sides, and the gruesome sight of torn muscles and exposed bones was evident. Beside it lay the azure bull python, its serpent body severed in half, scales nearly all shed, covered in horrific frostbite and erosion, motionless, its breath shallow and labored. The other two soft-boned rabbits were equally dust-covered, their pink fur stained with blood, rendering them even more strikingly beautiful. Light Dance's blood-red eyes fixated intently on a young man not far away, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of languid indifference. What do you truly intend to do? For over half an hour, the four spirit beasts endured the relentless torment of Qian Chongling. Yet what puzzled them was that he inflicted pain without intent to kill. In my lifetime, I have three great passions: beautiful women, exquisite wine, and delectable food. The flesh of 100,000-year spirit beast has piqued my appetite, The four spirit beasts were momentarily stunned, but soon an uncontrollable fury surged through their veins. Their wrath erupting without reservation, To attack four spirit beasts, each over 100,000 years old, not for the coveted 100,000-year spirit ring sought by spirit masters, but merely for gluttonous desires. They had never encountered a human so utterly indifferent to the lives of spirit beasts. As cold as a demon, perhaps you are formidable, but we are capable of self-destruction to consume us. You are merely dreaming. Light Dance's eyes darkened, suddenly flickering with a lightning-like glimmer before turning pitch black. Igniting an uncontrollable rage within her, I believe you have misunderstood something. I may not be able to prevent all four spirit beasts from self-destructing simultaneously, but stopping just one should pose no problem. I assure you, for any spirit beast that fails to self-destruct, I will carve its flesh piece by piece. Qian Chongling spoke coldly, his piercing black eyes locking onto Light Dance, an inexplicable pressure gradually radiating from him. This unseen pressure and murderous intent weighed heavily upon the four spirit beasts, making them acutely aware that Qian Chongling's words were not mere bluster. However, I am not one to revel in slaughter. Grant me a rabbit leg, and I shall spare the lives of your four spirit beasts. What say you? Is that not a fair bargain? Seeing the four spirit beasts trembling in fear, Qian Chongling smiled faintly. Though to them, this smile bore no distinction from that of a devil. Roar, Light Dance. Do not trust the words of this human. The Azure Bull Python would never allow Light Dance, who had once saved it and regarded her as kin, to harm herself for their sake. With over 200,000 years of experience, the stories it carried were abundant. The term human held extreme significance in its heart. Qian Chongling's expression remained cold as he stepped forward, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. With a swift motion, he unleashed a kick akin to a dragon's tail, twisting the air with a resonant crack. The impact struck the Azure Bull Python, causing its massive serpentine body to roll uncontrollably across the grass. This blow was merely a warning from Qian Chongling. Had he struck with full force, the Azure Bull Python would surely have met its end. One rabbit leg, or an entire family sent to hell, seems an easy choice, does it not? Qian Chongling's callous words shattered the already fragile defenses of Light Dance, leaving her to ponder whether she could bear to witness her close companions, De Ming and Er Ming, as well as the still innocent Xiao Wu, perish before her eyes. The answer was evident. She could not. Besides, the four of them were now like fish on a chopping board, entirely at his mercy. Thus, her only option was to acquiesce to this young man, hoping he would honor his word. I agree to your terms. Upon uttering this, the old rabbit prepared to detach its leg, but was halted by Qian Chongling. The rationale was simple. He believed it better to harvest the ingredients himself to preserve their flavor. With a flicker of light, a large chef's knife, nearly a meter in length and sheathed, appeared in Qian Chongling's right hand. As he removed the sheath and grasped the handle, a familiar sensation coursed through his right arm, a testament to his divine culinary skills. Before the old rabbit could react, a flash of silver light sliced through the moonlit night. With a soft crack, the old rabbit's right front leg was severed from its body, and Qian Chongling deftly stowed it within his soul guide. The old rabbit let out a cry of despair, proving that with sufficient speed, one could dismember before the nerves registered the pain. Light Dance, De Ming and Er Ming's voices were not cries of sorrow, but rather choked sounds, as if they were suppressing their grief, only to find themselves coughing and sputtering, their cries morphing into a near scream of anguish, akin to a dying bird's lament on a cold winter's night. Despite De Ming and Er Ming's inconsolable weeping, Qian Chongling remained unfazed, devoid of any fluctuation in his heart. It was entirely natural for humans to consume spirit beasts. A century-old spirit beast could be eaten. 1,000-year spirit beast could be eaten, and even 100,000-year spirit beast was fair game, merely varying in rarity. In truth, 100,000-year spirit beast was akin to a protected species on Blue Star. However, while consuming rare animals on Blue Star may result in a summons for coffee, here in Douluo continent, no such consequences arose. With his objective achieved, Qian Chongling contemplated departing to find a suitable place to prepare this rare delicacy. However, De Ming's words halted him in his tracks. Who exactly are you? Qian Chongling regarded De Ming's eyes, filled with hatred and fury, and could not help but smile faintly. I am Qian Chongling, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Pausing, he felt that perhaps this introduction was inappropriate, so he continued. To be precise, I am the 7th Pope of the Spirit Hall. Should you wish for vengeance, you are welcome to seek me out at any time. Of course, next time, it won't be merely a leg at stake. Spicy rabbit head seems quite delectable as well. With that, Qian Chongling's figure gradually faded before the 4 spirit beasts, leaving them to tend to their wounds. After a long silence, the most simple-minded Titan Great Ape suddenly inquired, why did that man claim to be the 7th Pope of the Spirit Hall? In contrast, the Azure Bull Python, which was more aware of human society, replied, I recall that a human spirit master I encountered 1300 years ago mentioned that the Pope of the Spirit Hall during his era was indeed named Qian Chongling. As soon as these words fell, the 4 spirit beasts felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead, barely restraining themselves from cursing. They had never seen a human live for over 1300 years. Such longevity was a privilege reserved for spirit beasts. In other words, they had been duped, unaware of who their true enemy was. Chapter 26. The spicy rabbit leg as the depths of night descended. The myriad voices of spirit beasts gradually faded, enveloping the Star Doe forest in an eerie silence. The night in the Star Doe forest was often more perilous than the day, for many predators roamed the darkness, ready to claim the unsuspecting in their slumber. Thus, once night fell, traces of human activity were seldom found. Yet at this moment, a young man clad in black walked leisurely through the night, as if taking a stroll in a serene garden. Suddenly, he halted, retrieving a black tent from his soul guide and skillfully setting it up. Next, he produced a long jade stone table, several meters in length and 1.5 meters high. Along with various bottles containing small particles, the tent served as a resting place. But what purpose did the long table and bottles serve? The answer soon revealed itself as a small leg, adorned with pink fur, emerged from the soul guide, the severed end subtly revealing the vibrant red flesh beneath, showcasing its firmness and the sheen of fat, its appearance impeccable in every regard. The mere sight of this fresh meat hanging there ignited a primal hunger. Following this, the young man employed familiar techniques, boiling water to remove the skin. In no time, the small leg was skinned and deboned, leaving only the succulent red meat. However, the young man did not immediately commence cooking. Instead, he laid the rabbit leg flat on the jade stone table, layering it with a nearly transparent soft cloth. Then, he retrieved a hefty hammer, poised above the rabbit leg, and brought it crashing down. Bang! 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 The dull echo reverberated through the starry forest under the veil of night. Should a master chef be present, one would understand that this was the act of tenderizing rabbit leg meat, a method designed to fracture the fibers within, resulting in a dish of exquisite tenderness and flavor. It is noteworthy that the distinction between the meat of a 100,000-year-soul beast and ordinary meat is profound. While ordinary meat can be easily tenderized using the back of a knife or a rolling pin, the flesh of a 100,000-year-soul beast demands more vigorous treatment. On a pristine white jade table lay an array of jars and bottles, some containing dried spices yet to be ground, while others were already crushed. Qian Chongling, having ceased the process of tenderizing the rabbit leg, picked up a small vial and took a delicate sniff. Nodding in satisfaction, these spices, procured from a sign-in reward, were of commendable quality. With this reassurance, he proceeded. Extracting a stove from his soul guide, he ignited it and placed a pot filled with clear water atop. Qian Chongling then retrieved a spice container and began to blend the ingredients, pouring them into the pot. Within mere minutes, the water heated up and Qian Chongling stirred the aromatic concoction with a pair of chopsticks, the rich fragrance wafting through the air like a tangible essence. Subsequently, he took another small bowl and combined the spiced water with yellow clay extracted from his soul guide, mixing them thoroughly. He then wrapped the rabbit meat in cling film, encased it with lotus leaves, and bound it tightly with twine, sealing it with a layer of yellow clay. Only the final step remained. Qian Chongling quietly mused. A few bundles of fine fruitwood were gathered and stacked into a pyramid shape, with the hollow center accommodating the rabbit meat, enveloped in lotus leaves and coated in yellow clay. Once everything was in place, Qian Chongling snapped his fingers, and a flicker of flame appeared at his fingertip, igniting the wood. With a roar, the wood blazed to life, flames soaring like a dragon into the heavens, casting a fiery glow upon Qian Chongling's face. Soon enough, an hour passed. The wood was nearly consumed, much of it reduced to glowing coals. Yet, the dish was not yet complete. Qian Chongling was acutely aware that masterful culinary skills are no simple feat. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention. The outer layer of clay began to crack and peel away. After 15 minutes, a subtle smile graced Qian Chongling's lips as he retrieved a specially reserved fire poker and stepped closer. Stirring the still smoldering coals to unearth a sphere shedding its clay skin, which he placed upon the table. Having devoted considerable time to this culinary creation, Qian Chongling was past the point of ritualistic presentation. He picked up a small hammer and gently tapped the clay mound upon the table. With a crack, akin to the breaking of an eggshell, fissures spread rapidly from the point of impact, enveloping the entire clay mass at a second strike. This time, with increased force, he brought the hammer down, causing the already fractured clay to shatter, the outer layers of ordinary yellow clay falling away to reveal the darker inner earth. At this moment, the aroma began to emanate, provoking an involuntary swallow from Qian Chongling. At a third strike, he struck with determination, shattering the yellow clay shell, and with his left hand wielding a small knife, he deftly sliced through the inner lotus leaves, severing the twine that bound them. The leaves unfurled like blooming lotuses, releasing an even more intoxicating fragrance that enveloped Qian Chongling, leaving him in a state of blissful intoxication. Beholding the rabbit meat, resplendent in fiery orange hues, Qian Chongling reached out with eager hands, biting into it with a soft expression of delight. The flavor, undeniably exquisite, was a result of the fruitwood coals harmonizing with the spices, drawing him into an unbreakable trance of taste. Before long, he had devoured the entire rabbit leg, licking his lips in satisfaction as he retrieved a bottle of green plum wine from his soul guide. Sipping leisurely, his venture into the Douluo Great Forest was prompted by the second trial of the chaos, requiring him to venture to the source of evil and consume any part of its body. Upon first encountering this divine task, Qian Chongling was resolute in his refusal. The thought of consuming human flesh was utterly abhorrent to him. Past, present, and future, such an idea was unconceivable. However, in light of the divine trial, the astute investigator Qian Chongling was compelled to act. Drawing from his previous experiences in Holy Spirit Village, he recognized that the so-called source of evil was a matter of the three cuts. What, then, was this second source of evil? Was it the sea god or the Shura god who bestowed divine authority upon Tang San? No, it was not. The Shura god did not lead Tang San to invoke the abyssal invasion. Thus, it could be surmised that both the Shura god and the sea god were merely arms dealers to the murderer, their connection tenuous at best. So who granted Tang San such audacity? If the abyssal invasion went awry, who would bear the consequences? The answer lay with the Tang family's 5 divine kings: the son-in-law, the emotion god king; the son, inheritor of the destruction god king; the daughter-in-law, inheritor of the life god king; and the grandson, inheritor of the dragon god position. Henceforth, the answer was clear. Without your sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, would you dare to play such games? Qian Chongling surmised that he would certainly hesitate. For in times of weakness, this individual was notably timid. Thus, the second trial of the chaos was, in essence, consume a part of either of the 2 rabbits. After all, without the 100,000-year-old rabbit, there would be no descendants. Without the ancient rabbits, there would be no 100,000-year-old rabbits. As dawn began to break, the earth stirred from its slumber, a sliver of morning light piercing the quietude of night. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the black tent. Having feasted and refreshed himself the previous night, Qian Chongling awoke, blinking his bleary eyes before gradually rising from his bed and retrieving his toiletries from his soul guide. Half an hour later, Qian Chongling had departed from the core area of the Douluo Great Forest. Arriving at the inner circle at this pace, he would be able to exit the forest within an hour. System, initiate the third trial of chaos, Qian Chongling declared inwardly. Beep, the third trial of chaos is initializing. The content of the third trial is recruit BB Dong as a disciple. Reward, Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. Upon hearing this trial, Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback. The previous 2 trials had rewards of only 5, demanding both time and mental effort. Yet this one was straightforward and seemingly devoid of difficulty. As the ancestor of the Qian family, the task of taking BB Dong as a disciple should not elicit any dissent from Qian Xuanji or Qian Daoliu, let alone his grandson. However, this also implied the potential absence of Qian Renxue. The future angel God.as, if sensing Qian Chongling's inner turmoil, The system spoke for the first time. Host is concerned that such an action would lead to the non-existence of Qian Renxue? Yes. No. Wait. How do you know what I'm thinking? Is this system not merely an artificial intelligence program with no other functions? Qian Chongling pondered in disbelief. Yet the system did not answer his query directly. Instead stating, "You will understand this matter in the future." Returning to the point, the system continued. The host believes that the angel god can only be born through Bibidong. Isn't that the case? Qian Chongling questioned, bemused. Host, you are making a fundamental error in reasoning. How does the host perceive Bibidong's talent? The system inquired. Dual supreme martial souls, innate full soul power. Quite impressive. In Qian Chongling's view, Bibidong's talent could be deemed commendable, especially when compared to Qian Guang and Qian Xie, who both surpassed her. Qian Guang possessed innate level 14 soul power, while Qian Xie had level 13, and he himself had level 12. The six-winged angel martial soul was no trivial matter. And what about Qian Xuanji? He chose to skip this line of questioning. The system too seemed disinclined to elaborate further, as Qian Xuanji was, after all, the lowest in talent in the history of the Qian family, without exception. So, based on what grounds do you believe Qian Xuanji and Bibidong could produce Qian Renxue? Indeed, this left Qian Chongling momentarily dumbfounded. Once again, the age-old adage rang true. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. And the offspring of mice will dig holes. Given Qian Xuanji's lackluster talent, it was a wonder if he could even ensure Qian Renxue's success without dragging her down, let alone expecting her to possess innate soul power of level 20. It was clear that a mere Bibidong could not single-handedly elevate Qian Renxue to innate level 20, yet Qian Renxue undeniably possessed innate soul power of level 20. Could it be? Host, remember this. Qian Renxue is the angel god. But the angel god is not necessarily limited to Qian Renxue. I understand, Qian Chongling replied, grasping the implication to in other words, as long as there were descendants born in this generation of the Qian family. An individual with innate soul power of level 20 would inevitably emerge, destined to become the future angel god. This was unrelated to Bibidong and solely concerned with the angel god and the descendants of the Qian family. The truth was singular. Qian Renxue was highly likely a reincarnation of a fallen divine ancestor, a divine embryo. In this generation, she was reborn to cultivate anew. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for how the talent-deficient Qian Xuanji and the level 10 Bibidong could produce a progeny with innate soul power of level 20. If it were truly the case, then have the myriad families throughout the ages been jesting? Each generation of the Qian family surpasses Qian Xuanji, and their spouses possess commendable talents as well. Yet, what is the result? Not a single one has surpassed level 15, let alone 20. Therefore, the host need not concern themselves with the matters of the angel god. They should simply fulfill their role as a disrespected master. The system proclaimed, Oh, go away. Am I that sort of person? This is called protection. Close protection. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling became displeased and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the system. However, no matter how much Qian Chongling berated this somewhat mutated system, it offered no response whatsoever. Left with no other option, Qian Chongling could only ponder the speculations and analyses they had just conjured. The aspect of Qian Renxue that Qian Chongling found most perplexing was the fact that this child had fallen in love with San Ge. You would fall for someone, a mere acquaintance, who has repeatedly thwarted your endeavors and is also the son of your half-father's murderer. When the undercover mission in Tiando failed, San Ge rejected Qian Renxue's overtures, and she had wished to eliminate him on the spot. Without the old poison master and the Yang family's broken spear, San Ge would have been finished right there, not long ago. They had been at each other's throats, and now, without even having met, she was infatuated to the point of desperation, adamantly refusing to strike him down. Surely, this must be madness, and all of this transpired after Qian Renxue underwent the divine trial. What does this imply? It suggests that the divine trial of the angel god is flawed, or perhaps, due to the angel god's demise or reincarnation, the angel temple has been usurped by magpies, and some deity in the divine realm has plotted against Qian Renxue's participation in the angel god's divine trial. This deity is most likely the sea god, for in the past 10 millennia, only the angel god and the sea god have ascended through faith. After all, individuals strive for breath, and deities vie for incense. Faith is paramount to a god. directly relating to their divine power and strength. Thus the more, the better. Hence, it is highly plausible that the sea god has set their sights on the faith held by the angel god, especially considering that the sea god has a history of such deeds. The sea god rides the soul-devouring great white shark, whose nemesis is the evil soul orca, a voracious soul beast. It is worth noting that the soul-devouring great white shark has served as the sea god's mount for nearly a millennium. It must have earned its keep in some way. The sea goddess' intervention to eliminate the evil soul orca, a scourge of the seas, would not only benefit the soul-devouring great white shark, but also contribute to the safety of marine life. Yet, the sea god did nothing, refusing to act, and even preventing the sacred pillars of Sea God Island from intervening. What could this be for, if not for faith, to continually harvest the devotion of the soul-devouring great white shark clan towards the sea god? After all, it is only when you are powerless or have lost kin that you pray to the divine, a sea god who is so ruthless towards their own kin, let alone the angel god, who possesses so much faith. Who else would they target if not the angel god? After a spree of wild conjectures, Qian Chongling suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. Not only must they guard against a meddlesome Rakshasa god, but now they also had to worry about a sea god eyeing the faith of the angel god. Lastly, they had to consider the Azura god, who seems to enjoy playing nanny to Sangu. Otherwise, how could Sangu be resurrected after being slain by Bibi Dong? How could two mere second-level gods revive a first-level god combined with a divine king? That would be absurd. If so, this divine king would be too cheap. Alas, this world is too difficult. With so many coveting his spirit hall, it is distressing. In any case, Qingyue is merely 12 or 13 years old, and it will be a while before he can apprentice under Bibi Dong. Qian Chongling decided to find a place to clear their mind. They had heard that the Qingyue Academy was quite splendid, with maidens, young lords, and alluring elder sisters, all manner of beauties. Becoming a gatekeeper there seemed rather appealing, as ensuring the safety of the young ladies is of utmost priority. Qian Chongling stroked their chin, their pace suddenly quickening, thanks to Yi Mao, Wu Yi, Tiao Deng Dao, Jian Yisheng fans, Wed 123, and other esteemed individuals for their recommendations. Chapter 28. The name of the Blood Pope. Winter has arrived. The frosty chill howling through the air, as flurries of goose-feather snowflakes descend from the heavens. Beautiful yet frigid. In such weather, few would prefer to linger outdoors, save for an elderly gentleman clad in a platinum robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, whose amiable visage radiates kindness. He traverses a small hill resembling a leaping tiger, leaving behind a faint trail of footprints in the blink of an eye. The elderly man, who one might have expected to pause midway, now stands atop the hill, gazing down at the few flickering lights of a humble village nestled at its base. Beyond this hill, a journey of several hundred kilometers towards the northeast leads to the elemental city, once again adopting the guise of an elderly man. Qian Chongling's sharp eyes glimmered with divine light as he murmured to himself while studying the map in his hands. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he looked up towards the village below, his expression grave and menacing. This aura, regardless of how many times encountered, remains nauseating. Damned scum. Tiger Leap Village, a small hamlet located just outside the elemental city within the Tiando Empire, derives its name from the hill resembling a leaping tiger that shields it, thus escaping a certain cursed designation. The population is scant, merely a few dozen households with a few hundred souls, and the villagers primarily possess agricultural spirit souls, relying on farming for sustenance. However, just 3 days prior, a child from one of the families awakened their spirit soul, a mutated form, ice spikes born from a water droplet. With innate soul power at level 5, truly, a golden phoenix emerged from a humble nest, prompting the simple villagers to celebrate and invite passing travelers. Yet, this innocent act brought about catastrophic consequences that very moment. Within a small house to the northwest of Tiger Leap Village, a middle-aged man with a dark countenance and crimson eyes gazed with a sinister smile at a small girl, no more than 6 years old. Dressed in coarse hemp, beside her lay a pair of middle-aged parents, their lifeless forms utterly devoid of vitality. Witnessing her parents drained of all blood left the little girl in a state of shock. Her eyes vacant, forever haunted by this horrifying scene. The innocent child could not comprehend that the amiable uncle from the day had transformed into a devil cloaked in crimson by night. This dark-faced middle-aged man, Wang Liao, approached the little girl step by step, muttering to himself, "The snacks are finished. Now it's time for the main course." His greatest delight lay in feeding upon the blood of gifted children, for they lacked the means to resist and could marginally enhance his own talents. Low risk, high reward. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door, causing Wang Liao to halt in his tracks. Turning to glance at the door not far away, without waiting for permission from the inhabitants, Qian Chongling swung open the door to the small house, his icy gaze brimming with unabashed murderous intent. Yet his lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. "Ah, esteemed evil soul master, the old man has come to visit late at night without any gifts to avoid being impolite. How about I draw you a clock?" At these words, Wang Liao's expression darkened instantly. He envisioned dismembering this old man, particularly that mouth of his, which he intended to sew shut with needles and thread. "Old fool, I hope your blood does not stink as much as your mouth." Simultaneously, a blood-black light began to emanate from Wang Liao, casting a shadow of dark red behind him, as 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, gradually emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, the 6th soul ring on Wang Liao flared brilliantly, unleashing his 6th soul skill, Blood Feast of the World. A crimson beam surged forth, striking towards Qian Chongling with lightning speed. Before the attack even reached him, the nauseating aura assaulted Qian Chongling's senses. His expression remained impassive as he let out a cold snort, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupting, soaring into the heavens. Wang Liao's so-called 6th soul skill was dispelled in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Wang Liao was utterly horrified. Merely by virtue of his aura, the old man had dismantled his strongest 6th soul skill. Such strength could surely not be less than that of a titled Douluo. It is worth noting that his guide was merely an 83rd level soul Douluo. Even the aura of a soul Douluo paled in comparison to that of the elderly man before him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qian Chongling approached Wang Liao with a cold smile, each step revealing a soul ring emerging beneath his feet. The first soul ring was black. After 9 steps, 9 soul rings appeared before Wang Liao. For black, 5 red. Wang Liao appeared as though he had seen a ghost. This extraordinary titled Douluo defied his imagination. "Esteemed crown," Wang Liao began to speak, only to be interrupted by Qian Chongling. With a flick of his right index finger, Qian Chongling emitted a faint light, rendering the little girl unconscious, and then, devoid of any emotion, coldly declared, "As for the evil soul master, I have always taken great pleasure in crushing every inch of your flesh, extracting your soul to be burned in chaotic flames for 49 days. Let it perish slowly amidst endless despair and agony. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can argue. In my eyes, you are drenched in resentment, the spirits of nearly 100 souls who perished at your hands, crying out in fury behind you." Indeed, in the eyes of Qian Chongling, the evil soul masters can only be described as such. Even the soul beasts are more noble than these wretches, who waste air while alive and pollute the land upon their death. What constitutes an evil soul master is one who, due to personal or martial soul reasons, willingly descends into depravity, committing heinous acts that are utterly devoid of morality. Such individuals are termed evil soul masters. Their abominable actions include, but are not limited to, drinking human blood, consuming human flesh, and having a particular penchant for the still unborn fetuses. Can such conduct be deemed human? They are likely inferior even to beasts. Among the forces combating evil soul masters, the most renowned is the Spirit Hall, which has always exhibited a ruthless policy of exterminating these malevolent beings on sight, forcing them to hide in the darkest corners of existence, desperately clinging to life. Otherwise, they would face collective retribution from the likes of soul emperors or even titled Daoliuos. When Qian Chongling ascended to the position of Pope, his policies toward evil soul masters were particularly bloody. Those who harbor evil soul masters are executed on the spot. Those who are aware but remain silent are executed on the spot. Family members of evil soul masters above the age of 4 are slain. The root of all this lies in the fact that, as a mere 18-year-old soul king, Qian Chongling once encountered a soul saint-level evil soul master during his journey of training, and his protector, a titled Douluo, was preoccupied with other matters and unable to intervene. Had it not been for the chance meeting with Dugu Qingyue, the eldest daughter of the Dugu family, Qian Chongling would likely have perished at the hands of that evil soul master. Dugu Qingyue first incapacitated the soul saint with blood poison before ultimately sacrificing herself to eliminate him. In the aftermath, the corrupted Qian Chongling brutally slaughtered 3 additional evil soul masters of the Soul Emperor level. But in a state of delirium, he was taken back and confined by his elder brother, Qian Chongling. Following this incident, Qian Chongling's temperament transformed drastically. Not only did he engage in frenzied training, but upon assuming the papacy, he subjected evil soul masters to the full extent of the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, exhibiting extreme cold-blooded cruelty. Thus, he earned the moniker of the Blood Pope. Chapter 29. Feel the despair tap. Tap, tap. Qian Chongling approached Wang Liao, towering over the prostrate figure on the ground, and spoke with an expressionless demeanor. I wonder how long you can endure. As his words fell, Qian Chongling's right hand gently clenched in the void. With a crack, Wang Liao's limbs were suddenly twisted at a 180-degree angle by an invisible force, exposing a ghastly tableau of pale bone protrusions and crimson blood. Strangely, despite such severe injuries, Wang Liao merely turned pale and broke into a cold sweat without uttering a sound. This was not due to Wang Liao's remarkable fortitude, but rather because Qian Chongling detested the sounds of these wretches. Next, Qian Chongling snapped his fingers, unleashing a wave of cold air that caused the temperature in the room to plummet. As if a thin mist had settled upon the furniture, and the unconscious little girl shivered slightly. Upon witnessing this, Qian Chongling furrowed his brow and retrieved a thick fur coat from his soul guide device. Tossing it over the girl with a single hand, simultaneously, an ice-blue longsword exuding a deep chill manifested in the air, only to shatter violently into countless needle-like shards of ice, numbering in the millions. Suspended in the air, the shards gradually fell like snowflakes, tracing graceful arcs as they landed on Wang Liao's garments. The flicker of confusion crossed Wang Liao's eyes, but it was only when the slender ice shards tore through his clothing and pierced his skin that he comprehended Qian Chongling's intentions, to crush his flesh and blood inch by inch. At this moment, Wang Liao realized the truth of those words. As the ice shards slashed across his body, layers of flesh as thin as gossamer were severed, and soon there were 100, 1,000, 10,000. The north wind howled as 3 agile figures rushed forward, halting at the peak of Huyao Mountain, their faces illuminated by moonlight. 2 men and 1 woman. The footprints ceased here. Leading the trio was a middle-aged woman with blue hair. Clad in a finely tailored blue dress, she spoke. We have searched this vicinity for several days, yet we have not discovered the whereabouts of Bloodshadow Wang Liao. The imposing middle-aged man dressed in red behind her added, having slain members of our 4 Elements Academy, he shall face death even if he flees to the ends of the earth. The final figure, a slender middle-aged man in green, interjected, All right, Feng Jinghong, sniff around and see if you can detect Wang Liao's scent in this area. The middle-aged woman, Shui Ro, instructed the man in green. Sister Shui, my martial soul is the Gale Magic Wolf, not a dog. Why not let Huasu do it? Feng Jinghong protested. My unicorn fire dragon's sense of smell isn't as sharp as your Gale Magic Wolf's. I entrust this task to you, Brother Feng. Huasu, clad in red, chimed in with a grin. I will do my utmost, Feng Jinghong declared. Gale Magic Wolf, activate. With a light shout, a robust azure wolf materialized behind him. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmering brightly, revealing him to be a soul saint of the 7th ring. As his martial soul manifested, Feng Jinghong's appearance altered. His black hair was slicked back with green gel. His hands elongated, and his fingers transformed into glimmering wolf claws. Resembling an upright werewolf, he sniffed the air and, after a moment, reluctantly shook his head. The wind is too strong, apart from a faint hint of blood. I cannot detect anything else. Upon hearing this, Huasu grew agitated, exclaiming, This weather is truly unpleasant. The connection between martial souls and their wielders is intrinsic, just as cats favor fish and owls thrive in the night. Huasu's fire attribute martial soul made him particularly averse to cold-weathered that moment. Shui Ro's expression turned grave as she remarked, Where is that scent of blood coming from? Feng Jinghong replied, It emanates from the village below. Upon hearing this, Shui Ro leaped down and instructed the 2 men, Follow closely. I will explain on the way. Huasu and Feng Jinghong exchanged glances, having known each other for years. They required no further explanation and promptly followed Shui Ro. Along the way, Shui Ro began to elucidate, with the scent of blood present. Don't you find it strange? Huisu queried, perplexed. What is strange about it? Whether commoners or soul masters, there are times when one must slaughter chickens or sheep. Even minor accidents can result in injury and bloodshed. A hint of blood is to be expected. Shui Rou shook her head. What you're saying applies only in the absence of strong winds. A faint scent of blood is normal. But what of today's weather? The wind can disperse scents. Her words. Huisu and Feng Jinghong's pupils constricted simultaneously. And Feng Jinghong, in disbelief, said, You mean with such strong winds, if you can detect a faint scent of blood, then in calm weather, wouldn't that scent amplify several-fold, even dozens of times? The village ahead likely suffers from grievous casualties. Shui Rou replied, I hope we are not too late. Having realized that the evil soul master Bloodshadow Wang Liao was likely in the nearby Huyao village, Shui Rou and the others unleashed their full soul power. Guided by Feng Jinghong's keen sense of smell. In mere moments, they arrived at the entrance of a small house in the northwest of Huyao village. This is it, Feng Jinghong announced to the others. With a thud, the three exchanged glances, and the assault-oriented Huisu took the lead, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door. He entered the house first, followed closely by the others, who found no immediate signs of danger. Inside the small house, Qian Chongling heard the door crash open and turned to see a woman and two men standing before him. The first to enter, Huisu, radiated flames, a fiery red horn protruding from his forehead, and his body adorned with 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, clearly a soul saint of level 77. Following him, Feng Jinghong appeared as a blue werewolf, also with 7 soul rings, but of a slightly lower rank, at level 76. Lastly, Shui Rou, though not dramatically changed, retained her enchanting beauty, with ice blue scales adorning her cheeks and a pair of ice blue wings on her back. Her martial soul was the Ice Ridge bird, and she stood as the most powerful among them, boasting 8 soul rings, making her an 81-level soul Douluo. The three regarded the trio within the house with a sense of impending confrontation. Their gazes fixated on the elderly figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, the small form wrapped in a fur coat lying unconscious, and the final ambiguous entity that was barely discernible. Contrary to their expectations, it appeared that Bloodshadow Wang Liao had already been slain, though the method seemed reminiscent of internal strife, as it bore a certain cruelty. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. But Shui Rou, as the eldest, steeled her resolve and asked, I am Shui Rou, the Vice Dean of the Tianxue Academy. These two are the directors of the Qihua Academy and the Shinfeng Academy. May I inquire your esteemed title? Originally, Qian Chongling had no desire to engage with these 3 individuals who had spoiled his interest, but upon hearing the title of Vice Dean of Tianxue Academy, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the 30th chapter, this is not what I wanted. When he encountered Shui Rou introducing herself, Qian Chongling realized that an opportunity to become the gatekeeper had presented itself. Perhaps the tale of the Tianxue Academy's school beauty and the gatekeeper, Elder Qian, would soon circulate throughout the continent. Thus, he lost interest in tormenting Wang Liang and released all the floating ice blades in one breath. Then, with a resounding boom, Wang Liang was obliterated, utterly vanishing from this world, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Seeing Wang Liang's tragic state, Shui Rou and her companions couldn't help but twitch their lips. This old man was quite fierce. Qian Chongling turned to Shui Rou and her friends, stating, I am Qian Chongling, a solitary cultivator, and my cultivation has barely reached the realm of a titled Douluo. After a pause, he continued, I had intended to find a place to rest for the night as the day grew late, but unexpectedly, alas, I arrived too late and could only save this little girl. He pointed to the young girl who was still in slumber. Thank you for your intervention, Senior, Shui Rou remarked, giving Qian Chongling a thorough appraisal. Just then, Taihan Hanshu, also known as Huisu, suddenly whispered, even if he is a soul master. This attack was excessively brutal. Not even a bone can be found. The moment those words fell, Shui Rou and Feng Jinghong were nearly struck with terror. Each person present boasted profound cultivation, although Taihan Hanshu spoke softly. Who could not hear? To question a titled Douluo was akin to courting disaster. Yet they were the ones who felt apprehensive. Feng Jinghong quickly gestured to his own head, explaining, Senior, my friend here has a slight issue. Had they encountered other narrow-minded titled Douluos, these 3 might have already faced dire consequences. However, Qian Chongling was not one of those individuals. That he replied coolly, in my past, I witnessed my kin perish before my eyes at the hands of an evil Soulmaster. Therefore, after achieving my cultivation, I have sought out and eliminated every evil Soulmaster I encountered. Such beasts deserve to perish. Senior, we were in the wrong. We have brought up painful memories for you. Please, punish us, Shui Rou said, her empathetic nature surfacing as she comforted the elderly man. Her words resonated perfectly with Qian Chongling, who had been awaiting such a response that I place my trust in you to manage the gate or the dormitory of the students. He declared that it was merely an unintentional misstep. What merit is there in punishment? However, I do have 2 requests for Dean Shui. How could I dare? Please, speak. Senior, Shui Rou replied, momentarily taken aback and bowing slightly in respect. Firstly, this little girl has encountered great misfortune today and will likely have no one to care for her. Might you consider taking her into Tianxue Academy? Qian Chongling suggested, gently stroking his white beard. Upon examining her body, I found she possesses a soul power of 4 or 5 levels, which is quite acceptable. Shui Rou's body trembled. She had anticipated a different request from Qian Chongling, to her surprise. He was merely concerned for the welfare of the young girl, and she instinctively agreed. Rest assured, Senior, Tianxue Academy will become this child's second home. Secondly, as I am advanced in years and my end is not far off, I wish to seek a position at your Tianxue Academy to enjoy my remaining days. This declaration, Shui Rou, Huasu, and Feng Jinghong were left in disbelief. A title Daoliu wished to join Tianxue Academy as an instructor? Was this not a stroke of fortune from the heavens? It should be noted that title Daoliuos are exceedingly rare in this world, each one a guest of the major sects and the 2 great empires. There is a saying that only sects with a title Daoliu possess the qualifications to compete for the 3 sects. While Tianxue, Qihua, and Shinfeng academies sound impressive, they are, in reality, somewhat mediocre. A single title Daoliu could easily dominate them without any chance of resistance. Consequently, Shui Rou was the first to inquire, Senior, do you truly mean this? It was not that Shui Rou was suspicious, but the benefits were so grand that they were hard to believe. After all, a powerful title Daoliu. Qian Chongling smiled faintly, affirming, would I jest with you? Naturally, I speak the truth. As his words fell, a searing gaze fixed intently on Qian Chongling, as though wishing to swallow him whole. The owner of that gaze was none other than Shui Rou. Almost simultaneously, 2 resentful stares also bore down on Qian Chongling, Huasu and Feng Jinghong, who were dismayed that Qian Chongling chose Tianxue Academy over their own Shinfeng and Qihua academies. Thus, upon realizing that Qian Chongling was indeed serious, Shui Rou promptly instructed Huasu and Feng Jinghong to tidy the interior, after which they would return to the 4-element city to handle matters regarding the evil Soulmaster. Meanwhile, she would assist Elder Qian in resting in the inner quarters, planning to arrange for him a position as an external instructor the following day. Qian Chongling mused, what about the position of dormitory administrator for the female students? Although Tianxue Academy had a regulation stating that only female students and teachers could be admitted, and that they must possess water or water-related martial souls, such rules were often easily bent for those of great strength. Moreover, while Shui Rou held the title of vice dean, it was her sister, Shui Ning, who was the dean, thus affording her considerable influence. Furthermore, a title Daoliu-level powerhouse wishing to join a prestigious Soulmaster Academy would certainly not be turned away. Shenfeng and Qihua academies were living proof of this. To recruit a title Daoliu-level expert as a teacher, what value did the rules hold? In the Douluo continent, strength is the ultimate truth. Tianxue Academy, being an all-female institution, understood this concept profoundly. Throughout their establishment and development, they had encountered numerous unscrupulous soul masters coveting their students, yet Shinfeng, Tianxue, and Qihua had always stood together, emerging from each crisis unscathed. Thus, even without Shui Rou's recommendation, Qian Chongling's desire to join Tianxue Academy for a peaceful retirement would not be rejected. In fact, they would likely go to great lengths to curry favor with this title Daoliu. Ultimately, Qian Chongling's seemingly casual first request left Shui Rou thoroughly impressed, for a title Daoliu with a broad heart and kind nature would surely not covet the students of Tianxue Academy. Perhaps the elderly man merely wished to observe how the child fared. Therefore, unless the higher-ups of Tianxue Academy were utterly irrational, Qian Chongling's entry into the academy was as good as sealed. 3 days later, in a nameless small hotel in 4-element city, Qian Chongling received a personally delivered invitation from Shui Rou, inviting him to join Qingyue Academy as a teacher. Upon seeing this invitation, Qian Chongling was momentarily stunned. What I wanted was the role of gatekeeper or dormitory administrator. The invitation read, Qingyue Academy cordially invites Qian Chongling to become a specially appointed teacher. In the 31st chapter, the Academy of Pitfalls, time flew by, and Qian Chongling enjoyed a leisurely 3 months at Qingyue Academy. During this time, he gradually came to understand the academy thoroughly. To be honest, the facilities at Qingyue Academy were exceptionally well equipped, far more reliable than a certain future academy that would only boast about the winds of the Northwest. Firstly, regarding the quality of faculty, both the dean and vice dean were Soul, level experts. With 4 Soul Sage level teachers, 8 Soul Emperor level teachers, and 17 Soul King level instructors, as for lower ranked Soul Masters, there were none. The minimum requirement for teachers at Qingyue Academy was the Soul King level. In contrast, the so-called Monster Academy had no Soul Douluos, 2 Soul Sages, and 3 or 4 Soul Emperors, which rendered their faculty utterly inferior to Qingyue Academy. Next, in terms of student enrollment, Qingyue Academy boasted around 400 to 500 students across both primary and advanced classes, while the Monster Academy had never exceeded 100 total students since its founding, thus further illustrating its inadequacy. Lastly, regarding hardware facilities, Qingyue Academy had all the essential amenities, including a simulated training ground, which Shrek Academy lacked, even failing to meet the basic infrastructure standards for a primary Soul Master Academy. Qingyue Academy had not only a simulated training ground, but also designated spaces for swimming, dance, and music, recognizing that many of its students were talented in song and dance. Among these facilities, Qian Chongling's favorite was undoubtedly the swimming pool. In summary, Qingyue Academy was truly exceptional. In the final admission criteria for the Monster Academy, it is stipulated that the institution exclusively accepts monsters, rejecting ordinary individuals. Candidates must be over the age of 13 or possess a soul power of at least level 21. Those who do not meet these requirements are dismissed without exception. This raises an intriguing question. Does a young Soul Master, capable of achieving level 21 before the age of 13, who possesses an innate soul power of at least level 6 or higher, experience a significant difference in their educational journey at other academies compared to that at Shrek Academy? If this so-called Monster Academy can cultivate Soul Masters of mediocre talent, such as those with innate soul powers of levels 3 or 4, then the quality of instruction is undoubtedly commendable. However, transforming a genius into a skilled practitioner is something any reputable academy can achieve. The saying goes, if I can do it, why do I need you? Finally, addressing the graduation statistics of the Monster Academy, according to the claims of a legendary silver tiger, Shrek Academy admitted a total of 62 students but graduated only 14. The graduation requirement for Shrek Academy mandates that students must reach level 41 before the age of 20. Failure to do so results in denial of graduation. In other words, out of 62 exceptionally talented students with innate soul powers above level 6, only 14 managed to attain level 40 before turning 20. It is important to note that for prodigies, training prior to soul rank is relatively swift, and these figures only account for those who graduated. The remaining 48 are still prodigies in their own right. The question then arises, are these students unmotivated? Or is the Monster Academy merely a pitfall? Certainly, some must have realized their misalignment and transferred to other institutions. Nevertheless, even on the conservative side, Shrek Academy has effectively squandered the potential of over 20 genius young Soul Masters. To illustrate further, envision a newly established school claiming, I will not accept the top scorers from various provinces. You are not worthy. If one is indeed a top scorer, would they choose to attend this fledgling institution or prestigious establishments like Tsinghua or Peking University, which are affiliated with academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? As for the graduation criteria of the Water Academy, these are determined based on the innate talents of the students at the time of admission. Specifically assessing the level of innate soul power, the standards vary, ranging from soul power levels 30 to 45, with ages spanning from 30 to 40. This direct comparison reveals that Shrek Academy is utterly outmatched by Water Academy. Returning to the main topic, although Qian Chongling has officially entered Water Academy and enjoys a commendable status and treatment, he finds himself somewhat idle. Water Academy has not assigned him any courses, allowing him the freedom to teach whomever he pleases. This means that if Qian Chongling were to be lazy, he could refrain from teaching entirely and still receive the monthly stipend of gold soul coins from Water Academy. To claim that Water Academy suffers losses in this arrangement would be absurd. Spending a modest sum to hire a titled Douluo as a teacher, even if the Douluo merely serves as a mascot, provides ample deterrence. Furthermore, should this Douluo take a liking to a few students and offer personal guidance, the benefits would be exponential. This could even qualify them as direct disciples of a titled Douluo, ensuring that Water Academy reaps significant rewards regardless. Despite Qian Chongling's profound laziness, he remains willing to select a few students he deems talented and offer them some guidance. Among the students chosen by Qian Chongling, the most gifted is undoubtedly Shui Ro's daughter, Shui Yuwu, a 14-year-old with a soul power of level 29 and a top-tier martial soul, the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, boasting an innate soul power of level 9. Originally possessing impressive talent, Shui Yuwu has now reached level 32 in soul power, with her third ring being a 2,100-year-old purple soul ring, surpassing typical configurations due to Qian Chongling's mentorship. 2 years later, during noon at Water Academy, with the sky clear and serene, Qian Chongling reclines lazily in a wrought-tan chair by the desk in the library. After months of persistent argument, combined with the prior retirement of the library's administrator, Qian Chongling has taken on the dual role of the library's administrator. Just as he is on the verge of dozing off, the library's door is suddenly flung open, revealing a pair of seemingly flawless, snow-white, and delicate long legs that stride in with elegance. It is none other than Xiao Yuwu. Without lifting his head, Qian Chongling remarks, "Ah, Yuwu." With a gentle smile on her delicate face, Shui Yuwu approaches him and says, "Teacher, the dean requests your presence in her office. She has matters to discuss with you." "Oh, what matters?" Qian Chongling replies with a faint smile. "I'm not sure. Then it probably isn't urgent." Qian Chongling, somewhat dispirited, responds, "Let me sleep for another hour." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he closed his eyes, preparing to drift back to sleep. "Shui Yuwu." "Teacher." Shui Yuwu gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with emphasis. Half an hour later, Qian Chongling emerges from the library, still groggy and filled with resentment. As he ambles towards the adjacent building marked Dean's office, after knocking softly, he enters. His grogginess is entirely due to Shui Yu's insistence on waking him. What was promised as a massage turned into a tickling session, accompanied by her suggestion to use ice cubes to invigorate him. Youngsters these days lack decorum. Indeed. Chapter 32. A curious operation. Dean. What business do you have with me? Qian Chongling, clearly familiar with the dean's office, rummages through a drawer to retrieve a bag of tea-colored packets packaged in the style of the Blue Star. Then casually fetches 2 cups, pouring some tea-colored powder from the bag into each. He prepares a cup for himself and another for Shui Ning, the dean of Water Academy. The packet prominently labeled with 4 Chinese characters, Nestle Coffee. This so-called coffee was procured from a sign-in gift package, which Shui Ning had confiscated a few bags of after spotting Qian Chongling enjoying it in his office. After completing the entire process, Qian Chongling's gaze is fixed on Shui Ning, who is clad in a sky blue teacher's uniform. One cannot deny that even by Qian Chongling's discerning standards, Shui Ning ranks among the beauties of Douluo continent. The reasons are evident: her legs, her face, and her charm. Noticing Qian Chongling's familiar demeanor, Shui Ning smiles softly and says, "Currently, there are 3 students in the academy who have reached level 30 and 2 who have attained level 40. I would like to request Teacher Qian to accompany them in obtaining their soul rings, to help them acquire their true potential." It is important to note that Yuo's 3rd ring has garnered considerable envy from both students and faculty alike. Shui Ning adds with a playful wink, "You know how coveted that ring is. On Douluo continent, any Soulmaster family with a legacy understands the optimal soul ring age required for each Soulmaster level to maximize their soul rings, leading to a conventional range for soul ring absorption. Typically, the first soul ring is chosen from those aged 3 to 400 years, the second from 6 to 700 years, and so forth. However, someone compiled this data and shamelessly claimed it as their own theory. This individual's theory posits that the first soul ring should be aged 423 years, the second 764 years, the third 1,760 years, the fourth 5,000 years, the fifth 12,000 years, the sixth 20,000 years, the seventh 30 million to 50 million years, and the eighth soul ring should exceed 50,000 years. with the ninth requiring over 100,000 years. While common knowledge holds some truth, this so-called theory is only partially correct, as it overlooks critical nuances. It is well known that if a Soulmaster's body cannot withstand the pressure of a soul ring, they may perish upon absorption. Therefore, as long as the body's strength is sufficient, survival is assured. Beast martial souls generally exhibit greater physical strength compared to food-type martial souls, and male soul masters tend to be physically stronger than their female counterparts due to inherent factors. This brings forth a pertinent question. Should a male beast martial soul master and a female food-type martial soul master both attempt to absorb a first soul ring aged 423 years? What would transpire? It is highly probable that the male beast martial soul master would succeed, while the female food-type martial soul master would meet an unfortunate fate. Conversely, if the female food-type martial soul master could absorb this soul ring, wouldn't the male beast martial soul master, with superior physical resilience, be able to consider absorbing a 500-year soul ring? Therefore, any soul master family with a legacy dismisses the theories of this so-called mouthpiece king, as adhering strictly to such standards would likely result in numerous casualties. Shui Ning's implication is clear. She desires Qian Chongling to lead the way, assisting these students in acquiring their true potential soul rings, which may include but is not limited to the so-called extreme ages. Qian Chongling responds, "If we start training from the moment their martial souls awaken, I am confident I can ensure their second soul ring is purple and their fourth soul ring is black. However, given the current circumstances of the students, I cannot guarantee they will break through their limits." Seeing Qian Chongling agreeing to the proposal, Shui Ning smiles and says, "As long as teacher Qian does his best, I am sure the results will be satisfactory. Where do you plan to take them?" "Venture forth to the extreme northern lands." Qian Chongling pondered momentarily before responding. There are several reasons for Qian Chongling's willingness. Firstly, in the original timeline, the future Qingyue Academy posed a significant existential threat to Shrek Academy, inflicting harsh blows upon its members. Such actions are indeed unacceptable. Thus, Qian Chongling surmised that from this era onwards, Qingyue Academy should bolster its foundation. Not to mention, leaving behind some sword formations and array techniques could potentially enable them to triumph over Shrek Academy when the time comes. Secondly, the extreme north is home to three soul beasts whose ages exceed 300,000 years: the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and our dear Tianming. Qian Chongling harbored a desire to converse with these two, to discuss ideals and aspirations that as for Tianming Bingqian, Qian Chongling had yet to devise a plan for it. Thirdly, the students of Qingyue Academy primarily possess water-type martial souls, with some exhibiting ice-type attributes that on Douluo continent. There seems to be little distinction between water and ice. Shall we indeed journey to the extreme north? Water Ning inquired after a moment of contemplation. Following a discussion of various details, Water Ning informed several students of Qingyue Academy to prepare for their expedition to the extreme north in a few days. While Qian Chongling languidly spent his days at Qingyue Academy, his faction within the Spirit Hall remained industrious. In Wuhan City, at the Douluo Hall, Qian Daoliu stood solemnly with several of his companions, including the Golden Crocodile, Qian Jun, the Demon Bear, the Ghost Leopard, and the Holy Dragon. Meanwhile, the young Qian Xuanji, who had only recently matured at around 14 years of age, was deemed unworthy to enter this hallowed space. Honored patrons, our ancestor has not returned for 8 years, and it is feared he has passed on. Today, I shall inter his garments within the Douluo Hall, establishing a ceremonial grave. Do any of you have objections? Qian Daoliu queried his companions. The elder once guided me. Thus, it is only fitting, declared the Golden Crocodile Douluo, adorned in a golden robe embellished with a fierce golden crocodile. My elder's great-grandfather is my great-grandfather as well, added the Holy Dragon Douluo. Regardless of his cultivation or other attributes, he stands as our exemplar. If he cannot be honored with a ceremonial grave in the Douluo Hall, who among us can? The Demon Bear Douluo asserted earnestly. Indeed, very well, it is settled then. With no dissent from the titled Douluo in the patron hall, Qian Daoliu's previously somber expression gradually lightened. The tasks left unfinished by his grandfather, father, and other ancestors had now been accomplished by him. By all accounts, does this not imply that Qian Daoliu surpasses his forebears, Qian Bufan, Qian Xie? Unworthy descendants, I shall not let you off lightly. 3 days later, a new gravestone was added within the Douluo Hall, inscribed with the following: Ancestor of the Spirit Hall, 8th generation and 9th pope. Qian Chongling date of birth. Unknown age at passing. Over 1400 years merits. Throughout his life, he vigorously advanced the spirit hall's economy, suppressed evil soul masters, and treated the common folk with kindness. A figure embodying both virtue and talent, sincere and amiable. The following details were omitted for brevity. Years later, Qian Chongling gazed upon his gravestone, a look of exasperation on his face, wishing to chastise this unfilial descendant. Chapter 33. Acquisition of the Soul Ring completed. The distance between the extreme north and Qingyue Academy is considerable. Even though all 5 students from Qingyue Academy are Soulmasters, the journey from Qingyue Academy to the extreme north would take several days. Primarily, Qian Chongling had to consider the physical condition of the Qingyue Academy students. Had it been only himself, the journey could have been completed in a matter of hours. However, the students did not possess Qian Chongling's formidable strength. Thus, he could only escort 5 younger sisters and 2 slightly older young ladies, accompanied by 3 pseudo-soul sovereigns, 2 pseudo-soul sects, and 2 soul sage teachers for protection. Half a month later, at the outskirts of the extreme north, the surroundings were desolate and devoid of life. Qian Chongling and his companions made their way. They occasionally encountered small markets selling various supplies for entering the icy soul beast forest, such as warm clothing and tools suited for the frigid conditions. Yet, these markets were scarce, for few soul masters dared venture into such harsh environments, where the strain on soul power and the physical toll was immensely greater than that experienced in the Stardow forest. A month later, Qian Chongling's group reached their final destination, a small grove draped in silvery frost, where several birds emitting an icy aura frolicked around a small lake. Upon their arrival, the leading bird exhibited no concealment of its hostility, for the animosity between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable. In ancient times, the beast path flourished, and humans were merely fodder for soul beasts. However, with the emergence of the first soul master, the tides began to turn, and now, with humanity flourishing, the once dominant soul beasts are but fragile remnants. Before Qian Chongling stood a towering ice condor, over 2 meters high, with a tail wing extending 4 meters long, boasting around 2,000 years of cultivation. This formidable creature was the target he had designated for the last of the yet-to-receive a soul ring pseudo-soul sovereign. As he regarded the ice condor, a cold glimmer flickered in Qian Chongling's indifferent eyes. The ice condor seemed to sense his murderous intent, with a piercing cry that resonated through the grove. The ice condor flapped its wings and ascended rapidly, hovering in the air. Its icy blue wings spread slightly, and a pale blue chill began to coalesce within. This was the ice condor's innate skill, extreme cold erosion. The frigid aura emanating from its icy wings was potent enough to instantly freeze a low-ranked soul sovereign. If it were to cultivate for 100,000 years, the extreme cold erosion would evolve into absolute zero, a power only a super Douluo of level 95 or above could contend with. However, its accuracy was regrettably low, and it required a period of charging to the ice condor prepared to unleash its extreme cold erosion. Any ordinary adversary would struggle to withstand it. Yet, this encounter was with Qian Chongling, who had no intention of interrupting its skill. Extreme cold erosion. The ice blue chill sliced through the air, leaving a white trace in its wake. The frigid air surged forth, yet it faltered merely half a meter before Qian Chongling, unable to advance any further. Regardless of how the ice condor augmented its soul power output, the crimson light flashed in Qian Chongling's eyes as the ice blue chill before him seemed to be crushed by an irresistible force, shattering instantly into countless pale blue ice shards that cascaded from the sky. Sensing an imminent threat, the ice condor flapped its wings and attempted to flee. Flying soul beasts possess an innate advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for even high-ranking soul masters to capture one of the desired age. Thus, they often had to settle for lesser targets. With a swift motion, Qian Chongling clenched his fist toward the void. The ice condor's wings and legs were immediately shattered, akin to a delicate glass vessel struck by a mallet. Red mist and pale bone fragments composing a macabre symphony. Qingyue, quickly. Qian Chongling's voice was devoid of emotion. Qingyue, a 30-level soul sovereign from Qingyue Academy, reacted with astonishing speed as her second soul ring illuminated instantaneously. The next moment, a sharp ice shard radiating cold energy pierced through the ice condor's head. and simultaneously, a purple soul ring emerged around the creature. Qian Chongling regarded the soul ring with a faint smile. "Let us commence." Qingyue nodded. Positioning herself before the ice condor's corpse, she sat cross-legged, gently beckoning, and the ice condor's soul ring ascended above her head that a powerful and frigid energy surged into her body, causing her to tremble violently. The influx of soul ring energy washed over her. Yet strangely, the chilling essence did not overwhelm her. In simpler terms, it felt slightly uncomfortable, yet she could manage to absorb more. For the duration that followed, Qingyue endured the relentless onslaught of frigid energy, sweat mingling with traces of blood seeping from her delicate skin. In no time, her water-blue gown appeared as though it had been soaked. Qian Chongling and the two soul sage teachers sat beside her, safeguarding her without interrupting her absorption of the entire soul ring. Time lost all meaning as Qin Yin reached the brink of unbearable agony. Soul sage Chun Xiaoshua's expression grew increasingly grave. While she hoped for Qin Yin to surpass her own limits, she feared witnessing her demise from the inability to absorb the soul ring due to age constraints. "Not yet at your limit." As if sensing the worries of Chun Xiaoshua, Qian Chongling spoke up. Everything unfolded as Qian Chongling had described. Although the absorption process proved somewhat challenging, it ultimately succeeded without any mishaps. The violet soul ring encircled Qin Yin, who exhaled with relief. Thanks to Qian Chongling's presence, she stepped aside to retrieve a fresh set of garments from the soul guide device, replacing her thoroughly drenched attire. "Teacher, I have succeeded," Qin Yin stated calmly. Yet her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. "Is there any peculiar sensation? For instance, do you feel anything about to emerge from your hand or back?" Qian Chongling inquired, casting a glance at the young woman before him. "No, teacher," Qin Yin replied nonchalantly, accustomed to his repeated questions. This being the 5th time he had asked, Qian Chongling could not help but shake his head, mentally lamenting. While both experiences of exceeding the limits during soul ring absorption yield external soul bones, the 5 ladies from Qingyue Academy failed to acquire even a single soul bone. It's utterly unfathomable. As for the soul abilities obtained by the 5 young women, Qian Chongling held little interest. For even a titled Douluo without soul bones possessed merely 9 soul abilities, which were insufficient for him to contend with. Chapter 34, Starry Sky Body Refinement Technique. Qiyuan Town, the nearest settlement to the extreme northern lands, was enveloped in a blanket of white snow due to its geographical position, rendering it exceedingly cold. However, this chill did not deter prosperity. Rather, it thrived, as it served as an ideal stop for resupply and rest before venturing into the extreme north. The town boasted numerous hotels and inns catering to Soulmasters and adventure teams, often facing overwhelming demand, particularly at the finest establishment, the Qiyuan Hotel. This moment, within the lobby of the Qiyuan Hotel, many travelers clad in armor or Soulmaster uniforms engaged in lively conversation, laughter, and playful banter. Suddenly, the hotel door swung open, allowing a white-haired elder, accompanied by a frigid gust, to enter, followed by 5 vibrant young maidens and 2 elegantly mature women, all adorned in matching water-blue uniforms emblazoned with the Qingyue Academy emblem. Despite the necessity of thick attire due to the climate, the garments did little to conceal the girls' graceful figures. Their perfect physiques and angelic visages were enough to leave a group of adventurers drooling, yet none dared to act foolishly. After all, those who could endure in the extreme north were not merely simple-minded individuals. Albeit some did lack wit. When Qian Chongling brought the Qingyue Academy team for the first time, he encountered a drunken fool who, emboldened by liquor, foolishly challenged the 2 elder sisters of Qingyue Academy and the 5 young ladies, boasting that with his 6 flavor Remania pills, nothing was beyond his grasp. Ultimately, Chun Xiaoshua and Qin Yun, both soul saints, swiftly awakened the inebriated man and tossed him out. Following that, Qian Chongling cheerfully displayed his 9 soul rings. And thereafter, nothing more transpired. Now, Qian Chongling approached the bar, addressing the attendant before him. 3 cups of Qian Liahua, 5 cups of Shuesher Meigui, and kindly clean rooms 1, 2, and 3 for our stay tonight. Given the scarcity of available accommodations, he had preemptively reserved 3 rooms of Type B for 2 months to avoid any inconvenience, as the superior Type A rooms had long since been booked. Certainly, 3 cups of Qian Liahua, 5 cups of Shuesher Meigui, along with the cleaning fee for the rooms, totals 30 gold soul coins and 6 silver soul coins, the attendant replied with a professional smile. Signaling a server to bring forth the drinks that I in the hotel lobby, Qian Chongling cleared his throat, interrupting the 5 young ladies as they gazed around at it's getting late. We shall rest here tonight. As per our usual arrangement, Teacher Chen and Teacher Qin will accompany their students to rooms 1 and 2, while I shall occupy room 3, he stated. Understood, Teacher Qian, Chen Xiaoxue, and Qingyue nodded. Having no objections to his arrangement, but by the way, I have other matters to attend to in the extreme north, so you all may wait here for about 10 days to half a month before we return together. He paused, reminding himself of the purpose of their journey to the extreme north that still awaited fulfillment. Please take care, Teacher Qian, Chen Xiaoxue advised. After enjoying some drinks to warm themselves, they followed the attendant back to their respective rooms. As night descended, the sky appeared hazy, with occasional dark clouds drifting by. The entire Qingyue town was shrouded in a tranquil serenity. Within room 3 of the B category, a soft glow illuminated the space as Qian Chongling sat cross-legged. At this moment, he had entered a state of clarity, his spiritual energy gradually expanding, revealing everything within a radius of several thousand meters in his mind's eye. He could see a small caterpillar on the flowers in the courtyard. A bird's nest nestled in one of the 3 large locust trees, and some travelers in the hotel who had yet to retire. Some were lost in thought by the window, others engaged in casual conversation. While a burly man played drinking games, 2 ice rock monsters at the periphery of the extreme north gnawed at the snow, and a polar bear rolled around on the ground. Qian Chongling gradually retracted his spiritual awareness from the distance, confining it within the Xuan Hotel. Suddenly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his previous thoughts, muttering, I did not intend to intrude, but I imagined just one of those large meat buns would suffice. It feels as though I cannot grasp it with just one hand. Rooms 1 and 2 of the B category were adjacent to one another, sharing a courtyard that featured a hot spring. After a long journey, the 7 women, having satisfied their appetites, yearned for a relaxing soak in the warm water. Chen Xiaoxue took the lead in opening the door to the hot spring room. Stepping into the misty warmth, she shed her garments and reclined comfortably in the hot spring, the warm water enveloping her fair thighs and her upper body, gently sighing as the soothing water washed over her. Chen Xiaoxue lay back, her chestnut-colored eyes slowly closing, her long black hair cascading upon the surface of the water, creating an exquisitely serene tableau amidst the swirling mist. Plop. Soon, the remaining Qingyue and others followed suit, sinking into the water without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the entire bathing area was filled with the spirit of spring, punctuated by laughter that stirred the imagination. Sister Xue, what do you think Teacher Qian meant when he said he had important matters to attend to? Qingyue asked, reclining slightly towards Chen Xiaoxue. Teacher Qian, as a titled Daoliu, has affairs that are beyond our speculation, Chen Xiaoxue replied, raising herself slightly, her lips parting gracefully. Sister Xue, do you believe that the body refinement training method taught by Teacher Qian is truly that effective? Qingyue inquired. Naturally. The children who have obtained soul rings exceeding their designated years owe much to this training method. Chen Xiaoxue responded solemnly, in the future, it is likely that the academy will make it a mandatory course. But the movements are indeed challenging. Suddenly recalling something, her expression turned somewhat peculiar, awkward, and difficult. Upon hearing this, the other girls voiced their agreement, as the body refinement technique bestowed upon them by Qian Chongling was actually derived from the sign-in process. Bearing a line of text, Starry Sky Body Refinement Technique, Introductory Training Method. It resembled a series of postures akin to Blue Star Gymnastics, albeit with even stranger elements. Moreover, there are certain postures that demand a remarkable degree of bodily flexibility, making such movements exceedingly challenging to accomplish. When several girls struggled to perform these actions, Qian Chongling exerted his mental prowess to forcibly manipulate their bodies, causing tears of pain to stream down their faces. Chapter 35, The Scorpion's Tail Needle, Contractual Edition 14. Though both the ice-covered lands of the extreme north and the Stardow Forest are often referred to as paradises for soul beasts, they are not entirely alike. The extreme north exudes a greater air of mystery. If one were to quantify the exploration of the Stardow Forest at 90%, the extreme north would linger at a mere 20%, or even less. The fundamental reason for this disparity lies in the frigid climate. Even high-ranking soul masters must rely on their soul power to withstand the biting cold, a taxing endeavor that even a titled Daoliu would find taxing. At this moment, a young man clad in black with ebony hair shattered this norm. 8 pairs of black and white wings fluttered gently behind him, creating ripples in the void as his figure transformed into a streak of light. Soaring directly towards the heart of the extreme north, this black-clad youth was none other than Qian Chongling, who opted not to maintain the guise of an elderly man, believing that his youthful visage, capable of enchanting countless young women, would allow him to effortlessly acquire the soul rings of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor without the need for confrontation that in this vast expanse of white. A contrasting shadow of black and white darted swiftly, while below, soul beasts rushed past. Among them were a swarm of Titan snow demons. Once matured, these colossal creatures typically exceeded 50 meters in length. And encountering such a Soulmaster would undoubtedly spell disaster for human practitioners. After all, when one is less than a 20th of their size, charging at them would be futile. Perhaps a soul sage possessing the true form of their martial spirit might inflict a minuscule amount of damage. However, Qian Chongling soared too high. Even if the Titan snow demons noticed him, they would merely offer their soul rings without contest. As he pressed onward, Qian Chongling spent 4 or 5 days before finally discovering traces of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Gazing across the rarely trodden core area, all that met the eye was an endless expanse of white, save for some purple-black clouds looming in the distance. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air as a blinding flash of lightning erupted from the swirling darkness of the ominous clouds. The sound of thunder reverberated through the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed to illuminate the entire extreme north. In response, numerous soul beasts sought refuge in their burrows, trembling in fear. Even the formidable soul beasts within the core area lay prostrate upon the ground, as was customary for the inhabitants of the extreme north. Yet, Qian Chongling remained unfazed, even delighting in the moment, murmuring to himself, "Is this the heavenly tribulation? Arriving early is better than arriving unexpectedly." Before his words could finish, his black and white wings sliced through the void as he darted towards the swirling vortex of the ominous clouds. Beneath the dark clouds of the extreme north's core, purple-black lightning seemed to tear through space, radiating an annihilative energy as it surged towards a scorpion, measuring 1.5 meters in length, adorned in shades of emerald green and icy white. Its silvery mouthparts and body gleamed like a green diamond. Though it belonged to the scorpion family of soul beasts, it exuded an aura of exquisite beauty rather than grotesqueness, representing the Ice Emerald King Scorpion with a cultivation of 300,000 years. Not far atop a mountain peak stood a woman resembling a human, her ice-white hair cascading to her ankles, and her sky-blue eyes exuding an ethereal clarity as if they could see through the very fabric of existence. Her slender form was flawless, clad in a simple white gown devoid of any embellishments, reminiscent of a celestial being birthed from the earth, exuding nobility and splendor. The scorpion belonged to the Ice Emerald Scorpion clan, where she served as the clan leader and was a powerful soul beast second only to the Snow Emperor in the extreme north. The Ice Emerald King Scorpion, with its 300,000 years of cultivation, was none other than the Ice Emperor. The elfin-like woman was not human. She hailed from the indigenous Snow Woman clan of the extreme north, having been born with the appearance of a human female and being the sole member of her kind, thus reigning as the current sovereign of the region with a staggering cultivation of 680,000 years. She was the Snow Emperor. The woman gazed down at the Ice Emperor, concern flickering in her eyes. "Sister, you must endure." A series of adorable roars erupted from the Ice Emperor, a chilling aura radiating from its body. An overwhelming surge of ice erupted into the void, forming countless ice walls that blanketed the sky, as if they would never melt, completely shrouding its figure. Meanwhile, the purple-black lightning, after shattering most of the ice walls formed by the extreme ice power, dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the Snow Emperor's eyes sparkled with surprise. After all, it was merely the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, and the Ice Emperor should have no trouble handling it, especially since the intensity of the tribulation had not significantly escalated. The purple-black vortex began to coalesce once more, as the intertwining purple-black lightning formed a brand new crimson glow, with a resounding boom. This time, the lightning that descended was not purple-black, but a fiery red, infused with the essence of heavenly fire. It was a force that countered any ice attribute. the sky appeared to be stained crimson. As countless glaciers of the extreme north began to melt under the scorching heat carried by this lightning fire energy, beneath this torrent of crimson lightning, the ice walls erected by the Ice Emperor shattered and melted in an instant. Providing no form of defense, the crimson lightning descended with an overwhelming force. As the Ice Emperor's scorpion shell shimmered with radiant light, the resilient azure scorpion shell soared, forming a cerulean shield above its head. With a deafening crash, the crimson lightning collided violently with the azure shield, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the void, shattering distant snow-capped peaks. In an instant, the snow mountains crumbled, and the cascading snow and ice surged forth like an avalanche. Shaking the very earth, as the remnants of their clash gradually dissipated, the crimson lightning vanished, while the azure shield reverted to its original form, enveloping the Ice Emperor once more, albeit now riddled with scars. It evoked the image of the once majestic Ice Emerald King Scorpion, now transformed into a repugnant creature, like a foul scorpion. Yet, time was not on the Ice Emperor's side to tend to its wounds. For the purple-black vortex continued to coalesce ominously, with a resounding roar. The ominous cloud vortex unleashed another wave of crimson lightning, this time 2 bolts simultaneously descending, ablaze with fiery wrath and carrying immense celestial might. The Ice Emperor hesitated momentarily but quickly regained composure. Executing its previous strategy, the battered scorpion shell took flight once more, while simultaneously, the Ice Emperor's tail, measuring a meter in length, shot forth an icy beam. In an instant, this beam began to condense into a slender icy line, striking one of the crimson lightning bolts. Upon impact, the crimson lightning was swiftly encased in ice. Scorpions, whether they are mere insects or soul beasts with cultivation spanning hundreds of thousands of years, possess a natural instinct to utilize the venomous stinger on their tails as their trump card. Chapter 36. You have no future. Contractual Edition 24. However, the other crimson lightning bolt, though partially mitigated by the tattered scorpion shell, still bore down relentlessly upon the Ice Emperor. A pained roar erupted, as the boundless azure light enveloping the Ice Emperor was swiftly consumed, its azure eyes seemingly tinted with a hint of crimson. In a moment of supreme anger and unwillingness, the azure light surrounding the Ice Emperor surged dramatically, intertwining with the energy generated by the lightning fire, as they began to dissolve each other. Time ticked away. 1 hour, 2 hours. High above, the purple-black clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the Snow Emperor, her alabaster hands emanating an azure glow as she tended to the Ice Emperor, whose form was charred and faintly emanated the scent of roasted meat. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling, who had been covertly observing the entire spectacle, couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. While the bull-headed serpents and gorillas of the Star Doe forest were indeed edible, these two were to be spared, not only due to their lack of enmity, but also because he sought to recruit them into his ranks. His reluctance stemmed not from a distaste for scorpion meat, but rather a profound aversion to the Snow Woman, a soul beast that naturally assumed a humanoid form. But a faint sound of sobbing suddenly interrupted Qian Chongling's reverie. He looked towards the source and saw the Ice Emperor, now awake, with its powerful pincers wrapped around the Snow Emperor's graceful swan-like neck, sobbing in its embrace. "Sister, I nearly perished in the heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, the Snow Emperor's expression turned grave. After soul beasts reached a cultivation level of 100,000 years, they faced 2 choices. Firstly, one must maintain their inherent strength. However, every 100,000 years of cultivation invites a tribulation, which, if successfully traversed, allows for continued advancement. Failure, on the other hand, results in utter annihilation, reduced to ash, until one has cultivated for 1,000,000 years to attain divinity. Secondly, one may choose to transform, relinquishing all accumulated power to take on a human form. Yet, once this transformation is chosen, reverting to beast form is impossible unless met with death. This transformation differs entirely from the ability of soul beasts that have cultivated for over 200,000 years to assume human shapes. In essence, one is a mere metamorphosis, while the other signifies a soul beast forsaking its identity in favor of humanity. The original form will become the martial soul of the human guise, causing all prior cultivation to vanish, necessitating the painstaking process of regaining soul power incrementally. Furthermore, they must engage with humans to absorb the essence of humanity. Choosing this path also aligns their lifespans with that of humans, compelling them to reach level 100 before their life's end, inheriting divinity through the same means as humans. However, the so-called 100,000 years of cultivation does not equate to a lifespan of the same duration. A newly born soul beast requires 10 years to achieve 10 years of cultivation, 90 years for 100 years, and approximately 700 years for 1,000 years. This is due to the low intelligence of newborn soul beasts, akin to that of an infant, rendering them incapable of cultivation, relying solely on instinct to absorb soul power. As they mature, their intelligence gradually increases, enhancing their cultivation speed from mere instinct to conscious effort, thus requiring only 90 years for 100 years of cultivation. Once they surpass a century, their intelligence reaches that of a 3- or 4-year-old human, further accelerating their cultivation pace. Consequently, as they age, the speed of cultivation continues to rise, allowing 1,000 years of cultivation to require merely 700 years, and 10,000 years only a few thousand. However, for entities such as the Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and the ferocious beasts beneath the Lake of Life in the Stardew Forest, they would never opt for a human transformation. For them, to do so would be an act of betrayal, compromising their soul beast lineage to appease humanity, existing as neither human nor soul beast. Human-shaped soul beasts possess a human appearance and martial soul, but revert to their original forms upon death, dropping soul rings and bones, thus being shunned by both humans and soul beasts alike. Therefore, the Snow Empress and her kin must endure tribulation step by step, ultimately achieving 1,000,000 years of cultivation to attain divinity. Unbeknownst to them, the final tribulation after reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation is invariably fatal, leaving no chance of survival. That 1,000,000 years of soul beasts serve but one purpose: to provide soul rings for the successors of deities, such as the deep-sea demon whale on Sea God Island, which is hunted for the future sea god heir. Moreover, the difficulty of tribulations increases with each occurrence. The Ice Empress narrowly escaped death this time, having faced a quadruple tribulation, unlike the previous one, which was not compounded with a double assault, making the challenges incomparable. Thus, within this framework, the ultimate outcome is that high-level soul beasts perish during tribulations, while those of lower cultivation yet longer growth cycles are relentlessly hunted, rendering soul masters unable to acquire high-year soul rings. They are forced to settle for lower-year soul rings, perpetuating a cycle that leads to a complete absence of usable rings, ultimately resulting in the extinction of both the soul master profession and soul beast species in this world. Are the 5 great kings of the Divine Realm Committee unaware of this? Perhaps their true intent is to eradicate soul beasts entirely. The truth remains elusive. The Snow Empress sighed and lamented, "Alas, unlike the favored humans, our path as soul beasts is fraught with adversity. Woolu, sister, I do not wish to part from you." The Ice Empress trembled at the recollection of narrowly escaping the tribulation. The Snow Empress gently patted her sister's large pincers, reassuring her, "Do not fear, dear sister. I shall always be by your side." Meanwhile, observing the 2 weeping soul beast sisters, Qian Chongling stroked his chin, filled with perplexity. Having avoided the second installment of Douluo out of fear of being poisoned again, he learned through the comments section that these 2 soul beasts would still be alive in the far north after 10,000 years. 10,000 years would entail enduring 4 or 5 tribulations. Based on the Ice Empress's current performance, she would likely last only 1 or 2 more before being reduced to charred remains. Could it be that his arrival instigated a butterfly effect? Qian Chongling mused mischievously, yet he remained steadfast in his purpose for being there, ready to disrupt the harmonious scene of the sisters. The Snow Woman is a female soul beast, and this Ice Emperor Scorpion is also female. "You have no future." Such harsh words echoed from a distance, leaving both the Snow Empress and Ice Empress momentarily stunned. The Ice Empress, severely injured, was momentarily set aside, while the Snow Empress's cultivation rivaled that of a peerless 99th level Duh. How could a human approach her unnoticed? The Snow Empress gently pushed aside the Ice Empress's large pincers and turned with a solemn expression, her gaze falling upon a young man clad in a fitted black robe adorned with golden patterns. He stood tall and striking, exuding a nonchalant charm that would undoubtedly captivate young women by human standards. As the Snow Empress scrutinized Qian Chongling, he, too, appraised her. It must be said that the naturally formed snow spirit, akin to the Snow Woman of island legends, radiated a cool elegance. delicate where it needed to be and grand where it ought to be. Human, avert your gaze and state your purpose. Perhaps discomfort by Qian Chongling's scrutiny, the Snow Empress's ethereal voice elevated slightly. It's nothing much, merely wishing to reserve your sister's soul rings. And then, hearing the Snow Empress's slightly indignant tone, Qian Chongling cleared his throat and replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing the term soul ring, a shimmering ice-blue longsword swiftly materialized in the Snow Empress's delicate hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of chilling cold and formidable sword intent. Imperial sword, ice extreme unmatched. The frosty voice, laden with fury, echoed in Qian Chongling's ears as the Snow Empress unleashed her 3 ultimate strikes with the Imperial sword. Ice extreme unmatched as the sword descended. A frigid crescent-shaped blade of ice sliced through the air, swiftly approaching Qian Chongling. With a faint smile, he retrieved a purplish-black longsword that was neither metal nor iron from his soul guide, flipping his wrist as he effortlessly deflected the Snow Empress's ice extreme unmatched with the blade, sending it soaring away. Boom! The nearby snow peak was shattered into fragments. Swordsmanship. Do you require my guidance? Qian Chongling beckoned to the Snow Empress with a playful grin. The Snow Empress, nearly exploding with rage, her national treasure-level giant panda scuttling up and down, glared fiercely, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Had her gaze been lethal, Qian Chongling would have perished hundreds of times over. Die, you bastard. Emperor Han Tian. Ice extreme unmatched. No sooner had she spoken than a torrent of icy energy erupted from the Snow Empress, freezing everything in its path, rendering even the sun incapable of melting it. This was the Snow Empress's domain, also known as the Dance of Snowlight. Within this realm, depending on the disparity in cultivation level between her and her opponent, it could reduce the foe's attributes by 30 to 90%, encompassing mental strength, soul power, speed, thought processes, and more. By diminishing the enemy's capabilities within her domain, she unleashed 9 consecutive strikes of the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched, targeting vital areas such as the head, heart, collarbone, and throat. This strike was truly dazzling. This was the Snow Empress's mightiest move. I can win. This time I shall prevail. The Snow Empress held unwavering confidence, believing this strike had transcended the realm of the divine. Unless faced with a deity, no matter how powerful the adversary, they would surely fall to this blow. This sword carries some weight, as the overwhelming force surged forth. Qian Chongling closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he was in motion, his figure split into 9, wielding the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword with grace, now rising, now sweeping, now cleaving downward, like a butterfly flitting through a meadow, both beautiful and ethereal, embodying the essence of lightness, yet appearing as if it had never moved a single step. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 consecutive strikes of Ice Extreme Unmatched were effortlessly deflected by 9 more intricate attacks, shattering the icy ground and whipping up a storm of snow. The Snow Empress's long hair billowing in the wind, revealing her astonished visage. How is this possible? Even among the peerless, there exists such a vast chasm. The Snow Empress's lovely face displayed shock. In the instant Qian Chongling struck, she sensed that while his soul power was formidable, it did not exceed the 99th level. Daydreaming on the battlefield is not a commendable habit. The cold, slightly chilling voice of Qian Chongling emanated from behind the Snow Empress. Rousing her from her stupor in terror, the Snow Empress turned around, only to see a large hand gradually enlarging before her eyes, as Qian Chongling's palm enveloped her face entirely. Despite her exquisitely delicate features and perfectly sculpted form, the entirety of her visage was concealed by Qian Chongling's single hand. With a resounding boom, the notification of headshot achievement X1 echoed in the air. Qian Chongling rubbed his hands together in excitement and slowly emerged from the dust-laden area. While in the pit behind him, the Snow Empress lay motionless, stars dancing in her eyes. Sister, the Ice Empress, witnessing this, felt a surge of fury, disregarding her injuries as she charged directly at Qian Chongling, who merely shook his head slightly. As the night descended like ink, the frigid extremes of the far north were rendered even colder than during the day, making survival nearly impossible for ordinary humans. Ha ha ha. The heavy, labored breaths echoed continuously. On the icy ground beneath the night sky, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion trembled on its 6 pincers, its mandibles wide open as it greedily inhaled the frigid air, too weak to lift its claws, as if this act might calm its boiling blood and the aching of its muscles. What do you intend to do? The Ice Empress seethed with rage. Finding this human utterly perplexing, as he seemed to toy with her, neither inflicting harm nor delivering death, but merely exhausting her physical and spiritual stamina, Qian Chongling shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly. I already mentioned from the start that I merely wish to reserve your soul rings des for his 7-star Longyuan sword. He had long discarded it into a ravine, deeming it a worthless toy. Especially after it had chipped during a few exchanges with the Snow Empress. One could only lament that such a pathetically inferior imitation could only originate from the system, which claimed that its products were of the highest quality, an absurd assertion indeed. You may have defeated us, and we have no retort, but one day you shall fall to a more powerful soul beast, the Ice Empress declared, filled with resentment. Are you referring to the Emperor Tian beneath the Lake of Life in the Star Do Forest? Or perhaps the Bear King or the Silver Dragon King? Qian Chongling inquired. I'm afraid Emperor Tian may not stand a chance against me. Only if the Silver Dragon King dares to emerge. I suspect those above shall come down for a dragon hunt, he added, gesturing towards the sky. The Ice Empress was momentarily taken aback. This human not only knew of Emperor Tian's existence, but was also aware of their soul beast overlord's affairs. She stared at Qian Chongling, opening her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Must you interrupt me, Snow Empress? Now that you are awake, cease pretending to be asleep, Qian Chongling remarked. A note of exasperation in his voice. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress wore an expression of shock, and soon she noticed the Snow Empress slowly rising to her feet. Instantly, she rushed to the Snow Empress's side. And upon learning that her sister was largely unharmed, both beasts warily regarded Qian Chongling. Now we may converse properly that I witnessed the tribulation of the little scorpion clearly, if all goes as expected. In the next, or the one after, you shall perish beneath the tribulation. As for the Snow Maiden, you might endure a few more times, but the ultimate outcome remains death, Qian Chongling stated. And what of it? The Ice Empress retorted that I presume you do not wish to meet your demise. He continued, isn't that an obvious statement? Who desires death when life is an option? The Ice Empress and Snow Empress exchanged exasperated glances, offering him merely 4 large, disdainful eye rolls. Thus, I propose a deal. Within the next 50 to 100 years, I shall bring forth a being with the talent to ascend to godhood, and you shall serve as her sacrificial offerings, becoming her soul rings. Once she achieves divinity, she shall resurrect you. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress fell into contemplation. Indeed, as Qian Chongling had articulated, their paths were essentially dead ends. They faced either perishing beneath tribulations or falling prey to human hunters, with no other alternatives available. However, the proposition felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens, and out of caution towards humans. Neither the Snow Empress nor the Ice Empress fully trusted Qian Chongling. How can we trust you? Who knows if this so-called gifted being truly exists? Ascending to godhood is no simple feat. The Snow Empress replied, when the time comes, you will judge for yourselves. Assessing a human's talent should not prove difficult for you, Qian Chongling countered. After a brief pause, he continued, if I intended to kill you, there would be no need for such elaborate discourse. Both soul beasts fell silent. If Qian Chongling truly wished to eliminate them, they would not survive this encounter. However, should they agree to his terms, they could potentially live for another 100 or 80 years, and if his words bore truth, they might ascend to divinity through this transaction with a human. This choice, in truth, was not difficult to make. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress exchanged glances, reaching a resolute decision. Very well, we accept. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful, Qian Chongling exclaimed with a smile, simultaneously producing 2 darkly gleaming feathers from his soul guide and presenting them to the Snow Empress and Ice Empress. What is this? The Snow Empress inquired, puzzled. An invention of mine. When shattered, I can sense it, Qian Chongling explained. What do you mean? In simple terms, I fear you may be eliminated by someone else beforehand. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress exchanged incredulous glances. Incredulous at the notion that a rank 99 Supreme Duo and a rank 97 Super Duo could be unexpectedly dispatched, though they were tempted to discard the ominous-looking item after considering their encounter with Qian Chongling. They opted to keep it, wary of any potential threats lurking in the shadows. Then, until we meet again, do not let anyone take you down, Qian Chongling remarked. With the transaction successfully concluded, he had no desire to linger in the frigid north any longer. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to return to the Heavenly Water Academy and see the ladies? With that thought, Qian Chongling unfolded 8 pairs of black and white wings from his back and took flight. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. I wish I could seal his mouth shut, the Ice Empress thought, while the Snow Empress echoed her sentiments. Sister, I support you. Go for it. At that moment, both were exasperated by Qian Chongling's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling swaggered confidently towards the outermost region of the far north, his formidable aura as a tidal Douluo resonating through the high skies. After flying for over 2 hours and nearing the boundary of the far north, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar group outside the far north at Round Mirror Lake, named for its resemblance to a frozen circular mirror. Soul beasts such as fish and shrimp, along with those that preyed upon them, frequented this area beside the lake amidst swirling snow. A soul beast resembling a 3-meter-long Boston lobster brandished its claws on the icy surface. 5 delicate maidens wielding ice swords continuously executed sword techniques and soul skills to gradually deplete the lobster's stamina and soul power. Despite the lobster's imposing demeanor, it was already in a critically weakened state, its once gleaming azure shell marred with numerous wounds. Particularly, its unarmored eyes had become the primary target for the maidens, one of which was already gushing blood. Qingyue, hurry! Zhao Zi, the most skilled among the 5, unleashed her 4th soul skill, breaking through the lobster's defenses. The lobster momentarily faltered, revealing a gaping vulnerability. Through months of training, the coordination among these maidens had grown remarkably synchronized. Before Zhao Zi's words had fully left her lips, Qingyue's 3rd soul ring illuminated. 3rd soul skill, extreme cold erosion, originating from the 1,000-year soul beast. Ice condensing sparrow, the technique erupted from Qingyue's fingertip, unleashing a piercing cold that manifested as visible white threads, which swiftly penetrated the lobster's right eye, encasing it in a lifelike ice sculpture. With a resounding thud, the attack penetrated its head, and the lobster collapsed, lifeless. All of this transpired under Qian Chongling's watchful gaze. A mere 1,000-year-old soul beast posed no challenge. 2 soul sect members could easily dispatch it, especially with 2 soul sage instructors supervising nearby. Clearly, their intent was revealed. They wished to avoid damaging the lobster's meat quality with high-level soul skills. Simply put, they aimed to enjoy a meal. Sure enough, once the battle concluded, the leading instructor, Chen Xiaoxue, snapped her fingers, shattering the ice crystals encasing the lobster, and remarked, in the instant before death, encasing it in ice preserves the meat's quality to the greatest extent. The scene shifted dramatically, reminiscent of a culinary show. All right, Sister Snow, we've heard all of this from Teacher Qian. No need to show off, Qingyue interjected, cutting Chen Xiaoxue off before she could finish her thought. The real question is, can you even cook this lobster? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxue was momentarily rendered speechless. Pretending to be composed, she would rather face a battle with a 10,000-year-old soul beast than be tasked with preparing this colossal lobster. At least in battle, she would know how she met her demise. The origins of this predicament lay with Qian Chongling. It all began when the 7-member team from Qingyue Academy discovered that Qian Chongling had neglected to bring any rations. In a display of kindness, Qingyue even considered sharing some of her own provisions with Qian Chongling. The so-called rations consisted of black bread, priced at 1 copper soul coin each, accompanied by a modest supply of water. The reason for subsisting solely on such fare was not due to inadequate funding at Qingyue Academy, but rather because this black bread was the only food that could be easily preserved. Consequently, Qian Chongling ventured outside to catch a fish-type soul beast, and upon returning to the campsite, amidst the incredulous expressions of the 7 young women, she produced a stove and a cooking pot from her soul guide device. She proceeded to gut the fish, scale it with a small knife, slice the flesh, and simmer the bones for a broth, adding various spices to create an impromptu fish hot pot. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the campsite, the young women glanced at Qian Chongling's delectable fish hot pot, then at the black bread in their hands. Suddenly finding their previously palatable rations utterly unappetizing, the girls from Qingyue Academy exclaimed in dismay. Realizing at that moment why Qian Chongling had opted not to bring rations, why endure such dry, hard, and unsavory food when one could enjoy a feast? Naturally, the usually amiable Qian Chongling would not allow the young women to watch hungrily. Transforming into their chef and offering guidance as they cooked, for self-sufficiency was a virtue. Chapter 39. Star and Moon through the millennia, observing the silence that enveloped the young ladies below. Qian Chongling could not help but smile as she slowly descended. Leave it to me, she declared. The sudden voice startled Chen Xiaoxue, and Qingyue, both soul saints, who instinctively adopted a wary demeanor. However, the familiar tone left them momentarily taken aback. Turning around, they were greeted by the transformed visage of Qian Chongling, now resembling an elderly man. They sighed in relief. "Teacher Qian, you have returned." After reuniting with her two old friends and exchanging pleasantries, Qian Chongling took the lobster from Chen Xiaoshua's hands and casually instructed, "Don't just stand there, lend a hand." From her soul guide device, she extracted all the necessary cooking utensils and directed the two to help organize the ingredients. First, there was a wooden box filled with an assortment of dried goods: bamboo fungus, chicken mushrooms, phoenix tail mushrooms, matsutake, and lion's mane mushrooms. Chen Xiaoshua's task was to soak these dried ingredients in water until they rehydrated. Meanwhile, Qingyue diligently folded paper, producing a relatively large paper pot. But she did not stop there. She continued folding, as Qian Chongling had instructed her to create at least 5 that on the other side. Qian Chongling wielded a bone-picking knife in her right hand, commonly used for cracking lobster shells, while her left hand held a petite peeling knife, by inserting the peeling knife into the joints for stabilization. She expertly pried open the lobster's hard exterior with the bone-picking knife. The two tools worked in perfect harmony, with the peeling knife delicately cutting into the precise spots where the bone-picking knife required leverage. In no time, the lobster's back shell was entirely pried open. Subsequently, she secured the lobster with the bone-picking knife, while using the peeling knife to slice through the connection between the lobster meat and shell. Soon, the entire lobster was extracted, its flesh still retaining its original form. Qian Chongling first removed the lobster's intestinal tract, then divided the meat into 8 portions, mashing it into a semi-crushed state before adding a variety of pre-prepared powdered seasonings. "Is the egg white and flour ratio adjusted correctly?" Qian Chongling inquired of the now idle Chen Xiaoshue. "That IT has been prepared as per teacher Qian's instructions," Chen Xiaoshue replied, incorporating the adjusted egg white and flour mixture as a binding agent into the lobster meat paste. Qian Chongling began kneading it like dough. Before long, she shaped numerous lobster balls. At this point, Qingyue's folded paper pot came into play, with the astonished gazes of her companions upon her. Qian Chongling poured some water into the paper pot and placed it over the fire to boil. The water within the several paper pots gradually reached a boil, and Qian Chongling began adding the mushrooms in the order of their required cooking times, ultimately placing the lobster balls into the pot, waiting for them to be ready. Half an hour later, as the fragrant aroma of the lobster delicacies permeated the air and the broth appeared crystal clear, adorned with an array of wild vegetables and mushrooms, the enticing lobster balls nestled within. Both Chen Xiaoshue and her companion could not help but swallow hard. "Call them over for dinner," Qian Chongling smiled. Qingyue nodded and dashed over, and in no time at all, a delightful breeze swept through as the 5 young ladies from Qingyue Academy stood before Qian Chongling, their beautiful eyes fixated on the lobster delicacies. Noticing their eager anticipation, Qian Chongling instructed Chen Xiaoshue and Qingyue to distribute the dishes among the young women, while she herself began to savor her portion as the girls eagerly devoured their assigned dishes. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Murmurs of incomprehensible sounds escaped the lips of the young women, their minds blank save for a singular image. Clad in coarse hemp garments, they ventured into the depths of the mountains, diligently foraging for matsutake, lion's mane mushrooms, and phoenix tail mushrooms. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over them. They looked up to behold a colossal lobster. The immense creature spoke, "You have trespassed into my domain without permission. You shall face the consequences." Thus, a scene of pursuit and escape unfolded within their minds. In reality, the perceptive Qian Chongling had already distanced herself from the chaos. Unbeknownst to her, she had discovered that her extraordinary culinary skills were a fusion of Chinese cuisine and the artistry of food wars, endowed with both luminescent and medicinal properties. Curiously, these effects seemed to manifest only in women. Men who sampled her dishes merely expressed astonishment without any medicinal phenomenon occurring. Consequently, whenever she cooked in the presence of women, she would discreetly withdraw, for such socially awkward moments could be quite troublesome when observed by M. And an hour later, sensing the effects had subsided, Qian Chongling leisurely approached the tents of her fellow students, only to be greeted by the sight of young women sprawled languidly, caressing their slightly protruding bellies, their faces flushed with satisfaction, engaged in animated conversation. "Teacher Qian's cooking is simply irresistible. Ever since I tasted it, I feel that what I used to eat was hardly fit for human consumption, that I share the same sentiment. What shall we do if we can no longer enjoy it? If Teacher Qian were to open a restaurant, she would undoubtedly amass a fortune in soul coins. Humph, how pedestrian. Teacher Qian would never stoop to such a level. The young women chattered excitedly, and Qian Chongling found it difficult to suppress a smile. Turning away, she cleared her throat softly. Ahem, please rest well tonight. We shall depart for Tianxue Academy tomorrow. Qian Chongling addressed the 7 young women behind her, her tone exasperated. Understood, Teacher Qian, the girls replied, their cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as they acknowledged her. In the frigid expanse of the extreme north, beneath the branches of an ice-white tree, Qian Chongling reclined languidly, a bottle of plum wine in hand, gazing up at the luminous silver moon. It has been nearly 1,500 years. And I have yet to attain divinity. Am I truly so inept? With a swift gulp, the plum wine coursed down his throat, trickling down his sharply defined chin and along his gently undulating Adam's apple, staining the collar of his garment with a subtle crimson hue beneath the night sky. Before him appeared the vision of a young maiden clad in a flowing emerald gown, her grace akin to a falling star, caressing his cheek. Yet, just as he reached out to grasp her delicate hand, she vanished like a wisp of smoke. But for now, I can only continue down this path. Nonetheless, tonight's night sky is particularly beautiful. What do you think? Qian Chongling slowly raised his right arm, palm facing the moon, fingers splayed wide, his gaze filtering through the gaps to admire the resplendent starlit sky. A rare smile, genuine and heartfelt, graced his lips. Chapter 40. Threezhong Village System Daily Check-in. Qian Chongling mused inwardly. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Ding. Check-in reward dispensed. Lifespan 1 year. Current accumulated check-in duration 10 years. Received 10-year check-in gift package X1. 10-year check-in gift package is auto-opening. Ding. Character summoning card X1. A mechanical electronic sound flashed through Qian Chongling's mind, and a series of words, visible only to him, floated before his eyes. That it turned out to be a summoning card for a genius-type character, of which he had accumulated 4 by now. Upon examining the character summoning card, he noticed 4 small words at the bottom, classified as genius. Summoning cards are divided into 2 categories. 1 is the strong card, which, as the name implies, allows for the summoning of a titled Douluo, randomly chosen from the ranks of level 91 to 99. The other type is the genius card, which represents exceptionally gifted yet still undeveloped young talents. Age 12 or below, with a soul power around level 30 and innate soul power ranging from 7 to 10 up. Both types of summoning cards can be invoked through the realms of imagination and reality, with the imaginative realm drawing from Qian Chongling's past experiences on Blue Star. In simpler terms, characters from the books and anime he has encountered can be summoned via these cards, albeit with system optimization involved. For instance, summoning a character like Zhang Yuanzi from Journey to the West, or Huang using a strong summoning card would likely result in a Zhang Yuanzi with the martial spirit of a ginseng fruit tree. The strength of this martial spirit, whether it be divine, super, or ordinary, depends on how the system modifies it. One fruit could potentially create a god of creation, or it might merely serve as a projectile. If a genius summoning card is used to summon the 10th Emperor of the perfect world, it would probably result in a character like Shanhan, with a martial spirit resembling a mere bone, rather than the truly formidable 10th Emperor capable of unparalleled techniques. While this may seem quite disappointing, it is understandable, as such existences could obliterate the entire Douluo star with a mere breath, making their summoning virtually impossible. The so-called reality side of summoning draws from historical figures documented throughout the ages in Douluo, meaning Qian Chongling has a reasonable chance of summoning his current father's and brother's likenesses. Lastly, another characteristic of the summoning cards allows for specifying a particular imaginative world to summon characters exclusively from that realm. After countless attempts, one is bound to summon someone exceptionally powerful. Separation line. After a night of silence, with the dawn of a new day, Qian Chongling, accompanied by 7 young ladies, set out on their journey back. However, their travels were unexpectedly interrupted 3 days later by a small village they chanced upon. Sanzhong Village, located in the northwestern region of the Haimo Principality, a vassal state of the Tiando Empire, was named after the Zhang surname predominant in the area. Similarly named were Erzhong Village and Dezhong Village, where the 3 villages led simple lives, working at dawn and resting at dusk. However, Everything changed 3 years ago when a band of mountain bandits took control of the Black Tiger Mountain. Located 50 meters to the northwest of the three villages, the leader of this band of bandits was a Soul Emperor named Zhang Bailang, who was born in Sanjiang village. When he awakened his martial spirit, he was fortunate enough to manifest a white wolf spirit with innate soul power at level 5 that nevertheless, he did not contribute to the village's prosperity. After achieving martial success, Zhang Bailang began to wreak havoc alongside some minor nobles. Banding together with these ruffians on Black Tiger Mountain, they frequently committed thefts to assert their presence, and due to the involvement of soul masters and nobles, local officials and martial spirit branches found themselves helpless against their tyranny. Months passed, and they struck again, pillaging most of the food from the three villages and abducting several young women, the fate of whom was all too predictable. Consequently, the teachers and students from Qingyue Academy, who happened to pass through, were filled with righteous fury and prepared to act. After conversing with the village chief of Erzhong village to ascertain the location of Black Tiger Mountain, Qingyue and Chun Xiaoxue, brimming with killing intent, headed straight for it. Black Tiger Mountain lay 50 miles beyond Erzhong village, characterized by its steep, towering peaks and perilous terrain. On this day, as they ascended the winding mountain path, two strikingly beautiful women steadily climbed the steps. If any unsuspecting villagers were to learn that these two women were personally delivering meat to their doorstep, they would undoubtedly applaud them. Suddenly, Qingyue and Chun Xiaoxue halted in their tracks upon encountering two tall middle-aged men wielding weapons, blocking their way. "Old Lu, am I seeing things? Is there really anyone daring enough to approach Black Tiger Mountain?" exclaimed the shorter of the two, incredulously. "Old Qin, these two young ladies must think we don't have enough fun, so they've come to deliver themselves as a treat," remarked the man known as Old Lu, leering malevolently at Qingyue and Chun Xiaoxue's figures. Old Qin, shaking his large cleaver, grinned ominously. "Little lady, do you realize you've wandered into a den of thieves?" "Indeed," Chun Xiaoxue replied with a calm demeanor. Old Qin was taken aback, then grinned. "So you know, yet you dare to come here. Are you hoping we can assist you in taking a dip in the sewers? You are nobles disguised as bandits, aren't you?" Chun Xiaoxue asked nonchalantly. "Who are you? How do you know our true identities?" Old Qin's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Chun Xiaoxue shook her head, her expression darkening. To act as thieves with such an air of superiority, what a reflection of society's decline. Old Lu, growing impatient, interjected, "Old Qin, stop wasting time. Let's take one each," before the so-called Old Qin could make a move. Qingyue had already summoned her martial spirit. Her right hand transformed into a sharp, ice-blue tiger claw, which plunged through Old Qin's chest as she whispered, "Apologies, but we are in a hurry." The sudden attack left Old Qin utterly unprepared, eliciting only a muffled groan as he fell. Qingyue withdrew her hand, and Old Qin's body slumped to the ground, staining the yellow-brown earth with blood. "Soul Saint." Old Lu quaked in terror upon witnessing Qingyue, transformed into a frost tiger with 7 colored soul rings, trembling uncontrollably at that moment. The icy feathers of Chun Xiaoxue's martial spirit pressed against his throat. With a fierce gaze, she demanded, "Tell me, were those villages below plundered by you?" "Another soul saint." Old Lu gulped involuntarily, fearfully admitting, "Yes." In an instant, the icy feathers sliced through, blood splattering in all directions. Old Lu collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding neck until he could no longer move. Chapter 41. Cleansing the battlefield atop Black Tiger Mountain lay the Black Tiger stronghold. The interior of the stronghold was spacious, with numerous rudimentary straw huts lining the hall's sides, clearly not accommodations for the bandits. Chun Xiaoxue and Qingyue had fought their way up from the foot of the mountain, leaving no survivors in their wake. Upon reaching the entrance of the Black Tiger stronghold, they heard the sound of a whip striking flesh. Crack, crack. Exchanging a glance, they cautiously pushed open the door just enough to peek inside. Through the crack, they could see 5 main pillars in the hall, to which 5 disheveled men were bound. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and the tattered remnants of their clothing revealed prominent whip marks that a gaunt bandit, bare-chested, was vigorously wielding a whip against one of the captives. Strangely, only the sound of the whip could be heard. There were no cries of agony. This sight intensified the fury in Chun Xiaoxue and Qingyue's hearts. They realized that the bound men remained silent not because they were stoic, but because they were on the brink of death. lacking the strength to scream. Damn it! Just then, a bandit emerged from a nearby straw hut, angrily proclaiming, "One slip, and that woman bit her tongue off in despair." "Hey, let me check it out," another bandit jested. "Old Zhao, how eager you are. Even a corpse dares to approach," another chimed in. Old Zhao, entering the hut, exclaimed, "After holding it in for half a year, I'd even go for a sow." Laughter erupted among the men. At that moment, the fury within Qin Xiaoxue and Qingyue reached a boiling point, and their only thought was to eliminate them all. "Beasts, come out and face your death," they shouted in unison. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoxue and Qinyuan's furious roars, a group of bandits poured out from Black Tiger Mountain, surrounding the two women. Two little ladies. "How did you make it up here?" One robustly built man, his eyes glimmering with a silvery light, fixated intently on Qin Xiaoxue and Qingyue. Noticing that the two women remained silent, the other mountain bandits seemed to have an epiphany, erupting into a cacophony of jeers. Could it be that the brothers below have been exhausted? Quite possible. This leg could last a year without issue. "Brother, you can't be serious. Only a year?" Observing this, Zhang Bailang, seated on the high platform, could not help but smirk slightly. These men were his true brothers. The lowly peasants from the foot of the mountain had no right to share blood with him. All he needed to do now was wait for his brothers below to capture these two women. After all, the first bite was his, and there was no need to rush. Cold Ice Tiger, manifest. Ice Feather Crane, manifest. These two furious exclamations jolted Zhang Bailang back to reality from his daydreams that a massive tiger, ice blue and crystalline in appearance, and a crane radiating a cerulean hue, materialized behind Qingyue and Qin Xiaoxue. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black danced around them, emanating an overwhelming aura that erupted like a volcano. Under the oppressive pressure of the two soul saints, Zhang Bailang, a soul emperor, felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, while the mountain bandits trembled uncontrollably. "In a panic," Zhang Bailang exclaimed. "Honorable soul saints, we can discuss this rationally." 6th soul skill, Ice Featherwing Strike. 6th soul skill, Ice Tiger Roar. In response to Zhang Bailang, Qin Xiaoxue and Qingyue unleashed their 6 soul skills after transforming their martial souls. The Ice Feather Crane, with its broad wings, began to gather water blue light, and in an instant, countless ice feathers shot forth, creating elegant arcs as they pierced through the surrounding mountain bandits, reducing them to mere sieves. Crack, crack, the ice tiger opened its gaping maw, unleashing a beam of concentrated ice and snow, which struck Zhang Bailang directly, the sound of shattering bones echoing ominously. However, Qingyue, having activated her martial soul's true form, utilized her most formidable single-target soul skill, the power of which was extraordinary. The remaining energy propelled Zhang Bailang's lifeless body into the depths of Black Tiger Mountain, in the wake of the two ice-based soul skills. The entire summit of Black Tiger Mountain was left in a haunting silence, save for the howling wind and snow. Discuss rationally. Do those who were bound to wooden stakes and whipped to death agree? Do those whom you forcibly captured to serve as tools for your depravity consent? In Zhongsan village, do those who starved to death without food consent? The answer is evident. They could never agree. These soulless beasts, had they not encountered us, would have been manageable, but to spare them now would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless repercussions. Today, we shall seek justice for the innocent who perished tragically. Atop Black Tiger Mountain, after vanquishing all the bandits, the two women finally dispelled their martial soul forms, reverting to their human forms, though their faces appeared somewhat pallid. This pallor stemmed from the fact that after utilizing their martial soul forms, Soulmasters would remain in a weakened state for the next 7 days. P.S. This is indeed a concept from the original work, rather exasperating. A splendid dividing line. Teacher Chun, Teacher Qin, did you do all this? Just as Qin Xiaoxue and Qingyue eliminated Zhang Bailang and his band, the 5-member group from Tianxue Academy, along with Qian Chongling, appeared atop Black Tiger Mountain. This was, of course, due to the 5 young ladies' concern over the safety of their elder sisters, compelling them to persuade Qian Chongling to bring them to the scene, perhaps to assist as well. Qian Chongling, naturally, would not decline such a minor request. Although the 5 had seen blood before, the gruesome spectacle before them was enough to make them feel queasy. Overwhelmed by the intense stench of blood, observing their evident discomfort, Qian Chongling could not help but reveal a slight, mischievous smile, saying, "Since you are here, You shall be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Pile these beasts together, and I shall set them ablaze." Her intention was clear, to provide them with some practical experience. After all, if they could not endure this much blood, how would they cope in the future? The 5 young ladies were certainly unenthusiastic about this task, but ultimately, they could not oppose the demands of their 3 teachers and acquiesced. Thus, for the following days, the young ladies appeared sullen and lacked appetite, occasionally casting exasperated glances at Qian Chongling. Yet, they were met with the thick-skinned Qian Chongling, who remained unfazed, indulging in her meals with gusto, her mood entirely unaffected. Chapter 42. Soulmaster Competition. As time swiftly passed. 5 years later, at the training grounds of Qingyue Academy, 3 figures, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green, moved with a peculiar and intricate footwork, continuously circling and attacking a middle-aged woman clad in a water-blue uniform. 6th Soul Skill. Ice Feather Wing Strike. Chun Xiaoxue, dressed in the water-blue uniform, called out with a commanding voice that a white crane, emanating a cerulean glow, fluttered its wings, and water-blue feathers cascaded like snowflakes, launching toward the girl in the matching water-blue academy uniform. The blue-clad girl, undeterred by the imminent assault of a soul saint, merely smiled serenely as the 5th soul ring on her slender form gleamed with azure light. 5th Soul Skill. Phoenix Crying in the 9 Heavens. An ice-blue crystalline phoenix emitted a resounding cry, the sound waves radiating outward and colliding with the approaching water-blue feathers. Boom! After a brief stalemate of several seconds, a thunderous roar erupted, dispersing sound waves and shattering the ice feathers, which vanished into thin air. With 1 strike failing, the 2 youths clad in red and green exchanged glances, their 4th soul rings glowing brightly in unison. Soul Skill Fusion. Wind and Fire Convergence. Wind borrowed the force of fire, and fire borrowed the momentum of wind, their powers complementing each other, resulting in a potency that was not merely additive but exponentially amplified, immensely formidable. The azure wind and crimson fire intertwined and surged forth, prompting a solemn expression from Chun Xiaoxue, who thought to herself, "This mere fusion soul skill from 2 soul sects possesses the might of a low-tier soul emperor's full strike." Yet, despite her contemplations, Chun Xiaoxue's movements were swift. She softly declared, 5th Soul Skill. Ice Wing Guardian. Chun Xiaoxue's 5th Soul Skill, acquired from the Ice Steel Duck, was a defensive technique that could double her defensive capabilities. As her words fell, the wings of the ice feather crane crossed before her, and the azure red wind and fire collided with her steel-colored ice wings in an instant. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions. As onlookers focused, they beheld a stark, blackened mark on the water-blue ice wings, a sight painfully glaring. In this clash, Chun Xiaoxue did not gain an absolute advantage, perhaps due to prior soul power depletion or the lack of full exertion. Nevertheless, for an attack from 2 soul sects to be somewhat resisted by a single soul saint was a source of pride. That will be all for today. Let us all cease. Suddenly, Shui Ro called out from outside the training ground. On the field, Chun Xiaoxue, Shui Yuewu, Feng Outyin, and Hua Baoshou nodded in agreement and simultaneously stepped down from the arena. Your 3 talents formation has become quite proficient. Once your cultivation increases, Teacher Chen will no longer be your match. Chun Xiaoxue stated first, feeling a sense of the younger generation pushing the older one out. Teacher Chen, you flatter us. We still have a long way to go, Shui Yuwu replied with a charming smile. Feng Outyin and Hua Baoshou chuckled with glee. After all, to be able to engage a soul saint in such a manner was indeed commendable and worthy of pride. Remember to practice diligently. Your synergy must be even more refined, Shui Ro admonished with a serious expression. Shui Yuewu, Feng Outyin, and Hua Baoshou were the most talented and hard-working individuals from Tianshui, Shinfeng, and Qihua academies, respectively. Thus, the 3 academies had decided to entrust them with practicing the 3 talents formation. Only they were deemed suitable, as formations are best utilized by soul masters whose attributes can complement one another to maximize their potency. As for how it came about, it was naturally due to Qian Chongling's acquisition and her gifting Tianshui Academy a set of the 7 stars sword formation. Of course, her own Wuan Temple Academy had an even better version. Qian Chongling's goal was to instill a sense of pressure within her own Wuan Temple Academy. Otherwise, the lack of suspense in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition would lead to complacency. Understood, the 3 replied. By the way, Why haven't we seen Teacher Qian these days? Chun Xiaoxue has suddenly inquired. The Continental Elite Soul Master competition occurs once every 5 years and is set to commence next month. Teacher Qian is already waiting for us in Wuhuan City. Shui Rou responded with a smile. Teacher Qian indeed has great faith in us. Shui Yu playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, if you cannot even make it past the preliminary rounds, then you have no right to call yourselves students of Tianxue Academy, let alone disciples of Teacher Qian. How embarrassing. Her words went unchallenged, as none dared to refute her. This year, the competitors from Tianxue Academy had been meticulously selected by Qian Chongling, comprising several elite individuals, including 6 Soul Sect members and 1 Soul King, while Xinfeng and Qihua were slightly inferior. They still boasted a roster composed entirely of Soul Sect members. Thus, among the 3 major academies with such a lineup, none could pose a threat in the preliminaries. Securing a top 5 finish was as certain as the sun rising. Fast forward 3 months to Wuhuan City. Within the Pope's Palace, Tianxue Academy had carved their path through the competition, directly clashing with Qihua Academy to reach the finals, which were held at the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City. 3 days prior, Qian Chongling had tendered his resignation to Shui Ning, the head of Tianxue Academy. Despite her fervent pleas for him to stay, she could not sway his decision. Hence, upon the conclusion of this Grand Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, Qian Chongling would take his leave from Tianxue Academy. Now, let us welcome the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The host's voice resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of all present. Following the direction indicated by the host, 7 members clad in matching uniforms from Wuhuan Temple Academy entered, each exuding an air of elegance. The males were strikingly handsome, while the females possessed a refreshing grace, drawing envious gazes from the audience. The appearance of Wuhuan Temple Academy sparked murmurs among the crowd. If nothing unexpected occurs, the victor will likely be Wuhuan Temple Academy. Isn't that stating the obvious? Wuhuan Temple Academy has been the champion for years. Their prowess speaks for itself. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Tournament is a grand event, boasting substantial rewards. The victorious academy stands to gain 3 soul bones, and each institution vies fervently for this prize. Yet, time and again, it is Wuhuan Temple Academy that emerges victorious, with the soul bones never straying into the hands of outsiders. While everyone is well aware of the implications of Wuhuan Temple's dominance, they are powerless to change the outcome, as the students of Wuhuan Temple Academy possess formidable strength and perfectly meet the age requirements, rendering other academies speechless in the face of their prowess. The entrance of the Tianxue female team ignited the atmosphere further, as the audience buzzed with excitement. Next, we shall hear remarks from His Holiness the Pope. As the host finished speaking, Qian Daoliu, adorned in a pale golden robe and wielding a scepter, ascended to the viewing platform above the arena. I am Pope Qian Daoliu. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Tournament is a stage of fairness and justice, where you may showcase your talents to the fullest. Now, let your abilities shine, for the victor shall be awarded 3 soul bones provided by Wuhuan Temple. Qian Daoliu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of calm authority. Chapter 43. The Finals. Once Qian Daoliu concluded his speech, he instinctively scanned the audience. Upon spotting a particular figure, his pupils abruptly contracted. It was a young man clad in black, with dark hair and an austere visage. Yet a hint of a smile danced upon his lips. Qian Daoliu's expression turned grave as he attempted to lock his gaze onto the figure again, but it had vanished. A sigh escaped him. It seems I am seeing things. My great-grandfather has been gone for many years. How could he possibly be here? I declare, the finals shall commence in 15 minutes, Qian Daoliu announced. With Qihua Academy forfeiting, the championship would be contested solely between Tianxue Academy and Wuhuan Temple Academy. The host excitedly proclaimed. The audience found no surprise in Qihua Academy's withdrawal. Given the considerable disparity in strength at AS, the host signaled the commencement of the match. Tianxue Academy and Wuhuan Temple Academy officially engaged in battle. Remarkably, Tianxue Academy fielded another member for the finals, their captain Shui Yu, a level 52 Soul King, while Wuhuan Temple Academy had also concealed a level 51 Soul King. Qian Daoliu observed Tianxue Academy's participants, his brow furrowing slightly. Tianxue Academy is rather formidable. The other 3 elemental academies are simply no match. With the prowess of a peerless Douluo, he could discern that Tianxue Academy boasted a level 52 Soul King. 2 level 44 soul sects, and 3 level 42 soul sects, the lowest among them being at level 40-1. In contrast, Wuhuan Temple Academy's strongest member was a level 51, with 3 level 42 and 3 level 44 members, offering no significant advantage over Tianxue Academy. The captain of Wuhuan Temple Academy, Jin Gang, a level 51 assault-type Soul King, bellowed as his voice reverberated, "Thunderous fist of the mighty king," with the embodiment of the mighty king bear. His physique swelled, muscles rippling with power. He bent his robust legs slightly before launching into the air, his fist glowing with golden light as it hurtled towards Shu Yu's delicate face, just as Shu Yu prepared to evade. 2 purple-black vines ensnared her limbs with lightning speed. They were the control-type soul skills of the brothers Ao Ing and Ao Yi from Wuhuan Temple Academy. Their intent was clear: to eliminate Tianxue Academy's strongest member, Shu Yu at all costs. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Shu Yu's agile form trembled, instantly shattering the vines. Simultaneously, a thick wall of ice erupted before her, courtesy of Qin Yan's 4th soul skill from Tianxue's team. Boom! Jin Gang's fist collided with the ice wall, sending shards flying and numerous cracks spiderwebbing across its surface, yet it remained intact. Observing this, Jin Gang unleashed another punch, and the precariously standing ice wall shattered instantly. "Sisters, let us counterattack," Shu Yu declared as she leapt away from Jin Gang's striking range just as the ice wall crumbled. Thus commenced the chaotic melee, with Zhao Zi and Qin Yan from Tianxue Academy flanking their opponents, effectively restraining the Soul King Jin Gang with the support of their 2 assisting soul sects. Lu Yuding and Lu Yufei, both agile assault-type soul sects, charged directly at Wuhuan Temple Academy's 2 assisting soul sects, the sisters Feng Yudi and Feng Yuding, who wielded violet spirits. Interestingly, Wuhuan Temple Academy employed a similar strategy, both sides opting to target the opposing assisting soul masters, the only difference lying in their respective soul kings. Jin Gang faced off against Zhao Zi and Qin Yan, while Shu Yu contended with 2 unknown soul sects from Wuhuan Temple Academy. The outcome hinged on which side would falter first, triggering a chain reaction that could determine the victor on the battlefield. A tempest of wind and snow raged, blades of wind cutting through the air, and fists clashing with ferocity, as various splendid soul skills illuminated the arena. Observers from other academies nodded in appreciation, marveling at the thrilling display of prowess. However, in the front row, Qian Chongling wore a grim expression, at a loss for words. Is this all they know after the skirmish begins? Do they think their assistance is comparable to Jiuxin Haidang and Qibao Yuli Tower? The Jiuxin Haidang is reputed to possess an unstoppable endurance, capable of sustaining its power with a single breath, while the Qibao Yuli Tower is hailed as the most formidable support-type soul mastered. If one were to consider a soul rank of level 41, it could bestow a remarkable 50% boost to attributes. Therefore, should the opposing team field 2 support-type soul masters, it is imperative to eliminate them promptly. However, the support-type soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple Academy wield the Violet Soul, which offers only mediocre healing and enhancement effects. It would be far more prudent for the Tianxue Academy to focus their firepower on the formidable Jin Gang, trading their 2 supports for the strongest output from the opponent, ensuring that they incur no losses. Their 2 supports could easily stall the 2 agile attackers for several breaths, providing ample opportunity for Jin Gang to re-enter the fray multiple times. This scenario mirrors the battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Imperial Fighting Team, where they collectively targeted Yu Tianheng, inflicting severe damage upon him. Had it not been for the presence of Yi Lingling, the extraordinary healer, Yu Tianheng would have been rendered ineffective in that match. Yet, Qian Chongling was more concerned about the pair of sisters wielding the Violet Soul. If his memory served correctly, his legitimate wife, Feng Yuyan, and her sister, Feng Yushi, also possessed the Violet Soul. Subsequently, his collateral relative bore him a daughter, though her soul was not that of the 6-winged angel, but rather the Violet Soul. After her marriage, several generations passed, and Qian Chongling ceased to pay attention. Initially, he had even suspected infidelity, otherwise, by conventional theory, his lineage should have inherited his light and dark angel. It was only later that he realized his own negative emotions were not something an ordinary person could endure. Thus his daughter could only inherit her mother's soul. At that moment, a resounding cry jolted Qian Chongling from his reverie. Feng Ming Jiuxiao. Shu Yu braced herself against the soul skill unleashed by the soul master of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, activating her 5th soul skill. A piercing cry erupted from her lips, with waves of sound cascading forth, enveloping the entire Wuhan Temple team in an instant. Only Jin Gang, with his sufficient soul power, could withstand the onslaught. The remaining members of the Wuhan Temple team, lacking in soul power, were left to cover their ears while desperately attempting to counter the sonic assault. Seizing the opportunity, the other members of the Qingyue Academy team could not afford to let it slip by. Lu Yuting and Lu Yufan unleashed their agility as attack-type Soulmasters, swiftly approaching the 2 support-type and 2 agility-type opponents, executing their third soul skill, Frost Slash. This soul skill succeeded, eliminating the 4 already weakened members of the Wuhuan Temple team. In the face of this sudden loss of 4 team members, Jin Gang felt a surge of urgency. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the thunderous Jin Gang fist once more. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering ice echoed as Qin Yin and Zhao Zi's figures traced a perfect arc, falling outside the arena. After all, even with the enhancement from 2 supports, 2 soul ranks could not completely withstand a Soul King. Holding out for that long was already commendable. Shui Yu furrowed her brows. At that moment, the only remaining fighters on her side were herself, Lu Yuting, and Lu Yufan. The 2 support-type Soul Masters had exhausted their soul power while enhancing and healing Shui Yu, Qin Yan, and Zhao Zi. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan Temple team still had the Soul King Jin Gang, along with 2 powerful attackers keeping her in check. Though it appeared evenly matched, it was well known that strong attackers were resilient, while agile attackers could fall in an instant. If victory was to be achieved, there was but one path: to expend all her soul power and utilize her 5th soul skill once more. Shui Yuewu contemplated this, but she kept her thoughts to herself. The 3 sisters shared an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances that conveyed their next move. With her poised figure, the icy soul power began to gather rapidly, the radiance of her 5th soul ring growing ever brighter, resembling a brilliant diamond, albeit one fraught with peril. Qin Yin and Zhao Zi dashed toward Jin Gang and the others like a pair of leopards. However, Jin Gang, fully aware of their intentions, would not allow them to succeed at that moment. Jin Gang sprang into action, not charging toward Shui Yuewu and her companions, but instead crouching low and simultaneously striking the ground with both fists. "Block him," Qin Yin called out. Realizing Jingang's intent at the moment he launched his attack, Jin Gang clearly aimed to disrupt Shui Yu's soul power accumulation by unleashing a wide-area attack, and she understood that if Shui Yu were to execute that soul skill again, their defeat would be inevitable. As anticipated, the sound of the ground being struck did not resonate. Instead, Qin Yin appeared suddenly at Jingang's side, delivering a kick that halted his descending arms. Seeing Jingang's attack thwarted, another Soul Master from the Wuhuan Temple team landed a punch to Qin Yan's abdomen. Though the blow lacked speed, it drained considerable soul power and stamina, leaving Qin Yan unable to evade. With a gasp, Qin Yan's complexion paled as she spewed forth a spray of crimson blood, her body propelled out of the arena. Before long, Zhao Zi followed suit, meeting a similar fate within a couple of exchanges, leaving Shui Yuewu as the sole survivor of the Qingyue Academy team. Yet, it was evident that the efforts of her companions had not been in vain. In midair, snowflakes coalesced, gradually forming a magnificent ice crystal phoenix measuring 7 meters in length. A resounding cry emanated from the phoenix, rippling through the void. This time, the foaming Jiuxia represented Shui Yuewu's full exertion of remaining soul power, its potency exceeding that of previous iterations by more than double. The sonic waves surged forth once more, causing the 2 exhausted soul masters to succumb to unconsciousness under the impact of this soul skill. Meanwhile, a faint yellow barrier enveloped Jin Gang, quivering under the onslaught of the sound waves. After several seconds, the barrier shattered. Jingang's figure became visible, albeit weakened, his soul power nearly depleted, and his stamina all but exhausted. Yet, he still retained the capacity to fight. Conversely, Shui Yuewu had completely exhausted her soul power and was effectively out of the match. Is this the power of a soul bone? Shui Yuewu's beautiful eyes dimmed. Having failed to defeat her opponent with that strike, she felt she had lost, though she remained perplexed. Why could Jin Gang withstand her attack? Logically, it seemed improbable. This is my 3rd soul skill, Earth Guardian, which allows me to transfer the majority of the damage to the ground, though the conditions for its activation are somewhat stringent, Jin Gang explained. Earth Guardian, utilizing 90% of current soul power, it mitigates 90% of damage for a duration of 3 breaths. Now I understand. With that, Shui Yu stepped down from the competition arena. After a brief interlude, the match concluded, and the champion of this Continental Elite Soulmaster tournament was declared to be the Wuhan Temple team. Let us all applaud them, the host proclaimed loudly. Having been thoroughly captivated by the thrilling spectacle before him, even having witnessed numerous others. Now, let us invite the Pope to present the awards to the champion team, once the healing Soul Masters had attended to the students from both academies. The host continued. Daoliu, with an impassive expression, approached the members of the Wuhan Temple team, stating flatly, "Your performance was commendable, but there remains room for improvement. The future belongs to you. Thank you, Your Holiness." The 7 members of the Wuhan Temple Academy bowed in unison to Daoliu. However, in the audience, Qian Chongling shook his head, thinking to himself, such a level of performance is merely satisfactory. No wonder the Wuhan Temple would eventually be dismantled. Daoliu retrieved 3 soul bones from the soul guide device, presenting them to Zhao Changkong, the leader of the Wuhan Temple Academy. These 3 are the right arm bone of a 30,000-year-old strength crocodile, the right leg bone of a 30,000-year-old black wind wolf, and the left arm bone of a 30,000-year-old diamond bear, as a reward for you. Upon seeing these 3 soul bones, not only did the young members of the Wuhan Temple team stare in wide-eyed amazement, but the others from different academies were equally envious. Had this been any other place, absent the presence of several titled Douluos, it was likely someone would have succumbed to their greed and attempted to seize them. These were soul bones, the most precious treasures for soul masters, rare and hard to come by. Among soul bones, there exists a hierarchy. The quality of the soul bone is of utmost importance. The higher the level of the soul beast from which a soul bone originates, the greater its efficacy. Of course, this does not apply to external soul bones, which are the rarest and most precious due to their potential for growth, ranking just below the 100,000-year soul rings within the entire system. Ordinary soul bones are categorized into 6 types: head, torso, and 4 limbs. Among these, the torso is the most valuable, followed by the head, then the right and left hands, and finally the right and left legs in that order. Soul bones of the same quality differ in value depending on their location. Thank you, Your Holiness. Upon receiving the 3 soul bones from Daoliu, even Zhao Changkong, with his indomitable spirit as a soul Douluo, could not help but feel his heart and mind tremble. After Daoliu, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had distributed the soul bones, the 5-yearly Elite Soul Master competition across the continent drew to a close. The various participating teams subsequently departed from the Pope's palace, returning to their respective academies and temporary lodgings in Soul City. The next day, after spending a few days enjoying the sights of Soul City, Ning, the president of Qingyue Academy, and the rest of the academy's members returned to Qingyue Academy, albeit with 1 less companion. Thus concludes the first volume. The next volume will revolve around BB Dong. Although I know few will read it, I still wish to mention that there are free tickets available for support. Chapter 1. The Rainy Night Escape in the Sweltering Summer Heat. The tranquil night remained as stifling as the day, with the evening breeze stirring up waves of scorching air, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated in the sky. Drops of icy rain began to fall from above, and a chilling wind gradually arose as dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead. Above a small grove outside Soul City, the sky was thick with clouds, and the low rumble of thunder intermittently illuminated the darkness. The rain intensified, and not far away, 2 figures slowly emerged through the downpour, an agile man and woman. The latter's graceful silhouette, even obscured by the rain, remained strikingly prominent. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding handsomeness in his fitted black robe. Prominently displayed on his chest was a soul character the size of a fist, and on his left breast, a badge intricately carved with 6 intercrossed long swords, signifying his rank as a soul emperor within the Spirit Hall. The woman donned a blue and white gown, adorned with azure wave-like patterns, her flawless oval face framed by elongated brows, her fair complexion radiant. Though her slightly protruding abdomen hinted at her pregnancy, it did little to diminish her extraordinary beauty. "Tiangu, I can't run any longer," the pregnant woman, Ling, addressed the man in the black robe. "Luo Tan. Do not give up. Let us rest for a moment. With the rain, they will find it much more difficult to track us," Luo Tian reassured his wife, gazing into the torrential downpour of the night. Just then, a voice laced with coldness and a hint of sorrow pierced through the storm. "Is it truly so difficult to locate you?" Both Luo Tian and Lin Yan's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned incredulously towards a large tree ahead. There stood an elderly man, his hair and beard a mix of gray and white, his short hair standing upright like steel needles. His physique was remarkably robust, defying the frailty one would expect of an elder, and his gaze was profoundly penetrating, fixed intently upon Luo Tian. Teacher Jin Zhuan, I never expected you to be here as well. Luo Tian managed a bitter smile. Teacher, I have no disciple who consorts with evil soul masters. Jin Zhuan retorted, disappointment evident in his tone. The sky rumbled with thunder, the silver lightning crackling ominously. The rain intensified further, yet the biting cold of the downpour did nothing to diminish Jin Zhuan's fury. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a disciple with innate soul power at level 9 and a top-tier martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. Nurturing him would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of a titled Douluo in the future. He could never fathom that his beloved disciple would fall for an evil soul master, let alone harm his own colleagues in the process. Did Luo Tian not understand the true nature of evil soul masters? Such actions would lead him to ruin, dragging the spirit hall down with him. Jin Zhuan's gaze shifted momentarily to Lin Yan's slightly rounded abdomen, his expression darkening further. Teacher, I owe you an apology, and I regret what has transpired. However, Yenner and those evil soul masters are truly not. Before Luo Tian could finish, his words were abruptly interrupted, not by Jin Zhuan, but by the sudden appearance of 4 individuals. 3 men and 1 woman. Junior, an evil soul master is an evil soul master. What difference does it make? The eldest among them, a middle-aged man, remarked with indifference. Zhao Xuezhang, Qian Xuezhang, Sun Shimi, Li Xuedre. I didn't expect all of you to arrive. Luo Tian's complexion paled even further upon seeing the 4. Had it only been his teacher Jin Zhuan and his junior sister Sun Yan, he might have turned a blind eye, letting them pass. However, Zhao Changge and Qian Buduo were known for their singular approach to evil soul masters. Extermination, moreover, both were soul saints, while Luo Tian and Lin Yan were merely soul emperors, no match for them. Though Jin Zhuan was stronger, possessing the strength of a high-ranking soul Daoliu, it was unlikely he would intervene against Zhao Changge and Qian Buduo. As the two closed in, Luo Tian's face grew increasingly ashen, while Lin Yan's heart ached with concern. Had it not been for her, Luo Tian might have had a brighter future. Everyone, it is my fault. Please, kill me and spare him, Lin Yan implored with a sorrowful smile, her eyes pleading. Yet the Spirit Hall's doctrine regarding evil soul masters had always been one of complete eradication, and as a traitor, Luo Tian's fate would likely be even more tragic. The thought of this ignited a fiery wrath within Sun Yan, who harbored a secret crush on Luo Tian. It is all because of you, you vile creature. You have taken my senior brother from me. Sun Yan concentrated her soul power in her palm and unleashed a fierce strike towards Lin Yan. The crimson energy glowing vividly against the backdrop of the night rain that a chilling gust of wind whipped through, lifting Lin Yan's damp hair and revealing her ethereal beauty. The suddenness of Sun Yan's attack caught Lin Yan off guard. Even with her own status as a soul emperor, she was unable to react in time that the scarlet palm was about to strike Lin Yan's delicate forehead, threatening her very life. 2 urgent shouts rang out. Stop! Stop! One voice belonged to Luo Tian, while the other was unexpectedly that of Jin Zhuan. Faced with the obstruction of her 2 closest kin, Sun Yan desperately tried to retract her soul power. But a strike fueled by rage could not be easily controlled. Bang! A resounding impact echoed through the rain, and a figure was sent flying through the downpour, crimson blood splattering in the air. It was Luo Tian. In that fleeting moment, he had pushed Lin Yan aside, taking the blow meant for her. Gasping, Luo Tian fell to one knee, his collarbone shattered from Sun Yan's strike, and as he attempted to speak, blood gushed forth from his mouth. Though Luo Tian's cultivation was on par with Sun Yan's, the escape and turmoil of the past year had left him little time to recuperate, rendering him unable to withstand her assault. Lin Yan rushed forward, embracing the fallen Luo Tian, tears streaming down her face. Tiangu, are you all right? Please don't leave me. Cough, cough. Yenner, I will not miss the birth of our child. I will not die. Luo Tian managed to force a smile. Looking into Lin Yan's eyes, Tiangu, you will see it. Lin Yan replied, her smile tinged with sorrow. Yenner, being with you is the greatest happiness of my life. I will love you forever, Luo Tian declared, spitting up another mouthful of blood. I love you too, Lin Yan whispered, gazing at the two lost in each other's eyes. Witnessing their affection, Sun Yan was consumed with fury. You monstrous creature, how dare you give birth to my senior brother's child? As a member of the Spirit Hall, it is their solemn duty to pursue and eradicate the evil Soulmasters. However, the bond between Luo Tian and Lin Yin profoundly moved Zhao Changge and Qian Budua. Chapter 2. The Soul-Eating Demon Spidered, at the same time. They understood why Jin Zhuan had just intervened to prevent Sun Yin from attacking Lin Yin. The reason was simple. Lin Yin was pregnant. Although the Spirit Hall relentlessly exterminated evil Soulmasters, special circumstances allowed for the postponement of executions. Specifically, if an evil Soulmaster were found to be with child, efforts would be made to spare their life, prioritizing their capture, for within them resided a new life. Once the child was born, it would be closely observed to ascertain if its temperament had been influenced in the womb. Should the child prove normal, it would be raised in an orphanage, while the evil Soulmaster would inevitably face execution. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin, who had been suppressing her emotions, finally erupted, shouting, "I am not a monster. I have never consumed anything. Not even once. They forced it upon me. Your water has broken." Li Xueme, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, her words startling everyone. Sun Yin froze for a moment, her gaze drawn to Lin Yan's abdomen, where streaks of blood trickled down her slender legs, mingling with the rain, so subtle that one might not notice without close observation. After the eruption of anger, a severe pain engulfed Lin Yan's body like a tsunami, waves of agony stimulating her nerves, forcing her to grit her teeth and endure what are you still doing? Quickly find a place for her to give birth. Li Xueme looked at the men before her, utterly speechless. Several men stood there, dumbfounded, as the laboring mother continued to endure. Did they not value their own lives? The wind howled, thunder rumbled ominously, and the chilling rain fell harder. Within a cave in a small forest outside the spirit city, a woman with fair skin and a grotesque scar resembling a centipede on her left abdomen emitted intermittent groans of pain, accompanied by a woman's encouraging voice. "Keep going. Push harder." How could this happen? Li Xueme was taken aback. She did not see the baby's head, but rather a pair of tender little feet. Dystocia. The word flashed through Li Xueme's mind, watching Lin Yin, whose life force was rapidly waning. Panic gripped her. If this continued, it would surely result in a double tragedy. "Is the baby out? I can barely hold on." Lin Yin gasped, her consciousness beginning to fade. Realizing the urgency, Li Xueme dashed outside. Seeking help from the others, outside the cave, several men stood shoulder to shoulder, avoiding the sight of a woman in labor. "What did you say?" "Yinner is in labor." Cough, cough. Luo Tian could hardly believe Li Xueme's words. He gripped her slender shoulders tightly, as if shaking her could alter the reality. "Luo Tian, calm down. Stay composed." Jin Zhuan, Zhao Changge, and Qian Budua, as Luo Tian's mentors, each urged him, but the urgency of the moment made it difficult for Luo Tian to heed their words. Suddenly, a sharp slap jolted Luo Tian back to his senses, delivered by Li Xueme. "What you need to do now is find a way to ensure your wife safely delivers your child. Rather than venting your anger at me," Li Xueme stated coolly, "that I'm sorry." Though Luo Tian appeared to have regained his composure, the tension in his furrowed brow, clenched fists, and trembling body revealed the deep worry within. As moments ticked by, and seeing the men still lacking a plan, Li Xueme sighed. She hasn't had proper rest during this time. The vitality of the fetus is dwindling. Vitality, the very mention seemed to awaken Luo Tian. His frown eased in an instant. "I know how to save them." With that declaration, Luo Tian rushed inside. Within the cave, Lin Yin was in a semi-conscious state, the baby having only partially emerged, teetering on the brink of a disastrous outcome. "Yinner, wake up!" Without hesitation, Luo Tian entered and gently slapped Lin Yan's cheek to rouse her. Lin Yan's dazed eyes slowly opened, and she apologetically said to Luo Tian, "Brother Tian, I'm sorry, But Luo Tian interrupted her. "There's no time. Yinner, your martial spirit is the soul-eating demon spider. Use it to absorb my vitality, and both you and the child will be safe." The moment those words fell, the cave was enveloped in shock. Especially Jin Zhuan and the others, who had never imagined that Luo Tian's solution involved sacrificing himself to save his wife and child. No. Sun Yin, who harbored feelings for Luo Tian, vehemently opposed this idea. How could she bear the thought of his demise? Yet the others remained silent, particularly Jin Zhuan, who, as Luo Tian's mentor, knew all too well that once Luo Tian made up his mind, no one could sway him. Just as he could not change his feelings for the evil Soulmaster Lin Yin. Yinner. Quickly, ignoring Sun Yan's protests, Luo Tian urged Lin Yin to act. "Brother Tian, I don't want to. Hurry, or I'll take my own life." Luo Tian exclaimed urgently, gathering his soul power in his hands. ready to slit his throat if Lin Yin continued to resist. Knowing Luo Tian's resolute nature, Lin Yin realized he would indeed follow through. With no other choice, she reluctantly invoked her most detested martial spirit, the soul-eating demon spider. Soul-eating demon spider, manifest. With a swift incantation, a purple-black light enveloped Lin Yin, revealing a massive purple-black spider. Its 8 legs, resembling long spears with barbs, exceeded 3 meters in length, and its 3 pairs of purple-black compound eyes and fearsome mandibles exuded an aura of terror. The menacing mandibles suddenly elongated, plunging into Luo Tian's neck. And with a gurgling sound, streams of blood mixed with soul essence were drawn in, transferring into Lin Yan's body. The cave filled with the acrid scent of blood, interspersed with the sounds of sobbing, creating an eerie tableau. Lin Yan's previously frail life force surged rapidly, stabilizing around the level of a soul king. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, having endured only a few breaths, succumbed, his once slender frame now a mere skeleton. The decision he made stemmed solely from paternal love, a weighty, mountainous love that's coming. The head is out. Push a little harder. Li Shuimei's voice shattered the cave's somber atmosphere. Da-da. Alongside Lin Yan's agonized groans, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed within the cave. Outside, the sky darkened further, lightning flashed, thunder crashed, and torrential rain poured, as if the heavens were unleashing their fury or the goddess was weeping in silence. Inside the cave, perhaps due to the birth of the newborn, a flicker of vitality seemed to emerge. Chapter 3. The Synthetic Evil Soulmaster. The bonfire tended by Jin Zhuan had burned halfway. The flames dispelled the cold, illuminating the small cave, clad in a red robe. Li Shuimei cradled a baby speckled with blood, her perpetually expressionless face breaking into a smile as she turned to Lin Yin, saying, "It's a girl, congratulations. See, can I see her?" Though Lin Yin had absorbed Luo Tian's vitality, she was still on the brink of exhaustion. That, of course, Li Shuimei exchanged glances with Jin Zhuan and the others, who nodded in agreement. Gently, she handed the baby to Lin Yin, whispering softly as she placed the infant beside her. Though this action seemed somewhat callous, they had witnessed twisted souls in the past, evil soul masters who harmed their own children, thus caution was warranted. Gazing at the little one beside her, Lin Yin smiled softly, her expression radiant. She leaned her head gently against the infant, feeling the warmth of her breath and heartbeat, her eyes softening further. Moments later, Lin Yin glanced at the others and whispered, "Thank you, that it's the least we could do. However, what did you mean when you said, they forced it upon me?" With a grave demeanor, Jin Zhuan spoke. "If indeed an exceedingly nefarious organization exists as I suspect, it is rather terrifying. 10 years prior, a group of malevolent soul masters had captured me but spared my life, declaring me one of their kind. However, due to my refusal to consume flesh and blood, they resorted to slicing open my abdomen to forcefully stuff it within." Although Lin Yan's words were delivered in a rather monotone manner, the individuals present could feel the lurking brutality, bloodshed, and the despair and terror Lin Yin had experienced at that time. "Why should I believe you?" inquired Sun Yan, who had always been at odds with Lin Yin, her tone laced with skepticism. "That I believe her words," Jin Zhuan asserted. "Teacher," Sun Yan exclaimed in disbelief, puzzled as to why Jin Zhuan would take this woman at her words so readily. "Or rather, I trust Xiao Tian's words," Jin Zhuan added. Zhao Chang'e and Qian Budua nodded in agreement, having previously conversed with Luo Tian, who had shared everything about his acquaintance with Lin Yin. Luo Tian had stated that since their union, he had never witnessed Lin Yin indulge in the consumption of flesh and blood, and she loathed her own martial soul. "This matter is of grave importance and must be reported to the Pope," Zhao Chang'e declared, to which everyone nodded in consensus, voicing no objections. "Oh, you have anything to say to your child?" Jin Zhuan suddenly interjected, adopting a tone reminiscent of urging for final words. Zhao Chang'e and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jin Zhuan in confusion. "As expected of a soul master, you have discerned it," Lin Yin replied with a faint smile, her pale complexion gradually regaining a hint of color. "If I could not perceive this, would I not have wasted these many years? You transferred your life force entirely to this infant during childbirth. While the child's innate talent may be significantly enhanced, your life is drawing to a close. Do you wish for this child to become a soul master?" Jin Zhuan sighed. "That if possible, I hope this child does not become a soul master. Let her be an ordinary person instead." Lin Yan's voice dwindled, fading into silence. The torrential rain arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly, as if it had come merely to herald the birth of someone. After the rain washed the dense forest, the air grew more refreshing, and the night sky appeared even more luminous and serene, as if the storm had cleansed the heavens, with stars twinkling like scattered gems. However, Jin Zhuan and the others had no inclination to admire the beautiful nightscape. They were focused on a small grave mound before them. This grave was established for the tragic couple, Luo Tian and Lin Yin, allowing them to rest together in death that a heavy weight settled in their hearts, intensifying their hatred towards the malevolent soul masters. Though this tragedy bore some connection to them, the true culprits remained those heartless soul masters. The soul master halls Jin Zhuan and others pursued Lin Yin, for she was indeed a soul master of ill repute. Despite her ability to control her desires after consuming flesh and blood, such individuals are exceedingly rare, perhaps non-existent among 1,000 malevolent soul masters. Everyone yearns to wield the sword of death and revel in the company of beauty, aspiring to transcend all, while the malevolent soul masters possess a shortcut. Simply through murder, bloodletting, and soul devouring, they can enhance their power. How could one not be tempted by such a path? Thus, she is merely an exception and cannot serve as a reference for the malevolent soul masters, nor can this justify a cessation of the suppression against them. Did Lin Yin err? Not at all. Even when subjected to such brutal and sanguinary methods of assimilation by those malevolent soul masters, she remained true to her nature. One must concede that she is an exceedingly gentle and kind-hearted person. The true culprits are undoubtedly the malevolent soul masters. Heeding the mother's wishes, let this child be an ordinary person. Shui Mei and I shall take her to a nearby village to be raised. You all may return now. After a prolonged moment at the small grave, Jin Zhuan addressed the others. The three nodded, their figures flickering before vanishing from sight. The events of the night would require some time for them to process. Fengming Village is a small hamlet located 20 miles northwest of Wuhan City, a place where hope thrives for a powerful soul master to emerge and alter their fate, thus earning its name. Likewise, the neighboring Londing Village shares this aspiration. In the far corner of the northeastern part of Fengming Village, Jin Zhuan and Li Shuimei's figures suddenly appeared. Jin Zhuan had previously visited this locale. Knowing that the small dwelling was home to a kind-hearted elderly couple in their 60s, who had lost their son to a soul beast, leaving them without any descendants. Exchanging glances, Jin Zhuan and Li Shuimei gently knocked on the weathered wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The clear sound resonated within, rousing the slumbering couple. The frail, bleary-eyed matron softly stirred her husband. Old man, someone is knocking. Let us go see. The silver-haired elder smiled warmly at his wife, donning their outer garments before stepping outside. Just as the two elders were about to open the door, Li Shuimei carefully laid the infant cradled in her arms down, moving alongside Jin Zhuan to quietly observe from a distance. Creak. The wooden door swung open, yet the two elders saw no one, only a swaddled infant resting at their doorstep. Is this a baby? The matron exclaimed as she knelt before the child, lifting her gently. Old man, should we adopt this child? It would give us companionship in our later years, she proposed. Indeed, indeed, the elder replied with a benevolent smile. Since their child's passing, they had long been without companionship, and having a child would indeed bring them much joy. Giggle. As if influenced by the elder's happiness, the infant in the matron's arms blinked and beamed a smile. Meanwhile, after ensuring the safety of Luo Tian and Lin Yan's daughter, Jin Zhuan hurried to inform the newly appointed Pope Qian Chongling of the existence of artificial malevolent soul masters. Enraged, Qian Chongling immediately dispatched all the titled Daoliu of the Wuhan Hall and summoned the two great empires and numerous sects to collaborate in investigating and eradicating this malevolent soul master force. Chapter 4. Fengming Village. 6 years later, in the northwest of Wuhan City, Fengming Village. As dawn broke, a sliver of sunlight pierced through the light mist, illuminating a small hill approximately 40 to 50 meters high behind Fengming Village. Amidst the gentle light, 7 small figures could be discerned busily engaged in some task. These were 7 children, around 6 or 7 years of age, both boys and girls, clad in coarse linen, bending down with sickles in hand to harvest clusters of blue grasses. Placing them into bamboo baskets slung across their backs. Time flew by, and in what seemed a fleeting hour, the sun's warmth transformed into a slight burning heat. Suddenly, one little boy stood up and turned to a girl behind him, saying, "I've finished cutting the blue silver grass for today. What about you, Dong Air?" The little girl looked up, her fair face adorned with the innocent smile unique to children, sweet and charming, as she replied, Xiaonan, I'm almost done. Dong Air, let me help you. The boy named Xiaonan said with a hint of a wide no need. I'll finish shortly, the girl chuckled, revealing two adorable dimples, even though he wished to assist. He was rebuffed, yet Xiaonan bore no ill will, merely grinning foolishly and ruffling his hair. However, the other children, witnessing this exchange, could not resist teasing him. Ha, Xiaonan, you've begun to fawn over Dong Air again. Exactly, only to be turned down once more. Ha ha ha. What can you do? After all, Dong Air is just too cute. This little girl, known as Dong Air, is indeed the child of Lin Yin and Luo Tian from years past. Jin Zhuan, adhering to Lin Yan's wishes, entrusted her to the kind elderly couple in Foaming Village, who named her Bai Dong. Despite their humble means, the couple, under the discreet care of Jin Zhuan and others, managed to provide Bai Dong with a life above the subsistence level. Even after their passing, when she was 4 and 5 years old, in the blink of an eye, the once tiny infant had blossomed into a charming little girl, adored for her cuteness and obedience, becoming the beloved princess in the eyes of the village elders and the young boys alike. How shameless! Chunda, Qinshi, the others can be excused, but you two still dare to mock me. I distinctly recall who it was that gifted Dong Air a wildflower last week, only to be hung up and punished by their parents, and who crafted a crown of green leaves. Claiming it was a tiara, Bibi Nan, with a mischievous grin, gazed at Chunda and Qinshi, the subjects of the conversation, the meaning of which was self-evident as soon as the words fell, apart from the two being alluded to. The other children began to tease and cheer, their laughter echoing joyfully atop the small hill. After a while, noticing that time was slipping away, another girl among the 7 children remarked, All right, everyone stop the commotion. Those who have finished cutting the blue-silver grass should help the others. Let us not forget what day it is. Bibi Qian, I almost forgot, Bibi Nan responded, recalling the village elder's words from earlier that morning. Today, the Soulmaster will assist us in awakening our martial souls. I wonder if any of us can become a Soulmaster. Prompted by Bibi Qian's reminder, Bibi Dong, having completed her task of gathering the blue-silver grass, wiped the sweat from her forehead and inquired of the two, What is a Soulmaster? Both of them shook their heads and replied, We are not sure, but we have heard that becoming a Soulmaster ensures a life free of worries and can change one's destiny. Soulmaster. Bibi Dong etched the term into her memory. Smiling at Bibi Nan, she said, Brother Nan, we have both finished our tasks. Let us help Sister Qian and the others so we can complete this quickly, and have some time left to play on our way back. All right, Bibi Nan agreed. Bibi Dong beamed sweetly, crouching down to join Bibi Nan in the harvest of blue-silver grass, with the additional hands. Their progress quickened considerably. I'm done. So am I. I'm almost finished. Everyone, please help me. On our way. At the sound of the call, several little friends rushed over, working together in a flurry. The children, who were already close to completing their task, soon filled their small bamboo baskets with blue-silver grass. Seeing that everyone seemed to have finished their work, Bibi Nan took out a small scale from his basket to weigh the grass for his companions. After checking and finding everything in order, he declared, Today's task is complete. Let us head back. Okay, the remaining 6 children replied. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted as the 7 children made their way along the path back to the village. Although children from impoverished homes often learn to take responsibility early, they were still just children. A group of playful youngsters, full of mischief, flitted about, occasionally chasing butterflies or climbing trees to look for nests. Lying down on the large stones for a brief respite, or splashing in the clear little lake, reveling in their joy. By the time they returned to Foaming Village, an hour had already passed. At the village entrance, 2 elderly figures, their hair grayed and well past 50, anxiously awaited someone. Upon seeing the children, they finally exhaled in relief. The elderly woman at the forefront spoke urgently, You little rascals. All you do is play. Don't you know today is your martial soul awakening day? With that, she took down the bamboo baskets from their backs and continued, These blue-silver grasses will be taken by your village elder to sell in the Martial Soul City this afternoon. You should head to the Martial Soul Hall and wait for the Soulmaster to arrive to assist you in awakening your martial souls. Blue-silver grass and green leaf grass are essential materials for the papermaking industry and are also used in the production of martial soul reports. Currently, the Martial Soul Hall purchases them from commoners at a price of 5 copper soul coins per pound. Though it is not much, it serves as a supplement. The Martial Soul Hall stipulates that blue-silver grass can only be harvested this year. with green leaf grass reserved for the next year, allowing for prolonged resource utilization. Before she could finish speaking, Bibi Nan exclaimed, "I know the way. Follow me." The elderly woman was taken aback, looking up to see the 7 little ones holding hands, their small legs moving swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This Bibi Nan is becoming more and more outrageous. I shall report to their family tonight that yes, she thought this. The image of Bibi Nan's sorrowful face seemed to float before her eyes, causing the elderly woman's frown to soften into a smile. Very well, it's settled. Another chapter will be available around 10 o'clock. Chapter 5. Twin Martial Souls. Half an hour later. At the Martial Soul Hall of Foaming Village, a young girl in her early 20s donned in the standard attire of the Martial Soul Hall's personnel, which consisted of a white uniform and a black cloak, entered gracefully. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin," Qingyue said kindly, observing the 7 children in the hall. Black cat possession. With a quiet incantation, Qingyue's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Her figure elongated, her waist slimmed, and the most striking change was the emergence of a pair of black cat ears atop her head. "Line up, children, and place the 6 black stones in front of you. Channel your soul power into them," she instructed, initiating a series of procedures. Bibi Nan, Martial Soul, Scythe, no soul power, cannot become a Soulmaster. Bibi Qian, Martial Soul, Green Leaf Grass, no soul power, cannot become a Soulmaster. Chinda, Martial Soul, Ho, no soul power, cannot become a Soulmaster. Next, the situation unfolded as Qingyue had anticipated. Shortly, the martial souls of the 6 children at the front of the line were awakened. "What is your name?" Qingyue inquired, her gaze falling on the little girl at the end of the line, who resembled a porcelain doll, instantly feeling an affection for her. The child was simply too adorable. "Soulmaster, my name is Bibi Dong," she replied sweetly, smiling at Qingyue. "Good child, step into the circle of those 6 black stones." Bibi Dong nodded, and as she stepped into the center, layers of golden light radiated from the stones, forming a soft golden barrier around her. Golden specks floated from the black stones, entering Bibi Dong's body, causing her to tremble slightly. "Extend your right hand," Qingyue instructed. Bibi Dong instinctively extended her right hand, and instantly, all the glowing specks surged forth, coalescing into a spider in her palm. Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression revealing excitement. "Death Spider Emperor?" Qingyue's voice quivered with emotion. The Death Spider Emperor was a top-tier martial soul, and until now, she had never encountered anyone awakening a martial soul beyond the advanced level. However, what followed left Qingyue even more astounded. A dazzling glow erupted from Bibi Dong's other hand. As the light subsided, the martial soul in her hand transformed. Though it remained a spider martial soul, it was entirely different from the Death Spider Emperor. "This is soul-devouring demon spider. Could it be a twin martial soul?" Qingyue was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. She never expected to find a child with the legendary twin martial soul so close to the martial soul city. She was bound to achieve great success. Promotions, salary increases, becoming the CEO, winning over a wealthy partner. She was on the path to the pinnacle of life. Qingyue was nearly drooling with excitement. Bibi Dong looked at the exhilarated Qingyue with confusion. Feeling somewhat lost, she had no understanding of what was happening or why Qingyue trembled with excitement. An uninformed observer might think she was having a seizure. Qingyue took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. There was still soul power to be tested, and only when both the martial soul and soul power were revealed could the true value of a soul master be determined. "Child, place your hand on this crystal ball." Bibi Dong nodded, placing her delicate hand upon it. As soon as her palm touched the blue crystal ball, it illuminated brilliantly. The dazzling blue light spread from a single point, and in the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled like a magnificent gem, radiating a gentle blue aura that was indescribably enchanting. Innate full soul power. Twin martial souls. Innate full soul power. This is simply unbelievable. Such a prodigy, Qingyue realized, was destined to achieve great things. Her excitement was palpable, yet she refrained from directly inviting Bibi Dong to join the Martial Soul Hall. Both the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Demon Spider were considered evil martial souls. Even though the Martial Soul Hall had undergone numerous reforms and no longer executed individuals with evil martial souls outright, they would still observe their personalities over time. Bibi Dong naturally noticed that Qingyue's attitude towards her was markedly different from that towards the others. And so she mustered her courage to ask, "Sister, What is innate full soul power? Qingyue explained. To become a soul master, two essential conditions must be met. One is the martial soul, and the other is innate soul power. At the moment of awakening, whenever there is the manifestation of soul power, even the slightest bit can be cultivated through meditation. Moreover, the higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent training progresses. Therefore, my dear child, you have the potential to become a soul master. However, there is a matter that requires confirmation with your village chief. Qingyue, already brimming with impatience, was most eager to ascertain the disposition of the child named Bibidong. Thus, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon her exit, the village chief of Fengming village approached with a look of anxious anticipation, inquiring, "Master, how does it fare? Are there any children in our village capable of becoming soul masters this year?" Qingyue responded, "Indeed, there are, but I have a question to pose to you." The village chief, taken aback, pondered what inquiries a soul master might have for him and cautiously asked, "Please, speak, esteemed soul master." Qingyue continued, "What can you tell me about the child named Bibidong? Is she obedient and well-behaved, or does she possess a more ferocious temperament?" The village chief, increasingly perplexed, replied honestly, "Bibidong. This child is remarkably sensible and compliant. She began assisting her grandparents with chores since the tender age of 3. Pausing for a moment, he recalled further details. "Incidentally, this child is not originally from our village, as an infant. She was abandoned at the doorstep of an elderly couple, who then took her in." Upon hearing this, Qingyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart swelling with joy. Though Bibidong bore an evil martial soul, her temperament appeared to be quite gentle. It seemed that her rise to prominence was inevitable. With this thought, Qingyue remarked, "That is splendid. This child can indeed become a soul master, and her talent is exceptional." With that, Qingyue's spirits soared as she returned to the spirit hall of the village. She squatted down and, in the gentlest tone she could muster, asked Bibidong, "Child, do you wish to join the spirit hall?" Bibidong, feeling somewhat at a loss, softly replied, I don't know." The village chief, who had entered alongside Qingyue, was taken aback, thinking, could I be imagining things? The esteemed soul master invites Bibidong to join the spirit hall, and she responds with uncertainty. Fearing he might upset the soul master, he urgently encouraged Bibidong. "Donger, do not worry. Go and become a soul master. Our village needs you. Updates typically occur at 8:10 p.m. I doubt anyone will notice." Chapter 6. Awakening a pig. Bibidong lowered her head, her fingers shyly fidgeting with one another as she said, "I have no money. Becoming a soul master must require a great deal of gold soul coins." Qingyue nearly laughed, realizing that her earlier concerns about the child's hesitance were unfounded. With a twin martial soul and full innate soul power, the mere submission of this application would likely incite a frenzy among high-ranking soul masters eager to take her as their apprentice. "My dear child, joining the spirit hall incurs no tuition fees, and we shall provide you with meals and lodging. Furthermore, we can offer you 5 gold soul coins each month as a stipend." Qingyue assured Bibidong directly. Although these promises exceeded her authority, she believed that the higher-ups of the spirit hall would have the sense to accept such an arrangement. 100 copper soul coins equate to 1 gold soul coin, and a single copper soul coin can purchase a black loaf of bread, meaning 5 gold soul coins could buy 500 loaves. Bibidong muttered softly, unaware that Qingyue, being a soul master, could hear her perfectly well. Qingyue smiled and asked, "How are you considering it, dear child?" "Big sister, I promise to join you, but can the 5 gold soul coins be given to our village?" Bibidong inquired. Why would she think to share with the village? Though 5 gold soul coins were not a vast sum, they could still procure some delightful treats. Qingyue, while somewhat curious, chose not to confront this notion and instead feigned ignorance, asking, "Did you not say I would provide for you, dear Donger? In that case, you need not worry about these gold soul coins. They can be given to the villagers to improve the lives of our uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters." Upon hearing this, the village chief was instantly moved to tears, squatting down to embrace Bibidong tightly, choking back his emotions as he said, "Donger, you are truly kind, but there is no need for such sacrifice. Just take care of yourself." Qingyue sighed and remarked, "This world is such. The wealthy nobles indulge in excess, while we common folk often struggle to meet our basic needs. Alas, why dwell on such matters? Donger, prepare yourself. Once I finish this report, I shall take you to Spirit City." Bibidong nodded, saying, "Thank you, big sister. I will go now." Half an hour later, outside Fengming village, Bibi Dong, with a heavy heart, fought back tears as she bid farewell to the village elders. Following Gu Xiuwei towards Spirit City, the distance from Fengming village to Spirit City was not far, approximately 20 miles. Thus, the two women, one large and one small, arrived after a little over half an hour. Thanks to the reforms instituted by the previous popes of the Spirit Hall, not only had the soul masters responsible for awakening children become more amiable, but the various Spirit Hall branches across regions were also more diligent in their duties. Consequently, when Gu Xiuwei and Bibi Dong entered Spirit City, they encountered no instances of corruption or exploitation, smoothly gaining entry. Under Gu Xiuwei's guidance, the two entered the Spirit Hall branch within the city. At that moment, the branch leader, perusing Gu Xiuwei's lengthy report, appeared increasingly delighted with each page he turned. After a considerable time, he exclaimed, "Well done. I shall take this report to the Pope immediately." Without waiting for Gu Xiuwei's response, he dashed off towards the Pope's chamber with Bibidong's report in hand. Zhao Rui, as a soul sage, possessed remarkable physical strength even without employing his martial soul. He soon found himself at the entrance of the Pope's chamber. Is this Mr. Zhao Rui? Yes, it is I. Greetings. The Pope has requested that you enter directly as the head of the Spirit Hall branch. Zhao Rui frequently submitted documentation to the Pope and thus bypassed the usual lengthy protocols. Inside the Pope's chamber, a striking figure clad in a golden robe, with golden hair and azure eyes, was reviewing the document submitted by Zhao Rui. After a few moments, he composed himself and remarked, "I instructed Elder Gui and Elder Ju to bring that child here. Gu Xiuwei, is it? How old is she this year? What is her cultivation level? She appears to be 22, with a cultivation level of 31. Soulmaster," Zhao Rui replied. "Excellent. I shall arrange for her to apprentice under a soul Douluo. Furthermore, once her cultivation reaches 41, I will ensure she is appointed as the branch leader of any vacant branch. Additionally, each individual in the Spirit Hall branches will receive a reward of 20,000 gold soul coins. You may leave now. As you command," Zhao Rui acknowledged. Meanwhile, at another gate of Spirit City, a young man clad in a blue robe, with striking features and an air of carefree charm, gazed at the enormous sculpture of the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tianju. Chuckling softly, the little flower has become a tidal Douluo, has she? It has been quite some time since I ventured out, yet Spirit City remains as lively as ever, observing the bustling streets filled with horse-drawn carriages and hurried pedestrians. Each face reflected a hopeful longing for a brighter future, with banners fluttering from various shops lining the avenues, and vendors passionately peddling their wares. I shall first visit the Spirit Grand Hotel for a meal, and see if there are any new delights," he mused, striding towards the establishment. Minutes later, he entered the Spirit Grand Hotel, resembling a quaint manor, and chose a window-side table on the first floor instead of the higher levels reserved for elite soul masters. Requesting the staff to bring a selection of dishes at random, shortly after the server departed, a robust middle-aged man at a nearby table boisterously exclaimed, Have you all heard? The heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has awakened with the spirit of a pig." This proclamation left not only his companions incredulous but also drew the attention of patrons at adjacent tables, who began to voice their disbelief. Is that true? How outrageous! How could such a prestigious family, one of the top 3 sects, have an heir awaken as a pig? The middle-aged man, unfazed by their skepticism, acknowledged that even he had been incredulous when he first heard the news. Yet, he insisted, "Alas, the truth is undeniable. If the heir truly possessed extraordinary talent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would have boasted about it far and wide. That makes sense. The reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family certainly warranted such a stance. Do not speak too hastily. It is indeed the case that before the current patriarch of the Lamba family, Yu Yuanjin, assumed his position, the vicinity of their stronghold was a place where not a single item was lost on the streets and doors remained unlatched at night. As the crowd munched on sunflower seeds and sipped their drinks, some appeared contemplative while others wore expressions of confusion. Just as questions were about to be posed, a short, stout man interjected with an explanation. "Brother, your words may be beyond the comprehension of those lacking sufficient experience." Chapter 7. Rumors should not be taken at face value. The notion of a place where nothing is lost and doors are left open at night should be scrutinized. The common folk near the Lamba stronghold are so impoverished that even black bread is beyond their means. What could they possibly lose? Their homes are constructed of thatch. Where are the doors to secure? Additionally, an insider's tip reveals that during that time, from the elderly women of 60 to children of 10, no one dared to venture outside day or night. Those who did venture out found themselves sleeping far from their own beds. As if to amplify the shock of his earlier statement, the short man dropped yet another bombshell. The onlookers gasped in horror, the tales of terror echoing around them. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling, who had been quietly dining, nearly spat out the plum wine he was savoring. Having traversed the continent for decades, his experiences vastly surpassed those of the crowd, and he had some understanding of the Lamba family, one of the three great sects. The oppression of men and women was indeed a common trait among such powerful factions, yet the extremity of the claims, targeting those as young as 10 and as old as 60, seemed excessively deranged. As for the notion of a place where nothing is lost and doors remain unlatched, such exaggerations are truly unfounded. What valuables could the powerful covet from the homes of the impoverished? On a related note, since Yu Yuanjin took over the patriarchal mantle of the Lamba family, incidents of oppression have diminished to some extent. Yu Yuanjin is a man of rigid principles, adhering strictly to ancient customs, and he disdains any tarnishing of the family's reputation, thus maintaining a relatively strict internal governance. Hence, while these urban legends may hold a kernel of truth, they are often embellished for amusement. However, the words of the middle-aged man piqued Qian Chongling's interest. The son of the patriarch of the Lamba family is said to have a height of 1.50 meters and a width to match, resembling a rather unflattering creature. Could he be referring to that Yudashi? Yet, if Qian Chongling's memory serves him correctly, it seems that Bai Bidong is a year or two older than Yudashi. He had never heard of Xiao Xiaoji taking on any apprentices. How could it be that Yudashi, younger than Bai Bidong, is now 6 years old? Could it be that the flutter of this old butterfly's wings has caused a change? Yet, he had done nothing to instigate such a phenomenon. He had merely covertly supported Xiao Yin in becoming the lord of Nodding City through the influence of the Spirit Hall, facilitating future endeavors. He seemed to recall that this little fellow's offspring were already capable of running errands. Then there was the matter of devouring the legs of an ancient rabbit in the Stardow forest. What a delectable experience that was. He longed to repeat it. Furthermore, he had slightly bolstered the 3 elemental academies, ensuring that in the future, the Shrek 7 devils could be subdued with ease. What is happening? Why are so many titled Douluo elders from the Spirit Hall appearing all at once? My heavens. Indeed, there are 3 titled Douluo. Could it be that someone is attacking the Spirit City? At that moment, a sudden commotion interrupted Qian Chongling's thoughts. Curiosity piqued, he followed the crowd outside. Within the Spirit City, numerous pedestrians instinctively lined the sides of the street, gazing with a mix of admiration and trepidation at a figure not far off, a man with sharp eyes, appearing to be around 80 years old. His golden hair interspersed with strands of white, adorned in a golden robe embroidered with a ferocious golden crocodile. The elder's left stood a shadowy figure cloaked in black, emanating an ethereal aura. Yet his features remained obscured. On the right stood another man whose skin was as smooth as that of an infant, his strikingly beautiful visage giving an unusual impression. If not for the noticeable Adam's apple, one would never suspect him to be male. While others may not recognize these individuals, Qian Chongling was acutely aware of their identities. The man in the golden robe, adorned with the menacing golden crocodile, was none other than the golden crocodile Douluo, Tian Crocodile. The other 2 were undoubtedly the subordinates of Xiao Xiaoji, the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei, and the chrysanthemum Douluo. In Qian Chongling's perception, the golden crocodile was currently at level 97, nearing a breakthrough to level 98, which might occur within the next few years, allowing him to attain the status of a super Douluo. As for the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, they were slightly behind, their auras unstable, suggesting a recent breakthrough to level 91. What could warrant the presence of the golden crocodile and his 2 companions? Qian Chongling pondered as he followed closely behind. The trio of golden crocodile Douluo strode through the throngs of awestruck onlookers into the inner sanctum of the Spirit City. Indeed, they possessed twin spirits and innate full soul power. Upon entering the inner sanctum, the golden crocodile Douluo promptly cleared the area, first summoning Bai Bidong to reveal her 2 spirits, followed by a reassessment of her innate soul power. Before him stood one large and one small figure, one a woman, the other a young girl. Particularly, the sight of the girl stirred a flicker of envy within the golden crocodile Douluo. He possessed innate soul power at level 9, a rarity, yet he was acutely aware of his limitations. Level 98 was likely the pinnacle he could achieve, thus making it improbable for him to become a peerless Douluo. Chrysanthemum Elder, Ghost Elder, I leave the next matters in your capable hands. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded to both. The chrysanthemum Douluo turned to Bai Bidong and said, Child, come with me to the Hall of the Pope. His Holiness will personally take you as his disciple. At this proclamation, both the woman and the girl stood in stunned silence. Qingyue was astonished. As a member of the Spirit Hall, she understood the significance of being a disciple of the Pope, an elevation to a status that eclipsed even that of princes and princesses from the two great empires. Meanwhile, Bai Bidong was utterly bewildered, lacking comprehension of the implications of such an offer. The chrysanthemum Da continued, Deacon Gu, I will arrange for a soul Douluo to take you as an apprentice, and once you reach level 41, I will assign you to a certain branch to become its leader. Thank you, Your Holiness, Qingyue exclaimed in uncontainable joy, as if she had suddenly ascended to the heavens. The chrysanthemum Douluo then extended his fair, delicate hand, akin to that of a woman, and gently took Bai Bidong's small hand, leading her towards the hall of the Pope. Just as Bai Bidong remained in a daze, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Xiao Xiaoji is so inept, he will surely mislead his disciples. The only suitable teacher for her is me. Unbeknownst to her, Qian Chongling had stealthily approached her side, speaking in a calm tone. And who might you be? Merely infiltrating the Spirit Hall is a capital offense. Yu Guan's brows furrowed as he sensed the sudden appearance of Qian Chongling, a murderous intent beginning to coalesce. Beside him, Gue Mei wore an expression of fury. As a sensitive attack type titled Douluo, how could he not detect the presence of an adversary sneaking up beside him? This was a grave embarrassment, especially since this individual had the audacity to refer to the Pope as Xiao Xiaoji. Such blatant disregard for the Spirit Hall was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 8. He dares to compete with me for a disciple? What astonished him further was that for reasons unknown, Bai Bidong seemed instinctively drawn to the suddenly appearing Qian Chongling, her body unconsciously leaning towards him, as if they were not strangers at all, a feat that even Qingyue, who had spent half a day with her, could not achieve, leaving him perplexed. I have returned to my own home, and yet you accuse me of infiltration. Qian Chongling adopted an expression suggesting either he had misheard or they had spoken incorrectly. As their gazes locked, both were about to summon their martial spirits to swiftly eliminate this audacious intruder when the uncertain voice of the golden crocodile Do broke through. You are, old master? A smile crept upon Qian Chongling's lips that I never expected. Little crocodile, that you would still recognize me. Little crocodile? At this moment, Gue and Ju began to question their very existence. The esteemed golden crocodile Do was being referred to as Little Crocodile. They began to contemplate whether they would be silenced to avoid this embarrassment. Who would have thought, old master, that you would return? The golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward, bowing deeply in reverence, acknowledging the guidance he had received from Qian Chongling in his youth. Calling him a half-master would not be an exaggeration. You are of a considerable age. Why concern yourself with such formalities? Qian Chongling chuckled, then turned to Bai Bidong, inquiring, Donger, do you wish to become my disciple? As they conversed, Qian Chongling extracted a candied hawthorn skewer from the soul guide and presented it to Bai Bidong. The onlookers, including Jin Yi, were rendered speechless by this act, and their existential doubts deepened as they witnessed Bai Bidong, with a radiant smile, accept the skewer from Qian Chongling's hand and take small bites. Mumbling indistinctly, delicious, so delightful. Despite her youth, Bai Bidong understood the importance of not consuming unfamiliar items, yet she felt an inexplicable fondness for this mysteriously appearing older brother. The reason for this enchantment was undoubtedly due to Qian Chongling's use of a charm card, an elementary school affection card. Upon its activation, within 1 hour, the affection of girls under the age of 7 towards the user increases by 1,000. Ding. The third chaotic trial is complete. Chaos Divine Power Fusion Degree 10. As Bai Bidong expressed her approval, a piece of information flashed through Qian Chongling's mind, indicating the completion of the third chaotic trial. Donger, let me take you home. And tell Xiao Xiaoji that I've taken her away. Holding Bai Bidong's small hand, Qian Chongling strode deliberately towards the northeast direction of the Soulmaster city, in full view of the 4 observers. Once Qian Chongling had moved out of sight, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo remained in stunned silence, until Jin Yi coughed lightly, prompting them to regain their composure. Second Elder, who is this? Ghost Douluo inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, who is he? How shall we explain this to the Pope? Zhu Douluo echoed, equally perplexed. A genius with twin martial souls and innate full soul power had just been led away before their very eyes, leaving them both to ponder the potential consequences. Qian Chongling interjected, explain. Does Xiao Xiaoji dare to vie for a disciple with his ancestor? Is he feeling particularly bold? This venerable elder could certainly be considered a taboo existence within the Spirit Hall. Taboo existence. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo were taken aback. Qingyue, however, continued without hesitation. Just know this. The Grand Elder must refer to him as great-great-grandfather. Furthermore, to this day, no one on the continent is aware that he is still alive. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo exclaimed, the Grand Elder's great-great-grandfather. Could he be an ancient monster? It became clear why he affectionately referred to their pope as Xiao Xiao J. As for today's events. Report the truth, and do not let it reach others, lest no one can protect you, Qingyue stated with solemnity. And what about Gu Xuewei? Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo began to ask, only to find her unconscious. Having fainted at some point. The old man is always cautious. This little girl won't remember his presence. With that, Qingyue instructed, now go inform the Pope. I must also relay this matter to the Grand Elder. As he finished speaking, he slowly exited, with Ghost and Ju following suit. In the northeast quadrant of the Soulmaster city, within a courtyard, the kitchen was alive with activity. The crimson strips of meat, enveloped in golden fat, emitted a unique aroma, while 6 seemingly unrelated guests sat nearby. A cute, rosy-cheeked young girl, 2 elderly men who appeared to be on the brink of senescence, and 3 youthful-looking men, namely Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Qingyue, Qian Xuanji, Gue Mei, and Yu Guan, were present. As the delectable scent wafted through the air, their stomachs betrayed them, growling uncontrollably. How fragrant! The 6 of them fixated their gazes on the frying pan, where the vibrant red meat was being cooked, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Suddenly, a long, slender blue fish, resembling a tuna, was pulled from a nearby barrel by Qian Chongling with a swift cut. A flash of silver gleamed as he deftly prepared the fish, separating its entrails, fillets, and scales into neat rows upon the cutting board. The simplicity of the process, familiar to all chefs, was elevated by Qian Chongling's hands, showcasing a unique artistry, a transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary. The entire scene left the 6 seated at the table in utter awe, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Meanwhile, the cooked meat was quickly rolled with the freshly sliced sashimi, coated in a pre-prepared sauce, and elegantly arranged on a white jade plate. The golden meat and ocean blue sashimi harmoniously combined, exuding an alluring charm that stirred the 6 into anticipation. The youngest, Bibi Dong, could no longer resist the temptation and took a delicate bite, instinctively letting out a soft sound of delight. The sashimi bore no trace of the fishy flavor she had encountered before. Instead, it was exquisitely tender, melting in her mouth, while the red meat pieces exhibited an astonishing elasticity. The contrasting textures danced within her mouth, rendering her unable to stop savoring the experience. Ancestor, what kind of meat is this red one? Qian Xuanji inquired with curiosity, for this meat differed from anything he had previously tasted. Beef tongue, from the Lei Yinhao cattle, Qian Chongling replied nonchalantly, inwardly scoffing at the group that had come to mooch off his meal. After bringing Bibi Dong back, Qian Chongling first assessed her health, discovering her constitution to be somewhat feeble. Consequently, he prepared some nourishing medicinal dishes to replenish her strength, planning to enhance her physical condition through medicinal baths and body refining over the next 6 months, significantly extending the lifespan of her first spirit ring. However, before his young disciple could finish her meal, Qian Daoliu and Qian Xuanji, accompanied by their companions, arrived. Having tasted his cooking previously, Qian Daoliu, Qingyue, and Qian Xuanji watched Qian Chongling with eager eyes. While being scrutinized by Qian Xuanji was bearable, the intense gaze of the 2 elderly men made Qian Chongling's scalp tingle, prompting him to casually prepare a dish for them to appease their appetites. Chapter 9. This bed is too soft. Xiao Xiaoji, it has been years since we last met, and you have already become a titled Douluo, Qian Chongling remarked to Qian Xuanji, who appeared to be relishing the meal. Ancestor, you have been away for 46 years. I am now 52, Qian Xuanji replied earnestly. Qian Chongling paused, realizing he had indeed overlooked this detail, for Qian Xuanji now appeared no older than 30. Reflecting on this, he teased, who would have thought, Xiao Xiaoji, that you have aged quite gracefully. You hardly look older than I. Qian Daoliu, Qingyue, Ghost, and Ju, observing the silence from the younger generation. Qian Chongling decided against lingering with those who contributed little and merely consumed it. He waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Xiaoji, arrange for a few young, charming maidens, around 15 or 16 years old, to come tomorrow. Their status as soul masters is irrelevant. What matters is their youthful beauty. It was impractical for a grown man to care for a 6-year-old girl alone. Thus having young ladies attend to Bibi Dong was most suitable. As for Bibi Dong's circumstances, they could simply claim he had accepted her as a disciple, while in truth, he would personally instruct her. Qian Chongling instructed Qian Xuanji, "Now, all of you return whence you came." Without waiting for their responses, he issued a firm eviction order. As the night deepened, a waning moon hung high in the starry sky, shrouded by delicate veils of mist. In a refined, understatedly luxurious room, Qian Chongling sat upon the bed, holding a brush, skillfully rendering an exquisite portrait on a large sheet of rice paper laid out on a broad table before him. The paper depicted an ethereal visage of unparalleled purity, with contours chiseled to perfection, eyes sparkling like stars, elegantly arched brows, a delicate and petite nose, and soft, rosy lips, simultaneously. In the adjacent room, unlike the artistic endeavors of Qian Chongling, Bibi Dong found herself unable to sleep. Clad in an adorable pink rabbit-themed pajamas, she lay quietly in bed, her eyes vacant, utterly devoid of drowsiness. "This bed is so soft," she mused, feeling as though she were sinking into its depths, akin to being enveloped by a gentle, plush creature. This was the sole sensation she could grasp at the moment, and it filled her with trepidation. Until the age of 4, she had always slept cradled by her grandmother, although she had grown accustomed to sleeping alone. The cold, hard bed had once held the essence of her grandparents, providing her a sense of security. That indescribable bliss was irreplaceable, yet tonight, not only was the comforting presence of her grandparents absent, but even the firmness of the bed was gone. Thus, Bibi Dong found herself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. "I wonder if the teacher has a bed that's a bit firmer?" This thought suddenly surged within Bibi Dong's little mind, and as time passed, her curiosity to inquire grew stronger. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling continued to sketch, when a gentle knock suddenly echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, though the sound was faint. It resonated clearly for Qian Chongling. He furrowed his brow, set aside his brush, and approached the door to open it. A small figure dressed in a pink nightgown, clutching her little blanket, entered his view. Qian Chongling gently patted her small head and curiously asked, "Donger, what is it?" "Teacher, the bed here is too soft. I cannot get used to it, and feel a bit scared," Bibi Dong replied, her bright eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Qian Chongling's eyes, taken aback, Qian Chongling had not anticipated that this child would be unable to sleep due to such a concern, nor had he considered this aspect. However, who hasn't experienced difficulty adjusting to a new bed? Even some adults struggle with insomnia when faced with a change in environment, let alone a 6-year-old child. Just imagine, a 6-year-old, leaving a place she has known and felt utterly comfortable in, to find herself in an unfamiliar setting, alone to sleep in the dark of night. It is only natural for her to feel some fear. In the next moment, Qian Chongling scooped up Bibi Dong's tiny frame and placed her on the bed, saying, "Then Donger, sleep on this bed. It is firmer." This bed, crafted from a type of stone he discovered near a volcanic crater, offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer. True, it was hard due to the rocky material. Bibi Dong peeked out from her blanket, timidly nodding her head. This bed was indeed firm, comparable to her own little bed back in Fengming village, and it felt warm, reminiscent of her grandfather, she thought. What is the teacher doing? Observing Qian Chongling seated at the edge of the bed, diligently sketching something, Bibi Dong's curiosity prompted her to emerge from her cocoon. Her small frame stood behind him, peeking over his shoulder, her big eyes intently watching the figure take shape on the rice paper beneath his brush. It depicted a tall and graceful young girl clad in a flowing green palace gown, exuding an air of elegance. Under Qian Chongling's skilled hand, this girl seemed to step forth from the canvas. Though still young, it was evident that Qian Chongling's artistic prowess was exceptional. "Teacher, who are you drawing?" Qian Chongling had been so absorbed in his work that he hadn't noticed Bibi Dong standing behind him, and her question made him turn around. Unfortunately, in doing so, he inadvertently brushed his cheek against her lips for a fleeting moment. Qian Chongling felt his face flush and cleared his throat, saying, "This is a friend of the teacher. Donger, you should rest early. We have training tomorrow." However, the young Bibi Dong, oblivious to the moment, nodded and replied, "Okay, teacher." Half an hour later, soft breaths began to fill Qian Chongling's ears, and just then, he completed the painting, inscribing the name Dugu Qingyue in the upper corner before hanging it in his study. Qian Chongling sat by the bed, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze scrutinizing the sleeping Bibi Dong. That he pondered, somewhat bewildered, how such an innocent and adorable child could become the greatest villain in the original timeline. Had something gone awry in her mind? How else could she be drawn to a person like Udashi, who not only leaked numerous secrets of the spirit hall but also contemplated eloping with him? Such matters would surely infuriate anyone, even himself. To prevent such occurrences, preparations must be made. Approximately around 10:30, another chapter is expected, thanks to the support from the Great Lord of Death. Chapter 10. The Dumpling Enthusiast under Qian Chongling's guidance. Bibidong began her studies at the Soulmaster Academy today, learning the fundamentals of being a Soulmaster. Contrary to her expectations, the Soulmasters were not difficult to interact with her porcelain doll-like charm. She successfully made several friends. Of course, Bibidong did not forget Qian Chongling's directive, to mention only her innate soul power of level 7 and her soul martial soul, the Death Spider Queen. While refraining from divulging any further details, time flew by swiftly, and half a day at the Soulmaster Academy passed in an instant. Bibidong returned to Qian Chongling's courtyard, safely escorted by a young girl named Luo Yunxue, who was a soul master of the Soul Sect. In the evening, within a small grove outside the Soulmaster city, the gentle breeze stirred the green leaves, creating a soothing rustle. Dressed in black, Qian Chongling beamed as he observed Bibidong in her white training attire, asking, "Donger, what did you learn today?" Bibidong responded, "The teachers at the academy explained the classifications of soul masters, their ranks, and the characteristics of soul beasts. Among other things, for instance, there are assault types and support types. What about you, teacher? What type do you belong to?" "Donger, those are merely conventional classifications. Your teacher does not fit into any of them," Qian Chongling replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bibidong became intrigued, for the instructor who taught her was the vice principal of the Soul Master Academy, who claimed that all soul masters fell within these categories. "Then what type are you?" "Teacher," she asked with curiosity. "I would be classified as a one-hit kill type," Qian Chongling mused, stroking his chin. It seemed that no one in the mortal realm could withstand even a single blow from him, except for the Silver Dragon King, who was not human and thus did not count. "So you are a titled Douluo?" Bibidong inquired, her expression serious, recalling that Zhao Laosher had mentioned titled Douluos were the strongest. Qian Chongling chuckled, "As a titled Douluo, I could defeat 10 with one hand." Bibidong remained silent, simply gazing at Qian Chongling, her expression clearly conveying that she thought, "Teacher, you were just boasting and misleading children. Alas, how the world has changed. When one whimsically makes grand claims, others believe them wholeheartedly. Yet, when he speaks from the heart, even a child doubts him." Qian Chongling sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Returning to the topic at hand, he stated, "There is something important I must tell you. Only those who can perfectly control their power can be deemed strong." Bibidong found this rather profound and struggled to grasp the meaning. She understood what strength in a strong person meant, but why must one perfectly control their power to be considered strong? What about those who could not? Sensing her confusion, Qian Chongling continued, "Those who cannot perfectly control their power can only be called beasts. You are still young. It's okay not to understand. Just remember this." He casually retrieved a long sword from his soul guiding device and thrust it into the black earth. A slender violet line of soul power appeared on his long, fair fingers, which he flicked lightly. Wrapping the sword's hilt tightly like a serpent. Up, he commanded softly, pulling with force. Clang, the sword shot into the sky, its sound reverberating far and wide, a cold light blossoming and illuminating the surroundings. The sword spun, transforming into a cyan streak of light, akin to a dragon or lightning, slicing through the air and rain, hurtling towards a small tree 10 paces away. Slash, the cold light flashed, its sharpness cleaving the air. Just as the blade was about to pierce the tree trunk, Qian Chongling's pupils constricted, and he quickly rotated his wrist. The sword morphed into a streak of azure light, weaving around the small tree, dancing gracefully up and down, sometimes slashing, sometimes gently tapping, sometimes gliding. Return. Moments later, the long sword reversed direction, shooting back and seamlessly re-entering the small hole it had previously made. "All right, it is done. Dong, go take a look at that little tree," Qian Chongling said with a faint smile, instructing the now dumbfounded Bibidong to check if his performance met expectations. Okay. Bibidong blinked, quickly running toward the small tree 10 paces away. Ahead, an unassuming little tree stood quietly in the rain. A gentle breeze swept through, causing its slender branches to sway slightly, and the verdant leaves fluttered gracefully, appearing unchanged from before. Is this me?" Bibidong stepped forward and meticulously examined the small tree from top to bottom. In an instant, she was rendered speechless, for the bark of the tree bore a strikingly vivid engraving of her own youthful visage. At that moment, She found herself beginning to believe her teacher's assertion that a titled Douluo could single-handedly defeat 10 opponents. At this juncture, Qian Chongling had also approached Bibi Dong's side, offering a faint smile as he inquired, "So, how did you find the teacher's performance? Once you reach this level, you shall be ready to graduate." Upon hearing this, the exuberance on Bibi Dong's face abruptly froze, as the challenge felt insurmountably daunting to her. Qian Chongling chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and said, "Of course, it is unreasonable to expect you to achieve such proficiency right away. A gradual approach is the key." He then continued, "Next, I shall teach you a technique that is somewhat self-created, though not entirely so, a soul skill named Spiral Sphere, as coined by a certain enthusiast." As soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to try her hand at it. She understood what a soul skill was from her studies at the Soulmaster Academy that day. Yet self-created soul skills were exceedingly rare. The Spiral Sphere involves concentrating soul power into the palm, generating immense tearing force through rapid rotation, potent enough to shatter the fragile defenses of a soul master in an instant. Should it strike an opponent, there exists a high probability of inflicting grievous harm. Qian Chongling elucidated the principles behind the Spiral Sphere, explaining how to concentrate soul power in the palm to form a rapidly rotating sphere. A task that demands exceptional control over one's soul power. With a single hand extended, he gathered a sphere of purple soul power at the center of his palm and instructed, "First, gather the soul power in your hand." Qian Chongling nodded towards Bibi Dong, who imitated his movements, yet her soul power dissipated midway through the concentration. Time passed swiftly, and by the time the silver moon hung high in the sky, Bibi Dong had completed the first stage of her training. Although her face bore signs of fatigue, her eyes radiated enthusiasm. Qian Chongling nodded in approval. "The first step is not difficult. With practice, you will surely master it." He then introduced the second step, which required stable and continuous release of soul power. Imagine holding a balloon filled with water in your hand and releasing your soul power to cause the water within to move erratically until the balloon bursts. The third step necessitated the use of a ball 100 times sturdier than a balloon, maintaining the released soul power while solidifying it until it could burst the ball. As he spoke, Qian Chongling pressed the semi-finished spiral sphere against a nearby tree, leaving deep gouges in its surface. Upon completing this stage, the spiral sphere was capable of causing damage, albeit not significantly powerful. The difficulty of this stage was markedly heightened, demanding considerable practice time. Thus, Donger, whenever you have a moment, continue to refine this technique. It will undoubtedly enhance your control over soul power, he encouraged. For now, let us conclude here. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted meat. All right, teacher. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled once more at the mention of food. Chapter 11. The Heaven's Hammer of Generations. As night descended, the inky black sky stretched across the starry expanse, countless stars twinkling like fireflies. Blanketing the earth in a layer of silvery sand. In a secluded alley in the northeast of Spirit City, there stood a quadrangle covering an area of 400 to 500 square meters. With two imposing stone lion sculptures flanking the entrance, the backyard was adorned with an array of flowers and plants, exuding tranquility and harmony. Yet, within this serene setting, the bathing pool in the backyard revealed an entirely different scene. A young girl clad in a delicate pink garment, holding a flower basket, gracefully moved her steps, gently scattering blood-red petals resembling roses into the spring water. Soon, the pool was adorned with drifting red rose petals, enveloped in a fragrant mist. After a few minutes, the crimson petals began to dissolve into the warm, previously clear water, which began to boil, transforming into a slightly viscous, blood-like liquid, with scarlet mist rising dreamily into the air. Minutes later, observing the now cooled spring water, the girl delicately touched her waist, tugging at her belt, which fell away with a soft sound, causing her garment to part as the sheer fabric slipped away. She reached to cover her ample bosom as she stepped into the steaming spring, the scorching water enveloping her fair, slender thighs, her alluring figure partially obscured by the crimson mist. The girl gradually relaxed, her thoughts drifting away. For years ago, Bibi Dong, due to her exceptional talent, was announced as the disciple of the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Qingyue, and was designated as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall the following year. However, this was merely a fade, for her true mentor was a seemingly youthful and radiant older brother, albeit one of high standing. During the initial 6 months, her teacher, Qian Chongling, arranged her schedule such that she attended classes at the Soulmaster Academy in the mornings, learning the basic knowledge common to the continent, such as the ranks of soul masters and the lifespan of soul beasts. The afternoons and evenings were dedicated to practicing the physical training techniques and the art of ball creation that Qian Chongling taught her. Although she found the physical training peculiar, her teacher claimed that with perfect mastery, her body could become as flexible as if devoid of bones. She persisted in her practice, eventually feeling a notable increase in her physical strength. Finally, there were the daily medicinal meals, each day a delightful culinary experience, which she considered the most comforting time of her day. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but swallow hard. Her teacher's culinary skills were simply unparalleled. Yet, there was one dish she found slightly off-putting: the stewed fiery chicken ribs with purple vine papaya, not due to the flavor, but because it felt somewhat strange. Over the subsequent 3.5 years, her academic demands intensified, incorporating swordsmanship, boxing, footwork, and mandatory medicinal baths every 7 days. These experiences paralleled those of her past life, albeit with some variations in content. The most significant difference was that in her original timeline, Qian Xuanji had effectively kept her under house arrest, restricting her interactions with others and incessantly lecturing her on matters of interest, power, and status. This led to Bibi Dong's intense yearning for freedom and her desire to venture out, which ultimately culminated in tragedy when she was finally granted the opportunity to explore. Conversely, while Qian Chongling's intentions were similar, his methods were entirely opposite: need for classmates and friends. The Soulmaster Academy is abundant with them. Making a few friends is up to you. Longing for the familiar faces of Fengming Village? No problem. Take a brief leave to visit. It is of no consequence that AS for philosophical discussions. Remember that seeing is believing. Thus, he would take Bibi Dong on journeys across the continent to witness the stark realities of the world, allowing her to discern her path in the future. Consequently, Bibi Dong, feigning a base soul power of merely 7 levels at the Soulmaster Academy, naturally formed bonds with several peers, both boys and girls. Furthermore, every 10 to 15 days, she would return to Fengming Village, bringing supplies to comfort the kind-hearted villagers. Unbeknownst to her, however, on the very day she befriended these companions, their backgrounds were meticulously laid out on Qian Chongling's desk, with particular scrutiny on the boys, their lineage thoroughly investigated. Those deemed problematic were swiftly dealt with, while the rest were allowed to proceed unimpeded. Teacher, what is he doing now? As her thoughts returned, Bibi Dong gazed into a nearby mirror, where a remarkably exquisite face gazed back, radiating charm and allure, imbued with an irresistible springtime essence. In the Pope's Hall. Within the library, Qian Chongling stood clad in dark garments, his expression indifferent as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After a while, he spoke slowly. This year, has anything of significance transpired? Master, this year, Tang Hao of the Haotian sect has ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo, and it is anticipated that within 20 years, a title Douluo will emerge from the Haotian sect. Behind Qian Chongling, a figure materialized, a striking woman dressed in black, her figure captivating, none other than Yingmi, the current master of the Shadow Hall. 20 years, more likely around 15, and Tang Dazhuang will soon shatter Qian Xuanji. Subsequently, due to the involvement of Qian Renxue, there will be a saying: one generation of Haotian, one generation of kings. The Haotian hammer of angels is eternal. With a cold smile, Qian Chongling mused, he is not Qian Daoliu. He cannot simply endure a half-hearted grudge against Tang Chun due to a mere agreement. The Haotian sect? Haha, it has been quite some time since I last paid them a visit. I shall set the date for after the arrival of the 3 divisions. If memory serves, they should all be in their 30s by now. Qian Chongling stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Tang Xiao, the eldest brother, was 45 years old this year. His second brother, Tang Hao, was 30, and his youngest sister, Tang Yuehua, was 25. Since her birth, Tang Yuehua had been associated with the noble domain, and this year, with the permission of the Tiando Empire, she established the Yuexian, dedicated to teaching the empire's nobility the so-called noble demeanor. Teaching a group of useless scoundrels, who only know how to bully the weak and engage in petty theft, how to maintain a facade of decorum and elegance. The Haotian sect is truly regressing. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling couldn't help but let out a faint smile. There was also the matter of Yu Shaojiang, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's patriarch, who, due to issues with his soul skills, left in a fit of rage, vowing to sever all ties with the clan. Issues with soul skills? Hearing this, if it weren't for the need to uphold his aloof image, Qian Chongling might have laughed until he could hardly stand. Others might not know, but he was certainly aware. The son of the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan possessed a martial soul that resembled a pig. and his first soul skill required him to eat radishes to utilize it more effectively. Why radishes, you ask? Because his soul skill involved flatulence, and radishes aid digestion, allowing for more frequent releases. The report continued sporadically, but concluded in less than 20 minutes, after which Ing Mi's figure vanished. Dong'er was already 10 years old. It was time for her to graze on celestial herbs. Qian Chongling mused. Chapter 12. Super doubling the Spirit Hall is divided into the Hall of the Pope, the Douluo Hall, and the Elder Hall, with the Hall of the Pope serving as the administrative center, while the Douluo Hall resembles a grave. The Elder Hall is further divided into two sections, the Public Elder Hall and the Clandestine Offering Hall. The power of the Elder Hall surpasses that of the Pope, akin to a corporation on Blue Star, where the Elder Hall functions as the board of directors, and the Pope acts as the general manager. Any title de law can join the Elder Hall, but only those of level 96 or above are permitted entry into the Offering Hall. Currently, the Offering Hall boasts 7 esteemed members: the 99th level Angel Du Qian Daoliu, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Du Atone, and the 97th level Holy Dragon Douluo, alongside Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, Mo Xiong, and Gue Bao, all at 96 levels. However, at this moment, the Offering Hall was filled with wails and lamentations, enough to bring tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Old man, this was not my idea. I would never dare to do such a thing to little crocodile. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, clad in a platinum robe, had abandoned his usual composure, adopting a defensive posture with his arms over his head, desperately protecting his fair head. Old man, it wasn't me. Qian Chongling let out a cold smile, his gaze like lightning, sweeping across the 6 individuals, finally landing on Qian Daoliu in the cornered it. So, this was your idea, wasn't it, little lure? At these words, Qian Daoliu shivered and stammered, Great-grandfather, it was my idea, but, enough with the buts. I am not unreasonable. Your filial intentions are duly noted, Qian Chongling replied calmly. Qian Daoliu sighed in relief, but his heart sank as he watched Qian Chongling retrieve a 1-meter-long, half-meter-wide hammer, neither metal nor iron. Marked with a weight of 100 kg, this hammer was passed down from Xiaofan to Shiyi, and now it has returned to me. Little lure, do you recognize it? Qian Daoliu swallowed hard. Yes, it is called the Filial Piety Hammer. The usual rule applies. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Just give yourself a whack, and that will suffice. With that, Qian Chongling handed the hammer to Qian Daoliu and turned to the cowering Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Offering a faint smile that eye in their terrified gazes, he produced another identical hammer, this one marked with a weight of 50 kg. This is for you. Fear not, it won't hurt. However, it will make your head swell, and you won't be able to reduce the swelling within 7 days. As title de law, being struck by a mere 200 or 100-pound hammer would naturally elicit no real sensation. However, the contact surface of this hammer had been soaked in a venom akin to that of a wasp-soul beast. The result would be swelling without any pain. As for the 7 days of persistent swelling, the implication was clear. They could not use soul power to alleviate it. They were to remain homebound for a week. This entire scenario arose from Qian Chongling's long-overdue pilgrimage to the Douluo Hall to pay homage to his ancestors. However, he inadvertently discovered a tombstone inscribed with Tomb of Qian Chongling. Thus, this current scene unfolded, a small punishment for a greater lesson. Soon, 7 resounding thuds echoed as 7 prodigious talents, with celestial grace, appeared. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, Qian Xuanji, donned in a light golden robe, rested his arms on the long table, his azure star-like eyes contemplative as he examined a document before him. As his subordinates and bodyguards, the 2 guardians, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, stood like sentinels behind him. Knock knock. A series of knocks sounded. Enter. Qian Xuanji replied without lifting his head. Your Holiness, the Grand Offering requests that Elder Ju and Elder Gue proceed to the Elder Hall for a meeting. The temple guard reported respectfully. Understood. Yueguan and Gue Mei, you may go, Qian Xuanji instructed, then inquired. Are there any other matters? Reporting to your Holiness. There are no other matters, the temple guard replied, finally raising his head. Qian Xuanji was taken aback. His father had summoned his 2 subordinates but had not called him. The distance between the Elder Hall and the Hall of the Pope was somewhat considerable. But with the swift pace of the 2 title Douluo, Ghost Mei and Yueguan, they would arrive in no time. At that moment, Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo were racing up a spiraling white staircase. Suddenly, Chrysanthemum Douluo asked, Old Ghost, do you know how many steps this spiral staircase has? I heard it has a total of 10,086 steps, came the raspy voice of Ghost Douluo. Fortunately, there's no rule stating we must ascend step by step. Otherwise, I would surely go mad, Chrysanthemum Douluo replied, while Ghost Douluo surprisingly nodded in agreement, refraining from contradicting Yueguan. Without a doubt, this was another of Qian Chongling's creations. The spiral staircase was designed to mimic that of Sea God Island. He could not recall the exact number of steps on Sea God Island, but it seemed to be just over 1,000. Thus, he had waved his hand, super doubling it, tenfold. Indeed, he was that petty. Even the lowly sea god had such grand stature, so surely his divine ancestor, the angel god, was at least 10 times stronger. Thus, the spiral staircase was born. He had offered a gold soul coin per day, with a 9 to 6 schedule, weekends off, and meals and lodging provided. This incredibly unreasonable treatment on the Douluo continent attracted countless commoners to construct it. After all, he neither stole nor robbed. All the gold soul coins were rightfully earned. And there was no such thing as harming the people. His money, he could spend as he pleased, and those commoners were eager to work on the project daily. Of course, he had not been so cruel as to mandate that people walk step by step up the spiral staircase. They could fly, jump, or ascend however they wished. The staircase was merely for show, although 10,086 steps seemed like a lot. With the speed of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, they quickly reached the destination. Standing before the imposing Elder Hall, even Chrysanthemum Douluo, usually carefree, adopted the dignified demeanor befitting a titled Douluo. The two exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave, and they strode in with measured steps. Soon, a modest conference room came into view. Inside the Elder Hall's conference room, for individuals were already seated at a long white jade table. Qian Chongling, Bibi Dong, and the two elders, Qian Daoliu and Jin E. Chapter 13. The marvelous use of celestial goods. Seeing this, Ghost and Chrysanthemum quickly bowed. We pay our respects to the elder and the grand offering. Qian Chongling glanced at them and said, "Take a seat." Guizhu and his companion nodded in agreement. Taking their seats beside the long table, habitually, they cast a glance around, and this fleeting observation nearly provoked their laughter. Directly opposite them sat the grand offering Qian Daoliu and the second offering Jin Edo Luo Tianyi, both sporting prominent lumps on their foreheads, which, at first glance, conveyed an impression of remarkable talent and celestial grace. Observing the suppressed mirth on Guizhu and his companions' faces, Qian Chongling decided against further teasing Qian Daoliu and Tianyi. He promptly shifted to the matter at hand, addressing Yuguan with the inquiry, "Elder Ju, I have heard that you possess considerable knowledge regarding rare flowers and extraordinary herbs." When it came to discussing his expertise, Yuguan spoke with unwavering confidence. "In other matters, I cannot claim to know much, but regarding the rare flora of this continent, I am certain I am well versed in all that has appeared." Qian Chongling chuckled lightly. "And what of the celestial grade medicinal herbs?" Upon hearing this, Yuguan's body trembled slightly, visibly astonished as he asked, "Elder, do you possess knowledge of celestial grade herbs?" "Haha, Elder Ju. It is I who should be inquiring of you. Yet you turn the tables and question me," Qian Chongling remarked. The elder chuckled. "I do not claim to know them all, but I would say I am familiar with 80 to 90%. What exactly are celestial grade herbs?" Genie Douluo Tianyi suddenly interjected. As the name suggests, these are substances that ought to exist only in the heavens, rarely seen in the mortal realm. Yuguan explained, "Different celestial grade herbs possess varying effects. Some can enhance one's physique, elevate innate talents, and even facilitate the evolution of one's martial soul, precisely because they are celestial grade," he continued. "One need not worry about any side effects when consuming them. For instance, the second offering and the third offering are particularly suited to a herb known as the purple gold heavenly dragon fruit, which contains a trace of the heavenly dragon's bloodline along with attributes of supreme gold. Consuming it would bestow upon both of you the potential to become unparalleled Douluo. Furthermore, the purple gold heavenly dragon fruit has a high probability of enhancing the golden crocodile martial soul to that of the golden crocodile king." Initially dejected, Jin Edo Luo's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing Yuguan's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Elder Ju, is this truly the case?" "Indeed," Yuguan asserted. "Would I dare deceive you?" At that moment, Guido Luo Guimei, the boyfriend of Judo Luo, also became intrigued and asked, "Yuguan, what of me?" After some contemplation, Yuguan replied, "Old Gui, you would be best suited for the netherworld's abyss flower. This is a celestial grade herb of extreme een and cold, perfectly complementing your martial soul that if all goes well, consuming it would undoubtedly lead you to become a super Douluo. Is that true? Gue Mei responded with a skeptical expression, as if to say, I'm not easily fooled. Old Gue, if you don't believe it, then forget it. Yu Guan retorted. Celestial grade herbs undoubtedly exist. It is merely that I have yet to encounter one after so many years. Had I found the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum in my youth, consuming it would have guaranteed my ascension to Super Douluo and perhaps even the pinnacle of greatness. Alas, Yu Guan lamented deeply. What if I were to provide you with a wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum now? Elder Ju, what realm could you attain? Qian Chongling inquired with a subtle smile. If a celestial grade wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum were available now. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I would confidently say that ascending to Super Douluo would be almost certain. Yu Guan responded emphatically. However, such celestial grade herbs are exceedingly rare. At that moment, Qian Chongling gave Yu Guan a mysterious smile and said, As for the whereabouts of celestial grade herbs, I am indeed aware, which is why I posed this question to you. You all have made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall, dedicating yourselves tirelessly. This gathering is prepared to offer you a fortuitous opportunity that will enable you to make remarkable progress. In terms of the distribution of celestial grade herbs, Qian Chongling had a plan. His disciple, Bai Dong, would certainly receive a share, as would Gue Ju and his companion, along with Tian Yi and the yet-to-be-born Qian Renxue. In the original timeline, Gue Ju and her companion were diligent and dedicated to the Spirit Hall, yet Gue Douluo met his demise at the hands of Tang San, his ashes scattered to the winds. Subsequently, in the original timeline, Bai Dong, devastated by Gue Douluo's death and the loss of their martial soul fusion technique, abandoned Ju Douluo, leaving her without care or concern, an act that was indeed disheartening. Certainly, from Bai Dong's perspective in the original timeline, she may have thought that the Spirit Hall ought to accompany her to the grave, and if one or both of them could escape with their lives due to her coldness, that could be considered their fortune. However, from Ju Douluo's viewpoint, despair filled her heart, perfectly embodying the saying, to dedicate oneself utterly until death, to perish on the battlefield without any consolation. As for Jin Yi in the original timeline, during the battle of the dual deities, he sacrificed himself in an explosion to save Qian Renxue. Thus, Gue Ju and her companion, along with Jin Douluo, could be deemed as loyal and valiant. Regarding Qian Daoliu, having reached level 99, as a servant of the angel god, consuming celestial grade herbs would yield little benefit for him. Thus it would be better to reserve them for Qian Senji. Elder, do you truly know the whereabouts of the celestial grade herbs? Which type are you referring to? Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's breath quickened with anticipation as he eagerly inquired if there is only one type. I shall simply describe its appearance and ask you, is there any need for further elaboration? Elder Ju, I shall give you a hint. There exists a medicinal garden over there, containing at least 10 celestial grade herbs. Qian Chongling remarked with a mischievous grin, relishing the joy this news would bring to someone like Ju Douluo, who adored flowers. Is this truly real? Yu Guan stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Naturally, would I need to lie to you? Qian Chongling continued. Furthermore, I have another piece of good news for you, Elder Ju. While I cannot guarantee the presence of other celestial grade herbs in that garden, the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum you seek is undoubtedly there. It is merely uncertain whether it has matured. Should your performance be commendable, I shall entrust this wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum to you. Qian Chongling, admittedly unfamiliar with celestial grade herbs, considered the possibility that the herb required might only reach maturity upon the appearance of the ice-fire yin-yang pot. Thus he refrained from making any definitive statements. Nevertheless, regardless of its maturity, the ice-fire yin-yang pot and the 3-grain separation were bound to be at odds. If one possessed the ability, they could simply leap from another world and confront him. I shall do my utmost, Yu Guan declared. Tian Yi, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei, you three are to wait for me at the northeast gate of the Spirit City at 10 o'clock tomorrow. As for you, Shaluer, you may accompany us if you wish, or choose not to. Qian Chongling instructed. The update for today is complete. Now to contemplate how to narrate the plot surrounding the ice-fire yin-yang pot. Aiming to wrap it all up during the weekend. Chapter 14. The ice-fire yin-yang pot. The following morning, 2 seemingly ordinary horse-drawn carriages set forth, with Qian Daoliu and Jin Yi's carriage trailing behind. While Qian Chongling and Bai Dong occupied the front, Gue Mei and Yu Guan served as the drivers, gradually steering the carriages away from the Spirit City, under the steady pace of the century-old soul beast. The black-crowned horned horse, The carriages moved at a leisurely rate, and by the time they reached the outskirts of the setting sun forest, 20 days had passed. The long journey proved tedious and monotonous. Not only were Daoliu and Genie feeling the strain, but even Qian Chongling found himself growing somewhat restless, while Bai Dong lay comfortably on his lap, sound asleep. The setting sun forest lies within the territory of the Tiando Empire, a mere 100 miles from Tiando City, making it a prime location for many Soulmasters seeking soul rings, especially in comparison to the perilous Stardo Forest. Given such proximity, should a beast tide occur, it would surely spell disaster for Tiando City. Qian Chongling mused with a hint of mischief. The next day, after the six had rested, they promptly entered the setting sun forest. In accordance with Qian Chongling's instructions, aside from himself and Bai Dong, the other four ventured forth in separate directions, simultaneously unleashing their spiritual senses to explore the forest as titled Douluo. Even without specializing in spiritual energy, Gui Mei and Yu Guan possessed a sensing range of several kilometers, while Jin Yi and Qian Daoliu could sense even further, extending into tens of thousands of meters. However, the setting sun forest was not small, and thus it took the four of them most of the day to make their discovery. A few minutes later, the six figures appeared at the edge of a small forest shrouded in dark green poisonous gas. With a valley visible beyond, clearly marking the location Qian Chongling sought. "This is the venom of the Bailin snake," Yu Guan remarked, frowning as he seemed to recall some unpleasant memories upon gazing at the expansive wall of poisonous mist before him. "Let us proceed. No time should be wasted." In the next moment, a long sword shimmering with a cold light manifested in the hands of Qian Chongling. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved downward. Splitting the void asunder, the stunning beam of sword light effortlessly pierced through the toxic, gas-laden city walls, leaving behind a passage several meters wide, thus carving a path for the six individuals. Qian Chongling sheathed the sword, took Bai Dong's delicate hand, and strode confidently into the breach, with Qian Daoliu and the others exchanging glances before following in his wake. Upon traversing the poisonous array, they were greeted by the sight of a valley. The valley, though not vast, was adorned with an array of peculiar plants, each more bizarre than the last, rendering it impossible to count them all at a glance. Many of the flowers and grasses emitted a radiant glow. However, the most astonishing feature was the central lake, which was divided into two halves, one a milky white, the other a fiery red, arranged in a taiji pattern. Starkly delineated yet not entirely resembling the traditional yin-yang symbol, at the center, a spring bubbled forth, where two distinct waters converged. Between the milky white and fiery red springs, there thrived two extraordinary plants. One was a striking ice blue, its leaves oddly shaped with 8 prominent lobes, exuding an aura of frost. The other was entirely crimson. Even Qian Chongling, who had mentally prepared himself for the marvels of the ice and fire duality found himself momentarily entranced, for mere words could scarcely encapsulate the scene before him. Among the six, only Qian Chongling and Yu Guan recognized the significance of this sacred ground. The other four were entirely unversed. Captivated solely by the resplendent scenery, the most responsive of them was Yu Guan, an expert in flora, unlike Qian Chongling, who understood the importance of this place merely as a source of strength. Yu Guan's passion for flowers bordered on obsession. In his original timeline, he had even bowed to a flower known as Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong. Thus, he now resembled one who had consumed a pill named Shaking Head, the effects of which were self-evident. After a considerable time, Yu Guan regained his composure and inquired of Qian Chongling, "Is this the place you mentioned, esteemed elder?" Naturally, he was eager for Qian Chongling to guide him in locating several types of celestial herbs. Qian Chongling recounted the celestial herbs consumed by the Shrek 7 monsters in his original timeline. As an expert in botany, Douluo swiftly identified and gathered the 8-pointed ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, the autumn water dew, the elegant golden tulip, the daffodil jade skinbone, and the Xiangxi Duan Changhong, among others. Qian Chongling nodded approvingly, stating, "The strange fungi celestial chrysanthemum shall serve as your reward. Now, let us find suitable celestial herbs for Gui Mei and Tian Yi. However, do not rush to consume them directly. I have my own ingenious uses for them." "Understood, esteemed elder," Yu Guan replied, promptly turning to search for herbs suitable for Gui Mei and Tian Yi. After a moment, Qian Chongling asked Douluo, "Have you found appropriate celestial herbs for them?" Douluo joyfully responded, "I have located the netherworld flower for the old ghost, as well as the eternal flame grass and the purple gold dragon fruit." The eternal flame grass, as legend has it, is infused with the divine blood of the sun god, emanating an incredibly rich aura of light and fire, making it highly suitable for the Pope. The purple gold dragon fruit contains a hint of dragon blood, which significantly enhances the likelihood of evolution for armored martial spirits, alongside possessing the ultimate golden attribute. Daoliu stroked his long beard and commented, "Indeed, the attributes of light and fire are exceptionally fitting for the six-winged angel martial spirit. It could benefit Jier." He mused pleasantly, but Qian Chongling interjected with an eye roll. It's best to reserve Ji's modest talent for future generations rather than squander it. "Ah, your words hold much wisdom, esteemed ancestor." Daoliu initially paused, then nodded in agreement, already contemplating arranging a marriage for Qian Shuanji, considering the current character was somewhat lackluster. Perhaps by starting anew, a prodigy might emerge. "Haha, given that, I too am of considerable age, I shall leave my celestial herbs for the next generation," chuckled Genie Douluo, whose son, Tianqin, had failed to inherit the Golden Crocodile King and had merely awakened as a Golden Crocodile, a top-tier martial spirit. Yet not as formidable as the Golden Crocodile King. Moreover, Tianqin was no longer young, having missed the optimal time for use, leading him to consider bestowing them upon future grandchildren. "Are you all truly contemplating consuming these celestial herbs outright?" Qian Chongling grew increasingly perplexed, sensing a disconnect in communication. Genie Douluo's intent was clear. He wished to reserve the herbs for his descendants, yet his words seemed to imply immediate consumption. Upon observing the expressions of his companions, Qian Chongling understood that they were indeed not on the same wavelength. His intention was to refine these celestial herbs into elixirs, allowing for broader access without diminishing their efficacy. However, Daoliu and the others possessed no concept of elixirs. To them, celestial herbs were simply cherished treasures to be consumed directly in a single gulp, an act bordering on sacrilege. Chapter 15. The arrival of the old poison master Qian Chongling shook his head disdainfully at Daoliu and Genie Douluo, declaring, "Young ones, today I shall introduce you to the art of alchemy," he commanded. "Now, all of you, go and harvest the mature celestial herbs, following Yu Guan's instructions, in the world of Douluo continent, where martial spirits reign supreme." The concept of elixirs was entirely foreign. Thus, Qian Chongling's notion of alchemy was incomprehensible to Daoliu and the others. Nevertheless, since their ancestor had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. The four exchanged glances and, after a moment's hesitation, obediently set about harvesting the celestial herbs. After all, if they failed to concoct elixirs, they could always consume the remnants directly. "How do we harvest this peculiar strange fungi, celestial chrysanthemum, that resembles your martial spirit?" Gue Mei inquired, gazing at a massive chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple hues. Curiously, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, and the entire bloom was cohesive, devoid of any fragrance. The flower's center rose a full half-foot above the petals, its pinnacle shimmering with a faint golden light. To harvest the strange fungi celestial chrysanthemum, there are no strict requirements. Just avoid damaging the flower's center and petals. The stem is of no consequence, Yu Guan explained. "And this orchid?" Genie Douluo asked. "The 8-petal celestial orchid must be encased in jade. As long as it is stored in jade vessels, it will never wither for 1,000 years, nor fade for 100 generations. And this one," they continued, amidst their labors. Just then, a voice filled with ire echoed from above the valley. "Who dares to trespass upon my medicinal field?" The four, still engrossed in their tasks, looked up to see a figure clad entirely in green, with dark green hair and a long robe of the same hue. His eyes sparkled like emeralds, and he appeared to be in his 50s. Standing with an air of arrogance as he scrutinized them, Douluo, upon recognizing the familiar silhouette atop the mountain, could not suppress a wicked smile. The other three regarded the figure with blank expressions. Had it not been for Qian Chongling's earlier gesture for restraint, Genie Douluo would have relished the opportunity to enlighten this green-clad individual on the reason why monkeys' behinds are so red. "Today, let me show you the wrath of a soul Douluo." The green figure, none other than Dugu Bo, infused his voice with soul power, ensuring it reached the ears of the four, despite his elevation. With a leap, he descended, creating a small crater upon impact, sending dust swirling to as the sand settled. Dugu Bo approached Qian Chongling and the others, leaving a trail of soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. As the dust cleared, Dugu Bo recognized the faces before him. 6 individuals in total, a young girl of about 10 and a youth appearing in his 20s, both seemingly devoid of any cultivation. The other two were elderly men with white hair, looking as if they might expire at any moment, also lacking any discernible PowerPoint. One bore a resemblance to someone he vaguely recalled. While the last two were familiar faces, Gue Mei and Yu Guan, Dugu Bo had intended to descend in a display of superiority to teach these intruders the fury of a soul Douluo. However, upon realizing that, apart from Gue Mei and Yu Guan, he could not gauge the cultivation of the other four. Perhaps, he mused, he might not even be able to defeat any of them. The thought left his expression akin to one who had just ingested a particularly unpleasant dish. Young one, your 8 soul rings are commendable, but it appears my juniors possess one more than you do. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, show him, Qian Chongling remarked with a mischievous grin. Ju Douluo, wearing a subtle smile, added, old poison master, do take a look at how many soul rings I currently possess. As he spoke, the 9 soul rings of Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously materialized. The first 8 were identical in hues of yellow, purple, and black, but a 9th black soul ring appeared as well. The two of them, positioned one in front and the other behind, encircled Dugu Bo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dugu Bo's face contorted into an exceedingly unpleasant smile as he inquired, may I ask the purpose of your visit? I have 2 objectives for being here. Qian Chongling assessed Dugu Bo, the descendant of the Dugu family. Dugu Bo was somewhat taken aback. These individuals were led not by the 2 elders but by this young man. Could he perhaps be the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Dugu Bo pondered. While verbally responding, I would appreciate it if you could speak plainly. Firstly, the ice and fire yin-yang well. No. The ice and fire duality, this fabled site is henceforth under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall. Qian Chongling stated with indifference, since you favor this place, I shall bestow it upon the Spirit Hall. Natural treasures are meant for those with fate, and as the saying goes, the one with the mightiest fist claims them. Dugu Bo understood this principle, although this location could assist him in suppressing the poison within him. Refusal at this juncture could very well cost him his life. Secondly, from this day forth, your Dugu family shall be incorporated into the Spirit Hall. Though Dugu Bo's complexion turned ashen, he managed to respond. I have always been free-spirited and unrestrained. I may find it difficult to adapt to the regulations of the Spirit Hall. Just as Qian Chongling was about to continue, Qian Daoliu could no longer contain himself. In his view, a family that could not even resolve its own serpent poison did not merit the attention of his esteemed ancestor. You have 2 choices. Join the Spirit Hall or face annihilation. Qian Daoliu declared with palpable menace. You are the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu? Dugu Bo exclaimed, momentarily stunned and incredulous. Indeed, that is correct, Qian Daoliu retorted, letting out a cold snort. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Qian Chongling, taken aback by the audacity of the youth who interrupted him, felt a sudden urge to reprimand him. Although Dugu Bo was reputed as the disgrace of the title Douluo, he could not hope to defeat any title Douluo in a one-on-one combat. However, he possessed a unique ability that set him apart from other title Douluos, his capacity for area of effect damage. In simpler terms, although he could not defeat a title Douluo, he could leave them as the only surviving title Douluo. In the battle at Jialing Pass, Dugu Bo single-handedly poisoned thousands of spirit masters from the Spirit Hall, leaving an indelible impression on Qian Chongling. He had effectively neutralized the Spirit Hall's greatest advantage, an act akin to wielding a biochemical weapon, a veritable nuclear-level strategic asset. Thus, Dugu Bo's significance was immense, and Qian Chongling genuinely wished to recruit him. After all, if Dugu Bo could poison the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, why should the Spirit Hall not return the favor? It was a case of an eye for an eye. Chapter 16. I have a life bond with your ancestor, great ancestor. Qian Daoliu hesitated, caught off guard by Qian Chongling's glare. Dugu Bo swallowed hard, his heart racing. If he had not misheard, Qian Daoliu had referred to this young man as his great ancestor. The knowledge that such an ancient being was still alive was surely a closely guarded secret. Yet, here he was, inadvertently privy to it. With no other means to ensure the survival of the Dugu family, he felt compelled to join the Spirit Hall, setting aside the grudges between himself and Gue Mei Yu Guan. He was simply averse to the feeling of being beholden to others. Was a free-spirited life not enticing? Ignoring Qian Daoliu, Qian Chongling turned to Dugu Bo and said, You must have guessed my identity by now. In truth, I share a connection with your Dugu family, and I would prefer not to extinguish your entire lineage. Intimidation is often a necessary tactic. A blend of the carrot and the stick is indeed a sound strategy. I once had a close friend who suffered greatly due to the deficiencies of her Bailin serpent martial spirit. During rainy days, she would experience an unbearable itch in her sides, which would intensify and persist for over an hour. Manifesting twice daily at noon and midnight. At the witching hour, she would endure sharp pains in her head and soles, accompanied by convulsions lasting at least half an hour. You, too, experience similar symptoms, do you not? W. How do you know this? Dugu Bo could no longer suppress his astonishment and blurted out. This was a well-known issue that arose once the Bailin serpent martial spirit reached a certain level of cultivation, a fatal weakness for the Dugu family. One that all Bailin serpent spirit masters endeavored to conceal. That is precisely why I stated I have a connection with your Dugu family. Do you wish to eradicate this flaw completely? Qian Chongling inquired calmly. Dugu Bo's heart raced at the prospect. He yearned, more than anything, to eliminate this defect that had plagued his family for generations. Yet, despite 15 years of research into his martial spirit, he had made little progress. Elder, do you have a method to eliminate the deficiencies of the Bailin serpent martial spirit? If you can assist me in this matter, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Qian Chongling explained, the poison from the Bailin serpent infects the host due to a misalignment in your cultivation approach. The serpent's venom infiltrates the spirit master's body. Yet there is no suitable vessel within to contain or coalesce the venom, leading it to integrate into the flesh. My first suggestion is to provide a space within the spirit master's body that can accommodate the serpent's venom, such as a soul bone. Dugu Bo, well-versed in the study of poison, grasped the concept and his eyes lit up. You mean to say I should force the toxins into my soul bones, thus preventing harm to myself? Indeed, Qian Chongling affirmed. However, this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. The capacity for toxin storage within soul bones is finite, and a spirit master can only absorb 6 soul bones. Once they are filled with venom, you would have to dismantle them, but a soul bone saturated with toxins is rendered useless. If you cannot continuously acquire new soul bones, the outcome is predictable. My second method involves altering your approach to cultivating the Bailin serpent martial spirit. Addressing the issue at its core, I choose the second option. I beseech you, Elder, to guide me on how to proceed. The Dugu family pledges full allegiance to the Spirit Hall and vows eternal loyalty. Dugu Bo declared solemnly. Dugu Bo was not foolish. He recognized the distinction between the two methods. He understood that the first method could temporarily alleviate the deficiencies of the Bailin serpent with minimal effort. But as Qian Chongling pointed out, the limitations of soul bones and their associated costs would pose a significant challenge. How could he possibly provide 6 soul bones for each descendant? Even the cheapest soul bones came at a steep price, a burden that even a titled Daoliu might struggle to bear. Would he be forced to sell himself? Even if he were willing, who would want him? Thus, it was evident that the second method was his only viable option. The wise choice was a unique cultivation secret that would allow him to refine a poison core, transforming the harmful toxins into his own strength. Qian Chongling retrieved the 5 poisons pill scripture, obtained from that inept system, and handed it to Dugu Bo. As he watched Dugu Bo accept the scripture, Qian Chongling felt a wave of relief. He truly did not wish to resort to violence against the Dugu family, unless absolutely necessary. And thankfully, Dugu Bo did not appear to be devoid of intellect. With a decisive gesture, Dugu Bo knelt before Qian Chongling, bowing his head in gratitude that I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From this day forth, the entire Dugu family shall regard you as our leader and pledge our unwavering loyalty. Raising Dugu Bo to his feet, Qian Chongling remarked, you are currently an 88th level spirit Douluo. With this secret scripture, you will transform your poison into soul power, and within a month, you shall attain the rank of title De. If the pill refining process goes smoothly, you could achieve that status by the end of today. Now then, you all should continue collecting those celestial herbs. Celestial herbs? What are those? With a question lingering in his mind, Dugu Bo joined the 4 others in their herb-gathering expedition. Meanwhile, after issuing his instructions to Qian Daoliu and the others, Qian Chongling turned to Bai Bidong and said, come, my dear, accompany me. Bibi Dong nodded obediently, following Qian Chongling towards the ice and fire spring. Beside the spring, Qian Chongling pointed at 2 celestial herbs in the spring's center and remarked to Bibi Dong, Donger, your teacher has prepared 3 celestial herbs for you. Among them, 2 are the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which grow right at the heart of this spring. Consuming either of these herbs alone is extremely toxic. Only when they are simultaneously extracted and combined can their toxicity be neutralized. allowing them to be taken together for their medicinal effects. However, once neutralized, there is a mere 10 breaths of time to consume them before their potency dissipates entirely. Shortly, your teacher will extract them using gold and jade utensils, neutralize the toxins, and refine them into pills. After you ingest them, you must leap into the ice and fire spring, using the powers of ice and fire to temper your body, thereby gaining immunity to both elements. Bibi Dong smiled and replied, Donger knows what to do. You need not worry, teacher. Unlike Qian Daoliu and others, Bibi Dong had witnessed Qian Chongling's alchemical practices several times and had consumed some of his concoctions. In her words, the taste was quite similar to the sugary beans she usually enjoyed. The other half of the herb-gathering team, with the addition of Dugu Bo, noticeably progressed faster in their harvesting of celestial herbs. Approximately 2 to 3 hours later, the 5 of them had finished collecting all the mature celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, leaving seeds behind, as they knew that this precious land would undoubtedly become the foundation for nurturing future generations of the Spirit Hall. As the sun set in the west, its fiery outline gradually blurred, casting a golden-red hue that bathed the small valley in twilight. Qian Daoliu and the golden crocodile Douluo widened their eyes, fixated on a peculiar black cauldron nearby that spun incessantly on 3 legs, occasionally spitting out tongues of flame, creating an extraordinary sight. Qian Chongling, positioned beside the cauldron, formed intricate seals with his hands. A keen observer would notice that the seals varied with each gesture. Soon, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted from the cauldron, tantalizing the senses at that moment. A golden message flashed through Qian Chongling's mind. If this system remembered correctly, the host's alchemical skill was merely at the master level, multitasking to refine 2 pills at once. Was that truly suitable? This statement struck Qian Chongling like a thunderclap in his mind, causing him to mistakenly form the fire control seal instead of the intended fire dousing seal. The cauldron, which had been spinning increasingly faster, suddenly accelerated to a speed visible only as a black blur. And then, it began to smoke that a faint burnt odor began to infiltrate the senses of Qian Daoliu and the others. Upon catching a whiff of that scent, Qian Chongling hurriedly ceased the cauldron's rotation. Squinting, he peered through the vent at the cauldron's contents, which consisted of 2 batches of pills made primarily from Ice Mountain Snow Ginseng and 9-grade spirit mushrooms. The batch with Ice Mountain Snow Ginseng had all 4 snow pills completely charred, while the batch with 9-grade spirit mushrooms was half burnt, leaving only 2 pills radiating a faint purple glow. Both types of pills were designed to strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality. Categorized as basic medicinal pills, this scene incited a surge of anger within Qian Chongling. Although his alchemical skills were indeed at the master level and acquired from the 30-year signing gift, crafting such basic pills should not be an issue, even if multitasking or refining 3 pills at once. That blasted system had chosen to remind him just as the pills were nearing completion. Appearing to be well-meaning but was, in fact, sabotaging his efforts. Dog system, come out. I guarantee I won't let you off lightly. Qian Chongling cursed the system in his heart, but it merely feigned ignorance. Ignoring him entirely. It was akin to the saying, you can be strong, but the breeze still sweeps the mountain ridge. You can be arrogant, but the bright moon still shines on the great river. With no way to deal with the dog system, Qian Chongling sighed, lifted the lid of the cauldron, and extracted the 2 undamaged spirit mushroom pills, placing them into a small porcelain vial. Yueguan, Gueme. The 2 responded promptly upon hearing his call. These 2 spirit mushroom pills possess the ability to strengthen your foundation and enhance vitality. They're yours. Qian Chongling tossed the small vial to them casually. Unlike the pills Qian Chongling had previously crafted, these 3 were merely half-finished products. Thus their appearance was unremarkable, lacking the enticing aroma characteristic of high-quality medicinal pills. Consequently, Gueme and Jujo hesitated. Observing their expressions, Qian Chongling understood their concerns and, with a sly smile, let his eyes gleam with a red light that a massive surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, making Qian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Doa feel as if they were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty primordial beast. Filled with awe at Qian Chongling's formidable strength, Gueme and Jujo, however, found themselves completely under Qian Chongling's spiritual control, unable to resist as they involuntarily opened their mouths. That moment, Qian Chongling flicked his fingers, and the 2 spirit mushroom pills were swallowed by them amidst their tearful expressions. As the pills entered their stomachs, Qian Chongling released his hold on them, and both Gueme and Jojo immediately felt a surge of powerful soul energy rising from their abdomens. They hastily sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate their soul power to absorb and refine the medicinal strength, their auras growing increasingly potent, soon reaching the pinnacle of level 91, with their energy still on the rise. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo adopted a serious demeanor, vigilantly guarding Guime and Jojo's sides, while Qian Daoliu seemed to recall something and inquired of Qian Chongling, "Grandfather, do you have plans to refine some pills for yourself?" Qian Chongling smiled. "Indeed, the 9-turn golden pill. 1 pill swallowed, and I'll know my fate is not in the hands of heaven. Ascending on the spot is no issue." Qian Daoliu beamed. "Have you prepared the celestial herbs for refining the 9-turn golden pill?" "Most have been prepared. Just one item remains." "What is it?" "Only missing the entire world to be placed inside the cauldron and refined into a single pill," Qian Chongling stated with utmost seriousness. "You just again," Qian Daoliu replied, speechless. Qian Chongling shot him a glare. "You know the effects of these celestial herbs. They are of little use to you or me. Does refining them into pills suddenly grant them efficacy?" Qian Daoliu paused, sighing as he thought, "Grandfather, your face looks no more than 20. It's quite out of character." However, he dared not voice it, knowing full well that it would lead to a scolding. An hour later, both Guime and Jojo directly broke through to level 92. They had only recently entered the title Douluo rank, never imagining they could ascend to such heights in such a short span of time. Elated, Guime and Yueguan trembled as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather." Qian Chongling nodded and retrieved another cauldron from his soul guide, continuing his alchemical work. Having learned from the previous mishap caused by the troublesome system, he was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that no issues arose with the subsequent pills. Before him lay several small porcelain vials, each labeled with a small paper tag: Tianjuyan pill, 8-petal immortal orchid pill, Phoenix rebirth pill, Jade green 7 absolute pill, and unyielding golden spear pill. He had successfully refined a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs into pills, and even Qian Chongling began to feel fatigued. After closing his eyes to recuperate for a moment, he began to distribute the pills that he allocated: the Tianjuyan pill to Yueguan, the Netherworld Crossing pill to Guime, the Purple Gold Heavenly Dragon pill to Golden Crocodile Douluo and Holy Dragon Douluo, and the Jade Green 7 Absolute pill to Dugu Bo. Finally, Qian Chongling took out a blue-red pill from a porcelain vial and said to Bibi Dong, "This is the Profound Ice and Fiery pill, crafted from the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Donger, you should take it." Bibi Dong had unwavering trust in Qian Chongling. She accepted the pill from his hand and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and she felt a surge of flavor, instinctively swallowing without even discerning its taste. In mere moments, Bibi Dong's body trembled violently, followed by a layer of icy blue energy rising from her feet, transforming her entirely into a blue hue. Soon after, a layer of red emerged, making Bibi Dong resemble a freshly boiled crab, alternating between blue and red in a strikingly unusual display. Donger, jump into the spring quickly. Qian Chongling's gaze turned icy. If Bibi Dong hesitated, he was prepared to give her a push. With a splash, before Qian Chongling's words could fully escape his lips, Bibi Dong, seizing the last vestiges of control over her body, leaped into the ice and fire spring. Qian Daoliu and the others naturally heard the sound of her plunge, momentarily setting aside their joy over the celestial pills to inquire, "Grandfather, what happened to the Saintess?" Qian Chongling, however, did not directly respond to them. He called out to Bai Dong, saying, "Donger, just as in your usual medicinal baths, circulate your soul power and absorb it." Following that, Qian Chongling addressed the 4 individuals. "There is nothing amiss. It is simply that the elixir she consumed, when aided by the waters of the ice and fire spring, will grant her the ability of ice and fire immunity. Those with interest may feel free to connect for further discussion." Chapter 18. The heart-wrenching red of longing as the sun set in the west and the silver moon hung high. Twinkling stars illuminated the night sky. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the spring of ice and fire as Bai Dong, with some difficulty, swam towards the shore. As time passed, she gradually made her way to land, and Qian Chongling naturally assisted her, helping her to sit upon a white jade stone beside him. He retrieved a purple gown from his soul guiding device and draped it over her, concealing the large expanse of her snowy physique that had been exposed due to the corrosive waters. Turning back, he inquired, "Donger, how do you feel?" After quickly changing into her new attire, Bai Dong flashed a bright smile, raising her delicate fist and declaring, "After this refining process, my physical strength has nearly doubled. Teacher, I am ready. You may turn around now." Observing a black and white intertwined ring on her right ring finger, Qian Chongling nodded approvingly. Very well, after we return, I shall assist you in obtaining your first soul ring. This little ring contains a trace of chaotic divine power, primarily serving to prevent the god of Rakshas's consciousness. Should it appear near you, you will be immediately alerted. Thank you, teacher, Bai Dong replied with a charming smile. Everyone, gather around. Qian Chongling called out, producing the only remaining immortal herb yet to be refined into a pill, the heart-wrenching red of longing. Still attached to its black stone, he beckoned to Qian Daoliu and the others. Before his words had fully faded, the figures of Qian Daoliu and the others appeared before him. Qian Chongling smiled lightly. You are all aware of the properties and harvesting method of the heart-wrenching red of longing. Who among you wishes to give it a try? Yu Guan murmured softly, flowers are extraordinary treasures, serving their chosen masters. When harvesting, one must think of their beloved with sincere intent, expelling a drop of blood upon the petals. If one's heart wavers even slightly, the consequence is death by bloodshed, rendering the flower unattainable. Once harvested, as long as it remains with its master, it will never wither. Gazing at the blood-red, heart-wrenching red of longing, Yu Guan took a deep breath and said, Old Master, allow me to give it a try. He circulated his soul power, channeling his vitality, and expelled a mouthful of blood onto the petals. In that fleeting moment of bloodshed, a vibrant young girl appeared in his mind's eye. However, upon recalling that this girl had become the 15th concubine of a noble, Yu Guan's expression shifted, and his thoughts began to waver. As the blood fell upon the petals, the heart-wrenching red of longing quivered slightly. Drawing the attention of Qian Chongling, Bai Dong, Qian Daoliu, and the others, who silently awaited the outcome. Yet, disappointment soon washed over them. The flower's tremors gradually ceased, showing no signs of falling. Yu Guan dejectedly remarked, I apologize, old master. I am unable to overcome my inner turmoil. Qian Chongling shook his head in resignation. The most challenging enigma in this world is the matter of love. If one cannot force it, then simply open your heart and act without regret. Continuing, Qian Chongling turned to Qian Daoliu. I recall your deep affection for Meng Ning. Why not give it a try? With a sigh, Qian Daoliu replied, Even if it is a divine treasure, it holds little value for me now. If it is truly destined for me, then keeping it by my side to commemorate my past with Ninger would suffice. Looking at the bloodstains upon the heart-wrenching red of longing, Qian Daoliu reminisced about the beautiful moments he shared with Lu Meng Ning, circulating his soul power and expelling a mouthful of blood. At the moment his blood was shed, another figure appeared in his mind, a woman clad in a sea blue priestess robe. Her name was Poseidon, the high priestess of Sea God Island. This time, the heart-wrenching red of longing swayed more violently, yet ultimately fell short, returning to its original position, while the blood they had shed gradually dissipated. Qian Daoliu's face flushed with embarrassment. I am sorry. Ninger, Qian Chongling, fully aware of the situation, recognized that this old fellow was once again reminded of that woman. Poseidon. In a previous timeline, she had sacrificed herself to the divine test for Sangu, offering herself to the great-grandson of Tangchen, thus betraying the spirit hall. However, the Qian family remained under Qian Chongling's command. If this old man continued to act like a sycophant, he would be removed from the family tree. Qian Chongling was a man of his word. As Qian Chongling's gaze passed over Gue Mei, Jin Douluo, and Dugu Bo, preparing to have them try as well, Gue Mei spoke up first, declining. Old master, there is no need for me to try. It was merely a political marriage, devoid of any emotional foundation. Qian Chongling nodded, understanding that such occurrences were common in families or sects requiring the inheritance of martial souls, and thus refrained from further comment at that moment. Jin Douluo and Dugu Bo also shook their heads. We shall also refrain. Perhaps you should give it a try, old master. At this suggestion, not only did Qian Daoliu, Gue Mei, and Yu Guan become intrigued, but even Bai Dong chimed in, urging him to give it a shot. Very well, I shall give it a try. Unable to resist their encouragement, Qian Chongling, motivated by his feelings for Dugu Qingyue, circulated his soul power and expelled a mouthful of blood upon the heart-wrenching red of longing. As the blood fell upon the petals, the heart-wrenching red of longing merely swayed a few times, showing no signs of detachment. Within a few breaths, its movement came to a halt. Qian Chongling gazed at the heart-wrenching red of longing in astonishment, pondering, what is this? Could it be that my feelings for Dugu Qingyue are not of love? How is that possible? Unconvinced, Qian Chongling's eyes gleamed with determination as he recalled the twin flowers of the Feng family. and he expelled another mouthful of blood. This time, the heart-wrenching red of longing barely quivered, as if the impact of the blood had merely brushed against the petals, just as Qian Chongling was preparing to discard this wretched flower. A sudden, clear sound pierced the air. He turned to see a drop of blood falling upon the heart-wrenching red of longing. Before he could react, the flower showed no sign of wavering, yet it had quietly detached itself from the Wuju stone. Falling into the palm of a delicate hand, a trace of blood slid down Bai Dong's lips as a smile graced her charming face. I never expected this divine treasure to be fated for me. Qian Chongling stood in stunned silence, as did Qian Daoliu and the others, for none of them had anticipated that the owner of this divine treasure would be a girl of merely 10 years. Qian Chongling's astonishment stemmed from a different concern. Heavens, who has been courting my little cabbage? Yu Shao Gang. There has not even been a glimpse of him, let alone any talk of love. Is it a case of two people thousands of miles apart engaging in a platonic romance? Or is there no one else? Bai Dong has never been seen alone with any other boys. With a grave expression, Qian Chongling asked, Donger, who were you thinking of just now? No matter who it was, I shall ensure their demise. In the face of unforeseen calamities, it is a simple matter for a being capable of contending with a first-level god to make someone disappear. Author's note: afternoon tomorrow, this book, my first endeavor, will be available for subscription. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to the editor for securing several recommendations and to all the esteemed readers for their encouragement and support. On the first day of release, 5 chapters will be updated, and if the performance is satisfactory, I shall aim to provide 2 to 3 updates daily thereafter for additional updates. For the first subscription numbered between 100 and 499, there will be 1 extra chapter. For 500 to 1000, 2 additional chapters. For every increment of 200 beyond 1000, 1 more chapter will be added. Setting an unattainable dream means no extra chapters are necessary. How clever of me. Monthly votes and donations remain the same. Accumulate 500 monthly votes for 1 extra chapter and 20,000 in donations for 1 extra chapter, with a maximum of 20 chapters added per month for donations. Beyond that, I cannot afford it. Doghead for life. Dreams should still be pursued. Finally, I seek subscriptions, monthly votes, recommendation votes, anything you can offer. Chapter 19. The sinister hand by Bai Dong's cheeks flushed as she stuck out her tongue and said, Teacher, that is a secret. I cannot tell you. Unlike Qian Chongling, who was racking his brain without any clue, the chrysanthemum Douluo had been intently observing this divine treasure. He had clearly seen Bai Dong glance in their direction, and naturally he had a good idea of whom she was looking at. Yet, he dared not speak, nor could he. Beneath the cloak of night, the tranquil sound of rhythmic, elongated breaths emanated from several azure tents. Following a sumptuous feast of barbecued delights prepared by Qian Chongling, all but the watchful specter and the moonlit guardian had succumbed to slumber. Within Qian Chongling's modest tent, an atmosphere of gloom pervaded, starkly contrasting with the radiant visage of Bibi Dong, who lay beside him, peacefully lost in dreams. As he observed Bibi Dong's increasingly serene slumber, a sense of unease welled up within Qian Chongling. Her delicate and exquisite features, her long, fair legs, and her proud snow-capped peaks stirred a tempest of temptation within him. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out with his sinfully wicked hands toward a certain spot in the confines of the small tent. The temperature plummeted suddenly, causing Bibi Dong, deep in her dreams, to shiver involuntarily. Cold? How could it be so frigid? Since her cultivation began, she had been impervious to the extremes of temperature, yet now, she was beset by an unfamiliar chill, accompanied by an inexplicable pain. Frowning slightly, Bibi Dong opened her beautiful eyes, only to be met not by the familiar white canvas of her tent, but by the countenance of her teacher, Qian Chongling. His hands emanated a faint mist, and a thin layer of frost adorned his pale palms as they rubbed vigorously against her cheek. Ugh, you insufferable teacher, tormenting me once more, Bibi Dong exclaimed, swatting his mischievous hands away. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling a pert little hamster. How long must I remain in this slumber, awaken and cultivate? Qian Chongling teased with a wicked smile. Is this how you rouse your students from slumber with your icy hands? Anyone else would have been frozen stiff by now, Bibi Dong retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Dear Donger, do not concern yourself with trifles. Do you recall why I advised against acquiring your soul ring too early? Qian Chongling inquired. When one's soul power reaches the requisite level to obtain a soul ring, it can still be enhanced, albeit not visibly. Once the soul ring is acquired, the accumulated power will be unleashed. Bibi Dong explained. Precisely, hence it is time to assist you in obtaining your first soul ring. With that, Qian Chongling retrieved a golden orb from his soul guide and handed it to Bibi Dong, adding, "Let us see how many years of soul ring you can garner from this divine gift." This divine soul ring, procured from a previous year's 30-year signing package, was among approximately 30 he currently possessed. Upon activation, this divine soul ring could bestow upon a Soulmaster the maximum age of a soul ring they could endure, even allowing for the potential of a 100,000-year soul ring if they were capable. Thus, it was an invaluable treasure for any Soulmaster. Bibi Dong nodded, then flicked her fingers, shattering the golden orb. A rich golden mist cascaded down, enveloping her entirely. As the golden haze cocooned Bibi Dong, layers of radiant halos began to materialize around her form, and she could not suppress the emergence of a pained expression. The higher the age of the soul ring, the more arduous the absorption process, carrying the risk of bodily explosion. Yet, should one surpass their limits, the rewards would be well worth the struggle. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of this. And thus she persevered with all her might, feeling the soul ring coalescing and growing ever stronger. Simultaneously, her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit erupted uncontrollably, hovering behind her and alleviating the pressures exerted by the divine soul ring. As time elapsed, Bibi Dong gradually approached her limits, and the golden radiance surrounding her began to transform, morphing into rich, yellow rings that encircled her. However, this was not her utmost capacity. As the yellow rings intensified, a deep purple hue began to interlace within the vibrant yellow. Gradually, the purple brilliance became more resplendent and concentrated, ultimately contracting into a singular purple soul ring that manifested upon her Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. At this juncture, the expression on Bibi Dong's face returned to normal, free from the agony it once bore. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, she summoned her floating Death Spider Emperor back to her side. A smile graced her lips as she gazed upon her first soul ring. It was a 2,200-year soul ring, surpassing the so-called optimal configuration of a third soul ring by over 1,700 years, significantly enhancing her physical prowess by more than a third and bestowing her with a 2,000-year soul skill, Poisonous Ray. The effect of this soul skill was to unleash a beam imbued with potent toxins, reducing the soul power circulation speed of those struck by it by 40%, with additional debilitating effects such as paralysis, dizziness, and deceleration, contingent upon the disparity in mental fortitude between the assailant and the target. Furthermore, each additional soul ring would amplify the effect by 10%, meaning that upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, the enemy's soul power circulation speed would be reduced by an astounding 120%. This soul ring and soul skill were well worth the agony Bibi Dong endured during the absorption of the divine soul ring, quietly observing, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Qian Chongling could not help but smile at the sight of his disciple. With a twin martial spirit, innate full soul power, and a first soul ring of 2,200 years, it seemed plausible that she could attempt to absorb a soul ring of 5,000 years or even a 10,000-year ring for her second and third soul rings, respectively. It was evident that his diligent training would yield a disciple capable of dominating an era. Yet, a pang of irritation surged within him at the thought of his precious protege being courted by another. "How do you feel, Dong-er?" Qian Chongling inquired, his tone imbued with deeper meaning. "I feel exceptional. This 2,000-year soul ring not only augmented my strength by roughly a third, but also granted me a 1,000-year soul skill." Bibi Dong replied. "What is the effect of the soul skill?" Qian Chongling asked, his expression remaining impassive as he listened to Bibi Dong's explanation. Upon hearing about the effect of her first soul skill, Qian Chongling nodded thoughtfully, then produced a milky white pill from his soul guide. "A divine soul ring, indeed," he remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Dong-er, you appear to be in fine form. This is the 100-herb pill. Along with your second divine soul ring, the 100-herb pill will restore your vitality, and I need not elaborate on the divine soul ring. The long night stretches ahead. Let us rest for an hour or two, and then we shall proceed." Bibi Dong interjected, "Is it too late for me to request a different teacher?" Chapter 20. The moment of bloodline revelation 3 months later, atop a small hill outside the Spirit Master City. Qian Chongling, clad in black, emanated an aura as deep as the abyss. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the silver moon suspended in the night sky. From his bosom, he produced 4 golden cards, murmuring, "Shin does not save the unworthy, and craft does not alter fate. Is it the fate of a European emperor or that of an African peasant? The moment is upon us. Title Douluo card, grant me your power." With that, he crushed the 4 golden cards, which transformed into a shower of golden light. As the glow dissipated, 4 figures, a man and a woman, materialized from thin air. "Shueping, Yimenwei, Guihu, and Guangxi, at your service, Master." They greeted respectfully. Dio not stand on ceremony, Qian Chongling replied. Qian Chongling smiled. The instant he activated the title Douluo card, he discerned the detailed cultivation levels of the 4 individuals before him, one at level 91, another at 94, a third at 97, and the last at 99. The first was the Mad Rhinoceros Douluo, Situ Kuang, a level 91 assault-type title Douluo, wielding the martial soul of the mighty Mad Rhinoceros, with soul rings comprising 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black. Next was the Ghost Fox Douluo, Qingyue, a level 94 support-type title Douluo, possessing the martial soul of the Ghost Eye Phantom Fox, with soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Then came the Dreamweaver Douluo, Yi Menwei, a level 97 control-type title Douluo, whose martial soul was Dreamweaver, adorned with soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. Lastly, the Skyping Douluo, Shueping, a level 99 assault-type title Douluo, brandishing the martial soul of the golden-winged Great Peng, with soul rings of 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red. This assembly of 4 title Douluos could be described as quite standard, not particularly exceptional, yet not dismal either, averaging around level 95. Among them, the highest was the level 99 Sky Peng Douluo. However, given his soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red, Qian Chongling surmised that this individual must have encountered failures in several of the divine trials. That it was evident that he could not contend with Qian Daoliu, Poseidon, or Tang San. Yet his level 99 cultivation certainly constituted a formidable asset. Following him was the level 97 Dreamweaver Douluo, who, based on her martial soul, seemed to embody a form of mental control if utilized skillfully. She could serve as a strategically advantageous card. Notably, the Sky Peng Douluo and Dreamweaver Douluo were revealed to be a couple, which left Qian Chongling, currently still single, feeling a twinge of discontent. As for the Ghost Fox Douluo, his title suggested he should be an agility-based title Douluo, yet he was classified as a support type. Lastly, the weakest among them was the level 91 title Douluo, whose 5th soul ring was purple. Qian Chongling harbored doubts about this individual's ability to defeat the disgrace of title Daoliuos. Dugu Bo. Currently, Dugu Bo had ascended to level 91 due to consuming potions and honing his skills, with prospects for further advancement. Incidentally, the elixirs crafted from the celestial herbs and spiritual grasses found in the ice and fire yin-yang were distributed generously among the elders of the hall, with each receiving at least 1. The elixirs made from celestial materials yielded 3 pills per furnace, while the 2 celestial herbs processed together produced 5 pills in that batch. Among them, Qian Chongling provided the golden crocodile Douluo with 2 purple gold dragon pills, 1 for progeny and 1 for his own consumption, resulting in his own advancement to level 99. The holy dragon Douluo also received a purple gold dragon pill, currently at level 98, while the remaining elders saw a general increase of 1 level. The secret room Douluo, Qian Shuanji, consumed an eternal blazing sun pill made from the eternal blazing sun grass. And both the ghostly shadow and moon observer partook of pills crafted from celestial materials, significantly enhancing their cultivation levels. It was anticipated that while pursuing Tang Dazue, the trio could achieve nearly level 97. With 3 individuals at level 97, Qian Chongling was intrigued to see how Tang Dazue would manage to handle them. However, it was essential to note that elixirs had limitations. Through testing, Qian Chongling discovered that while elixirs were effective on the Douluo continent, consuming one would reduce the efficacy of the subsequent pill by 90%. In simpler terms, if one consumed a pill to gain a level, the next level would require the consumption of over 10 of the same pills, followed by 100 for the subsequent level, which was an untenable burden. Consequently, Qian Chongling abandoned the notion of using elixirs to mass-produce title Daoliuos, opting instead to administer 1 pill to those at level 89 or the super Daoliuos at level 95 to maximize effectiveness. Regarding the ice and fire Yangyin pot, he had stationed the golden crocodile Douluo and the demon slayer Qianjun to guard the area for an extended period, as the unique properties of this location could continuously supply the hall with necessary herbs. After contemplating the potential roles of these titled Daoliuos, Qian Chongling inquired of Yi Menwei and Chen Chuan. As for the Sky Peng Douluo and the Mad Rhinoceros Douluo, I possess a general understanding of their martial soul characteristics. What about the 2 of you? Yi Menwei spoke first. The Dreamweaver martial soul, also known as the Dreamweaver, can induce Soulmasters into a state akin to living in a dream. With an effect that is permanent, the controlled individual will remain eternally immersed in the dream woven by the Creator. If directed east, they will not venture west, and if instructed to consume chicken, they shall not seek roasted duck. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling's eyes brightened. This martial soul was indeed formidable. Yet, as the adage goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such a powerful martial soul must undoubtedly harbor its own flaws. As anticipated, Yi Mingwei continued. Currently, my cultivation allows me to control 1 level 96 super Douluo or 3 ordinary Douluos. For soul Douluos and soul saints, the numbers are 10 and 30, respectively. Furthermore, utilizing this soul skill will proportionately diminish my own cultivation. Controlling a level 96 super Douluo would reduce my cultivation by 90. With this explanation, Qian Chongling understood. In essence, the higher the cultivation level of the controlled individual, the greater the impact on the controller. If controlling 2 ordinary title Douluos, she might retain the combat prowess of an ordinary title Douluo herself. However, controlling several soul Douluos would have negligible effects, allowing her to continue as she pleased. Subsequently, the ghost fox Douluo, Qian, remarked, I possess 2 soul skills. The 8th soul skill is shapeshifting, and the 9th is soul transference. When combined, they form the soul transference shapeshifting. Soul transference shape-shifting allows for a complete exchange of everything between 2 Soulmasters, including their appearances and martial souls, yet only one of the 2 can survive the process, and it can only be used on Soulmasters below the rank of Soul Saint, with a cooldown period of 3 months. Impressive. At this moment, Qian Chongling could only surmise that their fortune had indeed been extraordinary. The contributions of Yi Mingwei and Qian were evidently far superior to those of the merely combative Xuepeng. Just then, Xuepeng, whom Qian Chongling deemed as merely a fighter, furrowed his brow and said, My lord, 2 soul Douluos are approaching. Should we? Yi Mingwei and the others immediately became alert, as 2 women clad in black, with striking figures akin to female leopards, swiftly approached the mountaintop. Apologies for the tardiness in reporting, my lord, please punish us. The vice master and master of the Dark Hall, Yingmi and Yingmiao, knelt on one knee before Qian Chongling in contrition. It is I who summoned you here. What offense is there? Rise, Qian Chongling replied with a smile. Once the sisters stood, Qian Chongling continued, the purpose of your summons today is to introduce you to these 4 individuals. At this moment, Yingmi and Yingmiao finally realized the formidable auras emanating from the 4 beside Qian Chongling. They were indeed 4 titled Douluos. The 2 hastily clasped their hands in respect, saying, We pay our respects to the 4 esteemed ones. Xuepeng and the others reciprocated the gesture with utmost courtesy, as they would soon be comrades working alongside the Hall of Spirits, necessitating a cordial relationship. After witnessing the introductions, Qian Chongling retrieved 2 milky white pills from his soul guide and handed them to Yingmi and Yingmiao, stating, Your family has been serving me for several generations. Yet your current generation has only 2 soul Douluos, making certain matters rather inconvenient. These 2 are soul power enhancement pills. Upon consumption, both of you can cultivate diligently for a period, enabling you to attain title Douluo status. However, the side effect is that you will never be able to advance further afterward. Consider this carefully. Reaching title Douluo status would mean we can only aspire to be level 89 soul Douluos in our lifetimes. We never dared to dream of title Douluo status. Thank you for your nurturing, my lord. Yingmi and Yingmiao solemnly accepted the pills, addressing Qian Chongling with reverence. Now, there are 2 matters I wish for you to prioritize in the Dark Hall. First, withdraw all personnel investigating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Haotian sect. Second, compile and report all information regarding the son of the clan head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Xiaojiang, to me. Remember, no detail is too trivial. Even if Yu Xiaojiang has an accident, I expect to hear of it. Qian Chongling's expression turned serious. He had not forgotten the peculiar incident involving his disciple at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. One could never be too careful. Should Yu Xiaojiang somehow manage to engage in a romantic liaison with Bi Bidong through soul projection, it would spell disaster. Understood. Yingmi and Yingmiao acknowledged. Qian Chongling then took out a small blue porcelain bottle from his soul guide and handed it to Yingmi and Yingmiao, adding, This little item should assist you in the tasks you are about to undertake. Curious, Yingmi accepted the bottle and asked, My lord, what is contained within? The 7 insect and 7 flower pill. Crafted from 49 varieties of poisonous insects and toxic plants through various refining sequences over 7 days, it has calming and blood replenishing properties. This bottle contains 15 pills, Qian Chongling stated earnestly. Yi Mingwei Mad Rhinoceros, Shui Peng, Ing Mi, and Ing Miao. You're telling me that a potion made from so many toxic insects and plants can calm the mind and replenish blood? We may not be well read. But don't deceive us. Ing Mi gazed at the porcelain vial in her hand, a shiver coursing through her. She had a vague inkling of its purpose, and thus dared not discard it. Yet it felt unsettling to hold. Unlike the 5 others, the Guehu Douluo's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if beholding a rare beauty, fixated on the small vial in Ing Mi and Ing Mia's grasp. May I have the honor of examining this Qichong Chihua Dan? The Guehu Douluo inquired with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Ing Mi released a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, it is indeed fortuitous that someone desires this hot potato. A fragrant breeze swept past, and the porcelain vial was swiftly placed in the hands of the Guehu. Your Grace, feel free to examine it for as long as you wish, Ing Mi stated. With an eagerness that could not be contained, the Guehu Douluo uncorked the vial, cupping it with his palm and gently waving it, allowing a faint medicinal aroma to waft into his senses. Unbeknownst to him, as he performed this action, Shui Peng and the others instinctively took a step back. The Guehu Douluo closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them to address Qian Chongling. Might I inquire, does the Qichong Chihua Dan's effect entail that on the 15th of August each year, the venomous insects and poisonous plants within it will hatch and sprout? The insects will devour the internal organs, while the plants will drain the blood. Should one fail to consume the corresponding antidote, they would inevitably perish from internal decay. At this proclamation, Shui Peng and the others recoiled even further. For throughout history, most viewed poison with trepidation, akin to a flood or a fierce beast, and sought to avoid it at all costs. However, few were aware that medicine and poison are often intertwined. Every distinguished physician is typically adept in the art of toxicity. Qian Chongling nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, it appears that you possess considerable knowledge of poisons, esteemed Guehu. The Guehu Douluo, slightly embarrassed, replied, I am but a humble disciple from Yaoling Valley, where the sect has always taken an interest in such peculiar arts. Though he did not elaborate further, yet those present surmised the conclusion. His sect had likely been exterminated. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somber, Qian Chongling continued to inquire of Ing Mi what was the reason behind the mobilization of 20,000 soldiers by the Qingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire outside Longxing Fortress half a month ago. Ing Mi collected her thoughts and replied, the 12th concubine of Baron Yang Juntao of the Qingluo Empire went missing. After an investigation, Baron Yang discovered her garments at the estate of Baron Qingyue of the Tiando Empire. The two parties could not reach an accord and reported the matter to their respective emperors, resulting in the current situation. Your Majesty, should we, the Spirit Hall, intervene as mediators? Shui Peng inquired. At this, Qian Chongling coldly smiled. Intervene. If they wish to fight, let them. Why should we mediate? The rationale for war may seem peculiar, yet it is entirely reasonable. Even the loss of a husky can ignite a conflict, let alone a human life. Since both the Tiando and Qingluo wish to showcase their might, Qian Chongling intends to observe the unfolding drama, seeking to probe the depths of the Spirit Hall, a notion he finds quite appealing. Moreover, this provides an opportunity to expose his young disciple to the brutal realities of the world and the treachery of humanity, as well as to witness the battlefield's bloodshed. After all, a sword that has never tasted blood can hardly be called a sword. One can read countless books, yet nothing compares to traversing 1,000 miles. Unlike Qian Sunji, who merely speaks, Qian Chongling believes in allowing the young one to witness these truths firsthand. For the impact is far greater than mere words. As for the ensuing matters, you 6 should deliberate and report the outcomes to me. With that thought, Qian Chongling stifled a yawn. He intended to return to keep an eye on his young disciple. Before his voice faded, Qian Chongling's figure vanished, leaving behind the perplexed faces of Shui Peng and the others. In response, the Guehu Douluo couldn't help but remark, our master is rather unconventional. Ing Mi smiled and replied, His Majesty has always been this way, typically granting us subordinates full autonomy. He only desires results. And what of the other matters he mentioned before departing? Yi Mingwei inquired. Esteemed lords, why not discuss this in detail at the Spirit Hotel in Spirit City? Ing Mi suggested. Very well. However, both of you will soon ascend to the rank of titled Daoliu, so there's no need for such formality. Shall we address each other as brothers and sisters henceforth? Yi Mingwei proposed. Then, dear sister, I shall graciously accept your suggestion. Esteemed brothers and sisters, please follow me. Chapter 22. Military exercises. 2 years later, outside Longxing Fortress in the Qingluo Empire. Before the crescent moon gorge, the air was frigid, and a biting wind howled as icy blue snowflakes descended from the sky, blanketing the black earth in a layer of silver-white. Black military tents stood starkly against the snowy landscape. With soldiers of the Tian Empire clad in black armor and wielding long spears patrolling in small squads, within the grandest and most opulent tent of the Tian Empire's military formation. The interior was ablaze with light, the burning red charcoal and iron dishes warding off the winter night's chill. Inside, two armored figures, evidently high-ranking generals of the Tian Empire, gazed solemnly at the military map before them. After a moment, the younger general, Mengyu, asked, "General Go, are we preparing to launch a full assault on the Qingluo Empire's reserve forces tonight?" Gu Tian nodded. "Indeed, the time has come to commence the total offensive. This military exercise must conclude." Mengyu pondered for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he queried, "Shall we still have those lowly peasants lead the charge? I understand your concerns. That woman will not interfere with our plans. Even if she encounters trouble, the title de secretly protecting her will intervene." Gu Tian replied nonchalantly. Mengyu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards a corner of the Tian military formation. In that corner, a few dilapidated tents swayed and creaked in the cold wind. Within those tents, shadows flickered, a cacophony of noise contrasting sharply with the rest of the camp, creating an atmosphere of dissonance, despite being within the Tian military formation. This encampment was surrounded by numerous patrols, almost as if the inhabitants were not comrades but adversaries in need of surveillance. The identity of prisoners was a shared epithet among all within this camp. They were either slaves or criminals who had violated the laws of the Tian Empire. Thus, they were treated as expendable fodder by the Tian army, destined to wear down the enemy's strength. However, they were granted a singular opportunity. If one were to slay 10 foes and retrieve their heads, they could regain their freedom, with all past transgressions absolved. The biting cold was relentless, and conflicts among the bloodthirsty prisoners were inevitable, causing chaos to erupt in the other tents filled with endless bickering. Yet, the central tent remained eerily calm, where over 100 prisoners clad in various garments huddled together for warmth. A small fire crackled within the tent. A black iron pot suspended over it, the boiling water within sending wisps of white steam into the air. Closest to the fire sat a girl clad in black, exuding an icy demeanor. Her face masked in a black and white visage, silently gazing into the flickering flames. Suddenly, a deep, resonant war drum echoed through the snowy night, the sound waves reverberating widely, reaching every corner of the Tian army. It was the war drum. Many prisoners' faces turned pale. Indeed, the war drum heralded their return to the battlefield. Snowflakes danced amidst the thunderous beats of the war drum, as a swarm of dark figures advanced steadily towards the Qingluo Empire's encampment in the Crescent Moon Gorge. The reserve forces of the Qingluo Empire displayed remarkable resilience. With merely 20,000 troops, they had withstood the onslaught of 50,000 Tian soldiers for 3 consecutive days and nights. Merely a desperate struggle for survival. Behind them lies the Qingluo Empire's primary stronghold, Longxing Fortress, yet they had not dispatched a single soldier for reinforcement in 3 days and nights. They had clearly been abandoned by their own nation. Abandoned by their homeland, yet they continued to fight to the last. The only outcome left for them was total annihilation. Such foolish loyalty. Ahead lay the encampment of the Qingluo Empire. Let us remain silent and strike them when they least expect it, thereby ensuring that more of us survive. Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, the captives gripped their weapons tightly, engaging in hushed conversations as they advanced slowly, clad in black attire with a mask obscuring her features. Bibidong remained silent, moving among the captives without drawing the ice-clear blue jade sword gifted to her by Qian Chongling, which hung at her waist. Half a year prior, the farce between the Qingluo Empire and the Tian Empire had officially commenced, with both sides agreeing to settle their rivalry beyond the Longxing Fortress. After a year and a half of training under Qian Chongling, Bibidong had been brought to this place and had formally joined the Tian Empire's camp of captives 3 months ago. In the past 3 months, the soldiers of the Qingluo Empire who had perished at her hands numbered well over 1,000. Aside from the initial discomfort on the first day, it seemed to have left no lasting impact on her. Dividing line kill. Die. The clash of weapons, cries of agony, shouts of despair, and roars of exhilaration intertwined, erupting into a cacophony within the stillness of the snowy night. War was imminent. Torrents of hot blood gushed forth, staining the pristine white snow in an instant. painting an abstract tapestry of grotesque blossoms. The blood upon her sword had already reached the quantity required by her master. In the battlefield, where silver-white snowflakes danced through the air. Bibi Dong, her face masked, violet hair cascading over her shoulders, strode forward amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Now, it was time to find someone to validate the true extent of my power. After wandering around the periphery of the battlefield for some time, Bibi Dong had yet to discover a suitable opponent. She shook her head, a towering figure flashing through her mind. Very well, it shall be you, she sighed, making her way towards the center of the battlefield. Tiando Empire scum. Bibidong's striking black attire made her exceedingly conspicuous against the snowy backdrop, and with numerous enemies surrounding her, it would be a disservice to her weapon to stroll leisurely amidst such a brutal conflict. A soldier from the Qingyue Empire, spotting Bibi Dong, let out a furious bellow that he thrust his spear mercilessly toward her chest, his youthful face contorted with a hatred that was palpable. Swish! The sharp spear sliced through the air, closing in on her, yet Bibi Dong remained oblivious, continuing to advance. Just as the spear was about to pierce her chest, a glimmering silver thread flickered in the void. She elegantly sidestepped, continuing her march, while the Qingyue soldier's body seemed to be entrapped by an invisible force. Another chapter around 10 o'clock, Chapter 23. The test crack, thud, as Bibi Dong took 3 steps forward, a smooth, mirror-like sword mark sliced through the spear's tip, penetrating the soldier's chest and abdomen, with a resounding thud. The neatly severed spear and 2 halves of the corpse fell to the snow, producing a soft sound. Soon after, several more soldiers from the Qingyue Empire surged forward, attempting to impede Bibidong's progress. But one by one they fell, blood gushing forth as silver threads danced in the air. They collapsed at her feet, unable to delay her even for a moment, and until their last breath. They never caught a glimpse of her drawing her sword. Life and death are but fate. Wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. On the battlefield, one either kills or is killed, and she bore no significant burden in her heart regarding this reality. Before long, Bibi Dong neared the heart of the battlefield. When another soldier from the Qingyue Empire charged at her, she gently grasped the hilt of her sword, preparing to grant him a swift end, only to be taken aback as the young soldier bypassed her, rushing straight towards the battlefield's edge. "Brother, wait for me." In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, Bibi Dong seemed to hear him murmuring. Yet the howling cold wind obscured her understanding. A deserter? Observing his retreating figure, she tilted her head, pondering but finding no conclusive reasoning, and continued onward. Moments later, a towering figure appeared before her. His roar thundered like a tempest. Wielding a massive spiked club, instilling dread with its menacing spikes as he rampaged through the Tiando soldiers. Bang! 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 The surrounding Tiando soldiers were instantly sent flying by the club, their armor shattered, blood spewing as they crashed into the snow, creating deep impressions, many of them already lifeless. "Hold on, everyone. A foam has gone for reinforcements. Help will arrive shortly," he shouted loudly, rallying morale while swinging his club, charging into the ranks of the Tiando army. "He is my prey. All of you, stand aside," Bibi Dong interjected, positioning herself before the burly man, calmly addressing the surrounding Tiando soldiers. The armored soldiers exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then withdrew to seek other foes. "I am Zhao Yuan, the commander of the Qingyue Empire's forces. Who might you be?" Zhao Yuan was an immensely robust man, towering in stature, with a rugged visage that exuded a sense of steadfast reliability. Yet, at this moment, he lacked his usual composure, gripping his spiked club tightly, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Bibidong's black and white masked face. The hint of sweat glistened on his forehead. Earlier, when the Tiando army retreated, he had contemplated a sneak attack, for this was the battlefield, and any means were permissible for victory. The more enemies he could slay, the fewer comrades would perish. He was not foolish enough to seek an honorable duel amidst the chaos of war. His hesitation to attack was not born from a lack of desire, but from an inability to act. The instant Bibi Dong appeared before him, he felt ensnared by her icy, piercing gaze. A formidable killing intent accompanied by that gaze rendered his face pale and body rigid. Fortunately, due to his considerable prowess and experience with life and death, he managed to break free from that oppressive aura. "You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that you are the opponent I have chosen for my test." Standing before Zhao Yuan, Bibi Dong spoke coolly, her intent indeed being to gauge her own strength. An open space emerged within the chaotic battlefield, with Bibi Dong and Zhao Yuan facing each other at its center. "A test? You have come to the battlefield merely for a test?" Do you underestimate the so-called war, or do you underestimate me, Zhao Yuan? Or perhaps both? After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuan lowered his head slightly. Veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with an invisible flame as he fixed his glare on Bibi Dong. After a prolonged silence, he finally spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Very well, let us not waste time. Please, come at me quickly. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, resting her sword against her back, extending her left hand to beckon him with a flick of her fingers. Zhao Yuan's massive fingers coiled around the hammer's grip. He spoke solemnly. You are foolishly courting death. Prepare to die. As the final word escaped his lips, he roared and swung his spiked club toward her. Whoosh! The club carried a fierce wind, swiftly closing in on Bibi Dong. A glint of amusement flickered in her eyes as she gracefully sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the club. Boom! The club struck the ground, shaking the earth, snowflakes scattering as piles of snow transformed into countless flurries. Shooting in all directions. Die. Having missed his strike, Zhao Yuan seized the opportunity, roaring as he launched a punch at her, his fist slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet, it met only emptiness. For Bibi Dong had vanished from his sight before his fist could connect. In that fleeting moment, he felt an icy chill creeping up his neck, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to stiffen. No longer daring to make a rash move. Your speed is too slow. Though your strength is commendable, it poses no threat to me. Bibi Dong stood behind Zhao Yuan, her ice-clear blue jade sword held reversed in her right hand. The cold light of the blade resting against the back of his neck as she spoke leisurely. Humph, all you can do is evade. Have the courage to face me head-on. Zhao Yuan responded with a muffled voice. His face slightly flushed. He was aware that he was merely grasping at straws, a stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. One's strength, of course, encompasses agility. When power is insufficient, speed must compensate. In the realm of Soulmasters, it is only natural to exploit one's strengths while evading weaknesses. It was utterly absurd to pit someone like Bibi Dong, with her slender figure clearly indicative of a sensitivity-based Soulmaster, against his own brute force approach. However, Zhao Yuan was oblivious to the fact that some things in this world are meant to be shattered. Facing his opponent head-on, no problem. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, retracting her long sword into her soul guide, unhesitatingly acquiescing to Zhuan's demand. Suddenly, her voice rang out directly in front of him. Zhao Yuan swiftly turned around, only to find that the young girl had somehow appeared not far from him. Feeling humiliated, his eyes reddened with rage, and he could no longer afford to conserve his soul power. He carelessly tossed aside the wolf-toothed club in his hand. Chapter 24. The disparity, given that soul masters possess physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. They typically employ weapons in battle, utilizing their extraordinary agility. This approach allows them to conserve the vast majority of their soul power. Otherwise, if one were to resort to soul possession from the outset and engage in full-force combat, excessive expenditure of soul power from slaying minor foes could lead to their own demise at the hands of seemingly weaker soul masters. With a roar, Zhao Yuan activated his soul possession, transforming into a blue and white giant ape. Known as the Blue Electric Ape, adorned with 6 soul rings that radiated an astonishing aura. 5th soul skill, Thunderclap Fist. He bellowed, vigorously swinging his arms, his fists descending upon Bibi Dong like a torrential downpour. Thunderclap Fist. Without that faint glimmer of electricity on your fists, they would be indistinguishable from a commoner's chaotic flailing, she mused. With her feet tracing intricate steps, Bibi Dong moved like a phantom, effortlessly gliding amidst the rain of fists. Untouched, and even finding the leisure to converse, Zhao Yuan, wordless, furiously swung his fists, each punch cleaving through the air with increasing speed, intensity, and urgency. Yet, ensconced within the shadow of his fists, Bibi Dong maintained her composure, occasionally hurling taunts that stoked the flames of Zhao Yuan's fury. Is this a method of extracting air through a spiral force to create a vortex-like stance to restrain the enemy? Unfortunately, the activation time is lengthy and the power feeble. It amounts to nothing more than a futile drain on stamina and soul power, incapable of injuring a true powerhouse. Moments later, Bibi Dong discerned the so-called utility of Thunderclap Fist, which in her eyes was merely a triviality. Moreover, breaking this spiral force field was quite a simple task. That moment, Bibi Dong halted her steps, forming her fingers into a sword-like gesture, and struck at the trajectory of Zhao Yuan's advancing fists. Swish! Before he could react, her finger flicked like a fleeting shadow, swiftly tapping his wrist before retracting. Humph! The surge of soul power erupted, a piercing pain radiating throughout his body. causing Zhiyuan to stifle a groan as he instantly withdrew his fists and leaped back. His eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Bibi Dong, that he could hardly believe that the technique he took such pride in, one that had even previously ensnared a soul sage, could be so effortlessly dispelled. Just in time, my teacher taught me a similar technique. Allow me to demonstrate, she declared, suddenly appearing before Zhiyuan with a light exclamation. In an instant, the snowflakes in the sky and the snow on the ground were drawn towards her, leaving trails of white as they surged towards her outstretched palm, forming a massive, rapidly spinning sphere of ice-white soul power. Damn it! Zhiyuan found himself ensnared by the rapidly swirling air currents, his muscles tensing as he unleashed all his might. Yet, he could not budge an inch, helplessly watching as the enormous sphere of soul power loomed larger in his vision, wailing. The piercing howl echoed in his ears, reverberating in his mind, nearly shattering his eardrums. He could sense the immense rotational force contained within that sphere. Should it strike him, his entire being would be torn apart. Boom! The ice sphere exploded, sending forth a wave of snow that spiraled outward. A shadow shot out, carving a long path in the snow, crashing into the midst of the ongoing battle. Bang, bang, bang. A chorus of muffled groans and cries filled the air, and the ground was suddenly strewn with soldiers writhing in agony. With the spiral sphere test completed, it was time for the fist technique. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, thinking to herself, why does it not hurt at all? Wait, I'm completely unscathed. On the other side, Zhiyuan, lying in a pit, was astonished to discover that Bibi Dong's earlier sphere had caused him no harm whatsoever, only leaving his clothing in disarray, his appearance somewhat disheveled. Curse that person. Just because they are powerful, do they think they can manipulate others at will? Though spared by his enemy, Zhiyuan felt no joy in his heart, only disdain for Bibi Dong, a bitter resentment for his own impotence, and an anger at the trampling of a warrior's dignity. He forcefully shoved aside the soldiers of the Tiando Empire, pinning him down, sprang to his feet, and charged forward, striking down several Tiando soldiers in his path, once again confronting Bibi Dong, his eyes reddened with fury. Breathless as he demanded, why? Bibi Dong replied with a light laugh. My teacher once said that only those who can fully control their power can be called true warriors. That I am unlike you. I can completely restrain and control my strength. Just before I struck you, I halted the rotation of my soul power and allowed it to dissipate rapidly. Thus, that last blow was akin to being struck by a large snowball. Zhiyuan, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and asked, why? Why not kill me? Do you look down on me? Pity me? Or are you merely toying with me? Why not grant me a swift end? Naturally, it is a test. That was merely the spiral ball. We still have your fist technique, footwork, swordplay, and so on to evaluate, Bibi Dong said, stretching lazily and gazing at Zhiyuan with a faint smile. Testing? Indeed, it is a test. As long as you can injure me. This test will conclude, and I can have my teacher assist you in winning this war. You bastard. Just wait. I will make you pay for this. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhiyuan's eyes blazed with fury. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white as his nails dug into his flesh, nearly bursting with rage in his eyes. This test was rife with indifference to human life, contempt for himself, and the arrogance of imposing one's will upon others. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Bibi Dong remarked with interest, watching Zhiyuan's furious demeanor with a faint smile. Die, die. Infuriated beyond measure, Zhiyuan exploded with rage, propelling himself off the ground and charging towards her with a roar. Bang! With a thunderous shout, Zhiyuan crouched slightly, his foot crashing down as he abruptly halted before Bibi Dong, a wave of snow erupting beneath him. He twisted his waist and spun, unleashing the thunderclap fist in a piercing arc towards Bibi Dong's cheek. Excellent. You've contained much of your power and increased your speed. There is progress. However, it is still insufficient. You have yet to fully mobilize your entire strength. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes as Bibi Dong smiled and swung her delicate fist to meet Zhiyuan's large, clumsy punch. Chapter 25. Surrender. Bang. The air trembled, waves of force surged forth, scattering countless snowflakes. In the instant their fists collided, Zhiyuan's body jolted, immediately retreating, leaving a series of footprints in the snow. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain. Only the ground beneath her quaked violently, a vast expanse of snow erupting in all directions. Observe, this is how one should wield a fist. Bibi Dong stepped forward, seemingly traversing space itself, her form vanishing and reappearing before the retreating Zhiyuan. Limitless, she stomped down, A torrent of immense force surged from her feet, coursing up her legs and spine, like a dragon breaking through the ocean, permeating her entire being until it converged in her right arm. Annihilation. Bang. As before, Ji Yuan was once again sent flying by BB Dong's punch, crashing into the throng of combatants behind him, the ground shaking as he toppled over a multitude of figures. There is still a considerable time until dawn. Our test must continue. She glanced up at the sky, smiling as she murmured, "You promised to take me to see the sunrise, you liar." Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Zhao Yuan's descent, quietly awaiting the moment. Soon, Zhao Yuan's towering figure reappeared before Bai Dong, heralding the commencement of yet another one-sided battle. Divider. On the distant eastern horizon, a resplendent crimson glow gradually ascended, signaling the imminent arrival of dawn. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the clear and melodious sound of a gong resonated from the ranks of the Qian Empire's army, echoing across the battlefield and enveloping it entirely. The gong calls for retreat? Stopping in her tracks, Bai Dong turned to glance at the Qian Empire's position, a look of confusion crossing her face. The defensive line of the Star Luo Empire was already on the brink of collapse. Perhaps a final, fervent assault would suffice to shatter it. Thus, the gong calling for retreat seemed rather illogical at this juncture. What could the commanders of the Qian Empire be contemplating? Zhao Yuan, too, heard the sound of the gong. Yet his expression remained stoic as he fixated intently on the masked girl before him, maintaining a vigilant stance, for he could not ascertain whether this seemingly indifferent and lawless girl would heed the military orders of the Qian Empire. Very well, if the gong calls for retreat, then I shall return for now. It is indeed regrettable that this test must be suspended for the time being. The scenario Zhao Yuan feared did not unfold. After pondering for a moment, Bai Dong lifted her head and waved her hand at Zhao Yuan before departing with an air of nonchalance. She glided gracefully, her steps measured, swiftly merging back into the now significantly reduced throng of captives as she made her way towards the Qian Empire's encampment. Is she truly leaving just like that? Observing her slender, graceful figure fade into the distance, Zhao Yuan found himself momentarily stunned. It was hard to believe that she would depart so easily. However, the cheers of his comrades soon broke him from his stupor. Look, the Qian Empire's army is retreating. The Qian army is retreating. We have held our ground. The Qian army has actually retreated. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? Brother, what is happening? Have our reinforcements come? A young soldier from the Star Luo Empire approached Zhao Yuan, his face alight with hope. Zhao Yuan remained silent, retrieving his wolf fang club, gazing at the retreating Qian soldiers, and shook his head, saying, "Something is amiss. What is wrong, brother?" Firstly, the ranks of the Qian Empire show no signs of chaos. If they were under assault from reinforcements, it would not appear thus. What shall we do now? Zhao Yuan did not respond. He had no answers. He was merely a simple man, not the esteemed General Lin Yuanfeng of the Star Luo Empire. Under the present circumstances, all he could do was fight to the death for his country. Yet, this conclusion was unbearably cruel for the brothers who had followed him, and thus he could not voice it. "Look, someone is approaching from the opposite side," a soldier beside him suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Zhao Yuan lifted his gaze and followed the direction of the finger, spotting a valiant middle-aged man clad in resplendent black armor, astride a centuries-old tempestuous lion, flanked by two black-armored Qian soldiers bearing torches. As they treaded upon the snowflakes, advancing slowly. It is Ge Tian. Zhao Yuan's expression grew grave. Ge Tian strode directly before the ranks of the Star Luo army, surveying the assembled soldiers from a commanding height, and called out in a booming voice, "Where is the commander of the Star Luo Empire?" Zhao Yuan stepped forth from the formation, standing resolutely before Ge Tian, and declared with head held high, "I am the commander here. Speak your mind. You are completely surrounded. You have not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. The dead are dead. The wounded are wounded, and you are essentially doomed. However, if you surrender, I may grant you a chance at survival." Ge Tian spoke with a confident smile, delivering a condescending entreaty for surrender, though no one could discern the true thoughts harbored within his heart. Surrender. The soldiers of the Star Luo Empire exchanged glances, a semblance of confusion washing over them. Yet, soon the unrest subsided, as all eyes turned towards the man standing at the forefront of their ranks, their leader, Zhao Yuan. "This is your only opportunity," under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Zhao Yuan finally spoke gravely, his answer ringing with finality. "The Star Luo Empire knows not the meaning of surrender. That your answer? You must understand what this implies, do you not? Zhao Yuan remained silent. Turning away and walking toward the Star Luo camp, his actions plainly conveying his response to Gutian. Will you not consider the lives of the brothers who follow you? Are you willing to lead them to their deaths? Zhao Yuan halted, casting a deep gaze upon the scattered soldiers, their faces etched with exhaustion, and after a moment of silence, he spoke deliberately. They are men of the Star Luo Empire. I know my brothers. You need not say more. You may attack at any time. With that, he resumed his march forward. Foolish loyalty, Gutian mused inwardly. Merely a group of pitiful souls abandoned by the elite of the Star Luo Empire. One last chance remains for you, he snorted coldly, his voice carrying a weighty tone. If you refuse to heed my words, then there is someone whose words I believe you ought to hear. No sooner had he finished speaking than a young boy, garbed in the military attire of the Star Luo Empire, head bowed and hands shackled, was escorted into view by 2 soldiers of the Tiando Empire. Ah, it is that fellow. Tian, having failed to convince Zhao Yuan to surrender, summoned a captive, while Bai Dong, observing quietly, was taken aback to discover that this captive was none other than the deserter who had dashed past her shortly after the battle commenced. Could it be that he had failed to escape and was captured by the Tiando soldiers on the periphery, yet his face bore an expression of profound despondency, seemingly not solely due to his capture? A phone. It is a phone. How could it be a phone? Did he not return to seek reinforcements? The soldiers of the Star Luo Empire instantly recognized the identity of the captive, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, disappointment, and confusion. Chapter 26. The Weight of Death, a phone. What transpired? Zhao Yuan too recognized the captive, for a phone was not only his comrade in arms, but also the trusted soldier he had dispatched to seek reinforcements. Upon seeing a phone, who had gone out for aid, captured by Gutian, a shadow of dread fell over him. Could it be? Did you not go to summon reinforcements? Zhao Yuan demanded loudly. A phone lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking at Zhao Yuan and asking, Brother, do you truly believe Lin Yuan Feng would send troops to rescue us? From the very beginning, we were discarded pawns, not just abandoned by Lin Yuan Feng, but by the entirety of the Star Luo Empire. A Feng's gaze sharpened as he exclaimed in fury. This includes our emperor, Dai Lu Mao. Silence, Zhao Yuan admonished a Feng, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at him, declaring, Do not forget, you are a citizen of the Star Luo Empire. How dare you utter the emperor's name so freely? We are forsaken pieces. From the moment the 6th prince was exiled to Moonwheel City, we supporters of the 6th prince were doomed to this fate. A Feng shouted passionately. Lin Yuan Feng of Longxing Fortress, his very existence ensures that all of us who supported the 6th prince shall perish. What did you say? In that instant, all convictions to continue fighting, all self-deceptions, all illusions, were obliterated in an instant. Zhao Yuan clutched his face with one hand, hot tears cascading down, falling upon the snow-covered ground to form tiny, pitiful craters. A man does not shed tears lightly. Yet he does so only when deeply grieved. Brother, with a sigh laden with complexity, a Feng fell silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Abandoned. No reinforcements. The gravity of a Feng's words echoed in the ears of the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire, dulling their spirits and dimming their hopes. Zhao Yuan's character was well understood. The only path before them was to die fighting. Thud, thud, thud. The war drums resounded once more, the earth trembling beneath the rhythmic thumping. As waves of black-clad Tiando soldiers advanced steadily, they were preparing to attack. A Feng quietly reminded, You have no choices left. Observing the enemy's morale plummeting, Gutian seized the moment to press for a final appeal. My decision remains unaltered. Zhao Yuan waved his hand decisively, resolutely rejecting the last opportunity for survival. Are you still clinging to the hope of reinforcements that shall never arrive? How laughable and pitiable you are. Gutian could comprehend Zhao Yuan's foolish loyalty as a commander, yet he found himself unwilling to indulge in understanding. He had initially thought that if he could persuade these men to surrender, he could take a substantial bite out of the Star Luo Empire's flesh, yet the outcome left him utterly dejected. Henceforth, allowing you to remain is of no use. Snort. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed by, and blood gushed forth as A Feng was suddenly pierced through the chest and abdomen by a long sword. Instantly gravely injured and on the brink of death, the sword was adorned with 6 soul rings, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Tian let out a cold laugh, pulling the sword out with a swift motion, releasing a spray of fresh blood, feeling a chill spread across his chest. All his strength seemed to drain away with the blade, and A Feng let out a muffled groan as his breath gradually faded. A Feng, The people of the Star Luo Empire gasped in shock, their eyes growing moist as they looked upon a phone lying in the cold snow. Humph. Geton tugged at the reins of the swift wind wild lion and departed with an air of nonchalance. Segment. The mournful sound of war drums reverberated across the vast snowfield. The legions of black-armored soldiers marched to the rhythm, resembling a colossal wave crashing toward the positions of the Star Luo Empire. Truly a band of fools, abandoned by their own nation, yet they fight to the bitter end? Do they not realize that life is paramount? One must understand that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. If it were me, 100 or so remaining prisoners followed the Tiando army at a slow pace. Among them was a tall, gangly man with a narrow face and sharp features, who advanced with a mocking expression as he gazed at the Star Luo Empire's camp. There are deaths lighter than a feather and deaths heavier than a mountain, yet you may never grasp this truth. As Bibi Dong pondered this while walking, she lifted her head upon hearing these words, casting a faint glance at the man before lowering her gaze once more, retreating into her own thoughts in silence. The events of that night had profoundly impacted her, reminding her of her experiences over the past 2 years. Suddenly, she understood the reason her teacher, Qian Chongling, had arranged for her to enter the battlefield. With her purpose of training achieved, Bibi Dong cast a deep glance at the Star Luo Empire's camp, disregarding the thunderous sound of the war drums behind her, and took her leave. Segment. The next morning, the remnant moon gorge was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring visibility. Even the sun above could only penetrate the mist with fleeting rays of light. Bibi Dong, having spent a sleepless night, summoned the fierce protector, the crazy rhinoceros Douluo, to accompany her to the remnant moon gorge. These valiant soldiers had left an indelible impression on her heart. She could not allow them to lie unburied in the wilderness. Thus, her mission was to ensure they received a proper burial. Yet, fate did not conspire in her favor, as all she encountered was a chaotic burial ground, ravaged by flames, compelling her to abandon her quest and return. Benefactor, please wait. At that moment, having just turned over a snow hill, a cacophony of varied voices suddenly erupted. Who is it? She turned to find 20 or so prisoners who had once followed her. This story traces back to her 3-month stay at the Tiando Empire's camp. During that time, newly assigned to the battlefield by Qian Chongling, her compassion compelled her to intervene whenever she witnessed someone in peril, leading to an increasing number of those she saved. Consequently, a unique little team formed among the prisoners, who rallied around her to repay their debt of gratitude and protect her interests. For instance, they cleared away those who were truly criminal, allowing her to enjoy the warmth of the fire. You wish to follow me? Bibi Dong inquired, feeling somewhat troubled as she was uncertain how to accommodate these individuals. Observing her expression, the crazy rhinoceros Daoliu seemed to surmise her predicament and bowed, saying, Miss, the Rouge Pavilion under the illusionary crown is currently in dire need of manpower. Why not? Bibi Dong's eyes brightened as she turned to the 20 prisoners and asked, What say you? We are willing to heed your arrangements. They replied respectfully. Their loyalty was beyond question, as the Dark Palace would investigate their sincerity. Chapter 27. This martial soul is too ugly 3 years later. In the Tiando Empire, Balak Kingdom, Fasnuo Province, as the granary of Fasnuo Province, Soto City is among the most prosperous cities in the region. One day, a young girl in a red dress entered the Star Moon Hotel, proceeding silently to the VIP room on the 5th floor. After resting for about half an hour, the girl's delicate hands brushed against the ribbon at her waist, effortlessly pulling it, causing her long red dress to cascade down. Her nearly perfect figure was revealed before one's eyes. The girl gracefully moved her long, curvaceous legs into the inner chamber, immersing herself in a large bathtub filled with floating red rose petals. Her alluring body partially concealed. The breathtakingly beautiful girl sighed softly, her brow furrowed with an inexpressible worry. Why are you still dwelling on that matter? If it weren't for your inability to harm that 7-year-old child, you wouldn't have spent half a month nursing your wounds. The inner chamber and outer chamber were separated by a screen, and suddenly, a figure emerged in the previously empty outer chamber, their tone revealing a mix of reproach and concern, indicating that this figure was a man. The man was leisurely savoring his tea. If a woman were bathing and a man were merely separated by a screen, she would surely scream. However, the girl seemed unfazed, addressing the figure calmly. Teacher, I know. I thought he was just a child. I truly. This beautiful girl was Bibi Dong, the saintess of the spirit hall, yet at this moment, she was somewhat melancholic, while the figure beyond the screen was undoubtedly her teacher, Qian Chongling. Even if he is a child, you should not show mercy to the beneficiary. if you partake of the bloody feast. You must be prepared for the consequences. If one enjoys the benefits derived from their parents' merciless killings, can that person truly be considered innocent? Killers are invariably killed in turn. Your heart is still not pure enough. Qian Chongling's words were imbued with a chilling rationality. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, the worry in her eyes vanishing. The incident with the Black Dragon Village that had troubled her for half a month no longer bound her. The Black Dragon Village was a notorious bandit force within the Tiando Empire, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder that a month ago, after receiving information about the Black Dragon Village at the Spirit Hall in Soto City. Bibi Dong had made them her primary target. Leaving the Spirit Hall in Soto City, Bibi Dong headed straight for the Black Dragon Village. Before long, she arrived at the base of Black Dragon Mountain, where the village was located. Are you seeking death? How dare you come alone to my Black Dragon Village? Two middle-aged men, both at the soul venerable level, stood guard at the entrance, their bodies riddled with scars. Exuding a menacing aura, clearly stained with blood. I come today for no other reason than to offer a blood sacrifice. Bibi Dong paid no heed to their mockery and disdain, calmly declaring, and as her words fell, two headless corpses tumbled to the ground. From that day forth, the Black Dragon Village, which had plagued the region for years, ceased to exist. Days later, some daring low-ranked soul masters ventured to investigate and discovered that the entire village had been wiped clean, with even the 57th level village chief's head severed from his body. Transition from past to present. Why did you not utilize your martial soul, relying solely on the swordsmanship and agility that I taught you? You are now a soul king. With your martial soul manifested, that little brat's ambush would have posed no threat to you. Qian Chongling furrowed his brow, perplexed, despite having access to divine-level swordsmanship and master-level agility from the system. Just as a teacher leads one to the door, the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. Even with his meticulous instruction, the essence grasped varies according to each student's understanding. Thus, Bibi Dong's swordsmanship could be deemed high-level. Yet Qian Chongling could not comprehend why she refrained from activating her martial soul. Once her beast martial soul was activated, her physical form would be further enhanced, even that soul king disguised as a child, despite wielding a special dagger-type soul tool, would find it impossible to injure Bibi Dong. After a prolonged silence, Qian Chongling finally heard Bibi Dong's response, her tone tinged with disdain and self-deprecation. It's unappealing. That appearance is hideous. Qian Chongling was momentarily taken aback. His right hand, which held the teapot, paused. He remained lost in thought for an extended period, oblivious to the fragrant tea overflowing from the cup before him. This response caught him off guard, yet it was also somewhat anticipated. In the original timeline, Bibi Dong seldom utilized her martial soul in public, particularly not in front of those she esteemed, as she deemed her appearance too grotesque. He faintly recalled that after the age of 9, Bibi Dong hardly ever showcased her martial soul in his presence unless absolutely necessary, such as during the absorption of soul rings. The image of Bibi Dong when her martial soul manifested still lingered in Qian Chongling's mind. To be frank, it was indeed quite unsightly at the age of 9. Upon the manifestation of her martial soul, her upper body was encased in a layer of purplish-black armor, her face obscured by a shell, and beneath her eyes sprouted 4 diminutive orbs. Her once long and straight legs had vanished, replaced by a massive spherical form extending from her abdomen, from which 8 robust and elongated legs emerged. These spider-like limbs were shrouded in green fur and exuded a repulsive slime that hissed as it dripped onto the ground, exhibiting corrosive properties. In this form, she bore a striking resemblance to a colossal venomous spider. Although Qian Chongling had previously told Bibi Dong that martial souls are external and inherent, unchangeable, he added that in the eyes of her mentor, she was not only the most beautiful in appearance but also possessed a gentle and exquisite heart. Yet, it seemed the effect was non-existent. It appeared that men and women were indeed different. A man could endure any degree of ugliness as long as he was strong enough, while a woman prioritized beauty, seemingly satisfied with only a moderate level of strength. Reflecting on this, Qian Chongling sighed, pondering that his disciple was perhaps overly sensitive. Given this, he resolved to provide her with a new martial soul, particularly one bestowed by the 50-year sign-in gift, which could serve a purpose despite its malevolent nature. Turning to Bibi Dong, who was bathing in the inner chamber, he declared, "The training concludes today, Dong. Rest well, for tomorrow I shall assist you in acquiring a new martial soul as a reward." "Really? One can still acquire martial souls?" Bibi Dong exclaimed, her tone brimming with delight. When have I ever deceived you, my dear student? Qian Chongling replied with a smile. Chapter 28. Yet another discomfort at the Qingyue Hotel. Under the blazing sun, Bibidong remained ensconced within her room, her curvaceous form curled upon the grand bed, shrouded by the covers. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she were lost in a sweet dream. Meanwhile, in Qian Chongling's quarters, a faint tapping sound echoed. He furrowed his brow, instinctively drumming his fingertips along the bed's edge. At that moment, he pondered the relationship between the Rakshasa god and the Asura god. Were they truly archenemies, or did they share a unique form of communication? Being well-versed in the original timeline's narrative, Qian Chongling understood that the Asura god descended upon the city of slaughter with the intent of selecting a successor worthy of inheriting the Asura god's position. Subsequently, the Rakshasa god disrupted this process, enticing Tang San, who was originally poised to inherit the Asura goddess mantle, while allowing the blood-red nine-headed bat king to parasitize Tang San, plunging the city of slaughter into chaos. In the current timeline, Qian Chongling had also stealthily infiltrated the city of slaughter and discovered that the illustrious Tang San, renowned as the continent's invincible, was similarly ensnared by the Rakshasa god. Caught in a limbo of existence, neither dead nor alive, merely a living corpse. As for the city of slaughter's peculiarities, they were readily apparent after traversing a short distance, including the likes of the old bear climbing trees. The exorcism of demons, and the proclivity for male encounters. In the original timeline, the Rakshasa god wreaked havoc in the city of slaughter, while the Asura god exhibited no reaction, allowing the Rakshasa god to operate with impunity. It is worth noting that the Asura god is one of the two supreme deities in the divine realm, alongside 3 enforcers and 5 divine kings. The Rakshasa god's actions were undoubtedly a violation of divine laws, amounting to a direct affront to the Asura god's authority. The Asura god could justifiably sever the Rakshasa goddess head with a single strike. Why, then, did the Asura god expend considerable effort to summon Tang San from another world, diverting the fate of Douluo Star to him while preserving his past memories, only to cultivate him as the new Asura god? Even if the Asura god held a fondness for Tang San, such a course of action seemed unreasonable, a laborious endeavor with little reward. If one were to argue that Tang San was beloved by all, it might be acceptable. However, a second question arose. In the original timeline, did Bibidong acquire the position of Rakshasa god in the city of slaughter, or was this familiar locale the site of both gods' inheritances? This implies that the city of slaughter housed the legacies of both the Asura god and the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god initially toyed with the Asura god, subsequently placing her own legacy within the city of slaughter. In other words, the Rakshasa god first dealt a slap to the left cheek of the Asura god, then another slap to the right. What was the outcome? The Asura god remained entirely unresponsive. The Asura god's remarkable patience, akin to that of Qian Daoliu, raises the question of whether he is merely a turtle in his shell. Ultimately, in the original timeline, Bibidong spent over 20 years completing the historically arduous and prolonged Rakshasa trials, gaining full inheritance of the Rakshasa god's position. During the divine trials, Bibidong's soul rings did not progress even once. While the deceased angel goddess trials inherently elevated the age of the soul rings. Following this, the new Rakshasa god, Bibidong, executed a series of divine maneuvers, skillfully evading and ultimately countering the original wielder of the sea god's powers, Qingyue. Yet the Asura god promptly resurrected Qingyue using a revival coin. At that moment, the Rakshasa god exhibited neither intent to intervene nor the inclination to offer a warning. If it were true that the Rakshasa god lacked the capability to intervene, she should at least have notified Bibidong. Consequently, Bibidong was ultimately slain by the new Asura god's successor, Qingyue, with the Asura demon sword, thereby concluding the enmity between the former Rakshasa god and the Asura god. However, the original Rakshasa god remained very much alive and well. If it were the case that the Rakshasa god, after offending the Asura god, intended to pass on her divine position to Bibidong and subsequently vacate the divine realm, she should have reduced the difficulty of the divine trials, making it easier for Bibidong to succeed, rather than prolonging the process for over 20 years. Even if a day in the divine realm equated to a year in the mortal realm, the divine realm had still elapsed for over 20 days. Was the Rakshasa god truly so audacious as to provoke the Asura god, fearing retribution, if such a situation were to occur to Qian Chongling? He would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate anyone behaving so brazenly, unless that individual had a relationship with him that allowed for close communication. Thus, Qian Chongling began to contemplate. For the Rakshasa god and the Asura god did not appear to be adversaries but rather akin to a couple in a quarrel. He hypothesized that initially, the Asura god had said something that displeased the Rakshasa god, prompting her to disrupt the first successor of her partner, namely Tang San. Afterward, as her anger subsided, she reconsidered her actions. Realizing it was excessive to drag others into their familial disputes, consequently, the Rakshasa god sought to entice the holy maiden of the martial soul hall, Bibi Dong, to become her new successor, as the nature of the Rakshasa god's position favored those with darker hearts. Furthermore, those who were gentle and kind would become increasingly twisted, deranged, and obsessive upon succumbing to darkness. Undoubtedly, the innocent Bibi Dong was a prime candidate. Once Bibi Dong fell into darkness, the Rakshasa god employed every trick in her arsenal to delay Bibi Dong's completion of the divine trials, allowing time for her partner to cultivate a second successor. Ultimately, once the second successor was perfected and succeeded in slaying the new Rakshasa god, the matter would be settled. However, during the Asura god's cultivation of Sangood, an unexpected complication arose. Namely, the sea god had also taken an interest in Sanji, and it could be said that upon noticing the emergence of a successor capable of inheriting the angel god's title within the martial soul hall of the original timeline, the sea god felt a sense of unease. With the return of the angel god, how could he continue to usurp the beliefs that rightfully belonged to the angel god? Thus, as a close ally of the Asura god, the sea god found common ground with the Asura god, ultimately arranging for Sangood to be adopted by Tang Hao, given the long-standing enmity between the Haotian sect and the martial soul hall. The latter not only held the legacy of the Rakshasa god, but also that of the angel god. Nothing could be more suitable for the aspirations of both gods than the martial soul hall. The final outcome is self-evident. Beneath the divine, all are but ants. A mere martial soul hall fell victim to the machinations of the Rakshasa god, the Asura god, and the sea god, leading to the obliteration of the angel god's legacy, which had persisted for thousands of years. Qian Chongling held firm confidence in his conjecture. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how a first-level deity like the Rakshasa god could act so boldly before a divine king. No wonder the Rakshasa god dances so arrogantly, seemingly living a carefree life without a care in the world. It turns out she is merely trying to curry favor with her man. Upon realizing this, Qian Chongling's expression darkened. In Chapter 29, a super pitfall of martial souls, he initially thought that the Rakshasa god was in opposition to the Asura god, and thus he could communicate with her. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, he was destined to become a god king in the future, capable of providing protection to the Rakshasa god, even if she turned against him. He would not fear, and he could orchestrate a maneuver against the Sangood to ensure a flawless inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine position. After all, the Rakshasa god merely needed a scapegoat. Anyone would suffice. Since she could choose Bibi Dong, she could naturally choose Sangood as well. In Qian Chongling's eyes, the upright, kind-hearted, and courteous Sangood was far more suitable for the Rakshasa's benevolent and selfless divine position compared to Bibi Dong. However, after some misguided analysis, Qian Chongling realized that the Rakshasa god might very well be in cahoots with the Asura god. If he sought to form an alliance with the Rakshasa god against the Asura god, would that not be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den? He would end up telling the Rakshasa god that he intended to drive her chosen heir to the brink of despair and then present them to her as an heir. It was likely that the Rakshasa god would then join forces with both the Asura god and the sea god to obliterate his martial soul hall. With a sigh, Qian Chongling silently crossed the Rakshasa god off a list that prominently featured names like Bing Di, Shui Di, Shui Yu, and Dai Yu. The removal of a relatively potential ally, especially one of a first-tier deity, weighed heavily on Qian Chongling's mind. Setting aside other considerations, having the Rakshasa create some disturbances for the sea god would ensure that the sea god lacked the energy to interfere in Qian Renxue's divine examination, which was sufficient in itself. Yet, his nature was always one of seeking stability, let alone the high probability that the Rakshasa god and the Asura god shared a negative distance relationship. Even a low probability would deter him from taking risks. As for how to break the deadlock, it hinged on the understanding that divine positions could not simply be inherited at will. Each divine position embodies its own rules. The Asura god, being selfless, kind, and orderly, necessitated a successor who was sincere, kind-hearted, and well-rounded like Sangood, or at least, one must appear to be such a person, while also possessing the qualifications for divinity. For instance, if the Asura god wished to pass on his divine position to an evil spirit master, doing so would invite the collaborative wrath of the two god kings of life and destruction. potentially even drawing the attention of both the supreme gods of good and evil. This would spell disaster for him. Thus, if Sangu were to remove his mask of sincerity and virtue, revealing his true self, even if the Azura god favored him greatly, he would not dare to risk such a perilous path. In this context, it is established that the powers of good and evil surpass those of the three law-enforcing gods. If the Azura god is at a high level of God King, then the two supreme gods are at the pinnacle of God Kings. The same holds true for the sea god's divine position. As for whether the Azura god would resurrect the account of Tang San if Sangu's new account were truly rendered useless. That consideration was beyond Qian Chongling's contemplation. He could discern the weight of a luckless Tang San compared to one who bore the title of the Chosen One. Sangu, cutting line. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door pulled Qian Chongling from his reverie. He slowly rose from his bed and seated himself at the nearby tea table, saying, "Donger, come in." Bibi Dong gracefully entered, pushing open the door. She gazed at Qian Chongling, who had not changed a bit in the nearly 10 years they had known each other. And a wave of envy washed over her. Who wouldn't desire eternal youth? "Master," Bibi Dong said respectfully. Qian Chongling nodded, his long, fair fingers tracing a purple-black hexagram in the void. Upon completion, the hexagram descended from the air, forming a purple-black magical array upon the floor. Stepping into this array, he first crushed the crystal encasing the jade pendant, then infused his soul power entirely into it. Qian Chongling took out a piece of black jade enveloped in a purple-black crystal from his soul guide. Offering it to Bibi Dong. She looked at the purple-black crystal resting in her palm. Her keen vision discerned within it an odd pendant that resembled neither dragon nor snake, gracefully suspended in black and white hues, exuding a gentle, refined aura imbued with an ancient, melancholic essence. Crack. Bibi Dong stepped into the hexagram array, shattering the crystal, the fragments drifting from her jade-like hand like purple willow fluff. Without hesitation, she directed her soul power into the peculiar pendant that resembled neither dragon nor snake. In an instant, the black jade emitted a faint glow, enveloping Bibi Dong's form, and she vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Qian Chongling watched as Bibi Dong entered the secret realm of the Zhulongs. And even with his composure, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. The new martial soul he prepared for Bibi Dong was named Zhulong from the moment of its birth. It commanded the laws of time, space, and temporal realms, thus also referred to as the Dragon of Time and Space. The Zhulong of myth and legend appeared to possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, transcending the currents of fate, merging all aspects of time and space into one, existing solely in the present, unique across the heavens. However, none of this bore any relation to the Zhulong martial soul he held in his hands. The Zhulong martial soul he acquired was obtained from a 50-year sign-in gift package, accompanied by several annotations. Annotation 1. This martial soul's rank has a lower limit of super martial soul and an upper limit of super god-level martial soul. Annotation 2. The strength of this martial soul is one infinitesimal fraction of the remnant soul of the Zhulong projection. Annotation 3. The innate divine abilities of this martial soul include time control ranging from 0.1 seconds to 30 minutes, spatial leap capability from 10 meters to 3,000 meters, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. However, it lacks great destructive powers such as temporal fragmentation, temporal annihilation, and temporal traversal. Annotation 4. To obtain this martial soul, one must pass the Zhulong projections test, which is known for its malicious personality and penchant for probing the human heart. Annotation 5. This martial soul carries a divine position inheritance, with a lower limit of priest and an upper limit of creator god. Upon reaching level 99, it automatically attains the rank of God King, without the need for divine examination. Annotation 6. The final interpretation rights of the above annotations belong to the Zhulong. In summary, judging by the upper and lower limits of this martial soul, it depends on whether the Zhulong projection finds you favorable or not. That if unfavorable, you are merely a super martial soul, destined for the priest's divine position. If favorable, you become a super god-level martial soul, with the potential to become a creator god in the future. Thus, when Qian Chongling first obtained this martial soul, his expression was one of utter disbelief. It was no surprise that it came from the dog system, which indeed produced quality items, if it were not for the fact that his disciple Bibi Dong was a girl. Inherently disliking the grotesque spider martial soul, this troublesome object would undoubtedly have been hidden away by Qian Chongling. After all, the uncertainty was simply too great, and he was not one to gamble on luck. Should his light and dark 16-winged angel turn into the super-martial soul Zhulong, and his god-king-level divine position revert to that of a priest, he would not have time to weep. Chapter 30. What do you desire most? On the other side, upon stepping into the teleportation array, Bibi Dong felt her vision fade to black, only to brighten again moments later. She opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Realizing she was amidst a vast expanse of void, countless brilliantly colored stars illuminating the space around her. Below her lay a massive entity, neither dragon nor snake, with a black-purple body stretching hundreds of thousands of meters. Its streamlined form appeared as though forged from molten iron, with 6 pairs of purple-black dragon horns flickering with purple light, and its scales, each the size of a small mountain, shimmering with a faint glow. Between its brows was a third eye, a vertical pupil that flickered with black and white divine light as it opened and closed. However, Bibi Dong's expression was one of utter bewilderment for the creature before her. Neither dragon nor snake was currently soaking its entire form in an immensely broad volcanic vent. One claw grasped a glass cup filled with a crystal-like liquid, while the other held an unknown piece of red meat. Exuding an air of complete relaxation, this scene evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity within her. It felt as though she had encountered this before, and not just once. A Soulmaster. Her memory was quite sharp, and she quickly recalled the source of her familiarity. However, her countenance darkened further, for if her recollection served her correctly, her master had a tendency to resemble this during the summer, clad in colorful floral shorts, donning what seemed to be sunglasses, with a drink in one hand and roasted meat in the other. He would lazily lounge in an open-air swimming pool. "Little girl, do you wish to obtain my power?" A sudden sound echoed in her ear, interrupting her thoughts. That moment, Bibi Dong turned to see an unknown entity, its elongated dragon form coiling in the starry sky, exuding an aura of vastness and majesty. Capable of overwhelming ancient powers and annihilating all in its path. It was as if divine grace flowed like an ocean, and divine might loomed like a prison. All that had surrounded her moments ago, the volcanic hot spring, the fine wine in the luminous cup, the roasted meat, had vanished, as if they were merely figments of her imagination. "Yes, it was my senior, my teacher, who sent me," Bibi Dong replied candidly, realizing that concealing anything from such a being would be futile. "Is this the person chosen by old Wang?" thought Zhulong. "I see. You possess the qualifications to receive a portion of my power. Are you prepared to undergo my trial?" "I have long been ready," Bibi Dong declared solemnly. "Then answer me. What is it that you desire most?" A hint of mischievous humanity seemed to flicker across the dragon's face. "That I wish to create a world where the vast majority can find enough to eat and wear," Bibi Dong responded without hesitation. Over the past 5 years, she had witnessed many things she could never have imagined. The villagers of Fengming village, though they toiled hard, still managed to meet their basic needs. For the many industries of the Spirit Hall required a significant number of commoners to work. However, in regions less touched by the Spirit Hall, the villagers' eyes often reflected a hollow numbness, a fundamental loss of hope. After all, when one often faced hunger and had their hard-earned sustenance plundered by the nobility, where could hope arise? The causes of this plight lay in the inaction of the Tiando Empire and the Qingyue Empire. The brutal exploitation by the aristocracy, or perhaps the complicity of those great sections. Perhaps it was a combination of all these factors, for in Bibidong's eyes, aside from the relatively better conditions of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Haotian School were not much better. She had once asked Qian Chongling, "Teacher, is there a way for everyone in the world to have enough to eat and wear?" Qian Chongling's response was, "No, but there are ways to ensure that the majority can." Thus, Bibi Dong concluded that this was her deepest aspiration. A noble ideal, yet it is not your greatest desire. You have 2 more chances. Reflect deeply on your heart, and then tell me. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. How could this being claim that it was not her most fervent wish? She fell into contemplation. Instantly, images flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, the awakening of her martial spirit. Apprenticeship, sword practice, heart-wrenching longing, blood sacrifices for the sword. 5 years, a myriad of experiences, all had become an inseparable part of her memories. Being astute, she soon realized that a certain person had always lingered in her recollections. Bibi Dong opened her mouth to speak, but the image of that person surfaced in her mind. Under the bright moon, drinking alone, solitary, and profoundly lonely. Strangely, she found herself saying, "He clearly does not like me." Why does he remain in my heart? I despise that woman. A surge of intense resentment suddenly welled up within her. Ha ha ha. Very close now. Indeed, very close to what your heart truly desires. However, you have but one final chance remaining. Should you answer incorrectly again, then my power shall be forever beyond your reach. Zhu Long's immense form shifted slightly, the smile on its draconic face becoming more pronounced, as noted in the records. It possessed a notoriously malevolent disposition. Senior, I now understand what I truly desire that I wish to. Bibidong's lips parted, her tone unwavering. Humans are not sages. They must have their desires, and it is desire that propels humanity's progress. To confront one's own desires with courage is to pass my trial. Yet, she had used 3 chances, thus, before the words could finish, a tiny point of purple light began to coalesce at the tip of Zhu Long's claw. Akin to the glimmer of fireflies compared to the radiance of the sun and moon. With a flick of its claw, the speck of luminescence arced beautifully, branding itself upon Bibidong's forehead, as the light gradually dissipated. A mark appeared on her brow, unmistakably a minuscule representation of Zhu Long, the boundary between reality and illusion. Within the Star and Moon Hotel, Qian Chongling gazed solemnly at the hexagram in the room. His heart heavy with concern. Suddenly, a flash of purple light illuminated the space, and a girl clad in a red gown materialized, the glowing mark of Zhu Long on her brow unmistakable. It was Bibidong. With a thunderous roar, an immense and terrifying phantom of Zhu Long surged up behind her, exuding an overwhelming presence, soaring into the sky, radiating an aura capable of shattering the realms and the 6 paths. Powerful and regal, instilling fear across the entire Douluo continent. This wave of energy arrived mysteriously, its origin unknown, yet it instantly enveloped the entire Douluo continent, resonating in areas touched by divine legacies. I in the angelic sanctuary. A colossal angel statue emanated brilliant golden light, trembling violently, the sound echoing ominously. Beneath the statue, Qian Daoliu's expression grew grave, uncertain of what had transpired to cause such a shaking of the angel statue, which contained the legacy of angels. Could it be that a deity has appeared? Qian Daoliu murmured, realizing that only divine power could provoke such a commotion from the angelic effigy. Atc God Island. Observing the slightly trembling sea god's trident, Poseidon's exquisite features reflected disbelief, for she sensed an emotion of fear emanating from the sea god's trident before her, a sensation that left her, who had devoted her entire being to the sea god. Utterly alarmed. What power surpasses that of the sea god? Poseidon pondered, stunned. In the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter gaped in fear, his sharp fangs appearing particularly menacing as he beheld the quivering blood-red magic sword on the altar. A wave of dread washing over him. The heavens are about to change. The king of slaughter's crimson gaze shifted subtly in the core area of the Star Doe forest beneath the lake of life. A silver dragon involuntarily trembled, struggling to quell its fear, murmuring, stronger than the dragon god, pure power. How is this possible? Diyang, the silver dragon king, had intended to send the golden-eyed black dragon king Diyang to investigate, only to find him still trembling like a leaf. The silver dragon king shook his head, resigning himself to the situation. Chapter 31. Zhu Long. Require prestige. Qian Chongling was the first to feel the power of Zhu Long. And even with his strength, he could not help but feel some astonishment. Indeed, this power was not overwhelmingly strong, yet its essence rivaled his own chaotic divine power. Thus, it was highly likely that Bibidong had obtained a legacy of divine king level from Zhu Long. At that moment, Qian Chongling let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Bibidong had succeeded. As expected of my disciple, even with such a troublesome martial spirit, she has managed to attain a legacy of divine king level. Yet, he wanted to confirm. Donger, it appears you have succeeded. What level is your new martial spirit? Does it possess a divine legacy? It's slightly stronger than a super martial spirit, yet weaker than a divine martial spirit. Currently, it only has a divine officer level. Bibidong smiled. Is that so? Then what was that overwhelming aura just now? A silver lining with a waxen tip. A fleeting moment of masculinity? Qian Chongling rubbed his forehead, his expression darkening, realizing he might have inadvertently led his disciple astray. Without further ado, he would need to spend some time searching the continent for other divine legacies, with Bibidong's qualifications. Acquiring a first-level deity should not pose much difficulty. Yet now, she only possessed a divine officer level. And to think this was the Zhu Long martial spirit. Could it truly deserve such a name? As if reading Qian Chongling's thoughts, Bibidong chuckled. Teacher, the truth is, I didn't answer Zhu Long's question properly, so I currently only hold a divine officer level. However, I can gradually enhance it in the future. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling finally felt at ease, as long as she could improve. A mere divine officer would not do justice to Bibidong's talent, by the way. What troublesome questions did that rascal dragon pose to you? Qian Chongling had not forgotten that the projection of Zhu Long had an exceedingly wicked personality. Likely asking questions designed to embarrass. Teacher, that's a secret of mine. I can't reveal it to you. Bibidong replied playfully. Speaking of which, you have been quite unusual these past few years. Where do all these secrets come from? And why do they require secrecy from your teacher? Qian Chongling recalled that ever since the incident involving the heart-wrenching red from the ice and fire yang eye, this girl had accumulated more and more secrets. And no matter how he investigated, he could not uncover a single truth. Girls naturally have their own secrets. Bibidong chuckled mischievously. It's quite normal not to be able to extract information, after all. This isn't the first time. Qian Chongling smiled helplessly and shifted the topic, inquiring, has your martial spirit transformed into a single entity now? Indeed, Bibidong replied. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Demon Spider have been completely devoured, and their soul rings are gone. When the projection of the Candle Dragon bestowed a fraction of its power upon Bibidong, her original 2 spider-type martial spirits were consumed by the newly acquired Candle Dragon martial spirit. Even the soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor has vanished, meaning Bibidong has now become a soul king with over 50 levels of soul power, yet devoid of any soul rings. Qian Chongling nodded, recognizing this as expected. Even though the Candle Dragon martial spirit is merely a sliver of the Candle Dragon projection's power, its formidable and tyrannical nature remains undiminished. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for it to devour 2 top-tier martial spirits. To put it simply, the Candle Dragon requires a commanding presence. No matter, he thought, I can acquire better soul rings later. He had not forgotten that in the Stardow Forest, an old rabbit awaited to become Bibidong's soul ring. And it was also time to pay a visit to the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in the extreme north. By the way, let me see how your martial spirit manifests now. It should look quite splendid. Qian Chongling suddenly recalled and said, exasperated. Candle Dragon, manifest, with a spirited exclamation, a soft purple light enveloped Bibidong, revealing a 2-meter-long Candle Dragon. The sleek, purplish-black dragon body exuded an aura of power. With its scales shimmering softly in shades of purple, with a gentle pop, the Candle Dragon within the purple light suddenly burst apart, transforming into a full suit of armor adorned with black and purple dragon patterns, which automatically fitted itself onto Bibidong. The purple-black armor accentuated her voluptuous figure perfectly, with sharp spikes jutting from the joints of her arms and thighs, while a dragon-shaped chest plate adorned her front. The helmet concealed her exquisite face, revealing only a pair of enchanting eyes, with dark red pupils accented by 2 small purple dots on each side. A pair of purple-black metallic wings sprouted from her back, each feather resembling a razor-sharp blade, layered and combined to form these magnificent metallic wings. This, Candle Dragon Saint Seiya, Masked Rider Candle Dragon, Armored Warrior Candle Dragon Hero. The uniquely striking appearance before him left Qian Chongling momentarily speechless, as he seemed to hear the words of the Candle Dragon echoing in his mind. Candle Dragon, can I be compared to those flamboyant characters? Do you understand the need for a commanding presence? It must be exceptional. Unlike Qian Chongling, Bibidong appeared particularly pleased at that moment, standing in front of a large mirror, admiring her reflection. She occasionally turned to glimpse her wings behind her, and it was easy to imagine the satisfied smile hidden beneath her helmet. Ahem, enough of that. Let us see how much your new martial spirit has enhanced your strength. Qian Chongling's meaningful words roused Bibidong from her reverie of self-admiration. All right, teacher. Her clear voice resonated from beneath the helmet, indicating that the soul armor was indeed breathable. Before she could finish her sentence, Bibidong lightly pushed off with her toes, her agile form leaping forward in an instant, and she unleashed a powerful punch directly toward Qian Chongling's face. Qian Chongling smiled faintly, raising his forearm slightly to block her punch, refraining from launching a counterattack. Bibidong leapt back, evading his reach. Closing his eyes, he gauged the intensity of Bibidong's recent strike and contemplated within himself. Opening his eyes, he remarked, if that was a full-force strike, its power and speed are approximately 30 to 40% stronger than the previous Death Spider Emperor. Bibidong replied with a cheerful smile. In her heart, looking beautiful was of utmost importance. Strength was secondary. After all, only children made choices. She wanted it all. By the way, teacher has some matters to attend to. When Zhu Dao, and Douluo arrive. Let them take you back to the spirit hall. It has been a while since I sparred with my good disciple. There is no time like the present. Qian Chongling grinned mischievously. Inside Qian Chongling's room, sounds of physical collisions echoed intermittently, accompanied by his instructive remarks. You must understand that power, which you control, is your true strength. Focus your punch. Do not scatter your energy. Simply expanding your attack range is a foolish endeavor. It merely wastes your stamina and soul power. Understood, teacher. Chapter 32. The Rouge Pavilion. The Rouge Pavilion, as an entertainment venue, has experienced explosive growth in recent years, emerging as a formidable force, with branches even in the imperial cities of the Tiando Empire and the Qingyue Empire. Unlike other entertainment establishments, the Rouge Pavilion primarily offers performances without the exchange of physical intimacy, though everything is consensual. However, men are often more intrigued by that which is tantalizingly concealed, leading to the scheming of those with ulterior motives. Inevitably, the next day, one might find the foul-smelling corpse of such a person in a nearby gutter. The Rouge Pavilion's protective measures have garnered widespread acclaim among its peers. After all, those shivering maidens in the cold dread not only the chill but also the burden of assisting others while receiving no compensation. Thus, more and more entertainment venues have pledged allegiance to the Rouge Pavilion, even willing to sacrifice a portion of profits for the cause. As the premier entertainment venue in Moonwheel City, Qian Chongling had little trouble gathering information about the Rouge Pavilion. Upon arriving at its entrance, he observed from a distance the lively scene outside, where elegantly dressed maidens, adorned in vibrant attire, giggled and covered their mouths in delight. They hardly needed to solicit patrons. Waves of well-dressed, respectable men flowed into the Rouge Pavilion. When these men encountered familiar maidens, they exchanged flirtatious glances and playful banter, with some even becoming overly familiar. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? So bold? Qian Chongling came to an abrupt halt, staring blankly ahead. He had never set foot in such a place before. After all, given his status, the number of women he could engage with at a close distance was virtually countless. Thus, he found himself feeling rather anxious, especially since, even before arriving, he could already detect a medley of fragrances wafting through the air, clearly indicating that the ladies of the Yinji Tower followed an exquisite style. Although none could be deemed breathtakingly beautiful, they were certainly not unattractive, and their adornments added a certain allure. Moreover, the scent of their perfumes was delicately applied, evoking a refreshing and transcendent sensation rather than repulsion, making it no wonder that this establishment had become the premier entertainment venue of the Qingyue Empire. Qian Chongling adjusted his attire, donning a smile reminiscent of a seasoned traveler, before stepping inside. The Yinji Tower was expansive, measuring approximately 20 zhang in length and around 10 zhang in width. At the heart of the hall stood a raised platform, adorned with a plush crimson carpet, while tables and chairs crafted from red sandalwood filled the area, laden with an array of pastries and fruits. The ambience was further enhanced by the fragrance of sandalwood incense wafting from various corners. The second floor's corridor was partitioned into private rooms, offering a vantage point to overlook the entire hall, and there was even a third floor, both levels exhibiting a similar layout. By the time Qian Chongling entered, the hall was already teeming with patrons who huddled in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions. His ears perked up as he overheard a plethora of commendations directed towards Lu Mian. Among the crowd, he was taken aback to see several elderly gentlemen who, despite their advanced age, seemed drawn to this place of revelry. This piqued his curiosity regarding the establishment that Yi Mengwei had orchestrated, as the hour was still early and his intended target had yet to arrive. Qian Chongling chose a secluded spot in the corner. He refrained from summoning a companion, opting instead for a few dishes and a jug of wine, savoring his meal while casting occasional glances towards the entrance. As he sat there, enjoying his repast, he could not help but admire the quality of the young women surrounding him. While they might not have been celestial beauties, they were undeniably charming. After a brief wait, a commotion erupted from outside, prompting Qian Chongling to turn his head. He beheld a young man clad in a light azure robe entering the establishment. The youth was relatively handsome, wielding a paper fan, exuding a certain gallant air, though his pallor and feeble gait betrayed an indulgence in excess, his lips curling into a disconcerting smirk that evoked distaste. Trailing behind him were two middle-aged men clad in black, their sole emperor-level prowess unmistakable to Qian Chongling, causing his eyes to gleam with interest. This young man was none other than their target for the evening, Dai Tianwei, the fourth prince of the Qingyue Empire, currently the most loyal sycophant of the crown prince, Dai Tianfeng. Unlike the traditional power struggles among the royal siblings that often led to fratricide, the previous emperor's reign had resulted in a peculiar circumstance that allowed the current emperor, Daoliu, to ascend without such bloodshed. Consequently, Daoliu possessed two spectral feline companions, one of which bore him the firstborn, Dai Tianfeng, and the fourth prince, Dai Tianyue, while the second cat produced only the second prince. Dai Tianai, Dai Tianfeng, and Dai Tianyue were full-blooded siblings, with an age difference of 8 years, and thus, the elder cat had instilled in Dai Tianyue the necessity of supporting his brother's claim to the throne. Upon entering, Dai Tianyue was immediately greeted by a striking young woman who approached him with alluring grace. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her waist, playfully teasing her, and she offered no resistance. After exchanging pleasantries, she led him towards the 3rd floor. Suddenly, a soft and melodious tune began to fill the hall, silencing the previous clamor. A voice rang out, filled with excitement. Lu Mian has arrived. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the central elevated platform. There, a group of over a dozen young women, clad in colorful palace attire resembling refined maidens, gracefully ascended, each possessing remarkable beauty, adorned with subtle smiles. Following them was a woman in a striking red gown, her hair cascading down to her waist, approaching the platform as if she were the moon surrounded by stars. Her face was partially veiled, revealing only a portion of her nose and a pair of enchanting eyes. Every man present was captivated, Qian Chongling included. Upon meeting her gaze, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Those eyes were exquisite. They sparkled like the brightest stars in the sky, akin to a vast whirlpool that drew in every gaze, rendering observers spellbound. Qian Chongling had encountered many beautiful women, yet none possessed eyes that could rival those of Lu Mian. Anyone who dared to stare into her eyes would inevitably feel a sense of inferiority. Pure, playful, alluring, and demure, her eyes evoked a myriad of emotions depending on the moment. In addition, upon her flawlessly smooth forehead, a pair of delicate antlers emerged, adding an unexpected yet enticing allure. Lu Mian, beast-eared maiden. Qian Chongling inhaled sharply, realizing the ingenuity of Yi Mengwei in crafting this illusion. The elderly matron who had been standing on the platform now addressed the audience with palpable enthusiasm. Today is our beloved Mian Mian's debut. I wonder which noble gentleman shall have the honor of experiencing her charm this evening. As per tradition, she continued, allow Mian Mian to perform a piece for you. The Yingji Tower hosted an exquisite debut every month, either in the Xinghua Empire or the Tiando Empire, showcasing the finest courtesan of the month, a spectacle that occurred merely 12 times a year across the continent. The top 10 bidders would then move on to the next round, ultimately allowing the courtesan to select a patron for the evening, to whom she would exclusively serve, her other moments dedicated to performing without compromising her virtue. In essence, this was a clever play on scarcity, exploiting the vanity of the wealthy elite who could not bear the shame of being outshone by others, fearing ridicule for failing to win the affection of a mere courtesan. At that moment, the hall was filled with the collective breaths of men, their excitement palpable as they gasped in anticipation, unable to tear their eyes away from Lu Mian. After gracefully greeting everyone, Lu Mian took her seat. As an ancient, ornate guqin was brought forth, her delicate fingers dancing over the strings, the music began to flow, gradually enveloping the space, at times gentle like a trickling stream, at others cascading like a torrential waterfall, resonating with crisp clarity like pearls falling on a jade plate, or whispering softly like intimate confessions. The melody seemed to express Lu Mian's innermost feelings. As she played, the young women in colorful attire began to twirl around her, resembling a vibrant swarm of butterflies, creating an enchanting spectacle that left the audience mesmerized. Listening intently, Qian Chongling found himself smiling enigmatically, shaking his head slightly as he turned to observe those around him, who were indeed entranced, lost in a dreamlike state. As the final notes faded into silence, a hushed stillness enveloped the hall. Bravo! A voice suddenly erupted, filled with genuine fervor, and in an instant, a wave of applause erupted. Echoing throughout the space, an elderly voice joined in, exclaiming loudly, though it was quickly followed by a fit of coughing. Qian Chongling glanced down to see an elderly gentleman, his face flushed, teetering like a fallen spear, nearly collapsing to the ground. His attendants hurried to support him, exclaiming, Master, what ails you? The old man clutched his chest, weakly stating, I can't breathe. I need air. Quickly, take the master home. One attendant urged in alarm. The old man vehemently refused. Who dares to take me home? I will break their legs. I intend to stay. Qian Chongling couldn't help but roll his eyes. pondering why this man, at such an advanced age, would abandon the comforts of home to mingle with the youth in such a venue. This brief interlude went unnoticed by the throng, as Lu Mian cast a glance at the matron beside her, who smiled and addressed the audience. If you are pleased with Mian Mian's performance, let your intentions be known. Bidding starts at a minimum of 150,000 gold soul coins. Miss Lu Mian's artistry on the guqin is akin to celestial melodies, lingering in the air for 3 days and nights. Refusing to disperse, when it comes to her skills alone, they are priceless. Moreover, Miss Lu Mian possesses a beauty that rivals the finest blooms, truly a paragon of both grace and talent. The Marquis am prepared to offer 200,000 gold soul coins. A resplendently dressed middle-aged man seated in the grand hall proclaimed, Lord Qin, you too recognize that Miss Lu Mian is a dual talent of beauty and skill, yet you believe that such qualities warrant merely 200,000 gold soul coins? Surely, such a sum is scarcely enough to purchase a vase at the auction house. I, the Earl, shall offer 500,000 gold soul coins. A middle-aged man in black attire from room 7 on the second floor interjected. I bid 550,000 gold soul coins, merely to catch a glimpse of the enchanting Miss Lu Mian. Before his words faded, someone from room 5 on the same floor exclaimed, 65 million gold soul coins. 70 million, a young man in the hall below remarked with a gentle smile, while fanning himself. Before long, as numerous gentlemen showcased their earnest intentions, the bidding escalated to nearly 1 million gold soul coins. An astronomical figure. Meanwhile, Qian Chongling leisurely munched on peanuts from his small dish, occasionally sipping a fine drink, seemingly indifferent to the hubbub surrounding him. Seated on the elevated platform, Lu Mian observed the fervent bidders below with keen interest. The excited gazes of many reminded her of some distasteful memories, causing a hint of mockery to flicker across her veiled features. Yet, upon noticing Qian Chongling, who remained engrossed in his own world, her brows furrowed slightly, and she quietly instructed her attendant, find out the background of that young man. The attendant nodded and discreetly slipped away, unnoticed by the gentlemen lost in their fervent displays of sincerity. 120,000, plus a 6,000-year-old deep-sea pearl. A soft voice emanated from room 4 on the 3rd floor, as if it were a foregone conclusion. The deep-sea pearl can only be produced by deep-sea monster clams of at least 5,000 years of age. And one must slay the clam before it has the chance to ruin the pearl, making even the least ancient pearls fetch a price of at least 200,000 gold soul coins. Very well, a guest from room 2 on the 2nd floor has offered nearly 140,000 gold soul coins. Are there any other guests willing to show greater sincerity? The matron on the elevated platform called out enthusiastically, striving to ignite the interest of the noblemen present. However, 140,000 gold soul coins is already a staggering sum, especially for something that merely promises a night of pleasure with a woman. Thus, the hall and the 2nd floor fell into a profound silence. Upon hearing this, Qian Chongling's brow furrowed slightly, pondering, how can this differ from what I investigated? The esteemed gentleman Dai Tianyue has not placed a bid. Would this not jeopardize my plans? Without further ado, Qian Chongling prepared to raise his own offer, ready to press the button in his hand. However, before he could do so, the anticipated moment arrived. A rather ostentatious voice echoed from room 1 on the 3rd floor. This young master bids a personally inscribed folding fan. At this proclamation, laughter erupted among the attendees, for none had expected someone to be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation that a single inscribed folding fan worth 140,000 gold soul coins. Who does he think he is? Even the works of the greatest painters or calligraphers would not command such a price. Qian Chongling chuckled, for this big fish had finally taken the bait. And given the man's character, there would surely be more to come. As expected, the guest from the 3rd floor room continued his flamboyant display. I have yet to finish. Are you all so eager to see this young master become Miss Lu Mian's chosen partner? Such arrogance. Have the audacity to reveal your identity to me. Ha! A mere attention seeker, not worth my time. The crowd reacted with a mixture of indignation, disdain, and bemusement, just as the matron on the elevated platform considered sending guards to remove the disruptive fellow. Dai Tianyue finally interjected. This young master bids a personally inscribed folding fan, along with 299,000 gold soul coins, symbolizing a long-lasting bond between myself and Miss Lu Mian. At these words, the hall fell into a stunned silence, with many inwardly cursing the spendthrift. 299,000 gold soul coins could nearly purchase a century-old soul bone. After all, The last auction of a 350-year-old black magic wolf's right leg bone fetched 320,000 gold soul coins. The sincerity of the guest from room 1 on the 3rd floor stands at 299,000 gold soul coins. Does anyone wish to raise their bid? The matron on the elevated platform had long since cast aside her earlier displeasure. For gold soul coins are of paramount importance. Though she recognized the likelihood of further bids being slim, she still felt compelled to inquire. Better to ask than to miss an opportunity. What if a more earnest nobleman were to step forth? Yet, her hopes proved unfounded, as several minutes passed with no further bids. Reluctantly, she announced, "Since there are no further bids, the display of sincerity for our dear Mian officially concludes. Which esteemed gentleman will become our Mian's chosen companion? I kindly ask for 10 minutes of your patience. We shall reveal the chosen one shortly." As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. For those distinguished gentlemen who had earlier displayed their intentions, those fleeting 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Time slipped away, while on the elevated platform, Lu Mian nodded, shook her head, smiled, and feigned annoyance, each movement only heightening the anticipation of the elderly gentleman at last. The 10 minutes elapsed, and Lu Mian rose gracefully, plucking a flower from her hair and handing it to the matron beside her, signaling with a glance. She then made her way behind the platform, disappearing from sight in moments. The matron accepted the flower, nodding appreciatively. The crowd below erupted in commotion upon witnessing Lu Mian's departure, and the matron addressed them with a composed smile. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. Miss Mian has selected her beloved. If any of you wish for company, our establishment has many exquisite ladies available, not solely Miss Mian." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in furious outcry, demanding, "Who is it? Which scoundrel has caught Miss Mian's eye? Let him step forth. I shall make him regret it." The uproar intensified, but the matron remained unflustered, continuing to smile. "The gentleman chosen by Miss Mian is none other than young Master Dai from the 3rd floor. The rules of the establishment dictate that since Miss Mian has found her preferred partner, it is my duty to ensure young Master Dai is safely escorted to her room. I request your indulgence. Today, all your expenditures at our establishment will be complimentary." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, for while they yearned to protest, they knew well the regulations of the establishment. To continue would only invite the wrath of the infamous crazy rhino Douluo, who was known to guard against disturbances during such events. As the discussion subsided, the matron approached with a gleaming smile, respectfully presenting the flower to Dai Qingyue. "Young Master Dai, a moment of passion is worth a fortune. We must not keep Miss Mian waiting." Dai Qingyue smiled charmingly, taking the flower from her hand and inhaling its fragrance. "I am honored by Miss Mian's regard. How could I dampen her spirits?" "Lead the way, matron." The middle-aged woman turned and led the way outside, with Dai Qingyue following closely behind. They traversed the hall and arrived at a secluded building behind the establishment, where the air was filled with the delicate and elegant strains of the guqin, creating a stark contrast to the romantic ambience. As they neared the building, the matron suddenly halted, turning with a smile. "Young Master Dai, Miss Mian has invited you alone. Your 2 attendants may depart. The reputation of our establishment precedes us. None would dare harm you here. Please do not spoil the mood." Dai Qingyue turned to his attendants and instructed, "You may leave now." Upon finishing her words, she walked in with a slight, silvery smile at the corners of her lips. The 2 guards wanted to say something, but upon noticing the displeased expression on Dai Qingyue's face, they promptly fell silent. Realizing the truth of the matter, this area was remarkably tranquil. Even the sounds emanating from the nearby Rouge Pavilion were barely perceptible, marking it as a rare sanctuary of serenity. Dai Qingyue followed the matron upstairs to the 2nd floor, where a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, a scent reminiscent of a young lady's chamber. Upon lifting the beaded curtain that adorned the doorway, Lu Mian's room came into view. The room was not particularly spacious, yet it was arranged with clarity and elegance. Inside, there was a table, a few chairs, and a fragrant bed draped in vibrant red bedding, which created an intense visual impact. A few exquisite pastries were laid out on the table, accompanied by a small pot of wine. At that moment, Lu Mian sat beside an ancient zither, her slender fingers casually plucking the strings. Upon noticing Dai Qingyue's entrance, she glanced up quickly, then hastily lowered her head. Although her face was still veiled, the skin exposed appeared somewhat flushed. Dai Qingyue regarded her with a smile, prompting Lu Mian to rise gracefully and say, "Young Master Dai, please take a seat." Hearing this, Dai Qingyue promptly sat down. Lu Mian poured him a cup of wine, They were merely 3 feet apart. A wave of intoxicating feminine fragrance enveloped him, a scent so pleasing that it felt utterly delightful, leading him to conclude that she had not used any perfume, merely her natural body scent. Moreover, this body fragrance contrasted with the delicate demeanor Lu Mian exhibited. She appeared fragile, yet her eyes and the essence of her scent bore the allure typically associated with a seductive woman. This peculiar combination, albeit somewhat strange, only served to heighten her appeal, a perfect amalgamation of innocence and allure, exquisitely embodied in this young lady. Dai Tianyue's silvery, mischievous gaze fixated on Lu Mian's exquisite visage when suddenly a voice filled with seductive charm emanated from behind him. In no wonder Dai Tianfeng would go so far as to feign imperial orders to eliminate Dai Yu while being so indulgent of his own younger brother. After all, as the fourth prince, in terms of literary talent, you possess none, and regarding innate capability, your spirit power is merely at level 5. Moreover, you are perpetually lost in thought, allowing your lower instincts to dictate your actions. Were I in your position, I would not waste my efforts on a mere wastrel. However, the sixth prince is an entirely different matter. His innate spirit power at level 8 far surpasses yours. As the fourth prince of the Qingyue Empire, when had Dai Tianyue ever been directly called a wastrel? His eyes turned cold as he turned to locate the source of the voice, only to see a figure materialize on the fragrant couch. This was a young woman appearing to be in her early 20s, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall, with exquisitely refined features, and an alluring figure accentuated by a form-fitting red palace gown that showcased her enticing curves. Yet, upon encountering this beauty, Dai Tianyue was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered. Yuguefei. The woman referred to as Yuguefei rose gracefully, her charm evident as she sauntered toward Dai Tianyue, playfully lifting his chin with a flirtatious smile. Fourth prince, do you not kneel to pay your respects upon seeing this palace? Dai Tianyue snorted coldly, swatting away Yuguefei's delicate hand, furrowing his brow as he questioned. Yuguefei, are you not serving my father in the Qingyue Imperial City? How is it that you have come to Moonwheel City? And within the confines of the Rouge Pavilion no less? Yuguefei chuckled lightly, unaware of the danger looming over you, fourth prince. To describe you as a wastrel is truly an insult to the term. It would be more fitting to describe you as a mere fool. Bang! At her words, fury surged within Dai Tianyue, who slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, You Mengwei, do not presume that because you are father's favored concubine, you can repeatedly slander this prince. You are merely a concubine, not the empress. Do not grow too arrogant. Yuguefei, or Yu Mengwei, only smiled more enchantingly, covering her mouth as she giggled. Do not exert yourself so. Should you injure your hand, it would be unfortunate, as your body still holds considerable value at that moment. Even if Dai Tianyue were a fool, he sensed something amiss, setting aside the matter of Lu Mian. The fact that this young lady exhibited no change in expression upon encountering a suspected imperial concubine and a potential fourth prince suggested she was fully aware of their identities from the outset. What do you intend to do? If anything happens to me, my father and my elder brother, the crown prince, will not spare you. Dai Tianyue admonished Yu Mengwei with a threatening tone. He, your father and elder brother are merely 2 dogs under my command. I direct them east, and they dare not venture west. I tell them to dance, and they will not sing, Yu Mengwei replied, her smile chillingly devoid of warmth. You, how dare you? How dare you speak so? At this point, Dai Tianyue was utterly terrified. The audacity and dominance in Yu Mengwei's words were beyond his comprehension. My martial soul is illusion dream, allowing me to completely control a person as a puppet and weave dreams that ensnare them in rapture. Thus, your father spends his nights in my palace playing with a mere pillar, she continued, her tone laced with contempt. By the way, the white tiger martial soul of your Qingyue Empire is quite amusing. It has kept that old man entertained for so long. Perhaps it should be renamed Silver Tiger Martial Soul. Dai Tianyue's face paled, and his legs involuntarily retreated as he realized that Yu Mengwei had revealed so many of her secrets. Regardless of her intentions, it was clear that she was sealing her own fate. The more one knows, the swifter the demise. Heir, save me, Dai Tianyue cried desperately, placing his hope of survival in his 2 soul emperor-level guards. While Yu Mengwei merely smiled, watching him without making a move to intervene. Heir, save me, heir, save me, his desperate cries echoed, loud enough that under normal circumstances, the entire Rouge Pavilion would hear them. For although Dai Tianyue was considered a wastrel, he was still a 3-soul Soulmaster. Yet, all of this seemed futile. Even as he exhausted himself like a dying dog, the two guards stationed below the loft showed no signs of response. As if they had not heard a thing. Observing the breathless Dai Tianwei, Yu Mingwei smiled devilishly and said, "Apologies, fourth prince. I forgot to mention one thing. Vile woman, speak quickly." Seeing that his cries for help yielded no results and escape seemed impossible, Dai Tianwei resorted to his true nature, attempting to gain an advantage verbally. That is, I, Yu Mingwei, am known as Illusion Dream. My rank? Not particularly high, merely level 97. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianwei had initially intended to mock her. In his understanding, anything described as not high must be level 91. However, level 97. If that is not high, then what constitutes high? Now he comprehended fully that this woman was toying with him. Yet, what could he do? A level 97 Super Douluo surpassed even his father's level 92 White Tiger Douluo by 5 levels. Would he dare to confront her, using his own head, which he prided himself on? Fortunately, at that moment, Yu Mengwei's wicked amusement reached its climax. She clapped her delicate hands and announced, "Lord Ghost Fox, the stage is now yours." As her words fell, a door in the small room creaked open. And Dai Tianwei focused his gaze to see a wardrobe beside the fragrant couch slowly being pushed aside, revealing a hidden door. Out stepped an elderly man clad in gray, his expression grim. Accompanied by a young man of striking appearance in a blue robe, it was evident that the gray-clad elder was the Lord Ghost Fox referred to by the Illusion Dream Douluo. Yet what horrified Dai Tianwei was not the presence of two titled Daoliuos within the Rouge Pavilion, but rather the blue-robed youth. As Dai Tianwei beheld the blue-robed youth, he was struck with sheer dread. Stammering, Are you alive or dead? Did you not already perish?" The blue-robed youth spoke indifferently to Dai Tianwei. "Your Dai family has yet to repay the debt owed to me. How could I possibly die so easily?" My fourth brother. Chapter 36. Daoliu. Additional update for accumulated 20,000 tips. Yueluan City is a remote town on the fringes of the Qingyue Empire, poetically referred to as picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. Leisurely gazing at the southern mountain, yet bluntly described as a desolate place where not even birds would defecate. However, 7 days prior, a contingent of imperial palace guards and a eunuch clad in yellow arrived, shattering the tranquility of this small city. In a modest courtyard that stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of the city lord's mansion, a young man dressed in a blue robe, possessing striking features, knelt alongside his solitary steward and a handful of servants. Before them stood the yellow-robed eunuch, flanked by 2 brawny guards. In the Qingyue Empire, yellow is a color associated with taboo for eunuchs, typically eschewed by ordinary folk, reserved solely for those who deliver imperial edicts on behalf of the emperor. At this moment, all in the courtyard gazed upon the eunuch as he slowly unfurled the imperial decree. Kneeling in reverence, 6th Prince, Daoliu, heed the decree. Your son is present. The blue-robed man at the forefront, his youthful visage tinged with excitement, responded. 3 years prior, due to an excessive concern for the affairs of the Qingyue Empire, he had inadvertently offended the great emperor of Qingyue, resulting in his exile to this remote town. He had remained here for 3 long years, during which he believed that the great emperor Dai Mao had forgotten him. Gradually, he adapted to life in Yueluan City, relinquishing his desire for ambition and competition, content to live as a carefree prince. Little did he anticipate that today, the great emperor would remember him, the son exiled to this distant place. In this moment, he felt happiness, excitement, and joy. Was the emperor's summons a signal for his return to Qingyue City? By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, 6th Prince Daoliu, as one of the 4 princes of the Qingyue Empire. Stationed in Yueluan City without consuming the empire's resources, your uncontentious nature shall serve as an exemplary model for the realm. It brings me great comfort, as these words echoed in his ears. Daoliu's excitement was palpable, his pain dissipated, and the weariness of kneeling vanished. Could it be that his father had been watching over him all along? However, as the yellow-robed eunuch concluded the decree, the smile on Daoliu's face gradually froze, a look of horror creeping into his expression. Today, I bestow upon the 6th Prince Daoliu a cup of century-old fine wine. And I urge you to maintain this disposition. The eunuch's peculiar voice faded, and a cup of golden wine was presented before Daoliu by the robust guards behind him. Century-old fine wine? Staring intently at the exquisite beverage, Daoliu shook his head repeatedly, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, for the wine bestowed by the decree could only be poison. No, his father would never treat him thus. Daoliu suddenly stood, shouting at the yellow-robed eunuch. In response, the eunuch lowered his brows slightly, Sixth Prince, do you dare to defy the decree? This statement struck Daoliu like a dagger, shattering all his fantasies, resentment, and hopes, leaving him weak and crumpled on the ground. Your Highness, please. The poison was already placed before Daoliu, who could easily take it enough that in his mind. Daoliu reflected on his ordinary yet extraordinary life. Aside from his sister, the 8th Princess Daiyijun, who was far away in Qingyue City, and his powerless mother, who had been cast into the cold palace, he had no other ties as a prince of the Qingyue Empire. He was not an ordinary person. Yet, as a child born to a favored palace maid, he had no advantage in the fierce competition for the throne, rendering him an ordinary man, even a pawn. Taking the fine wine, Daoliu murmured, "If only I were not born into royalty." With his heart heavy, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down as he downed the drink in one gulp. Bang! Swiftly, the lethal poison took effect, causing the wine cup to slip from Daoliu's grasp, shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. The yellow-robed eunuch gazed at the dying Daoliu with a complex expression, instructing the 2 guards to disperse his servants and steward. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I have followed your instructions. Where is the antidote?" The other guard, Zhang Hu, replied indifferently. "The 7 worms and 7 flowers pill. There is no antidote." The eunuch's eyes widened in fury as he roared at Zhang Hu, "Have you deceived me? Do not fret. Although there is no antidote, there is a suppression method. You will need to consume a pill to suppress the poison every full moon night," explained Zhao Long, the guard who had delivered the poison to Daoliu. "Do you wish for me to remain your dog forever?" The eunuch asked coldly, a hint of destruction in his tone. "Your Grace, you should consider your own son," Zhang Hu remarked. "Ha, are you jesting? Such a person as I could ever have a son?" The eunuch scoffed. "Is that so? Then what of Huang Tianqing from Shangyue village?" "Zhang Hu, do you wish to eliminate him?" Zhao Long replied with a faint smile. Shangyue village. Merely uttering those 3 words thundered in the eunuch's ears, for it was the name of his illegitimate son from before entering the palace. These individuals had investigated matters from a decade past with remarkable clarity. Huang Quan inhaled deeply, helplessly asking, "Who is behind you?" "Do not trouble yourself with that. According to our agreement, this suppression pill is yours, and in return, the body of the 6th prince will be handed over to us," Zhang Hu stated. "Humph, I wonder what you intend to do with the corpse." "I will arrange for a similar-looking body to be burned in a mass grave," Huang Quan replied. "Is it not time for you to go to the city lord's mansion and summon the 4th prince for a meal? The city lord's wife and young ladies have been kept waiting too long," Zhang Hu said with a slight smile. Indeed, the one sent to Yueluan City to deliver the decree was not Huang Quan, but the 4th prince Tianwei. The reason for the disguise as Huang Quan need not be elaborated further. As night descended like ink, the starless sky loomed dark, the silver moon obscured, with only a few stars casting a faint glow. In a humble abode within Yueluan City, an elderly man with a shadowy demeanor was attending to a young man with his upper body bare, fiddling with something, just as the old man withdrew his hands. The youth's eyelids suddenly twitched. Chapter 37, Soul Transfer. Yinji Tower. Daoliu bore a detached expression, his cold gaze fixated on Tianwei, as if the man before him were a stranger rather than his brother. After a prolonged silence, Daoliu questioned Tianwei, "My mother, who has never contended nor competed, has been unjustly cast into the cold palace despite her peaceful nature. Yet you still refuse to relent. Were it not for the secret care of Consort Yi, my mother might have long since succumbed to your machinations. My sister, Daiyijun, is only 12 this year, and you dare to arrange for her to marry a man old enough to be her grandfather in the distant kingdom of Molan. It is said that even a tiger does not eat its young, yet your family revels in such cruelty. Are you even human?" Initially, Tianwei endured the scathing rebuke from Daoliu without retort. However, upon hearing that the 8th Princess Daiyijun was merely 12, he perked up. Other matters may evade him, but this was a subject he knew well. 12 years old. 12 is adulthood. Why should she not marry? I too played card games with 2 maidens at the age of 8, and by 10, I was already engaged in 4-player mahjong. Have I ever complained? Faced with Tianwei's indifference, Daiyu's fury felt as though it struck a soft surface, yielding no impact. At that moment, the onlooker, Yimenwei, chuckled and remarked, "Why argue with someone whose own corpse he cannot control? 6th prince, why bother with him? Rest assured about the 8th princess. The prince from the Molan kingdom is one of our people and will not harm your sister." Yimenwei nodded to Guiu Da Chenchuan, a chilly smile appearing on Chenchuan's face as he retrieved 2 cups of deep green liquid from his wrist-mounted soul-guiding device. He handed one cup to Daiyue, gesturing for him to drink it. while the other cup was placed on a small table in the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Daoliu took the cup from Qin Chuan's hand and downed its contents in one gulp. Tianyue, on the other hand, disdainfully remarked, "You wish to poison me. That's fine, but only if Ye Guofei feeds me with those ruby lips of yours." After all, he could not envision any possibility of leaving this room alive today. So why not indulge in some verbal sparring? Upon hearing this, Yi Mingwei remained unfazed, offering a beguiling smile as she replied, "Since you insist, I shall oblige. As soon as the words left her lips, a faint pink aura erupted from her, surging towards Dai Tianwei, who absorbed it entirely in mere moments. Suddenly, Dai Tianwei chuckled and reached for the cup, mirroring Dai Yeyu's earlier actions, drinking it down in one swift motion. However, in Dai Tianyue's mind, the image that surfaced was not of him consuming the green liquid, but of playing a game of eagle catches chicks with the bare-chested Yi Mingwei clad in sheer fabric, chasing and evading each other. Ultimately, perhaps due to the relatively weaker stamina of women, Dai Tianwei seized Yi Mingwei's delicate arm, pulling her gently into his embrace. Yet, thereafter, nothing occurred, for the effects of the liquid had already taken hold, causing Dai Yeyu to collapse first, followed closely by Dai Tianwei. Without needing Yi Mingwei's command, Qin Chuan laid both their bodies side by side and summoned their martial spirits among the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. A large fox with deep green fur and crimson eyes materialized behind him, merging into one. Qin Chuan uttered a low command. 9th soul skill, soul transfer. With the activation of this soul skill, a profound black light shimmered across Qin Chuan's green claws. In a fleeting moment, he grasped a nearly transparent humanoid figure in his right claw, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Tianwei. As if a gentle breeze had swept by, the figure began to slowly dissipate, transforming into shimmering motes of light that drifted away. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan's left claw extracted a similar humanoid figure from Dai Yeyu's body, and in a flash, he placed it within Dai Tianyue's form. Completing this arduous task seemingly drained all his strength, beads of sweat forming on his wrinkled forehead as he gasped, "I have not failed in my duty." Qin Chuan's 9th soul skill had a certain probability of failure, particularly if another soul was not transferred into its original body within a critical time frame of 0.5 seconds. At this moment, Yi Mingwei exhaled a sigh of relief. After exerting such effort, a failure at the last step would render all their endeavors futile. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with surprise, emanated from the cabinet Qin Chuan had previously emerged from. "Seeing is believing. The skills of Lord Huanmeng and Lord Gu have indeed broadened my horizons. By the way, when will this little one awaken?" Both Yi Mingwei and Qin Chuan were startled and turned to see a young man in black attire, casually leaning against the cabinet. Upon realizing this, Yi Mingwei smiled and said, "Ah, it is the master. You truly should have informed us in advance." Qin Chuan added, "Greetings, master. The little one should awaken in approximately 72 hours. Qian Chongling nodded at the two, leisurely walking to the small table to pour himself a drink. He smiled at the nearby Lu Mian and suddenly inquired of Yi Mingwei, "Is this child your disciple? What is the title of that melody?" Yi Mingwei paused briefly before responding, "Indeed, Mianmin is my disciple, and the piece is called Demonic Melody 9 Layers." She understood that Qian Chongling was referring to the piece Lu Mian had played on the high platform. Qian Chongling smiled, "Excellent. It seems this girl meets your expectations. There is still ample time. She has only mastered 3 layers of the 9 layers melody. Patience is key." Shifting the conversation, Qian Chongling continued, "In recent years, have the numbers of those meeting Yin Shi Lu's requirements been sufficient? This matter primarily falls under Quan Shi's purview. Although I have not been directly involved, I can say that the personnel are more than adequate. Yin Shi Lu selects individuals from those born into poverty or those oppressed by nobility. These individuals are either fiercely loyal for a mere meal or harbor deep-seated grudges against the royal family, ensuring their reliability. That is reassuring. What is the situation regarding infiltration?" Qian Chongling inquired. In recent years, our focus has been on expansion. So our infiltration into the Starluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire has not been extensive. Yi Mingwei replied, "That is acceptable. 15 years is ample time for your operations. By the way, I have come to bring you some medicine, as I have heard your supplies are running low. As he spoke, Qian Chongling produced 10 small porcelain vials from his soul-guiding device. The sight of these vials, Yi Mingwei and Lu Mian recoiled, as if confronted with a formidable beast, while Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Within these small vials lay the infamous 7 worms and 7 flowers pill, a substance that incited both fear and intrigue. Chapter 38. The Use of Mental Power. Meanwhile, at the training grounds outside the Papal Palace in Wuhan City, Bibi Dong's light purple hair danced in the wind as she smiled at the 3 men and 1 woman encircling her. "Everyone, you may begin," Bibi Dong declared with a smile. "Then please be cautious." "Holy Maiden," replied the leading woman. In an instant, the 6th soul rings of all 4 individuals ignited simultaneously. 6th soul skill, Iron Thorn's Entanglement. One of the men shouted, launching the first attack. As the command resonated, green iron vines sprouted around Bibi Dong, seemingly intended to ensnare her. Bibi Dong remained calm, a faint smile gracing her lips as a brilliant sword light suddenly erupted, slicing through all the iron vines, which fell to the ground in fragmented pieces, like a dragon emerging. A jet-black spear shot through the air as the sword light dissipated, its tip gleaming coldly as it aimed mercilessly at Bibi Dong's chest. In response, Bibi Dong extended her jade hand slowly, encased in purple soul power, forming a claw reminiscent of a dragon's talon, which thunderously grasped the spear's shaft. With a resounding thud, the sound of a heavy collision echoed before the Papal Palace. As the spear-wielding Soul Emperor was sent flying like a cannonball. It turned out that as Bibi Dong seized the spear, she had gently tugged on it, leveraging the Soul Emperor's momentum to unbalance him, followed by a swift kick that sent him hurtling away. "Holy Maiden, do you find me beautiful?" Suddenly, a voice filled with allure and seduction whispered in Bibi Dong's ear. The leading woman had somehow positioned herself beside Bibi Dong, radiating a soft pink light, her graceful form undeniably captivating. The brown tail behind her added an unconventional allure. This was the 6th soul skill of this female Soul Emperor, Pink Charm, a skill of seduction. A gentle pink glow emanated from her, and in the blink of an eye, her charm skill was activated. However, the best seduction skills always required triggering through one of the 6 senses: hearing, sight, taste, smell, touch, or feeling. Yet, Bibi Dong's mental power had undergone rigorous honing under Qian Chongling's intense training, supplemented by the use of the Gaze of Autumn water elixir, rendering her mental fortitude immensely formidable. This attempt at seduction was akin to a novice attempting to demonstrate their skills before a master. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes as her overwhelming mental power surged forth, colliding with the Soul Emperor's skill. In that moment, both their blood-red pupils locked onto each other, and the Soul Emperor felt as though her head had been pierced by a sharp object, letting out a muffled groan as she stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. "Let us not dwell on it. Your mental power appears rather lackluster in my eyes." Standing with her arms behind her back, Bibi Dong's expression remained indifferent as she remarked, "Is this how you wield mental power, like a soft pillow? Do you truly believe you can suffocate someone with such a pillow?" For the first time, her invincible mental control skill had failed, and she even suffered backlash. Was it truly as the Holy Maiden suggested? Had she erred in her approach? The Soul Emperor Wan Xiushuang found herself ensnared in a state of confusion. Fortunately, her fellow Soul Emperor, Wan Hanzhuang, soon took action. Observing his younger sister being suppressed by the Saintess, the 6th soul ring beneath his feet shimmered, and the blood-colored blade of his martial spirit, the horse-slaying saber, surged forth toward Bibi Dong. Noticing Wan Xiushuang's existential doubt, Bibi Dong offered a faint smile and remarked, "Allow me to enlighten you on the utilization of mental energy." A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, followed by a piercing scream. Suddenly, Wan Hanzhuang's left hand lost control. The blade that was originally directed at Bibi Dong veered towards his own chest, leaving a wound neither shallow nor deep. The horse-slaying saber, now stained with its master's blood, appeared even more enchanting. Indeed, this fellow was left-handed. Such a bizarre scene left not only the 4 Soul Emperors on the training ground in shock, but even a strikingly handsome youth nearby, who wore a look of disbelief. As the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, "What have you done?" broke the stillness, as Wan Xiushuang, startled awake by her brother's cry, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "To guide you on how to wield mental energy," Bibi Dong replied. "Are you suggesting that what just transpired was achieved through mental energy? How is that even possible?" questioned the control-type Soul Emperor incredulously. For in his eyes, mental energy's function bore no distinction from Wan Xiushuang's usual applications, or so it was perceived in the Douluo continent. Nothing is impossible. Mental energy is inherently unpredictable, and its application relies on your imagination. You may use it to strike others, while I employ it to manipulate another's body. Fundamentally, they are the same. It can even control objects, be it a blade of grass or a mountain towering several thousand meters high. These feats are all attainable. My teacher refers to this as commanding the material with the divine. As for cultivation secrets, such knowledge is naturally reserved for those who contribute significantly to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong elaborated with a smile. Commanding the material with the divine, Wan Qiu Shuang, her mind swirling in confusion, felt a spark of inspiration and sank into contemplation. I appreciate your efforts. Let us conclude here for today. Bibi Dong signaled to her fellow Soul Emperors. Exiting the training ground. As she walked away, the control-type Soul Emperor remarked to his companions, "The Saintess is growing ever stronger. She defeated us without even utilizing her martial spirit." The long-gun Soul Emperor nodded in agreement. "It seems we must petition the Pope to arrange 6 members for her training henceforth." Indeed, indeed. Yet, they remained oblivious to the young man nearby, who, appearing youthful with a simple cropped haircut and seemingly around 16 or 17, also bore a look of existential doubt. That he muttered to himself, "Is a Soul Master still a Soul Master if they do not use soul skills? Yet this woman can effortlessly defeat the combined forces of 4 Soul Emperors. She must surely be considered a Soul Master." Resolute, the youth approached the Soul Emperors, eager to ascertain the true nature of this so-called saintess for his own purposes. "Esteemed Soul Emperors, I am Yu Xiaojiang from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Family Exchange Group. Currently interning at the Martial Spirit Research Institute. Chapter 39. Is there such a thing as a home being stolen? In Yinji Tower, beneath the loft, 2 guards under Dai Tianwei were engaged in conversation with the madam of the establishment. Young Master Dai is likely to spend the next few days in Mianmian's chamber. Do the 2 gentlemen require a room to rest? The madam inquired of the Soul Emperor level guard. We appreciate your kindness, but our duty compels us to wait here for young Master Dai to descend. Wang Han and Ma Wei replied in unison, exchanging glances. They harbored no doubts about such occurrences. Their master had indulged in similar behaviors frequently, making it a commonplace affair. Just 7 days prior, he had spent 2 full days in the residence of the city lord's wife in Moonwell City. Oh dear, you 2 gentlemen work too hard, enduring the elements. Would it not be said that Yinji Tower lacks hospitality? Perhaps you should eat something to warm yourselves." The madam continued to persuade them. Wang Han and Ma Wei remained steadfast in their resolve, impervious to her entreaties. "How about we arrange a tent for you 2? You could take turns resting," she suggested. Upon hearing this, their perpetually stoic expression shifted, as they feared the possibility of being poisoned if they consumed food from Yinji Tower. However, a tent for shade posed no issue. Resting in a cool spot was reasonable. After all, Soul Masters are still human. Thus, Wang Han was the first to respond. "Then we thank you, madam." The madam smiled broadly. "It is only right. I shall make the arrangements." With a cheerful stride, she went to prepare, soon returning with a modest black tent, a small bed, and 2 stools. Time passed effortlessly, and before they knew it, 3 days had slipped away. In Lu Mian's chamber, Qian Chongling and the others gathered around a table, their eyes fixed intently on Dai Tianwei, who was moving his limbs, their faces brimming with curiosity. Yimao Wei, looking serious, occasionally clasped her abdomen, laughing. "No, this expression is not right. From my understanding of Dai Tianwei, your current smile seems off. When he sees a beauty, it is not like this. How should I express this expression?" Yimao Wei pondered, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating the appropriate words. "That expression should be a blend of lewdness and depravity. Let me demonstrate, and you can mimic it later." As her words fell, Qian Chongling's previously nonchalant demeanor transformed. His pupils dilated slightly, eyes gleaming with surprise and desire. Leaning forward as though to draw closer to Yimao Wei, his mouth curving into an expression of astonishment laced with longing, as if he had just spotted prey. "Chinchuan, Lu Mian, Yimao Wei, Dai Tianwei." After a prolonged silence, Yimao Wei's lips twitched slightly as she commented, "My lord, that expression truly makes me believe Dai Tianwei has returned. It is remarkably identical." Indeed, when Dai Tianwei beheld Qian Chongling wearing that expression, it evoked a sense of déjà vu akin to encountering my 4th imperial brother. Ahem. Qian Chongling cleared his throat, pulling everyone's thoughts back. "This is roughly it. Remember this expression. Although some may suspect Dai Tianwei has been replaced due to your drastic change in temperament, this body belongs to Dai Tianwei, and his martial spirit is the White Tiger. A lineage martial spirit of Xingluo, and no matter how one investigates, the outcome is unyielding. Yet, it is better to err on the side of caution. Let us minimize unexpected occurrences." He presented this actor's self-cultivation as a gift. At this moment, Qian Chongling smiled lightly, resuming his usual demeanor, while retrieving a book from his soul guide and handing it to Dai Tianwei. Dai Tianwei accepted the book, nodded to the others, and stepped out of the small room. The next day, he reunited with the elder in yellow, Huang Quan, and returned to Qingyue City. However, unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a rumor began to circulate in Moonwheel City. Have you heard? The young man from Qingyue City fought for an entire day and night. Your news is outdated. He fought for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Not only that, I heard that Lu Mian was rendered unable to leave her bed. A chilling gasp echoed through the air, a sound both terrifying and unrelenting. Meanwhile, in the library of the Spirit Hall, countless volumes detailing the lives of spirit masters and spirit beasts were meticulously catalogued. However, these were merely the basic details organized by the Spirit Hall and did not constitute classified information. The truly confidential materials were concealed within a hidden chamber of the library, a spacious room divided into 2 interconnected areas. One side housed rows of bookshelves, some laden with tomes while others contained just a few scant volumes. The other side was a moderately sized room, a place where Qian Chong occasionally took respite. Bibi Dong, seeking solace from her idle musings, often found herself perusing the books in this clandestine chamber. At the entrance of the library, 2 young spirit masters stationed as guards respectfully greeted her, their downcast eyes betraying a hint of admiration. The holy maiden, Bibi Dong, was the object of desire for many young spirit masters within the Pope's Hall. Beautiful, powerful, and possessing wealth and influence. Although aware that her interest in them was likely minimal, they clung to their dreams, imagining the possibility of marrying a stunning heiress and ascending to greatness in one fell swoop. Bibi Dong acknowledged the 2 with a slight nod and a soft murmur before pushing open the grand doors of the library and stepping inside. Unlike the hidden chamber, the outer library was a model of order. With rows of bookshelves meticulously arranged and filled to capacity, Bibi Dong advanced swiftly toward the innermost shelves, eager to explore the significance of the tome concerning the rank of title Douluo. Soul bones and soul rings. To her surprise, she discovered she was not alone in this aisle. A youthful man, clad in the uniform of the Spirit Research Institute, adorned with the word in turn, was engrossed in a book. His appearance was notably delicate, contrasting sharply with her teacher Qian Chongling's rugged handsomeness. He bore a resemblance to the feminine traits of Zhu Deyuguan. In Bibi Dong's assessment that moment, the young man was deeply immersed in his reading. His focus unwavering on the cover that read Sea God Island, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Douluo continent. Are you a new intern at the Spirit Research Institute? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. As the department founded by Qian Chongling, she frequently visited the institute and had explored many of its intriguing offerings. The man before her, however, was a stranger. She was certain she had never encountered him before. The delicate young man, momentarily taken aback, quickly recovered, rising to meet Bibi Dong's striking visage. With what he believed to be an exceedingly bright smile, he replied, "Greetings, my lady. My name is Yu Xiaojiang, and I am an intern at the Spirit Research Institute." Bibi Dong nodded succinctly, her demeanor composed. "I am Bibi Dong." Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet you, holy maiden." Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, sensing an underlying disquiet. Typically, the Spirit Research Institute does not accept interns, and given your surname you must be from the recently visiting Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, correct? Yu Xiaojiang quickly responded, "Indeed, holy maiden Bibi Dong, your insight is remarkable. I am indeed affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." This revelation, a knowing smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she continued, "As far as I am aware, the personnel sent to the Spirit Hall for exchanges are usually from smaller sections. What brings the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to send someone this time?" At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart swelled with elation. He had anticipated this very question. He knew that the holy maiden Bibi Dong was held in high regard. Characterized by her beauty, wealth, power, and most importantly, her kindness towards both commoners and spirit masters alike. In less flattering terms, one might describe her as somewhat naïve. After composing his thoughts and rehearsing his carefully prepared speech, Yu Xiaojiang sighed dramatically, a rueful smile gracing his lips. In truth, I left my home and was subsequently sent here by my family. Years prior, Yu Xiaojiang had fled his family due to relentless ridicule from its members. Recently, however, they had located him and assigned him a task to travel to Spirit City and acquire the fuel formula for a motorboat to prove that he was not a waste of family resources. Notably, Yu Xiaojiang was 16 years old and possessed a rather modest cultivation level of 16, a result of utilizing considerable resources from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Bibi Dong's smile widened as her curiosity piqued. She wondered why this seemingly low-ranked individual had captured the attention of her teacher. Some intelligence from the clandestine chamber occasionally made its way to Qian Chongling's small residence in Spirit City. And Bibi Dong had been fortunate enough to glimpse Yu Xiaojiang's information among the records. What prompted your departure from home? Bibi Dong asked. Her interest genuinely piqued. As Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, he began to recount the hardships of his life over the past several years. His narrative aligning closely with the details Bibi Dong had previously read. After a lengthy recounting, his anguish was palpable, tears welling in his eyes. Bibi Dong's smile faded, replaced by a sympathetic demeanor. Yu Xiaojiang, you truly have endured much hardship. Though her words were kind, internally, she harbored a cold amusement. The heavens might forgive a sinner, but self-inflicted suffering was inexcusable. During her years of training outside, the first place Qian Chongling had taken her was the residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, where she spent over a year. Her experiences there left her with only one sentiment: disdain. Bibi Dong's discerning gaze scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang's delicate features when a sudden epiphany struck her. Despite his mere 16 levels of cultivation, there must be a reason why Qian Chongling held him in such high regard. After all, while she could not critique her teacher's emotional intelligence, she had to concede to his intellectual prowess. If she were to cultivate a closer relationship with this individual of interest, it might draw her teacher's attention towards her, allowing her to gauge his thoughts. Indeed, Bibi Dong resolved to make her intentions known. With her slender fingers rhythmically tapping on the bookshelf, she began to contemplate her next move. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang seized the opportunity to discreetly observe Bibi Dong, utterly captivated by her ethereal beauty. What a stunning woman! During his years of wandering, he had encountered other women, yet none compared to the holy maiden before him that he mused. Should he win her heart, it would not only grant him access to her formidable soul techniques, but elevate his own status within the spirit hall. Moreover, if Bibi Dong were to ascend as the new pope, his prospects would soar to unimaginable heights. Lost in thought, he nearly drooled at the possibilities. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's melodious voice broke through his reverie. Yu Xiaojiang, I have an idea that could assist you. What plan do you propose? He asked, taken aback. Your innate soul power is only half a level, and your martial soul is rather peculiar. The path of a spirit master may prove arduous for you. I suggest considering a career in spirit research, Bibi Dong advised. Spirit research? Mastering the theoretical knowledge of various spirit masters? He echoed, as if struck by a revelation. The clarity of her suggestion shattered the fog of uncertainty within him, illuminating the path he should pursue. Precisely. With profound knowledge, you shall no longer be the subject of ridicule. Bibi Dong spoke softly. Yu Xiaojiang, filled with excitement, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Your Highness the Saintess, I am truly indebted to you. Should I, Yu Xiaojiang, achieve any success in the future, I shall not forget the guidance you have bestowed upon me today. By the way, I also excel in theoretical knowledge. If there are any areas you find perplexing, feel free to seek my counsel. Bibi Dong chuckled in response. Yu Xiaojiang eagerly agreed, saying, Very well, Your Highness, I shall trouble you often henceforth. He then shifted the conversation, continuing, A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to witness the Saintess and several soul emperors engage in a spar, which was impressively decisive. However, I am somewhat puzzled as to why Your Highness's soul techniques do not require soul rings. These techniques necessitate a formidable physique as their foundation, and the complexity is quite significant. If you are interested, I could teach you some fundamentals. Bibi Dong smiled, thinking to herself, Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? The so-called fundamentals are exceedingly obscure and complex. Unfazed, Yu Xiaojiang responded with enthusiasm. Then I shall rely on you in the future, Your Highness. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous support. As we reach the middle of the month, I kindly request a wave of free tickets and your continued support. Chapter 41. Progress in Performance the next day. In the conference room of the Papal Palace, Daoliu, a reclusive elder who had long resided in the Elder Hall, finally emerged, his expression notably grave. Accompanying him was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qingyue, both men gazing solemnly at Bibi Dong before them. After a prolonged silence, Daoliu finally spoke. Saintess, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Should any mishap occur, neither I nor Xuanji can bear the consequences. Bibi Dong nodded earnestly, stating, Open all reading permissions for the foundational documents of the Spirit Hall to him. After all, some of these foundational texts are outdated. While they may not be incorrect, they are certainly not wholly accurate. I shall bear all consequences. Daoliu sighed deeply. Since the Saintess has made her determination, I shall comply. Bibi Dong smiled. Thank you, esteemed elder. Meanwhile, far away in Qingyue City, Qian Chongling suddenly sneezed, murmuring to herself, "Why do I feel a sense of unease?" In the resplendent prince's mansion of Qingyue City, Dai Tianfeng reclined with one arm around a charming young woman, while resting his head on the legs of another. Suddenly, a hurried knocking echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Dai Tianfeng inquired with a frown. "Your Highness, concubine Yi has arranged a banquet and invites you and the fourth prince," a maid outside replied. "Understood," Dai Tianfeng responded nonchalantly. "Your Highness, do you truly intend to attend?" His close maid softly asked. "Why would I not?" Dai Tianfeng opened his eyes, gazing with a smile at the two concubines beside him. "I shall go meet this legendary concubine Yi. We bid farewell to your Highness." The two maids curtsied. "Upon my return, we shall continue," Dai Tianfeng chuckled, rising to depart the room. "Your Highness, please take care," the two maids called out in unison. "Ha!" Dai Tianfeng laughed heartily, striding towards the palace with a cheerful demeanor. Concubine Yi was Dai Tianfeng's most favored consort. Thus she could also be regarded as his aunt. "Your Highness, concubine Yi has been waiting for quite some time," a maid remarked as Dai Tianfeng entered. Dai Tianfeng nodded. "Lead the way." "Yes," the maid replied, guiding him towards concubine Ye's chamber. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of concubine Ye's quarters. The maid gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Your Highness, concubine Yi has been waiting inside." "Come in." A soft voice resonated from within. The maid pushed the door open, and upon glancing at the bed, she saw concubine Yi reclining in a sheer garment that accentuated her fair shoulders. At that moment, concubine Yi was reading an ancient text. Seeing her, Dai Tianfeng hurried over and sat beside her, saying, "Concubine Yi, you summoned me." "He, Tianfeng, it has been several days since we last met, hasn't it?" Concubine Yi looked up, closing her book with a smile. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. How have you been lately?" Dai Tianfeng nodded. "Thanks to you, I am doing quite well," concubine Yi replied with a smile, reaching out to take Dai Tianfeng's arm. When do you intend to have the emperor return to the netherworld?" Dai Tianfeng gazed at concubine Ye's voluptuous figure, feeling a stirring within. "Tianfeng, did I not inform you? It will require some time." Concubine Yi playfully chided with a smile. "I understand, but did you not say that once I ascend to the throne, we could enjoy life together freely?" Dai Tianfeng inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from concubine Yi, becoming entranced. That will have to wait until you are crowned." Concubine Yi gently patted Dai Tianfeng's head, playfully teasing him. "Haha, then I shall eagerly await that day." "What of the fourth prince? Has he not yet arrived?" Dai Tianfeng inquired. "The fourth prince is on his way," concubine Yi replied. "Very well, let us await his arrival together," Dai Tianfeng suggested. Concubine Yi nodded, and thus the two engaged in casual conversation while seated on the bed. Before long, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Dai Tianfeng called out sharply. Reporting to the prince, "It is the fourth prince," came the voice of a maid from outside. "Please, come in," Dai Tianfeng instructed. The door opened to reveal the fourth prince, Dai Qingyue, who approached and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, brother prince." Concubine Yi, no need for such formalities. "Fourth brother," Dai Tianfeng smiled. "Thank you, brother prince," Dai Qingyue straightened, grinning at concubine Yi. "Now that everyone has arrived, I shall instruct the servants to prepare the banquet," concubine Yi announced, nodding. "I appreciate your efforts." "Concubine Yi," Dai Tianfeng said with a cupped fist. Concubine Yi waved her hand, signaling for the feast to be arranged. And soon they were all seated at the table for dinner. "Fourth prince, how do you find today's dishes?" Concubine Yi inquired with a smile during the meal. "Excellent, far superior to the usual offerings." Dai Tianwei praised. "Oh, that is wonderful. Do eat your fill," concubine Yi replied with a smile.